Chapter 69. The Fields Abounding with Hope. The sphere gestured enthusiastically with its tiny hands. It conveyed to Lin Fan that during his absence, it and the half-people had been diligently toiling away. In the robot factory, it and the half-people had already been engaged in repairing robots. Meanwhile, the half-people in the tank factory had also been laboring hard, repairing heavy tanks day in and day out. Lin Fan surveyed the sphere, which seemed to have grown a tad larger. He remarked, "Little fellow, you must have been eating well." The sphere nodded in affirmation. Lin Fan playfully pinched the sphere's nose and said, "Not too shabby." The sphere beamed with joy, grinning widely in a goofy manner. However, upon hearing footsteps, it sneaked a glance at several individuals disembarking from a heavy truck. Seemingly frightened, it hurriedly hid behind Lin Fan. Clearly, this little creature still harbored some trepidation towards humans. Lin Fan gently inhaled and reassured, "Do not worry. Sphere, they will be our friends from now on." "Oh, friends." Only then did the sphere feel at ease, scampering towards the group of individuals. It first approached Chun Hu's wheelchair, poking at his metallic prosthetic with its finger. A resonant clang echoed. The sphere's eyes brightened, and it couldn't help but drool a little. Chun Hu, unfazed, remarked, "Lin Fan, this little pig you're raising is quite clever." Lin Fan, taken aback, quickly exclaimed, "Sphere, you can't eat that, that's Colonel Chun Hu's leg." "Leg? Oh, fine." The sphere then grudgingly moved away, sniffing around each person, but finding little interest, returning to Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan stepped in front of the Doomsday Messenger robot. Clink! The interstellar scavenging system had been activated, and a line of small text appeared in Lin Fan's vision. Doomsday Messenger robot, one of the colossal robots of the Qinyang star. Lin Fan inquired of the system, "Can it be repaired?" "Certainly," the system replied. "However, the sphere has expended considerable rare metal elements in repairing the Titan twice, and currently lacks sufficient resources to repair the Doomsday Messenger." "Understood." Lin Fan cast a careful glance at the sphere and chuckled softly. Were it not for the crisis, and the sphere's repair of the Titan robot, the city of Shirkuei might have truly fallen. When discussing the savior of Shirkuei City, one might consider this unassuming little creature. Yet, the upper echelons of Shirkuei City once clamored to bury it alive. The sphere observed Lin Fan's peculiar expression, mistakenly believing he was urging it towards some perilous task, and displayed a pitiful demeanor. "Rest assured, you won't have to deal with robots anymore," Lin Fan assured. "In a while, they'll take you out for a real feast." Upon hearing the mention of a feast, the sphere was elated. It bounced about, circling Lin Fan once. Then, it leapt beside the Titan robot, gesturing at it enthusiastically. Alas, the Titan robot could not comprehend. Niofurei was no stranger to Heavy Iron City. At this moment, he had brought Niu Xingli and Chen Ryu to the Half-People's tank factory. Inside the factory, the air was filled with the sounds of machinery and the shouts of half-people. Mechanical arms were in constant motion, with the sounds of cutting ringing in the air. Many old-fashioned tanks had already been repaired and lined up in neat rows. Under the guidance of an elderly half-person, the workers were diligently gathered, focused on repairing large tanks. Niu Xingli was astonished by the sight. As an engineer by training, he understood that repairing these new large tanks was no easy feat. Despite this, the half-people had managed to grasp some techniques. He murmured, "Dad, have these half-people become adept? Weren't you just complaining about my calling you here?" Niu Xingli chuckled and asked, "What does Captain Lin Fan intend to do?" "Establish a tank division of half-people," Niu Furue whispered. "A tank division of half-people? Wait." Niu Xingli pondered. "Are the tanks that entered Shirkuei City operated by half-people?" "Indeed." "Is that so?" After saying this, Niu Xingli walked directly to the half-workers, keenly observing their tasks. Before long, he squeezed into the midst of them, joining in their efforts. For these electromagnetic dual-ballistic large tanks, every detail, from structure to minute components, significantly differed from the old models. Since Wayana established the Half-People's tank factory, they had begun to independently conduct tank repairs, reducing their reliance on the sphere. However, they still encountered some technical challenges, particularly with these large tanks. Though Niu Xingli could not speak the Half-People's language, he gestured earnestly, striving to convey his thoughts. Wayana and the other half-people quickly realized Niu Xingli's profound understanding of large tanks and were thoroughly impressed. Though Niu Xingli was not the pinnacle of human engineering, he was a technical backbone in tank technology. His presence alleviated these technical hurdles with ease. Neo Furue watched his son blend seamlessly among the half-people, a smile creeping across his face. It seemed his decision was indeed a sound one. Outside the bay's little chubby, Chunhu greeted Pang Dun upon encountering him. It was worth mentioning that during his first visit to Heavy Iron City, Pang Dun had been the very first half-person he met. Pang Dun paused, then scrutinized Chunhu once more before finally recognizing him. Pointing at his leg, he babbled a few words, realizing it must have been blown off. Feeling sympathetic, Pang Dun produced several potatoes and handed them to Chunhu. Chunhu, resigned, accepted the potatoes, not entirely sure why this little chubby fellow had a penchant for offering him tubers. Though he could not comprehend Pang Dun's words, he found an inexplicable kinship. Thus, Chunhu produced a cigar from his pocket, offering it to the rotund half-person and lighting it for him. Pang Dun grinned foolishly, imitating Chunhu, taking a couple of puffs, only to have smoke billow from his ears. The surrounding half-people were horrified, fearing Pang Dun had caught fire. Before long, Lin Fan called Chunhu onto the vehicle. The heavy truck rumbled westward, exiting Heavy Iron City. "Where are we headed?" Chunhu queried. "I'm taking you somewhere." "What place?" So mysteriously. "You'll find out shortly." By the time the heavy truck arrived at the Shigan River Valley, dusk had settled in. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the Shigan River, shimmering with light. In the vast expanse of the valley, rectangular fields emerged. The area was already lush with greenery, with elevated terrains on both sides of the valley shielding against the desert winds. Everywhere, the diminutive figures of half-people were bustling about. The half-people had toiled throughout the day, showing no intent of resting. Tractors were cultivating the land, while thousands of half-people were busy harvesting potatoes. Most of them were the elderly, weak, or women and children, yet their agricultural prowess matched that of the robust half-people. The potato harvest planted before winter had yielded abundantly, far exceeding the needs of the half-people. Compared to half a year ago, the Shigan River Valley had undergone a remarkable transformation. It had now become a veritable granary for Heavy Iron City. In the fields, the half-people labored tirelessly for over 10 hours a day. Amidst the crops, they seemed to be eternally oblivious to fatigue. Trucks continued to arrive, transporting the potatoes back to Heavy Iron City. Such extensive outdoor cultivated fields exist here. Chunhu was utterly astounded. The sight of the boundless valley farmland struck him with a shock comparable to his initial encounter with the half-people's factory. He then pulled out a potato from his pocket, exclaiming, "So, these potatoes were indeed cultivated by the half-people themselves." He understood that this scavenging team had a different mission, to address part of the food shortage in the new Shirkuei city. In the current western region, acquiring food was a daunting challenge. He never anticipated that Lin Fan had managed to establish such a vast agricultural expanse within Heavy Iron City. Moreover, there were so many industrious half-people diligently tending to it. After a moment, Chunhu inquired, "Lin Fan, just what monumental endeavors have you undertaken in Heavy Iron City?" Lin Fan replied, "It's all thanks to your father. If Mayor Chen hadn't provided me with dozens of farming machines, I wouldn't have known what to do with these fields. Those farming machines are nothing but a heap of scrap metal in Shirkuei City's warehouse." Chunhu chuckled, adding, "If I were my dad, I would have given you even more." The old man is still a bit reluctant. "Keep dreaming," Lin Fan retorted. No one would believe that outdoor cultivation bases could be established in the West, not even Mayor Chen. Yet, despite this, he still entrusted these resources to me. I have immense respect for Mayor Chen. Even now, my dad remains somewhat skeptical of you. Chunhu remarked, his brow slightly furrowing. These crops were painstakingly cultivated by the half-people. Will they agree to supply them to Shirkuei City? I made arrangements with Mayor Chen. The food isn't free, it's a debt owed. I believe Mayor Chen will honor it, Lin Fan assured. Chunhu nodded slightly and asked, "I've always wanted to ask you a question." "Go ahead. Why are these half-people so unwaveringly devoted to following you?" "We are destined to meet." Lin Fan sighed wistfully and remarked, "They are truly a pitiful bunch, forced to abandon their home planet, becoming mere instruments of colonization on Qinyang Star, ultimately wandering aimlessly on Earth. I aspire, within my lifetime, to return these half-humans to their ancestral homeland." "Return them to their homeland? What ist? Viken Star is light years away, beyond comprehension," Chunhu retorted. "Indeed, let us defer future matters for another time. For now, let us address the issue of food supplies," Lin Fan continued. "The entire valley region encompasses a staggering 300,000 acres of wasteland. Yet the cultivated farmland barely reaches 7 to 8,000 acres. Chunhu pondered for a moment and murmured, 7 to 8,000 acres? That might still fall short in resolving the food crisis of New Shirkuei City. Lin Fan's expression hardened as he stated, it is not merely insufficient, it is woefully inadequate. I believe we must expedite the expansion of the valley's farmland. Chunu inhaled deeply from his cigarette, his urgency palpable. There are too few agricultural machines, and the fertilizer is lacking. We must devise a plan to procure more at once. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards Chan Hu and inquired, do you have a solution? Upon catching the glint in Lin Fan's eyes, Chen Hu realized that this man had been scheming from the very beginning. You intended for me to handle this from the outset, didn't you? A sly grin crept across Chan Hu's face. Well, you've indeed chosen the right person. I shall take care of it. What you are tasked with extends beyond just agricultural machinery. The entire valley will be entrusted to your stewardship. Lin Fan paused momentarily. The matter of food is of utmost importance and particularly challenging. Are you capable of handling it? Chen Hu contemplated briefly, extinguished a cigar, and maneuvered his wheelchair a short distance, facing the vast expanse of the valley land. Here, the farmland is sown with seeds, yet it harbors a treasure trove of hope. Rest assured, Captain, I shall shoulder this responsibility, Chen Hu proclaimed loudly. From this day forth, the agricultural fields of this valley shall be my battlefield. I vow not to relent until they are conquered. He understood the profound significance of these farmlands, as they would directly impact the food security of the populace in New Shirkuei City. Lin Fan's decision to entrust this responsibility to him was a testament to his unwavering trust. And Chun, who was determined to dedicate himself fully to this endeavor. At last, a hint of a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. He knew what sort of person Chun Hu was. With him managing these farmlands, Lin Fan could certainly ease his burdens. Moreover, given his position, acquiring advanced agricultural machinery and improved seeds would be far simpler than for himself. Chapter 70. The resurrected Dawn Messenger. The atmosphere in Heavy Iron City grew increasingly vibrant. The presence of half-human armed tanks surged, and robots became a ubiquitous sight. Gradually, the half-human settlement divided into two distinct areas. One was the industrial zone located in the northern part of Heavy Iron City, primarily populated by half-human workers, along with a contingent of half-human engineers and skilled technicians. Niu Xingli spent his days mingling among the half-humans, assisting them in repairing tanks. The other area was the agricultural base situated in the western part of Heavy Iron City, along the banks of the Shigan River, predominantly inhabited by half-human farmers. After taking charge of the agricultural base, Qian Hu, accompanied by Niu Furue, transported a truckload of potatoes to New Stone Helmet City. In the underground warehouse, Mayor Chun, leaning on his cane, stared at the truckload of potatoes in astonishment. His expression was not one of joy. Instead, his brow furrowed as he inquired, Qian Hu, what is the meaning of this? Qian Hu wheeled himself to the mayor's side, offering him several potatoes. He spoke slowly. Father, these are merely potatoes. Do you not recognize them? Where did you acquire these? It's only been a few days. You haven't stolen them from somewhere, have you? They were grown. Grown? The mayor scrutinized the potatoes further, exclaiming, how is it possible for just a handful of you to cultivate such a bounty? These are not many. Chun Hu replied, he'll be honest. I am currently working with Lin Fan on this very endeavor. Do not attempt to deceive this old man, the mayor warned. I swear, there is no deception involved. To the mayor's surprise, Lin Fan had indeed managed to produce this food. Where exactly were these grown? You need not concern yourself with that. You've always been one to prattle on, Chan Hu retorted. You still underestimate Lin Fan. However, it was agreed that these are merely a loan to New Stone Helmet City and must be returned in due time. That is no issue. Not a single one shall be withheld from you. These are merely a token of our meeting. The bulk of our provisions lies ahead. However, we lack advanced agricultural equipment and seeds. Chan Hu stated. Surely you can assist with that? The mayor, weighing the potatoes in his hands, finally revealed a hint of a smile. Very well. I shall contact the governor of the Western Province and request a transfer on behalf of New Stone Helmet City. Provide me with a list of what is needed. Meanwhile, Lin Fan led a contingent of half-human tanks and transport vehicles southward. They scoured the ruins of the southern region for heavy artillery and tanks, while also discovering numerous half-human tribes. In this transformed Akai, he had taken on the role of an apostle, spreading the word of the god of Uru among these tribes. The half-humans in the south. upon encountering the half-human forces from Heavy Iron City, were left in a state of shock that was hard to articulate. The southern half-humans, often beleaguered by mutant fish monsters and various aberrations, lived in dire conditions. Many tribes began migrating to Heavy Iron City. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. On the day Lin Fan returned, he brought with him a spherical device to the base. The damaged Doomsday Messenger lay motionless in a corner, appearing quite forlorn, with many of its internal components shattered. At that moment, the sphere had consumed a considerable amount of rare metals from the southern ruins and had finally regained its vitality. It was ready to repair the Doomsday Messenger. After a brief moment of preparation, energy surged within it, manifesting as numerous fiery red spots on its surface, the repair nanobots absorbing energy. Suddenly, the little device sneezed, expelling a silver metallic liquid onto the body of the Doomsday Messenger. The nanobots, numbering in the trillions, became immediately active, responding to the command of the scavenger pig with unwavering obedience. They began to crawl over the lifeless frame of the Doomsday Messenger. Some nanobots clung to electronic components, while others struggled to lift a single metallic atom. Though they appeared minuscule compared to the atoms, the energy they contained was formidable. The nanobots infiltrated every crevice, navigating between atoms as they embarked on their remarkable journey. Their task was singular and straightforward, merely to realign the dislocated atoms to their original positions. Wherever they moved, the metallic luster of the robot gradually returned, the dented body slowly restoring, and the gaps were meticulously filled. The internal structure of the Doomsday Messenger was extraordinarily complex. It would be impossible for humans to restore such a robot. However, on an extremely microscopic level, to the repair nanobots, this robot was merely a collection of malleable metallic atoms. It must be acknowledged that, in the presence of primitive civilization robots, the nanobots exhibited almost no flaws. Yet, their existence was peculiar. Having developed within the body of the scavenger pig, and they were exclusively obedient to it. Perhaps only such ancient high civilization beings could supply them with sufficient energy. After approximately 10 hours, having completed the physical repairs of the Doomsday Messenger, a portion of the nanobots ventured into the operational program module. They bravely charged forward, using their bodies to breach the internal defenses of the Doomsday Messenger. Countless nanobots depleted their final reserves of energy and could no longer move. Perishing within the robot's based IT, could be said that they sacrificed themselves without a sound, and thus, the Doomsday Messenger was destined to be revived. At this moment, the once damaged Doomsday Messenger shimmered with renewed brilliance. However, the repairs were not yet complete. A segment of the nanobots, after their arduous journey, reached the fusion reactor. They collided with one another, self-destructing to reactivate the nuclear reactor. Ultimately, only a small fraction of the nanobots managed to return to the spherical device. Buzzing, the fusion reactor within the Doomsday Messenger finally restored its function, unleashing an immense power. Its once dull optics glowed a vibrant red once more. Soon, its body levitated off the ground, and the metallic scepter in its hand was raised once again. In an instant, an overwhelming aura filled the base. It seemed that with a mere gesture, it could lay waste to the very ground beneath it. It was an emotionless instrument of destruction, yet upon gazing at the spherical device, it slowly lowered its scepter and extended its arm, palm outstretched. However, the sphere stood upright, tilted its head, and crossed its arms. Disregarding the gesture, it appeared that the little creature was somewhat miffed. The Doomsday Messenger's systems continued to analyze. Yet it could not decipher the intentions of the sphere. The sphere made gestures, visibly expressing its dissatisfaction. As its anger escalated, it imitated the half-humans, picking up a small stone. With a flick, the stone arced through the air, striking the Doomsday Messenger. While others were bewildered, Lin Fan understood perfectly. The little creature was still haunted by the defense battle of Stone Helmet City, even fearful of it. That moment, it was afraid that Lin Fan might perish in battle. The sphere could repair robots, yet it could not resurrect a carbon-based life form. Thus, it held no affection for the robot before it. Its loyalty lay with Titan. Observing the sphere's demeanor, Lin Fan felt a pang of sadness. This little creature had always regarded him as its sole kin. It was precisely for this reason that after the Titan was obliterated by the nuclear explosion, it expended all its energy to restore it. Driven by the desire to save its companion, the Doomsday Messenger, unable to comprehend the sphere's emotions, obediently extended its arm after being struck by the stone. It was an unfeeling automaton, and its current task was to ascertain who its true commander would be. The sphere waved its small hand and pointed at Lin Fan. Subsequently, the Doomsday Messenger turned its gaze towards Lin Fan, bowing its head in submission. I do not favor the name Doomsday Messenger. It is now dawn, and you shall henceforth be known as the Dawn Messenger, Lin Fan declared. Your duty is to protect Heavy Iron City and safeguard its inhabitants, both human and half-human. The robot hovering in the air nodded in affirmation. Thus, the Doomsday Messenger was no more. The Dawn Messenger was born. Its four-winged turbines whirred to life, emitting a brilliant azure glow as it hovered in the air, producing a rhythmic thrum. Present alongside Lin Fan was Chan Hu, who sat in his wheelchair, utterly astonished at the sight. The formidable robot, which had once brought ruin to Stone Helmet City, had now become Lin Fan's subordinate. Chan Hu, cigar in hand, quietly burned it down to a stub as he gazed at the Dawn Messenger in awe. Can this robot truly heed your commands? Of course, Lin Fan replied. After approximately 10 hours of labor, the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, and the half-humans were already bustling about in their daily routines. Following Lin Fan's lead, the Dawn Messenger soared out of the base's opening, its form appearing above the compound, gliding smoothly. The 30-meter-tall metallic body glimmered under the soft light of dawn. When the massive scepter was raised, it exuded an air of undeniable authority. The half-humans looked up in awe at the giant robot hovering above the base, their hearts racing in trepidation. The winged beasts in the sky took notice of the imposing figure and veered away. Meanwhile, Nyo Furue and his son watched from a distance, trembling in fear. It could be said that Stone Helmet City had met its demise at the hands of this very being. As everyone focused on the Dawn Messenger, an Akron-class robot stealthily approached from a concealed corner. It began to glide towards Lin Fan's direction. Neither the half-humans nor the other robots detected its true nature. Everyone presumed it to be a repaired Heavy Iron City robot. However, the Water Ghost sensed an impending threat. This was no Heavy Iron City robot. It was an infiltrating assassin. It aimed to protect Lin Fan, but it was already too late. The weapons of the cowardly Hornet robot were revealed. As a small missile sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lin Fan. Unbeknownst to him, a threat was closing in. Although the cowardly Hornet was not primarily an assault robot, its weaponry was capable of easily terminating a human life. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a dark purple light suddenly appeared before Lin Fan's energy shield enveloped him, impervious and unyielding. The missile from the cowardly Hornet detonated against the shield. Creating not even a ripple, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. It seemed the robot had infiltrated for several days, thwarted only by Lin Fan's departure from Iron City. Were it not for the Dawn Envoy, Lin Fan would have emerged severely injured. Even if he had narrowly escaped death, he turned to glance at the Dawn Envoy, who merely nodded slightly, their gaze still cold and lethal, with an aura of impending danger. Now, its duty was no longer one of destruction, but rather the solemn task of safeguarding Iron City. Subsequently, it opened its mouth. With a startling sound, a fearsome sonic wave crashed against the body of the cowardly Hornet. The wings of the robot shattered instantly, and its entire frame plummeted to the ground. The Water Ghost joined in, unsheathing a blade that cleaved the cowardly Hornet in two, following a flurry of strikes. The robot was reduced to mere fragments. Once the threat was neutralized, the Dawn Envoy finally retracted the energy shield. Lin Fan approached the remains of the cowardly Hornet. It was, in fact, a robot from the planet Qinyang, which had stealthily infiltrated Iron City, masquerading as one of its own, with the intent to assassinate him. Chapter 71. Becoming an intermediate scavenger. The circumstances on Earth had shifted dramatically. Not only had the Northern War erupted in full force, but numerous battlefields across all 6 continents had ignited simultaneously. Even the long-hidden remnants of the Qinyang fleet re-emerged, prowling within Earth's orbit. The Qinyang sought to thwart humanity's apocalyptic strategy. The second-generation starships were compelled to engage in fierce combat with the remnants of the Qinyang fleet in near-Earth space. However, the Earth authorities were reluctant to escalate a war into outer space. The second-generation starships redirected the remnants of the Qinyang fleet towards the orbit of Jupiter. A prolonged localized conflict flared within the Jupiter orbit of the solar system. Lin Fan understood that this was merely the beginning. The situation would only grow more precarious, and his time was limited. Despite having taken control of Iron City in the context of such a space war, a city was akin to a mere speck of dust. Chan, who noticed Lin Fan's anxiety and remarked, "The defense of Stone Helmet City has been victorious. Our developments in the Zygon Valley are promising, and the forces of Iron City are growing stronger. Yet, why do you appear so troubled?" "This is far from sufficient," Lin Fan replied, gently closing his eyes as he fell into contemplation. The larger situation remained ambiguous, and the smaller circumstances were equally grim. Now, Base 245 had set its sights on Iron City. From the assault on Maslow Fortress to the defense of Stone Helmet City, Lin Fan had been exceedingly cautious. Nevertheless, Base 245 had uncovered some hints amidst the traces left behind. At Maslow Fortress, Lin Fan had commanded the winged beasts and water ghost robots to fight on his behalf. During the defense of Stone Helmet City, there had been a significant number of robots, winged beasts, and hybrids present. Perhaps Base 245 regarded Lin Fan as a threat, and he too felt the pressure emanating from them. It was inevitable that a vast city would be difficult to conceal entirely. Their dispatch of the cowardly Hornet robot for assassination indicated a tangible fury from Base 245. Lin Fan knew that had Base 245 not suffered significant losses during the defense of Stone Helmet City, they would have undoubtedly launched a direct assault on Iron City. Although Iron City had transformed dramatically, once hostilities commenced, mutual destruction would be inevitable, and the hard-earned progress of Iron City would be lost. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and stated, "Old Chen, Iron City cannot perpetually exist under the threat from Base 245, nor can the western regions." "True enough, but that is a base. We are powerless against it." Qian Hu replied. Lin Fan asserted, "Having just experienced the battle at Stone Helmet City, Base 245 has sustained considerable losses. With the northern front now engaged, those colossal forces in the north cannot afford to divert their attention. I have long harbored a plan." "What is it?" Chun Hu inquired. "Eliminate it." "What?" Chun Hu was taken aback. "A base should not be underestimated. Have you considered this thoroughly?" "I have," Lin Fan confirmed. "If we do not take action now, once Base 245 recuperates, we will find ourselves at a severe disadvantage. The robotic army, alongside the hybrids, would hardly be a match for them. Moreover, following the battle at Stone Helmet City, they will undoubtedly exercise greater caution." "You speak the truth. Yet, achieving victory will not be easy." Chun Hu replied. "I will devise a strategy," Lin Fan declared. Rising to his feet and approaching the damaged radar, a holographic projection materialized before his eyes. At this moment, having triumphed in the defense of Stone Helmet City and captured 2,000 scrap robots, he had amassed nearly 200,000 scavenger points. After consuming 100,000 points, he had astonishingly ascended to the rank of intermediate scavenger. Now, his understanding of the interstellar scavenging system was far superior to before. Upon attaining the rank of intermediate scavenger, the doors to scavenging had finally swung wide open. New technological branches had emerged in the realms of exploration. Warfare and civilization. In the exploration domain, a branch dedicated to exploration had formed, including subplanetary exploration technology, ultramicroparticle rotational exploration, which could detect all damaged items exceeding 3,000 scavenger points within a 3,000-kilometer radius through the far-reaching rotation of ultramicroparticles. It required 100,000 scavenger points. In the warfare domain, a branch dedicated to robots had emerged. Beyond the ordinary initial civilization robot repair and control technology, a new technology called self-reform technology had arisen. Robots could continually record and analyze data during combat, achieving machine learning, also requiring 100,000 scavenger points. Additionally, within the exploration domain, a branch concerning starships had appeared, with the first skill named Primary Civilization Small Starship Repair Technology, designed for the repair of miniature or small starships, requiring 500,000 scavenger points. In the civilization domain, a language branch had emerged. In addition to the superspecies consciousness simulation of intelligent beings, a primary civilization language database had appeared, capable of understanding numerous primary civilization language systems. This required 50,000 scavenger points. Upon reaching the rank of intermediate scavenger, Lin Fan had finally grasped the threshold of interstellar scavenging. However, he perceived that every technological advancement demanded an exorbitant expenditure of scavenger points. Currently, he had just over 100,000 points remaining. As an interstellar scavenger, exploration technology was indispensable. Within the urban ruins of Earth, one could always uncover clues to high-value items. Yet, in unfamiliar planets or the vastness of space, relying solely on luck would be futile, for the universe was exceedingly vast. The exploration technology branch of the scavenging technology tree could, to varying extents, save time and enhance efficiency. Subplanetary exploration technology was a method of exploration utilizing ghost particles. These particles could be drawn from space and penetrate any object. They required minimal energy and could charge by adhering to the human body. Upon instant release of G1 type ghost particles, it could explore all abandoned items exceeding 3,000 scavenger points within a 3,000-kilometer radius. In the cosmos, 3,000 kilometers represented a minuscule distance, yet on Earth, it constituted a considerable span. Without further hesitation, Lin Fan commanded, "System, unlock subplanetary exploration technology." The system responded, "Ghost particles are not effective in all scenarios. Powerful magnetic fields or certain special objects may directly capture ghost particles. Regardless, unlock it," Lin Fan insisted. Ding, a line of text appeared in the interstellar scavenging system. Consume 100,000 scavenger points to unlock subplanetary exploration technology. Indeed, these scavenger points were hard-won, largely thanks to the defense of Stone Helmet City. The Titan robot detonated a nuclear bomb, shattering the robotic legion and decimating the remaining robot forces. Additionally, thousands of hybrids had tirelessly labored for nearly a month to transport the mountain of discarded robots back to Iron City, thus amassing such a considerable number of scavenger points. Had Lin Fan attempted scavenging alone, he could scarcely fathom how long it would take to gather such a quantity of points. Ghost particles were elusive, yet Lin Fan sensed their presence through the holographic projection. The system's voice inquired, "Do you wish to initiate immediately?" "Yes," Lin Fan replied. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen undetectable ghost particles began to swirl around him, vanishing without a trace. Approximately 1 second later, the first marker materialized in Lin Fan's vision. The initial discovery was none other than the second-generation starship he had once served on. The Revival.it was located 2,312 kilometers away at a bearing of 14.5 northeast in the northern human city of Bakan. He felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling how the Revival had evaded destruction during the initial battle due to his intervention. Yet, over the protracted course of war, it had sustained severe damage and ultimately met its end. Given that Earth's technology was still in its nascent stage of space exploration, the scavenger value was pegged at 8,000. Quickly, the second marker appeared. This time, it was a severely damaged Qinyang mainstay micro-starship, the space mining vessel. Boasting a scavenger value of 15,000, its location was base 245 of the Qinyang. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. If it was situated at base 245, acquiring it would be exceedingly difficult. He held his breath, anxiously awaiting further markers. At last, the third marker emerged. However, it was not intact, merely a broken weapon belonging to a robot, located in Sanong City. Lin Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he soon noted that its scavenger value reached an impressive 3,500. Lin Fan was secretly astonished. A mere fragment of a weapon had astonishingly accumulated 3,500 scavenging points. As he scrutinized it further, he gasped in disbelief. It was the severed arm of that creature, the one that had first appeared on Earth during the Fourth War of the Qinyang Star, and had done so only once. Though he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, it was enough for nearly all terrestrial military forces to be aware of its existence. Its arrival had heralded a nightmarish ordeal, a scene of utter devastation that still sent shivers down the spines of many survivors. The last remnants of destruction had indeed taken place in the city of Sanong, located in the northwest. Now, that city lay in ruins, half consumed by the encroaching desert. Lin Fan had presumed that this being had completely melted away, but to his astonishment, its right arm had survived, still existing within the remnants of Sanong. Its presence, even as a mere dismembered limb, was enough to instill terror in the hearts of the brave. However, Sanong was situated a daunting 2,500 kilometers from Heavy Iron City. Nestled between the western and northern battle zones, Sanong was far from secure. Nonetheless, he resolved to journey there. Chapter 72. The Thief of the Western Gobi. In the desolate expanse of the Western Gobi, where fierce sands whipped through the air, silence and desolation reigned, A heavy truck rumbled northwestward, closely followed by a fleet of nearly 100 robots. Behind them loomed a colossal metallic giant, grasping a broken shield and advancing slowly. Little did anyone suspect that this was merely a scavenging team bound for an abandoned city in the northwest. Neofurio drove the heavy truck while Lin Fan occupied the passenger seat. They traversed a remote and barren landscape devoid of any signs of life. After an indeterminate duration, they crossed the vast desert and arrived at the Great Stone Canyon. This marked the northernmost edge of the western region. Beyond the canyon lay the north. However, to reach Sanong, they still needed to journey westward for over 1,000 kilometers. Captain, Neofurio remarked, after we pass the Great Stone Canyon, we will enter the northern battle zone. It appears that this northern area is quite unstable now. Let us proceed, Lin Fan replied. We cannot afford to delay any longer. This journey must be undertaken. The heavy truck entered the canyon. Shortly thereafter, a winged beast soared in from the north, landing abruptly in front of the heavy truck with a thud. This creature was known as the Red Robe. Lin Fan alighted from the vehicle and established a superspecies consciousness simulation with it. What is it? Not good. Armed humans have been detected a few kilometers ahead in the canyon. Lin Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. This canyon was surrounded by uninhabited zones, and the northern battlefield was still 1,000 kilometers away. To encounter Earth's armed forces in this canyon was unexpected. At that moment, Titan and the other robots caught up with them. Lin Fan's expression tightened. Should these robots be spotted, it could lead to complications. He called out to the robots, stand clear, retreat to the mountains. The robots obeyed the command, but the steep terrain made it difficult to ascend. Titan raised its massive shield and forcefully smashed an opening in the mountainside. Allowing the robots to clamber through point one by one, they concealed themselves behind the mountains, remaining vigilant in their observations. However, Titan's oversized head posed a challenge. It had to move a boulder to shield its metallic visage, peering out with a single eye to assess the activity in the canyon. Minutes passed, and a cloud of dust billowed forth as 3 large tanks emerged in the distance. The tanks were equipped with dual electromagnetic cannons. Slowly rotating into position, Lin Fan sought to avoid unnecessary complications and instructed Neofurio to park the heavy truck at the edge of the mountains, creating a path for them. Captain, what do you think they are here for? Why are they in this area? Uncertain, Lin Fan replied. We must urge them to leave quickly. We cannot afford to reveal our presence. As the 3 tanks rolled past, a sudden screech of brakes echoed, and one of the large tanks came to a halt. Neofurio was taken aback. They've stopped. What do they intend to do? Unclear. At that moment, a young soldier emerged from the tank, approaching the heavy truck. He raised his electromagnetic rifle, scrutinizing Lin Fan, and knocked on the vehicle's door, demanding, Scavenger, open the door. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. What do you want, young man? This is an order. The young soldier appeared to belong to the northern battle zone. Though young, he exhibited a fierce demeanor. Hey, you little brat, Neofurio interjected, unable to contain his anger at the soldier's insolent tone. Who do you think you are to speak to Captain Lin like that? Captain Lin? What does the leader of a scavenging team amount to? The young soldier glared at Neofurio and walked around to the driver's seat, stating defiantly, You, a scavenger, dare to speak to me like that? Tell me, where do you hail from? Neofurio replied boldly, We are from the Western Province, Scavenger Team 1523. As he proclaimed their number, he did so with a hint of pride, not backing down. The young soldier hesitated slightly. It was his first encounter with scavengers who spoke their identification with such confidence. He pressed on. What business do you have in the northern battle zone? Carrying out a mission. What mission? We are tasked with a confidential mission. I can't divulge that to you. The young soldier smirked and sneered. No need to bother. Your heavy truck has been requisitioned? Requisitioned? Neofurio's expression darkened. You little brat, you dare to commandeer our 1523's vehicle. What of it? What's wrong with Scavenger Team 1523? The young soldier, clearly losing patience, pointed to the large tank behind him. Do you know who we are? Do you honestly think I care? We are from the 076 Division of the Northern Battle Zone. The young soldier declared, I order you to disembark. I refuse. The young soldier scanned Neofurio with an imperious gaze. Raising his electromagnetic rifle, he warned, Say that again, scavenger. My patience is limited. If you defy me, I will have you executed. Neofurio, incensed, could hardly believe his ears. After decades of military service, he had faced countless adversities, yet here he was being threatened by a mere rookie. Moreover, with the main forces from the western battle zone being diverted to the north, a situation that nearly led to the destruction of Stone Helmet City, Neo Furio's frustration had been simmering. He flung open the truck door and leapt down, deftly tackling the young soldier, disarming him of his electromagnetic rifle, and pinning him firmly to the ground. Though Neo Furio was not a young man, his agility was commendable. He regarded the subdued soldier with a faint smile and remarked, "You little brat, is this all you've got to threaten me?" The young soldier was equally astonished. He hadn't anticipated that a scavenger could possess such skill. Just then, the large tank shifted, its electromagnetic railgun pivoting toward Neo Furio. Unfazed, he had seen far worse in his time. The young soldier taunted, "Behind you lies a tank. Do you still dare to lay hands on me, scavenger?" At that moment, a few pebbles tumbled down from the mountainside. Lin Fan quickly stepped forward, grabbing Neo Furio, and urged, "Old Neo, let it go. I have no desire to create unnecessary conflict here." The young soldier exhaled slowly, a hint of satisfaction returning to his demeanor. "Wise of you to recognize that." Lin Fan's expression remained cold as he stated, "In this apocalyptic world, I harbor no intention of causing you harm." The young soldier reclaimed his electromagnetic rifle from Neo Furio and retreated back into the large tank, looking somewhat defeated. Unbeknownst to him and the officers inside the tank, the robots perched above in the canyon had been poised to obliterate their tank moments prior. At that moment, an officer emerged from the tank, visibly impatient, and called out, "Scavenger, what are you dawdling for? Join our ranks. You are not engaged in battle in the northern zone. What purpose do you have in the west?" "We are here to rescue hostages," the officer replied. "We discovered a large group of thieves in the Gobi, active by day and hiding by night, who have pilfered supplies from our transport convoy." "Thieves in the Gobi?" Lin Fan murmured, and after a brief pause, he inquired, "Are they short in stature and rather sneaky?" "How do you know?" "According to intelligence, they do not appear to be human," the officer added. "Will you accept the conscription or not?" Lin Fan hesitated before turning to Neo Furio. "Old Neo, you stay here. I will drive the heavy truck and accompany them." Neo Furio whispered into Lin Fan's ear, "Captain, why did you agree to their demands? We belong to the Western Battle Zone. What authority does their 076 Division have to requisition us? We are still scavengers. The Northern Battle Zone is no less dangerous than the West. We cannot expose ourselves," Lin Fan replied. "Additionally, I wish to ascertain the nature of these enigmatic thieves appearing in the Gobi. But given their imposing presence, I cannot quell my anger." Neo Furio protested. "Fine, I shall accompany them just to observe." "It won't cause any harm," Lin Fan added. "I entrust the robot brigade to you. Lead them to hide in the abandoned dam north of the canyon. Ensure they remain concealed and do not draw attention." "Understood. You can rest easy," Neo Furio affirmed. "I shall do my best." Lin Fan remarked, "Once the Northern War commences, the military will initiate emergency communications. Should any issues arise, contact me directly." Neo Furio nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Fan boarded the heavy truck, following the tank out of the canyon and heading southwest, while Neo Furio led the robots several kilometers toward the abandoned dam west of the Great Canyon. The dam has been in ruins for nearly half a century, the embankment is towering, and the river has nearly run dry. This area still lies at the intersection of the western and northern battle zones. Characterized by desolate regions where discovery is unlikely, a formation of robots will be stationed there, awaiting Lin Fan's orders. Darkness has descended in a concealed valley. 3 tanks are parked beneath a massive boulder. With 8 or 9 soldiers huddled together, deep in discussion, Lin Fan senses that they are likely planning to venture to a nearby small city, Yowu City. There is no other. It is the only city within hundreds of miles. However, Yowu City has long been devastated, devoid of industrial value or strategic significance. Lin Fan ponders why the petty thieves of the Western Desert would occupy Yowu City. Chapter 73. The Ambush Tank Crew. Yowu City, situated 100 kilometers southeast of the canyon, serves as a transport route between the western and northern battle zones. 3 large tanks advance ahead, entering Yowu City, followed by heavy trucks. The city is small, its buildings low and abandoned for many years, appearing particularly desolate and forlorn. Lin Fan surveys the surroundings, murmuring to himself, "How could such a deserted city harbor thieves?" He finds it rather peculiar. Just then, A muffled explosion reverberates as the foremost tank rolls over a slab of stone, instantly triggering a bomb. The tracks are jolted, and the tank's heavy body quivers slightly. Fortunately, the bomb's power is negligible. It remains undamaged and continues its steady advance. A message appears on Lin Fan's wristband from the tank crew leader. They are weak and pose no threat. Keep up with me. Lin Fan is perplexed. This group of thieves has even planted bombs. They cannot possibly be the Qinyang aliens, for they would not employ such clumsy tactics. Most critically, the method of burying bombs feels oddly familiar. Suddenly, several shadows appear in the distant buildings, stealthily observing the commotion and hastily fleeing upon spotting the tanks. The tank commander's voice resounds again. They've been spotted. Pursue them. Lin Fan furrows his brow. Those shadows are not human. They are half-humans. He had long harbored suspicions. The beings capable of thievery in such a ruined city cannot be the Qinyang aliens, nor likely humans. The only possibility is half-humans. Yet, he hopes it is not the latter. For some time, he has ceased to regard these diligent, innocent extraterrestrial beings as outsiders, but rather as friends. The three large tanks are certainly no match for a band of half-human thieves. The tanks accelerate, enclosing the half-humans in pursuit. The half-humans flee desperately, eventually cornered in a warehouse. Boom! The electromagnetic railgun strikes the thick wall, shattering it and blocking their escape. The half-humans, terrified, huddle on the ground, covering their heads. The three tanks encircle them. Young soldiers produce ropes, binding the half-humans. The tank crew understands that the half-humans in Youwu City are not limited to these few. 2 additional tanks patrol the city, seeking to uncover the half-humans' accomplices. A young soldier taps the heads of the half-humans with his electromagnetic rifle, causing them to wail in pain. Lin Fan, feeling a pang of sympathy, intervenes. Brother, they are rather pitiable. Must you be so harsh? These creatures are no good. They plant bombs on transport routes, hijacking goods after destroying vehicles. The young soldier retorts, and who are you to lecture me? He pushes Lin Fan aside and kicks a half-human to the ground. The half-human, lying there, gazes up at the young soldier in terror, slowly retreating. How about you hand them over to me? I can manage them. Return to your truck. Lin Fan's brow tightens. Youwu City has long been abandoned. He has never heard of half-humans lurking within. He knows that half-humans tend to avoid contact with humans, vehemently shunning interactions. Though Youwu City is somewhat remote, humans still occasionally traverse it. Why then do these half-humans exhibit such audacity? Appearing here to rob? Before long, the young soldier, fatigued, returns to the tank. The other two tanks also come back. After a thorough search of Youwu City, they find no additional half-humans. As night falls and the air grows cold. The tank crew kindles a bonfire. Lin Fan remains inside the heavy truck, observing the whispering half-humans and the eerily silent surroundings, sensing something amiss. The tanks are impervious to ordinary bombs, but this heavy truck is vulnerable. He warns the tank commander, be cautious tonight. Watch for half-human ambushes. The young soldier scoffs derisively. You coward, afraid of half-humans. The other soldiers burst into laughter. Lin Fan takes a deep breath. Do not underestimate the half-humans. They can be brave, and they are not foolish, the tank commander sneers. A group of uncivilized, barbaric beings, resorting to petty thievery. Upon seeing us, they likely fled long ago. I wager the remaining half-humans have already escaped. The young soldier concurs. Afterward, he swings a club, striking a half-human, eliciting a cry of pain. Lin Fan gazes at the captured half-humans, feeling a twinge of pity. They appear to have escaped from the realm of Qinyang. Only to fall prey to these tank soldiers, he decides to remain awake, intending to question the unfortunate half-humans once the soldiers sleep. As the tank soldiers succumb to drowsiness, they huddle together and drift off. A gust of cold wind sweeps through, gradually extinguishing the bonfire. Suddenly, a stone strikes the young soldier's head, jolting him awake. What was that? Several soldiers are hit by stones as shadows scurry from the distance. They are half-humans. They have spotted them. The tank commander activates the searchlight, rousing the others. Grab your weapons. Let us pursue them. Several tank soldiers chase after the half-humans, leaving the young soldier to guard the large tank. Lin Fan watches in astonishment. What on earth is happening with these half-humans? Moments later, several shadows creep silently across the ground, infiltrating the warehouse, while the young soldier remains oblivious. When he finally senses movement, 4 or 5 half-humans have already approached him. Under the glare of the searchlight, he sees the half-humans clearly, and he is taken aback. These beings are all wielding rifles, including electromagnetic ones, and they are all aimed at him. A one-eyed half-human limps toward the young soldier, signaling for silence and urging him to lower his weapon. The young soldier is frightened. More and more half-humans gather around him, at least a dozen. He cannot be certain whether they would fire. If even one of them pulls the trigger, he would be done for. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly lays down his electromagnetic rifle. Just then, bang! One half-human swings a stick from behind, striking the young soldier on the back of his head. His body goes limp, and he collapses unconscious. Several half-humans drag the young soldier aside, and others swiftly climb onto the tank. Prying open the hatch, they begin to shove a series of bombs into the tank's interior. Boom, boom, boom. The tank's heavy body jolts several times with each explosion. Lin Fan witnesses this scene, horrified. These creatures are clearly up to no good. Their bombs cannot destroy the tank from the outside, but they can obliterate it from within. However, the half-humans remain unaware of Lin Fan, quickly slipping away. At that moment, the departing tank soldiers return, visibly flustered. They had not anticipated the sheer number of half-humans, and everyone is on high alert. The tank commander shouts, "Get on the tanks. Prepare for battle. Let us eliminate these pests," however, as one tank soldier climbs aboard. He catches a whiff of something burning. The tank's hatch has been blown askew, and thick smoke billows out. The tank is under attack. Its exterior is remarkably sturdy, impervious to the explosions. However, the internal mechanisms and circuits are vulnerable to such blasts. The tank soldiers shout in a panic, "Commander, it's bad. The inside of the tank has been blown up." "What? Those bastards!" The tank commander is furious. "We've been tricked, damn it. How can these half-humans be so clever?" "What now?" There's no choice. Find cover and prepare for battle. They quickly take shelter behind the tank's point. One soldier deploys a small illumination flare, lighting up the entire warehouse. In an instant, the faces of the tank soldiers turn pale. They finally comprehend the situation outside the warehouse, eyeing the nearby corners, through the windows of the abandoned buildings. At the entrances, half-humans swarm everywhere. They are a veritable tide, nearly all armed. The tank soldiers are surrounded. There are too many half-humans. They are simply outmatched. The only threat to the half-humans, the tanks, has been rendered inoperable. At this moment, a dozen mining vehicles slowly approach, equipped with heavy machine guns. The half-humans follow suit, encircling the warehouse like a flood. The tank commander peeks out, only to hear bullets pelting the tank. He realizes they can no longer escape. If they open fire, they will be turned into Swiss cheese. At that moment, the one-eyed, limping half-man approached. His body was a tapestry of scars. One eye was lost, and one leg was not functioning properly. Before the towering human warriors, he exhibited no fear whatsoever. He pointed at the electromagnetic rifle of the tank commander, speaking in a stuttering half-man tongue. What was he saying? To lay down our arms, the tank soldier suggested. "Commander, perhaps we should surrender." The tank commander's face turned ashen, bellowing, "How can the esteemed tank division of the 076th Regiment surrender to mere half-men?" There was no choice. These beings were no ordinary half-men. They were formidable adversaries. Armed half-men numbered in the thousands, with countless gun barrels trained upon them, and even heavy machine guns at the ready. Should a firefight ensue, the tank soldiers would have no means to retaliate. The tank commander understood that these half-men held less animosity towards humans than the Changyang aliens. In such a predicament, swallowing their pride might be the key to survival. Yet, the thought of the proud tank division being disarmed by a band of half-men was profoundly disheartening. After a moment of hesitation, the commander conceded. "It seems we have no other option. Let us lower our weapons and prioritize survival." With a sigh, he instructed his men to cast their electromagnetic rifles to the ground. Swiftly, several half-men advanced and confiscated the rifles of the tank soldiers. One by one, the tank soldiers felt a heavy blow to their heads, collapsing into unconsciousness. More half-men approached, ropes in hand, binding 7 or 8 tank soldiers tightly. The half-men pointed towards the heavy truck where Lin Fan was located. Whispering among themselves, the limping half-man arrived before the heavy truck, fully aware that a human was concealed inside. He shouted insistently, signaling for them to open the door and surrender. With a creaking sound, the door slowly opened, revealing a tall figure that descended. The limping half-man's expression changed dramatically, his body trembling. Ulu. His voice was hoarse. Gongshi, what are you doing here? Gongshi embraced Lin Fan, tears streaming down his face. Conveying through thought, we have been searching for your whereabouts, and at last, we have found you. You were looking for me? Lin Fan queried, somewhat astonished. Gongshi nodded. Indeed, I had no knowledge of your dwelling place, only that you hailed from the eastern side of the Honggu Mountains. Thus, I led them from the Gushi mine southeastward, migrating over 1,000 miles to reach this desolate city. Lin Fan was taken aback. The half-men had been ambushing convoys in Yawu City, and the reason was himself. He inquired further, what happened to your leg? When the Maslow fortress was evacuated, the walls collapsed, injuring my foot. Lin Fan lamented, it is my fault for not ensuring your safety during the battle at Maslow fortress. No, Gongshi trembled. This was my own choice, and I consider it an honor. Lin Fan scrutinized the clustered half-men and asked, what is their situation? It is a long story, Gongshi replied slowly. After the fall of Maslow fortress, I and others who could not escape were recaptured and taken to the northern Gushi mine. And then, a few months ago, a strange event transpired. What was it? Overnight, the forces at Gushi mine were nearly depleted. Gongshi spoke with fervor. I knew it was my prayers that summoned you, and I was certain you would not abandon me that night. In your name, I called for all the miners to revolt. In my name? Yes, Gongshi affirmed. We paid a heavy price, with thousands of my kin escaping from the mine, fleeing southeastward. The robots did not intercept you? No, how so? Lin Fan inquired, astonished. My lord, you cannot hide anything from me. I know it was you who drew them away. Gongshi gazed at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with reverence. Thank you for your grace. We have finally escaped. Lin Fan pondered briefly, offering an awkward smile. The half-men of Gushi mine escaping had nothing to do with him. The northern warfront was in full conflict, intensely fierce. Not only had humans committed vast forces, but the Changyang aliens had done so as well. Yet, the Changyang aliens did not anticipate the half-men of Gushi mine to choose this moment for rebellion. Compared to the war against humans, the fleeing half-men were inconsequential. Moreover, during this critical juncture, there was little time to consider the half-men. He spoke slowly. Gongshi, it was you who rescued the half-men of Gushi City. I had no part in it. Gongshi displayed a look of alarm, stating, my lord, I am merely your devoted follower. Without your guidance and assistance, without the courage and strength you bestowed upon me, I could never have led them to freedom. Lin Fan sighed. How many half-men are there here? 5,000. So many? Lin Fan was secretly astonished. He had never expected that Gongshi not only survived but also rallied such a large contingent of half-men. It was known that the half-men in Heavy Iron City numbered less than 20,000. These half-men were also armed, posing a significant threat. Occupying Yawu City, they even dared to raid human transport convoys. Gongshi glanced back at the half-men behind him, a hint of worry crossing his face. My lord, they are also your loyal followers. Can you take them in? Well, Lin Fan hesitated. I cannot say I will take them in. How about this? You all should head to Heavy Iron City. What is Heavy Iron City? It is a city belonging to the half-men, with half-men's farms, factories, and armies. Upon hearing this, Gongshi's eyes brightened. My lord, where is Heavy Iron City? In the southeastern direction, and my lord, can you lead us there? I have a significant matter to attend to and cannot take you back at this moment, Gongshi insisted. My lord, you could bring us along. We will become your warriors. No, this northern battlefield is not like Maslow Fortress. One misstep, and you are finished. Lin Fan paused. You will leave Yawu City and travel south for 100 kilometers. Wait for me there. I will bring you to Heavy Iron City. That would be wonderful, Gongshi exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, Lord Ulu. We finally have a home. Outside the warehouse, a throng of half-men gathered, their eyes wide with astonishment. They could not comprehend how Gongshi became so enraptured upon meeting this human. At times excited, at times fearful, the other half-men were both surprised and bewildered. After all, in their eyes, Gongshi was undeniably a courageous and unyielding half-man. A hero who had saved the half-men of Gushi mine. That moment, another young half-man could no longer contain himself, cautiously sizing up Lin Fan. He approached Gongshi, pulling him aside to whisper in his ear. Just then, Gongshi cleared his throat and shouted in half-man language, Ulu da scan. The half-men of Gushi mine erupted in a frenzy. Gongshi conveyed to them not to let ignorance taint their souls, nor be blinded by appearances. The being before them was not merely human. He was the deity revered by generations of half-men from Baikin Star. Ulu Dai in Gongshi's eyes, Lin Fan was monumental. Without him, the half-men would never have their own arms, nor possess the courage to resist. Without him, the half-men of Maslow Fortress would still be trapped in the mines. Without him, the half-men of Gushi Mine would never have escaped. Gongshi was a warrior among half-men, yet before Lin Fan, he dared not show the slightest hint of disrespect. Soon, Gongshi shared significant news with the half-men of Gushi Mine. Under the protection of the deity Ulu, the half-men now had a city of their own. They had a home. There were farms, factories, and armies belonging to the half-men. What? A city for half-men. The half-men of Gushi Mine were utterly astonished, frozen in disbelief. They had drifted on Earth for many years, never having heard of half-men possessing their own city. They might have been miners in the depths of the mines or laborers in factories, toiling away as mere lowly slaves. They dared to envision that if they were in a city of their own, they could reclaim all they had lost. Ulu, Ulu. Their voices rang out powerfully. The half-men of Gushi Mine cast down their weapons, bursting into jubilant celebration. Fortunately, the few tank soldiers had been knocked unconscious. Otherwise, they would have been terrified by the scene. Lin Fan, overwhelmed, struggled to calm the half-men. He knew that Yao City was not a place for the half-men to linger. The war between the Qiangyang aliens and humans was at a stalemate, with neither side having the time to attend to the half-men of Yao City. However, once the war concluded, regardless of who emerged victorious, the winner would undoubtedly purge the half-armed half-men. Lin Fan continued, Gongshi, you must lead the half-men out of Yao City tonight. Do not intercept human convoys along the way. Understood, Gongshi replied. Shortly after, the throng of half-men encircled Lin Fan, their faces expressing piety, murmuring fervently. Lin Fan, puzzled, asked, Gongshi, what are they saying? Gongshi responded, in the area north of Gushi Mine, within a radius of 1,000 miles, there are still hundreds of thousands of half-men miners. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Are you certain? Yes, Gongshi then spoke. The half-people there all revere you, my lord. They beseech you to rescue them and take them to Chongtai City. Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation. Hundreds of thousands of half-people represent no trivial number. Should Chongtai City welcome them, it could indeed alter the situation dramatically. Yet, these mines lie entirely within the control zone of the Qingyang people, making any attempt to rescue the half-people a daunting challenge. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Understood, I shall devise a plan. Gongshi was elated and conveyed Lin Fan's words to the remaining half-people. Once more, Lin Fan found himself in a situation he dreaded, as the half-people around him began to fervently worship him anew. Before dawn, the night remained deep and somber. Although enveloped in darkness, the hearts of the half-people at the Gushi Mine brimmed with hope. With several winged beasts escorting them, they set forth in hopeful clusters toward the south. Chapter 75. The meeting with the war zone commander. A chilling light illuminated the desert expanse as a heavy truck departed from Yao City, traversing the barren landscape. When the tank company commander awoke, he discovered himself aboard Lin Fan's heavy truck. Clutching his head, he felt a sharp pain. As he surveyed his surroundings, he turned to Lin Fan and inquired, Scavenger, where are we? We have already left Yao City, Lin Fan replied. The tank commander, taken aback, asked, What transpired? Where are the half-people? After you laid down your weapons, they had no intention of harming you, Lin Fan said. Biting into a ration, pausing briefly, he added nonchalantly, Oh, by the way, I redeemed you with a few bags of compressed biscuits. What? A few bags of compressed biscuits redeemed us, indeed. The tank commander muttered, I never imagined we were worth so little. The half-people bore no malice. Their actions were driven solely by hunger as they sought to seize the supplies from the transport vehicles. Thank you, Scavenger, the tank commander said. There's no need for thanks. The tank commander scrutinized Lin Fan, hesitating before saying, For you to rescue so many half-people, you must be no ordinary individual. I sincerely apologize for my previous conduct. That's of no consequence. Once we reach the Grand Canyon, I will commence my mission and will no longer be available for your summons, Lin Fan stated. Understood, the tank commander replied. At that moment, the tank commander's wrist device vibrated. He opened it to find his brow furrowed slightly. Wait, what is your name? Lin Fan, puzzled as to why the tank soldier would inquire about his name, thought for a moment and replied, Lin Fan. Indeed, the tank commander murmured. What is it? I just received orders for us to bring you to Masuwa City. Masuwa City? Lin Fan's expression darkened with annoyance. I have already agreed to your temporary summons, but I cannot comply with such demands at this critical juncture. The tank commander smiled lightly. It is not that I wish to detain you, but there are those above who wish to meet you. Meet me. Who? This is an order from our brigade commander. I am unclear as to who wishes to see you, and if I refuse? You saved us, and we are quite perceptive. However, this time, it is truly not us who wish to impede you. The tank commander pointed to 3 distant shadows. Your presence is quite significant. Even aircraft have been dispatched. Lin Fan gazed up at the sky, startled to see 3 aircraft approaching, having detected the heavy truck's presence. How could this be? He had never revealed his name, yet they were aware of his existence and even knew he was with this group of tank soldiers. Lin Fan inspected his wrist device. It was something every Earthling wore, generally kept confidential. However, for military personnel, the device was transparent, capable of intercepting a wealth of information, including location. It seemed he had been tracked by this device. 2 days later, Lin Fan accompanied the tank soldiers to Sualawa City. There, thousands of aircraft hovered around Masuwa City, while hundreds of thousands of mechas were arrayed in the trenches. The Northern War was far more severe than the Stone Helmet City defense battle. Masuwa City, situated in the heart of the Eastern Desert Plateau, was the largest city closest to the front lines in the Northern War Zone. The entire city was sealed, much larger than Stone Helmet City, with above-ground industrial and residential areas and an underground military zone. This was the second largest city in the Northern War Zone, crucial for military industry. The atmosphere was heavy, as military vehicles transported injured soldiers while shattered mechas were returned. These mechas stood at a towering 5 meters, surpassing even large tanks, reserved only for the main forces of the Northern War Zone. Upon arriving in Masuwa City, several tank soldiers disembarked, while several armored vehicles discreetly escorted Lin Fan into the core area of an underground military base. This was a place of great significance. A colonel approached the heavy truck and inquired, Are you Lin Fan? Lin Fan nodded. The colonel's expression remained impassive. Come with me. In the command center, a dim room housed a middle-aged general who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Appearing no older than 50, his eyes were piercing, and he remained silent for a long time. He exuded an aura of authority without anger, standing like a mountain. The atmosphere around him was particularly tense, with no one daring to speak. At that moment, a tall, slender middle-aged soldier exclaimed, Zhao Tianhai, the joint government has tasked us with holding Masuwa City, yet your actions defy their orders. Zhao Tianhai replied coldly. If we were to adhere to the joint government in every matter, Earth would have perished long ago. You cannot act in this manner. I am the commander of the Northern War Zone. The middle-aged general insisted. I have received authorization from the Emperor. From now on, you are no longer in command of the Mabe battlefield. I shall personally oversee everything, the general stated. You? The tall soldier's teeth chattered as he scoffed and departed. Leaving the others exchanging glances and whispering among themselves. One remarked, Old commander, will this be too risky? We have no choice. This war has dragged on for months, depleting energy and resources. If we continue like this, the doomsday strategy will falter, the middle-aged general replied slowly. However, if the Mabe defense line is breached, Masuwa City will become isolated, and that will be perilous, the general warned. Rest assured, should the Mabe defense line falter, I will personally lead the remaining troops to defend Masuwa City, the middle-aged general assured them. We must bring this war to an end within a month. Sir, as I understand it, while you have the Emperor's support, the Song family's influence is considerable, and your situation is precarious. Should Masuwa City fall, you will face immense public pressure. Fear not. I have already prepared for such eventualities, the middle-aged general said. Very well, the electromagnetic door of the command room opened, and 5 individuals emerged. Lin Fan was astonished to see that all were of major general rank, commanding significant troops. A lieutenant colonel said, You may enter. The commander wishes to see you. After undergoing scanning, Lin Fan slowly stepped inside. Upon seeing Lin Fan, the previously stern face of the middle-aged general softened slightly. You are Lin Fan, he said, gesturing for Lin Fan to take a seat. Commander Zhao? The middle-aged general looked momentarily taken aback. You know me? Lin Fan nodded. The man before him was Zhao Tianhai, the commander of the Jingji War Zone. The name Zhao Tianhai was well known, a notorious figure during the Fourth World War, as well as a hero. How did you come to be in the Northern War Zone? Oh, the Northern War has become mired in difficulty. I was temporarily appointed as commander. Zhao Tianhai scrutinized Lin Fan. Do you know why I summoned you? I do not, Lin Fan replied, puzzled. Given your stature, it seems illogical for you to summon someone like me, a mere scavenger. I am here to settle a score with you. Zhao Tianhai chuckled. Lin Fan laughed in response, saying, It seems we have no real connection. Nonsense. You have taken away my goddaughter. How could we not be connected? The middle-aged general appeared somewhat irate. Goddaughter? Indeed. Wang Kiki is my goddaughter, Zhao Tianhai confirmed. That explains why you were aware of my information the moment I entered the Northern War Zone. Lin Fan murmured. Have you been monitoring my movements? Monitoring is perhaps too strong a term, Commander Zhao replied. I have long wished to see you. However, you have remained in the no man's land, and I never expected you to come to the Northern War Zone on your own. It seemed Commander Zhao cared greatly about Lin Fan's relationship with Kiki. If he intended to eliminate Lin Fan, why go to such lengths? No. Zhao Tianhai's expression grew serious. I have investigated you, and you are quite commendable. I do not wish for Kiki to be wed to the Song family. Rather, I hope you can unite with her. Lin Fan was somewhat perplexed. As her godfather, do you genuinely wish for her to marry someone like me? A scavenger? It has nothing to do with your status. Oh, you think the marriage between the Wang and Song families is a simple affair? Zhao Tianhai's eyes were grave. This is a political marriage, fraught with peril, and I must prevent it. The Song family is certainly not a virtuous character. Have you ever pondered why, on the brink of this apocalyptic war, they are so fervently trying to win over the Wang family? Zhao Tianhai widened his eyes and said, If the Wang family binds themselves to them, no one will be able to restrain their power. I don't understand, Lin Fan replied. Think it over, Zhao Tianhai urged. In any case, I came to you to offer my assistance. Assist me? Commander Zhao continued. We are in extraordinary times, and I am officially conscripting you into the military. Once you achieve military merit, you will be promoted to an officer. After all, the Wang family still harbors reservations towards a scavenger like you. Lin Fan took a deep breath. If it were anyone else, being favored by the theater commander would naturally be a cause for joy. However, he had no such inclination. It appeared that Zhao Tianhai was at odds with the Song family. Without a degree of power, being caught in the middle could indeed lead to becoming cannon fodder. Now that he had control over Heavy Iron City and commanded a force of half-humans and machines, the most pressing matter was to advance towards Sanong City. Lin Fan still declined Zhao Tianhai's offer. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have no desire to become an officer in the United Government. I do not wish to be embroiled in the conflict between you and the Song family. Nor do I want to become anyone's pawn. You are quite composed, however. You have no choice, young man, Commander Zhao asserted. I will conscript you in the name of the Supreme Commander of the Capital Military Region and the Chief Commander of the Northern Front. Is there any room for negotiation? There is none. Do you not know that I am a madman? Zhao Tianhai declared. If you refuse, you won't even be able to leave this door. Trust me, I, Zhao Tianhai, will ensure your safety. I solemnly promise you that this is not for my personal gain, but for the greater good of the future. And how does this relate to the greater good? Lin Fan questioned. Despite the current apocalyptic circumstances, the hearts of men are not unified. Before the war of extinction ignites, if that group of self-serving individuals who fear for their lives were to seize control of the political landscape, I cannot foresee what the outcome would be. You will join the main force of my capital military region, Zhao Tianhai continued earnestly, and by venturing into the heart of the Qingyang Star, you will establish a remarkable military reputation. Rest assured, even if unforeseen events occur, my men will protect your safety. Venture into the heart of Qingyang Star? Lin Fan recalled the commotion in Masuwa City, feeling a sudden jolt of surprise. What exactly is the plan? Zhao Tianhai replied, Young man, since our conversation has reached this point, I have nothing left to withhold. My goal in taking over the Northern Front is not merely to defeat the Qingyang forces, but to destroy their bases in the Satan Plateau. Is this your plan? Indeed, it is a rare opportunity, Zhao Tianhai affirmed. Almost everyone believes that the Qingyang army is unstoppable. However, in reality, they have already weakened their own territory in an attempt to drag the Northern Front down with them. Lin Fan gazed at Zhao Tianhai, outwardly composed but inwardly astonished. This was indeed an opportunity, yet it also bore infinite risks. Lin Fan inquired further, without the main force, how will the Northern Front hold back the Qingyang army on the Mabe Plateau? I have ordered all troops engaged in frontline combat to retreat to the Mabe defensive line, Zhao Tianhai stated. But without the main force stationed, the Mabe defensive line cannot hold for long. Lin Fan remarked, once breached, they will charge straight into Masua City. If the Mabe defensive line collapses, I will personally lead the remaining soldiers to defend Masua City. Zhao Tianhai countered, the Qingyang forces will not expect our main force to be absent from the Mabe Plateau. As long as we can hold for half a month, our main force will reach the heart of the Satan Plateau, and we will emerge victorious. Half a month? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. So bold was Zhao Tianhai, known as a madman, to adopt such a daring strategy. He intended to deceive the enemy entirely. Preferring to sacrifice the Mabe defensive line and Masua City, he aimed to launch a surprise attack on the Qingyang bases. This was undoubtedly a risky gambit, yet strategically sound. This time, the Qingyang forces' obstruction of the Doomsday strategy had surpassed everyone's expectations, deploying greater forces than ever before. Thus, the Northern Front had remained at a stalemate for several months, unable to achieve a decisive victory. The Qingyang forces were unconcerned with seizing territory. They had been engaged in a war of attrition with humanity's defending troops. They did not need to win the war. As long as they could stall humanity and exhaust their energy and resources, their objectives would be met. However, the Northern Front could not afford such a luxury. For humanity, localized victories held no significance. Only the Doomsday strategy was of paramount importance. Masua City might not be able to hold out, Lin Fan thought. Compared to uprooting several Qingyang bases in the northwest, a single Masua City was hardly worth mentioning. Yet the United Government and the upper echelons might not share this perspective. If a significant city like Masua were to fall, it would likely lead to severe backlash against you. Lin Fan remarked, you and the Song family are at odds. Even if you win this war, you may lose your political career. What of it? If we can conquer the Satan Plateau, I am willing to bear all consequences. Just to secure peace for the Northern Front in the coming years, Zhao Tianhai replied. Lin Fan inhaled lightly, feeling a flicker of respect for Zhao Tianhai. Venturing into the heart of Qingyang Star was a monumental feat. Yet few dared to undertake it, especially someone of Zhao Tianhai's stature. A surprise attack on the enemy's heart, even if it could secure Masua City, would ultimately only be a hollow victory. However, should Masua City fall, Zhao Tianhai would find himself in an exceedingly precarious situation. Seeing the concern etched on Lin Fan's face, Zhao Tianhai patted his shoulder and said, rest assured, even if I fall, there will still be others to fulfill my promises and elevate you. Commander Zhao, I have no interest in climbing the ranks, Lin Fan replied. However, I will agree to enlist under one condition. What is it? I do not wish to follow the main force to launch a surprise attack on the heart of Qingyang Star. If I must be conscripted, then let it be as a transport soldier heading to the Mabe defensive line. Commander Zhao replied, that won't do. The Mabe defensive line, and even Masua City, are perilous. Staying behind could very likely cost you your life. Conversely, accompanying the main force into enemy territory is far safer, and you can also establish a remarkable reputation. Do not worry. I know my limits and will ensure my safety, Lin Fan asserted. If Commander Zhao does not agree, then I would rather sit in prison than be conscripted. Commander Zhao appeared slightly surprised, pondering for a moment before conceding, fine, fine. You will join the military transport unit to deliver supplies to the Mabe defensive line. But you must ensure your own safety. Is that acceptable? That is not an issue. Additionally, our meeting must not be disclosed to anyone. Remember that Lin Fan departed from the command center. He was officially conscripted into the Northern Front, becoming a transport soldier. The Northern War was linked to the overall situation in Central Earth, and he wished to observe the trajectory of this conflict. Lin Fan drove a heavy truck, blending in with the transport convoy. He loaded a batch of ammunition and supplies from the Masua City military base, setting off for the Mabe defensive line, 500 kilometers away. A massive military redeployment was underway in the Masua City military district. Squadrons of third-generation mech legions boarded large transport aircraft, their destinations unknown. Heavy armored units also began to leave Masua City in succession. Meanwhile, the citizens of Masua City demanded to evacuate overnight. Many were reluctant to leave, resulting in several clashes. A large-scale military surprise operation was in preparation. Most soldiers were oblivious to the circumstances, but Lin Fan was aware of Zhao Tianhai's intentions. His conscription had initially troubled him. However, upon learning of Zhao Tianhai's plan, new thoughts began to form in his mind. Zhao Tianhai's desire to deceive the enemy and launch a surprise attack on the Satan Plateau was indeed a gamble, yet strategically a sound one. Lin Fan understood that Zhao Tianhai was no ordinary individual. This meeting had only deepened his respect for him. If he could successfully reach Sanong City, it might allow him to lend a helping hand. The transport convoy moved steadily forward. Suddenly, two military armored vehicles caught up to the convoy, forcing Lin Fan's heavy truck to a halt. Puzzled, Lin Fan honked several times, yet the armored vehicles did not yield. A young officer in uniform stepped down. He was quite handsome and approached Lin Fan's truck. "Are you Lin Fan?" The speaker's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Lin Fan was taken aback. Lowering his window, "You're blocking my way. Could you please move? The one who should move is you, scavenger." The young officer sneered, his expression dripping with disdain. "Why don't you go back to that impoverished western wasteland?" Lin Fan was slightly startled. Sizing him up, he appeared young yet held the rank of colonel. He asked, "Who are you?" "You don't need to know." Thud, thud, thud. The transport vehicles behind were blocked and began honking. The convoy's old squad leader approached. He was around 50, missing one leg and sporting a metal prosthesis, which caused him to walk with a slight limp. The squad leader shouted, "Hey, tank operator, you're blocking the way." The young officer turned his attention back to Lin Fan, saying, "Scavenger, remember, there are some people you cannot afford to offend." With that, a strange smile crossed his lips as he turned and walked away. Lin Fan thought to himself, had he really crossed a line? Lin Fan smiled at the transport soldier and said, "No, thank you, Lao Zhang." Lao Zhang, being a native of the West, took good care of Lin Fan. Watching the two departing heavy armored vehicles, a hint of concern crossed his face as he remarked, "How did you get entangled with that person? Who is he? You still don't know?" Lao Zhang paused before continuing. "He is Song Bao, the commander of the 1st Regiment of the 89th Division in the Northern Theater." "I don't know him," Lin Fan replied. "Kid, now that you're in the Northern Theater, you must be cautious." "What's the matter?" "Let me explain it to you." "Oh, you know the Song family in Jingji?" "I do," Lao Zhang stated. "And the young man you just encountered is the second son of the Song family." Lin Fan was taken aback. "That young man is indeed from the Song family?" "You finally understand," Lao Zhang said as he got into Lin Fan's vehicle. "Currently, the real commander of the Northern War is Commander Zhao. But the commander of the Northern Theater is Wu Dongchang." "What does this have to do with the Song family?" Lin Fan inquired. "Speaking of which, the Song family is a colossal entity, and Wu Dongchang has been rather cozy with them, leading to a complicated relationship. Therefore, one should not provoke members of the Song family." Lin Fan was secretly astonished. He never anticipated that Commander Wu Dongchang of the Northern Theater was also affiliated with the Song family, which explained why Commander Zhao held the Song family in such high regard. Due to Wang Ke's elopement, the Song family had lost face, and his own grievances with them had long been established. He continued, "Lao Zhang, knowing that was the second son of the Song family, why did you just help me? To be honest, I've never liked those people from the Song family. Regardless, I'm not young anymore. But you're different. What exactly has the Song family done?" Lao Zhang expressed his anger, saying, "After the Fourth Great War, the Song family ingratiated themselves with the united government, secretly suppressing dissenters and cultivating their own factions. Wu Dongchang is a prime example, a mere armchair strategist. After months of warfare, he has utterly failed to drive away the Qinyang Star people. Fortunately, Commander Zhao has returned." Commander Zhao took on a messy situation at a critical moment. Lin Fan remarked, "Indeed, the Northern Theater has been at a standstill for months, constantly led by the Qinyang Star people, losing thousands of kilometers of defensive positions to the west of Ma Bei. Now it has reached a stalemate, draining resources and manpower," Lin Fan added. Lao Zhang smiled and said, "Yes, I believe that as long as Commander Zhao is here, he will surely drive away the Qinyang Star people." Lin Fan pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems that Commander Zhao and the Song family are not on good terms." Lao Zhang glanced around and whispered, "Indeed, they do not get along." Lin Fan sighed and said, "Now that the situation has reached this point, those politicians still harbor ulterior motives. It is truly lamentable. I am not privy to the matters of the upper echelons, nor do I wish to understand them." Lao Zhang then asked, "By the way, how did you offend Song Bao?" "Who knows?" In a concealed room in Moser City, a holographic projection appeared. Song Bao stated, "I have seen that scavenger. He has now been conscripted. This is perfect." We have an opportunity. I still can't comprehend why Wang Kiki, who looks down on even my elder brother, would take a liking to him. Your elder brother's marriage is of no importance. Song Bao responded. You must remember that our plan is of utmost priority and cannot be disrupted by anyone. The figure in the holographic projection slowly said, I understand. On the Mabe Plateau, the desolate Gobi was chilling. With layers of white snow still visible on the mountains, Lin Fan drove a heavy truck out of Moser City, following the convoy across the Mabe Highlands. The troops stationed in the layered defensive circles of Moser City had significantly dwindled, leaving only a small contingent behind. Observing this scene, Lao Jing expressed his astonishment. Why do you think the guarding forces west of Moser City are becoming fewer and fewer? Lin Fan replied. It seems a storm is brewing. 2 days later, they arrived at the Mabe defense line, which relied on the Zeta mountain range and stretched over 1,000 kilometers. Lin Fan noticed a large gathering of troops here. Originally, Wu Dongchang had been locked in a positional warfare with the Qinyang Star people to the west of the Mabe defense line, resulting in substantial losses. However, after Zhao Tianhai took command, he ordered all military forces west of the Mabe defense line to converge there. This was the last lifeline to withstand the Qinyang Star army. Frontline troops were gradually retreating, while numerous transport convoys busily delivered vast amounts of supplies and ammunition. Heavy artillery had long since been positioned around the defense line. A great battle was imminent, and all soldiers appeared tense. The convoy rested, intending to return to Moser City at dawn. Lin Fan gazed at the vast land to the west. Nayufura had already circumvented the southern side of the Mabe Plateau and reached the west. He also needed to escape from this place swiftly. With war approaching, Sanong City was a necessary destination. Moreover, within a day, this exit would close, making it difficult to leave the Mabe defense line again. As dawn approached, the cold was biting. A heavy truck departed from the Mabe defense line, heading westward alone. Chapter 77. The encounter in Yanluo Canyon to the west of the Mabe defense line. A profound silence enveloped the area, with sporadic retreating troops still visible on the road. Lin Fan drove the heavy truck towards the southwest. Suddenly, a transport vehicle came rumbling up behind him. Lao Zheng leaned out of the window and shouted, Kid, why didn't you say anything before you took off? I'm sorry, Lao Zheng. I have urgent matters, Lin Fan replied. You should head back and away. You must come back with me. Don't try to persuade me. I won't go back. This is bad. If you die, how will I report to the higher-ups? Lin Fan chuckled. You, my friend, have finally revealed your true intentions. So, it was Commander Zhao who sent you to follow me? Seeing that he could neither persuade nor stop Lin Fan, Lao Zheng sighed in resignation. Where are you going? In that case, I might as well go with you. Lin Fan was taken aback. You should go back? Lao Zheng, you needn't persuade me. If you don't return, then neither will I. If you die, I won't have to explain to Commander Zhao. Lao Zheng stubbornly followed, leaving Lin Fan with no choice in the Gobi. Desolation reigned, remnants of robots and discarded human mechs littered the landscape. The air was thick with embers and dust, a phenomenon post-nuclear explosion. Occasionally, the sound of shrieks could be heard from the sky. They were the cries of winged beasts. Lao Zheng was astonished to see these large creatures in the sky. His voice came through the wristband. Kid, these creatures have been following us for a full 200 kilometers without attacking. It's quite eerie. Don't worry too much. We'll stick to our path, Lin Fan replied with a slight smile. The appearance of the winged beasts indicated that Nayufuru and the robot battalion were not far off. They traversed the southwestern side of Yanluo Mountain Canyon, beyond which lay an endless flat expanse. Traveling southward for over 1,000 kilometers, through complex highlands, they would reach Sanong City. There were no signs of human presence near Yanluo Mountain. The heavy truck crunched over the snow, emitting a creaking sound. Suddenly, ahead in the canyon, thick smoke billowed, and flickering flames became visible on the road. Lin Fan took out his binoculars and was shocked to see a large tank that had been destroyed. The flames still raged, unabated, while soldiers inside struggled to crawl out from the hatch, but none survived. Their protective suits were tattered, and their flesh was charred black. Boom! The sound of artillery fire echoed from the front. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and quickly brought the heavy truck to a halt. Lao Zheng's voice crackled through the wristband. Kid, that's a tank from the Western Theater. Lao Zheng exclaimed anxiously. There's gunfire ahead. Someone is breaking through. We need to retreat back to the Mabe defense line. Wait a moment. Just then, a heavy tank appeared in the canyon not far off. It was somewhat damaged but was hastily heading east. Several missiles came flying, followed by a thunderous explosion. The tank was struck again. Thick smoke billowed as flames erupted and spread. The tank lost its balance and crashed against the rock wall. Suddenly, a disheveled soldier scrambled out of the tank. His protective armor was in tatters, and he was bleeding profusely. Grasping his injured comrade, he desperately sought to escape. "Come over here," Lin Fan shouted. Upon seeing Lin Fan's heavy truck, the soldier shouted, "Hurry, transport soldier. The robots are coming." Yet Lin Fan did not leave. Instead, he pressed the accelerator and drove the heavy truck closer to the tank. Finally, he could see the soldier's face clearly, and his brow tightened as he exclaimed, "Commander Luo?" The man was none other than Luo Wenhui, commander of the 163rd Division in the Western Theater. Luo Wenhui glanced at Lin Fan and said, "Is it you, Lin Fan?" "Commander Luo, get on our truck," Lin Fan urged, opening the door and grabbing an electromagnetic rifle, firing a shot into the sky. Bang! Covered in blood, Luo Wenhui helped the injured soldiers onto the truck but did not board himself. In the canyon, the chilling wind howled, and a subtle noise emerged from the ground. It was the sound of the Qinyang Star robots advancing. It seemed there were quite a number of them. Luo Wenhui cast a glance at Lin Fan and said, "You drive on. Take my brothers back. I shall provide cover for your retreat." "No," Lin Fan replied. "Commander Luo, you must come with us. I can no longer leave. Allow me to see you off one last time." Without looking back, Luo Wenhui clutched a rocket launcher and strode westward. Old Zheng incessantly pressed the horn, urging Lin Fan to depart swiftly. Go. Go? Luo Wenhui took cover behind a boulder. Armed with an anti-armor rocket launcher, as he observed the Butcher-class robot drawing near, he inhaled deeply, gripping the rocket launcher tightly, and lit a cigarette in his eyes. It was clear he could not escape. Therefore, he thought, why not assist these transport soldiers? "Move," Luo Wenhui gestured, indicating that the robot was approaching. Reluctantly, Lin Fan turned the vehicle around, concealing the heavy truck around a corner. At that moment, the turbine emitted a buzzing sound. Luo Wenhui's heart raced, and the cigarette slipped from his fingers. That sound belonged to the Viper-class robot. His heart tightened as he raised the rocket launcher. The battle was about to commence, however. Just then, a colossal figure descended from the sky, tearing through the air and charging ferociously towards the Viper. A resounding crash echoed. Luo Wenhui was left dumbfounded. Descending was a Lord-class winged beast. He watched in awe as the Viper's metallic shell was struck. Losing balance mid-air, more and more winged beasts appeared, relentlessly assaulting the Viper, ultimately crashing it against the canyon wall. The rocks on the cliff crumbled, and Luo Wenhui hurriedly dodged, yet was still struck by a fragment. He staggered aside, his heart racing with both fear and disbelief. What met his eyes was not the expected human reinforcements, but rather an army of winged beasts, around 10 in number. Lin Fan's voice rang out again, calling, "Commander Luo, do not be afraid. They have come to rescue you." "What?" Luo Wenhui exclaimed in astonishment. "Come quickly. If you don't leave now, it will truly be too late." Luo Wenhui hesitated no longer. He cast aside the rocket launcher and made his way towards the heavy truck. However, blood streamed down his back, staining the snow a vivid red. Lin Fan rushed over, hoisting Luo Wenhui back to the heavy truck, and with a press of the accelerator, the truck began to reverse. The voice of old Zheng crackled through the wristband. "Lin Fan, did you see what just happened? What on earth transpired?" "I did," Lin Fan replied. "These creatures not only followed us all the way, but in a moment of crisis, they even aided that officer." Old Zheng gazed at the winged beasts, disbelief etched on his face, rubbing his eyes vigorously. However, he did not linger, driving the transport vehicle to follow Lin Fan's retreat. Moments later, a line of robots appeared in the distance, a dark mass surging toward them. Luo Wenhui slumped into the passenger seat, blood-soaked and in disarray. He was utterly exhausted, his eyes devoid of light. Silent as death, suddenly, he coughed up blood and fainted. The winged beasts were no match for the multitude of robots. Witnessing the heavy truck's retreat, they soared into the sky. Lin Fan pressed the accelerator to the floor. The heavy truck's engine roared under the strain, the vehicle vibrating with a persistent hum. Old Zheng also pushed the transport vehicle to its limits, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Not to mention 100 robots, even one would be enough to spell disaster for him. Suddenly, missiles whistled through the air, exploding against the canyon walls. Fortunately, the winding nature of the gorge allowed both trucks to narrowly escape. The sheer number of robots on the opposite side advanced rapidly. They still could not shake them off. Abruptly, a Viper-class robot appeared in the rearview mirror. Old Zheng's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. A sizzling sound pierced the air. A beam of white light struck the rear transport vehicle's tire. In an instant, the transport vehicle lost control, crashing towards the canyon's edge. The safety measures automatically protecting Old Zheng. Lin Fan slammed on the brakes, shouting, "Old Zheng, what happened?" "The tire was hit. We can't drive anymore." Old Zheng grimaced, gritting his teeth against the pain, and shouted, "You must escape." Lin Fan glanced at his wristband and called out, "Don't worry." He then leapt from the heavy truck and rushed to the front of the transport vehicle. He forced open the door and pulled Old Zheng from the driver's seat. Hiding him behind a rock, the Viper-class robot drew ever closer. Old Zheng urged, "Kid, you needn't worry about me. You." But before Old Zheng could finish, he fell silent. Suddenly, a series of booming sounds echoed from the east side of the canyon, and the ground trembled. What is that sound?" Old Zheng muttered, his heart racing. When he turned to look, he was left in shock that a massive figure emerged from the eastern canyon. It was a gigantic robot. Towering at 60 meters, it charged forward like an insurmountable wall. Old Zheng stared at the behemoth, his heart sinking. He glanced back at the robots pursuing them, his face ashen, engulfed in despair. They were caught in a pincer movement. Even if the heavy truck were to survive, it seemed there would be no escape. Boom! The giant robot advanced step by step, drawing ever nearer. It raised a metallic shield, swinging it violently in their direction. Yet the heavy truck remained motionless. Old Zheng trembled, gripping Lin Fan tightly. "We're finished," he cried out, his eyes nearly bulging as he shut them tight, just as the giant shield came crashing down. With a deafening roar, the shield struck the ground, sending dust and debris soaring into the air in an instant. Missiles howled, explosions ringing in their ears, and the ground trembled beneath them. "Huh?" Slowly, Old Zheng opened his eyes, only to discover that the damaged metal shield had not struck them. Rather, it had shielded the transport vehicle. The shield deflected countless projectiles and energy beams, providing them with a protective barrier. Old Zheng looked up, stealing a glance at the colossal robot, his heart pounding with dread. This creature had just saved them from certain doom. After withstanding the initial wave of attacks, the giant robot charged towards the enemy robots. Crushing several underfoot, it continued deeper into the canyon, driving the enemy robots away. Shortly thereafter, a transport vehicle arrived, accompanied by over 100 war robots, surrounding and protecting the two trucks. Old Zheng, observing the robots encircling them, felt a wave of fear wash over him. Just then, an older soldier disembarked, and it became clear that these robots obeyed his command. Old Zheng let out a sigh of relief. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushed forward to salute Neo Fureo, exclaiming, "Zheng Chuming from the transport team of Masha City, thank you for saving us. May I ask which unit you belong to?" "No, I am from the scavenger team." Neo Fureo glanced at Lin Fan and said, "Captain, who is this?" "One of our own, Zheng Chuming from the transport team of the Northern War Zone in Masha City," Lin Fan replied. "You know each other?" Old Zheng was bewildered, glancing between Neo Fureo and Lin Fan. "Yes, we are from the same scavenger team," Lin Fan confirmed. "He is my captain. These robots belong to him." Neo Fureo added, "It wasn't me who saved you. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards the captain." Old Zheng was taken aback, still unable to believe it. He turned to Lin Fan, asking, "Kid, all these robots are yours?" "Indeed. But Old Zheng, this matter must remain confidential." Chapter 78. The right arm of the aberrant god in the dead of night. A biting wind swept through as Lin Fan prepared to step onto the vast southern lands. "Old Zheng? I must head to Sanong City next." "Very well." Old Zheng glanced at the surrounding robots and remarked, "This old man following you may indeed be a burden." Lin Fan added, "Commander Luo has entrusted you with his safety. I will ensure all the soldiers return. However, I promised Commander Zhao to keep an eye on you. I cannot let anything happen to you." "That," Lin Fan chuckled helplessly. Old Zheng sighed, "Commander Zhao has overestimated me. How can this old body possibly stop you? Thank you for everything along the way." A hint of concern crossed Lin Fan's face as he cautioned, "Old Zheng, you must not delay." You must set off back immediately, and do not linger on the northern defense line. The northern plateau is about to change. Understood, Old Zheng replied. You must return alive. Otherwise, I will have no face to see Commander Zhao. Of course. Lin Fan departed, finally free. The Yanluo Canyon was located in the southwestern region of the northern plateau, and with the winged beasts scouting the skies, they did not encounter any large-scale enemy forces again. Under the protection of the Titans, they hastily left the plateau. They crossed towering mountains and traversed low-lying valleys, ultimately entering the basin. After several days of arduous travel, they finally reached Sanong City. Once a grand industrial metropolis, it lay now in ruins. A colossal robot had appeared in this city, bringing it to its demise. Soon, under the scrutiny of the winged beasts, a massive crater with a diameter of 1 kilometer was discovered on the eastern side of Sanong City. Standing at the edge of this vast pit, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Everything within the colossal pit had melted away, as immense tremors and shocks swept across the entire city. As Lin Fan surveyed the desolation, he beheld the myriad facilities around him, all collapsed and devoid of life. He understood that this devastation was not wrought by a nuclear bomb, but rather by 5 starships and countless aircraft. Unleashing a cataclysmic barrage of laser beams from a gigantic energy matrix in space, augmented by the power of a star, directed at the city of Sarn. All that remained was a wasteland, utterly barren. Yet, within Lin Fan's backpack, the spherical entity could no longer contain its excitement. Pressing its nose to the ground, it incessantly inhaled the metallic scent wafting from the charred earth, becoming increasingly exhilarated. The sphere had never encountered such a rich aroma of rare metallic elements before. The soil here concealed a plethora of rare metallic particles. It had been some time since the sphere had enjoyed a proper meal, and hunger was driving it to the brink of desperation, nearly prompting it to take action against a heavy truck. At that moment, the sphere bounded to the center of the pit, waving its tiny hands from a distance, urging Lin Fan to retreat. Only after Lin Fan had vacated the enormous pit did the sphere take a deep breath, its eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light. Instantly, its body revealed patches of crimson markings. When it exhaled, a tremendous wave of heat surged forth. Subsequently, Lin Fan observed a peculiar sight. All the metallic objects within the heavy truck began to tremble, even the metallic buttons on his protective suit quivered. Initially, these metallic elements were invisible to the naked eye. As they had fused with the charred soil, he sensed the ground in the pit quaking. Suddenly, the metallic particles that had been scattered in the scorched earth due to the explosion separated and ascended into the air. Fortunately, Niu Furu had accompanied the robot to the Sarn River. Avoiding this alarming scene, Lin Fan, still secretly astonished, inquired, "System, what is happening?" Ding. Interstellar scavenging system has been activated. Master, the mass of the scavenging pig has significantly increased, liberating some gravitational pull. The metallic elements buried in the scorched earth are no longer influenced by Earth's gravity and are being drawn towards the scavenging pig. So that was the case. The reason the scavenging pig requested the master to leave was that being too close would also draw the master in. Lin Fan observed the scene from a distance, murmuring to himself. Initially, he believed that the sphere's ability to melt metals with its internal heat was remarkable enough. He never anticipated it could also absorb metals by releasing gravitational pull. How utterly astonishing! The system chimed in. Master, you must understand that the scavenging pig can float in space, and with its considerable mass, attracting these materials is not a challenge. The minute metallic particles accumulated, coalescing into visible crystalline forms, the sphere blinked its eyes. Adorably lifting its head, tongue extended, drooling in anticipation of the metallic elements flying toward its mouth. These were no ordinary metals. They were all rare metals from space, entirely absent from Earth. After a while, the sphere appeared to have finished its meal, remaining the same size, though its belly was slightly rounder. It let out a burp and merrily returned to the side of the heavy truck. Lin Fan picked it up and tucked it into his backpack. The sphere, filled with joy, peeked out, nuzzling Lin Fan's protective helmet, radiating happiness. By the banks of the Sarn River, a thick layer of ice had formed over the flowing water. Several Butcher-class robots traversed the icy surface, wielding cleavers to slice through the ice, exploring the riverbed. The Butcher-class robots were equipped with detection systems, tirelessly searching for treasures. Yet, Most of their discoveries were merely vessels sunken at the bottom of the Sarn River. The subplanetary-level exploration technology could be converted to Earth's latitude and longitude. However, given Earth's current predicament, all satellites had been destroyed, and they could only utilize magnetic fields to sense coordinates. In this location, however, the magnetic field exhibited some disturbances, making precise positioning impossible. At that moment, Neofuru arrived, stating, "Captain, at the embankment, the magnetic disturbance is particularly strong." Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he drove the heavy truck over. There, he observed that the Butcher-class robots had already broken through the ice, revealing a small hole, yet nothing could be seen beneath the water. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, concluding, after all these years, it may be buried beneath the sediment at the riverbed. Under his command, the Titan-class robot approached the banks of the Sarn River, raising its shield and forcefully smashing it against the ice. Crack, crack, crack. The ice over a half-kilometer stretch of the Sarn River shattered completely. Then, the Titan-class robot slowly stepped into the water. The river was deep, but the water only reached the knees of the Titan-class robot. It extended its arm toward the riverbed, seemingly grasping something, and gradually dragged it ashore. The object measured over 20 meters in length, coated in mud, and even sprouting moss. "I said it?" Neofuru inquired. "Let us see." Lin Fan brushed away the muck, revealing the metallic texture beneath. Under the sunlight, it glimmered with a golden hue. Ding! Interstellar Scavenging System displayed a message. Acquired the right arm of the Abalon God robot from the Qixing civilization, earning 3,000 scavenging points. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement within. Indeed, buried in the muddy depths of the Sarn River lay the legendary remnants of the Abalon God, a robot that had been dubbed a nightmare by human forces. Its severed arm had languished at the bottom of the Sarn River for years, concealed by sediment, far from being as simple as it appeared on the surface. The terror of the Abalon God had instilled fear in Earth's forces. It had swept through over 10 human cities and was the chief architect of Sarn's destruction. It was also the only robot capable of downing starships. What extraordinary power! Gazing at the severed arm, Lin Fan speculated that perhaps the United Fleet had launched a surprise attack from space, severing this arm before ultimately destroying it. As the muck receded, the right arm of the Abalon God re-emerged into the world. Bathed in the twilight's glow, its metallic shell still shimmered brilliantly. The sphere, upon seeing the right arm of the Abalon God, circled around it, drooling once more. Lin Fan quickly interjected, "Sphere, that arm is meant for the Titan. You cannot eat it." Upon hearing that it was intended for the Titan, the sphere immediately restrained its impulse. Neofuru also scrutinized the arm, noting that its metallic composition was quite distinct. He murmured, "So this truly is the arm of the Abalon God robot. Can it really be fitted onto the Titan? Although it may not fully harness its power, it could still be utilized." Neofuru remarked, "However, I believe the Titan-class robot is already formidable enough." The Titan-class robot showed no fear before war machines. Yet, the Qixing army we are about to face is far beyond what we encountered in the Battle of Stonehelm City. Neofuru continued, "I have only heard the name Abalon God. As for what it truly is, I remain uncertain." "Of course," Lin Fan replied. "Those who encountered the Abalon God in the past rarely escaped. It was said that its power was both sinister and terrifying." Lin Fan nodded. "Humanity paid a great price to bring it down, and now, we must once again unleash the Abalon God's power." The transformation of the robot commenced. The Titan-class robot knelt on one knee. The sphere climbed up its knee, once more transforming into a furnace state. It patted its belly, yawned, and exhaled a stream of firefly-like particles that danced in the air. However, these were not fireflies. Lin Fan, taken aback by the dazzling particles radiating immense energy, muttered, "What are those?" The system's voice responded, "These are melting worms." The melting worms are a derivative of the repair worms. They are even more volatile and can easily sever metals, making them suitable for fusing different objects. The melting worms crawled onto the right arm of the Titan-class robot, releasing an extraordinarily intense heat. Both Lin Fan and Neofuru felt the scorching wave wash over them. The Titan-class robot's body was composed of a special alloy, which had withstood the extreme temperatures of a nuclear explosion, preserving its form. However, under the influence of the melting worms, the alloy began to slowly melt. Before long, its right arm fell to the ground. At this moment, under the sphere's guidance, The Butcher-class robots sprang into action. They resembled industrious workers, lifting the 20-meter-long right arm of the Abalon god and aligning it with the Titan's body. Under the scorching effect of the melting worms, the arm of the Abalon god gradually fused with the Titan. Once this was complete, the melting worms scurried back into the sphere's belly. They thrived in heat and were unaccustomed to the chilly environment outside. The sphere did not pause, sneezing twice, and sprayed 2 blobs of silvery metallic liquid onto the Titan's right arm. These were the true repair worms. They scattered, transforming into minuscule nanoscopic forms, slipping into the right arm of the Titan-class robot. They traversed between atoms, carrying various materials. Some bore rare metal atoms, others carried negative electrons, and some pushed even smaller particles, diligently repairing the components within the right arm of the Abalon god and linking them to the control elements within the Titan's body. Moreover, they needed to optimize the Titan's internals. Though tiny, the repair worms harbored immense energy. The final surge of repair worms surged toward the core control module within the right arm, clutching electrons as they surged forward. Aiming for the core module in the miniature world, it seemed as if a war had erupted. At last, the control module of the Abalon deity was breached. Countless repair insects perished in the endeavor to equip the Titan with new arms. Fortunately, the sphere consumed the molten metallic carcass of the Abalon deity, thereby preserving the rare elements. Chapter 79. The Commander's Dilemma. The Sidong Cold Plain, once the final bastion defending the Satan base, possessed unimaginable air defense capabilities. The night sky was frigid as ice. Countless human transport aircraft circled around the Bacon Plain, stealthily transporting the main forces of the northern and capital battle zones to this location. Subsequently, the tranquility of the Bacon Plain was shattered. Hundreds of thousands of mechanized troops surged forth like an unstoppable blade, advancing southward. After traversing 2,000 kilometers, they charged onto the Sidong Cold Plain. The Sidong Cold Plain lay 3,000 kilometers from the Mabe Plateau, with innumerable reconnaissance outposts in between. The Qinyang people could never have anticipated it. Just as the two armies clashed on the Mabe Plateau, the human forces unexpectedly circumvented through the northern plain, appearing suddenly on the Sidong Cold Plain from the north. Caught entirely off guard, they were unprepared for the assault in a single night. The seemingly impregnable defenses of the Sidong Cold Plain crumbled to dust. Thousands of low-altitude flying vehicles, now unrestrained, advanced towards the bases on the Satan Plateau. The battle for the Satan Plateau had ignited. The flames of war began to spread through the heart of the Qinyang Star. Only then did the Qinyang people realize that all human attacks west of the Mabe defense line were mere feints, orchestrated to mask the surprise assault on the Satan Plateau. They felt deceived. Their rage palpable, no longer inclined to maintain a stalemate, they resolved to retaliate with all their might. Above the Mabe Plateau, endless flames burned, and the sky was filled with ash. In Sanong City, silence reigned as before. The transformation of the Titan had lasted a full 3 days. As the sun rose and set, the reconfigured Titan slowly rose to its feet, its towering form silhouetted against the first light of dawn. Its right arm glimmered with a pale yellow metallic sheen, distinct from the left, and one could have foreseen that the right arm of the Abalon deity had been salvaged from the Sanong River. And with it, the deity's power was revived within the Titan's form. Neofurio scrutinized the Titan and inquired, "Captain, shall we return to Iron City?" "No," Lin Fan replied. "We will head to the Mabe defense line." "Why? You are still unaware of the truth behind the Northern War, are you?" Lin Fan continued. "Zhao Tianhai has dispatched the main forces from the northern and capital battle zones to launch a surprise attack on the Satan base." "What?" "He intends to assault the Satan Plateau, which harbors 4 formidable bases. Should the surprise attack proceed successfully, the main forces could be withdrawn before Masuwa City is breached, enabling a pincer movement from the east and west. With a chance to annihilate the Qinyang main forces," Lin Fan added, "there is another possibility. If the Qinyang army retreats upon the threat to their base, Masuwa City might still be preserved. And if the main forces cannot return, then the Mabe defense line is likely in peril, and even Masuwa City might fall," Lin Fan remarked. "Moreover, this possibility is quite significant. Daring to wage such a war? This is the worst-case scenario," Lin Fan asserted. Furthermore, Commander Zhao had prepared for this from the outset, wagering Masuwa City and the Mabe defense line. Zhao Tianhai truly earns his reputation as a madman. He is indeed insane, yet he always keeps a backup plan. Masuwa City is merely bait. When the Qinyang forces invade Masuwa City, if the main forces cannot return, I suspect he will resort to even more reckless measures. When I departed from Masuwa City, he was already evacuating the populace. What does that signify? Are you suggesting he will adopt a scorched earth strategy, not merely a simple scorched earth approach? Lin Fan hesitated briefly before stating, if the Qinyang forces breach Masuwa City, he might unleash a nuclear yield beyond your imagination to obliterate the entire Masuwa City, sacrificing one Masuwa City to eliminate the 4 bases of the Qinyang Star. Neo Furio was equally astounded, responding, that is indeed extraordinary. His course of action is not without merit, Lin Fan continued. Sacrificing Masuwa City to eradicate the enemy's bases would secure long-term stability for the northern battle zone. However, the industrial significance of Masuwa City is unparalleled. Especially given his enmity with the Song family of the capital, the fall of Masuwa City would be disastrous for him. Neo Furio pressed, what should we do then? I believe we should assist him in some way. Lin Fan sighed softly, as long as we can delay the Qinyang army, the main forces from the northern and capital battle zones will return in full force. And Masuwa City may yet have a glimmer of hope. Must we truly support the northern battle zone? I understand your sentiments. Had it not been for the need to reinforce the northern battle zone, the battle that day would not have led to the destruction of Shikuiching, indeed. Old Nyo, I comprehend your stance, Lin Fan remarked, yet the current Earth has become a realm where the loss of one spells doom for the other. Zhao Tianhai is a man of considerable resolve. We must lend him our assistance. Nyo Furio nodded, affirming, as you wish. Lin Fan patted Nyo Furio's shoulder and set forth. Their time was limited, in a secluded chamber of the military district of Masuwa City. A holographic projection flickered to life, accompanied by a hoarse voice. What of the scavenger? Song Bao replied, he has yet to make a move. He has already lost contact, having departed the Mabe defense line for the Western Highlands. Has he truly escaped the Mabe defense line at this juncture? The hoarse voice inquired again, could it be a flight? Who would be foolish enough to flee westward? The west of the Mabe defense line is fraught with peril. His journey there is tantamount to seeking death. Well then, it saves us the trouble of intervening. What news from the United Government? The hoarse voice responded. The populace driven from Masuwa City is exceedingly enraged, demanding the expulsion of Zhao Tianhai and the recall of the main forces to defend this city. It appears this foolish commander of the capital battle zone is nearing his end. In the command center of Masuwa City, Zhao Tianhai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The chief of staff wore a grave expression and said, Old Zhao, the Mabe defense line is on the verge of collapse. As anticipated. What shall you do? The chief of staff continued, the millions of citizens in Masuwa City are now aware that you intend to sacrifice this city. 100,000 citizens are prepared to collectively report to the United Government. They believe you could defend Masuwa City, yet you disregard the people's livelihood for your own selfish interests, accusing me, Zhao Tianhai, of personal gain. What a farce! Zhao Tianhai scoffed coldly. To the populace, it appeared that the two sides were at an impasse. Yet the Qinyang army had ultimately breached the Mabe defense line. Since your arrival, they believed you had allowed the Qinyang forces to infiltrate. The chief of staff added, they have lost their reason, convinced you are destroying their homeland, that it is you who has rendered them homeless. Zhao Tianhai sighed deeply, saying, it seems someone is stirring the pot, taking advantage of the situation. They cannot contain themselves and are using the populace against me. What is the Efrair's stance? The Efrair has commanded me to withdraw the main forces to defend Masuwa City. And how did you respond? I refused, Zhao Tianhai stated. The Qinyang forces instigated this war to delay our doomsday strategy. As long as the Satan Plateau exists, we shall know no peace in the coming years. A protracted war of attrition will not only wear down Masuwa City, but will eventually consume the entire north. You speak the truth. Now is the only opportunity to dismantle the Satan Plateau base. The defenses of the Qinyang forces are thin. We have already breached one of the bases on the Satan Plateau. Should we cease our advance now, all our efforts will be in vain. I comprehend in comparison to the Qinyang forces' stronghold on the Satan Plateau, Masuwa City is but a trifling matter. Then why do you still advise me? I fear the populace may be misled, and that others will confuse the narrative. The chief of staff remarked, the Song family of the capital is truly malicious. To overthrow you, they would resort to such tactics at this juncture. The chief of staff continued, I believe you should order the main forces to return. I am not a politician. My loyalty lies with our nation. This is who I am, Zhao Tianhai, and it is my belief as a soldier. If I were to recall the main forces for personal gain, jeopardizing our chance for victory, how would that differ from those others? Have you no thoughts for your own welfare? Do not counsel me. The situation grows ever more urgent. Whether soldiers or civilians, a sense of despair is spreading and faith is dwindling. This is an exceedingly perilous matter. A resolute light gleamed in Zhao Tianhai's eyes as he proclaimed, "The significance of this war lies not in the war itself. Our nation requires victory to uplift the spirits of the people, to once more unite their hearts and rekindle the belief in ultimate triumph. However, should you fall, the Earthling will lose a vital ally. Those others might exploit this opportunity to attack." Zhao Tianhai pondered for a moment before replying, "As for the Earthling's side, you need not worry. I have already devised a plan." The chief of staff sighed, saying, "They say you are a madman." "Indeed, I am a madman," Zhao Tianhai affirmed. "By the way, have there been any updates on Lin Fan?" "We are still trying to reach him. Contact has been elusive. That little rascal." Zhao Tianhai clenched his fist tightly, murmuring, "I never expected him to abandon the northern defense line on the eve of such a grand battle." Old Zheng from the transport team remarked that Lin Fan was still alive when he parted ways with him. The chief of staff expressed a hope for Lin Fan's survival, adding, "If I fall, please take care of him." Zhao Tianhai replied, "We must facilitate his marriage to Wang Kiki. Under no circumstances should the Wang and Song families be tied together. All right, by the way, send Lin Fan a message instructing him not to return to Masuwa City." Zhao Tianhai paused for a moment and continued, "Let him head west first. When the time comes, summon him back to the capital's war zone and make him one of us. Rest assured, I will see to it." The chief of staff assured him that in the rugged mountains of the northern plateau, the highlands were shrouded in a layer of dust from the aftermath of explosions. Lin Fan drove a heavy truck at high speed when suddenly, a message appeared on his wristband. "Lin Fan, I am the chief of staff of the northern war zone. On behalf of Commander Zhao, I convey this message. Regardless of your current location, please stay away from the northern war zone and return west. The northern defense line has fallen, and Masuwa City is now in peril." Upon reading this message, Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Observing the remnants of battle in the skies above the northern plateau, he feared that the Qinyangsing army had already encroached upon Masuwa City. At this moment, Zhao Tianhai must be in a state of utter disarray. He was like a clay Buddha crossing a river. Yet he still had the presence of mind to be concerned about him. Neo Furio glanced at Lin Fan and inquired, "Captain, what is it?" "Masuwa City is in danger." Lin Fan gritted his teeth and declared, "We want to take a detour. We will head straight for the northern defense line." Chapter 80. The last hope lost as night fell, Lin Fan gazed from afar at the ravaged northern defense line, unable to suppress a wave of sorrow. Just over a dozen days prior, this place was well defended and unscathed. Now, it lay in ruins. Even the remote southern region had become a scene of devastation, crumbling and dilapidated. The once formidable metal walls were riddled with holes, and all defensive structures had collapsed. Flames still flickered atop abandoned tanks, sending plumes of thick smoke into the sky. Ultimately, the northern defense line could not withstand the onslaught of the Qinyangsing army. In the southern area, only a few Butcher-class robots patrolled the broken walls. After the enemy's forces seized control here, they hastily advanced without leaving behind much of a garrison. Suddenly, a figure stealthily appeared atop the wall. Agilely concealed in the shadows, it lunged towards a robotic guard, brandishing a blade. With a swift snap, the metallic head of the guard was severed. The assailant was none other than the water ghost. Without pausing, it dashed back into the darkness. The surrounding robot guards sensed the disturbance and attempted to retaliate against the water ghost. However, several Viper-class robots had stealthily closed in, unleashing a fierce barrage. Brilliant beams of light erupted. The dense particle beams quickly obliterated the robotic guards. A breach was opened in the southern section of the northern defense line. Across the vast western land, Titan-class robots emerged, advancing step by step, traversing the northern defense line, leading the robotic forces into the east, in Masuwa City, headquarters. Despite being in an underground military zone, one could still faintly feel the tremors from missile launches outside. Zhao Tianhai's expression was solemn. However, everything unfolding outside Masuwa City was anticipated. A holographic projection appeared, revealing a towering figure who slowly asked, Tianhai. What is the situation? Our main forces have captured the entire Satan Plateau. I mean the army outside Masuwa City. We are on the verge of the fifth assault, Tianhai replied. They have finally ceased sending small detachments for attacks and are now mobilizing the entire army towards Masuwa City. It seems Masuwa City cannot be held. Withdraw with everyone from Masuwa City. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices. Tianhai hesitated and responded, No, what do you intend to do? If Masuwa City falls and I survive, those people will surely incite discord and create chaos. You will be in an even more passive position than I do not care about that. However, I absolutely refuse to become a pawn for those people to attack and slander you. Tianhai smiled gently, saying, Let my death silence them all. What? The figure's brow furrowed, exclaiming, You must live well. I do not wish to die, nor do I want to witness such an industrial city be destroyed. But given the current dire situation, I have no choice but to make this decision. Tianhai raised his head, sighed, and said, Let me vanish alongside Masuwa City. It is a pity that your illustrious name must perish in Masuwa City. My heart aches for it. During the Fourth Great War, commanders fell like leaves in autumn. Tianhai am merely fortunate to have survived to this day. Have you truly made up your mind? Yes, the Apocalypse War will not last for many more years. No one understands the burden you carry better than I. Alas, I can no longer follow you. After uttering these words, Tianhai ended the communication on his wristband. In the underground military zone, a holographic projection materialized before Song Bao, accompanied by a hoarse voice. What is the status of Masuwa City? The enemy is about to organize the fifth assault. This time they have deployed all their forces. 11 robotic legions are pressing in. There is no hope for Masuwa City. What about that scavenger? Any news? None. He has likely perished outside the northern defense line. When will we retreat? Song Bao gritted his teeth, stating, Do not mention it. Apart from the 5 divisions stationed to guard Masuwa City, our division is the last to withdraw. You retreat first. Your family can help you handle it. The brief silence followed on the other end before a slow reply came. By the way, if that scavenger is still alive, keep a close watch on him. Understood. However, I will concentrate on figuring out how to escape first. Masuwa City stood desolate on the northern plateau as evening descended. The cold wind howled, causing the ground to tremble. Across the vast expanse, Masuwa City stood solitary amidst the northern plateau, while to the west, a formidable army of robots spread across the Gobi Desert. Remarkably, this was merely half of Qinyangsing's forces stationed at the Satan base. While Zhao Tianhai ordered the human army to penetrate the Satan Plateau, these robots found themselves in a dilemma. The Qinyangsing forces could never have imagined that the Northern War Zone did not intend to engage in a war of attrition on the Northern Plateau. Instead, they would launch a surprise attack deep into their rear. The Satan base was their stronghold, and if it fell, they would lose the capacity for prolonged combat. However, even if they wished to send reinforcements, the distance to the Satan Plateau was considerable, and their army could not return in a timely manner. Therefore, they adopted a compromise strategy, half of the forces retreating while the other half surged toward the heart of the Northern War Zone, Masuwa City. The base had been annihilated, and these robots sought revenge, determined to make humanity's cities pay a heavy price. Masuwa City would be the first to endure the unrelenting wrath of the Qinyangsing forces. In the span of a single day, they had already launched 4 assaults on Masuwa City. Fortunately, under Zhao Tianhai's defense, the onslaught had yet to breach their lines. However, with the impending 5th assault, they no longer wished to waste time and thus fully mobilized their army. 11 robotic legions made their appearance. Within the violet energy shields, one could see Viper-class robots, Butcher-class robots, and even larger Fishman-class robots. Among them, there were a full 11 Doomsday Messenger-class robots. Amidst the swirling dust, other massive robots loomed as well. These 11 robotic legions bore strategic missiles, advancing relentlessly toward Masuwa City. 20 kilometers west of Masuwa City. Suddenly, the Qinyangsing army came to a halt. Only 2 robotic legions continued their advance. To the Qinyangsing forces, 2 legions were deemed sufficient to deal with Masuwa City. The robots traversed the desolate terrain, a dark mass that instilled trepidation from afar. Meanwhile, the 5 divisions of Masuwa City stood ready, not daring to let down their guard. Tianhai sat alone in the command room, feeling somewhat isolated. In his youth, he had participated in the Third Great War, and during the Fourth Great War, the Earth Defense War, he had shone brilliantly. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He had not anticipated that his final battle would take place in Masuwa City within the Northern War Zone. Although he regretted being unable to partake in the ultimate Doomsday War, he felt a sense of inevitability. As a War Zone commander, he was not only faced with the formidable threat of the Kinyangsing, but also sensed another lurking danger. Following the Fourth Great War, public sentiment had diverged. The political landscape was far from the apparent tranquility it projected. It was rife with intrigue. Pressured from both within and without, the morale was waning. The FRR's position was not as stable as it seemed. A significant victory was urgently needed to stabilize the people's spirits. The victory at Satan Plateau would soon reverberate across all war zones, achieving its intended effect. However, Masuwa City was a large industrial city critical to the strategy for the apocalypse. Its downfall would bear grave consequences, nearly unbearable for anyone. Zhaodianhai had already resolved to bear this bitter fruit himself. He pondered, if humanity could indeed endure through the Doomsday War, would anyone remember him in the annals of history? Zhaodianhai smiled. Yet, soon the smile faded, replaced by a furrowed brow. As he beheld the approaching enemy forces, he finally issued the command. Fire! Instantaneously, the previously silent Masuwa City erupted into life. Countless defensive electromagnetic cannon towers emerged. Whoosh, whoosh, the missile silos launched once more. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 heavily armored divisions within the defensive positions also opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The flames of war ignited, and the firelight began to spread. Soon, the western side of Masuwa City was enveloped in flames and thick smoke, while the robotic legions advanced in an orderly fashion, unyielding. The energy shields nearly obstructed all attacks. Only faint ripples were seen on the light screen from the aftermath of the explosions, yet not a single robot was harmed. And this was merely the 2 legions in the front. 20 kilometers away, 9 more equally vast legions loomed. The 2 robotic legions from Chinyang Star were less than 10 kilometers from the outskirts of Masuwa City. The 5 divisions left behind in Masuwa City felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Soldiers' hearts raced, breaths quickened, and pulses quickened. Such a large-scale battle had only been witnessed during the Fourth Great War, which had transpired many years ago. Those veterans who had survived the Fourth War still felt a deep-seated fear. The robots, devoid of flesh and blood, were oblivious to pain. Slaughter was their instinct. Zhao Tianhai stood alone in the command room, slowly addressing his wristband. Super weapons, prepare. The whistling wind echoed through a massive shaft within Masuwa City. A metal panel slowly opened, revealing a colossal metallic conical object. It was hard to conceive that this was a weapon apparatus. Sparks flickered along the exterior of the weapon as energy was continuously injected. Attack! Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and a massive pale yellow beam spread across the sky above Masuwa City. The very air seemed to quake. Almost stagnant in an instant, the pale yellow beam reached 10 kilometers away, striking the energy shield of the Doomsday Messenger. The shield quivered and shattered instantly. The pale yellow beam, brimming with boundless energy, pierced through the hull of the Doomsday Messenger. An energy entity erupted within the Doomsday Messenger, sending shockwaves radiating outwards. With a resounding crash, one Doomsday Messenger swayed and fell to the ground. Dozens of nearby robots were rendered inoperable, and those further away were also caught in the blast. Sent flying, approaching, another metal turret launched a pale yellow beam. It was too swift. Another Doomsday Messenger was struck, unable to evade, and was destroyed. All units, attack! Zhao Tianhai shouted hoarsely into his wristband. The last 5 divisions unleashed their full firepower. Alongside the fierce bombardment from Masuwa City's defensive positions, the robots, now devoid of energy shields, were subjected to a relentless barrage. Missile silos, electromagnetic cannon shells, and laser turrets initiated a ferocious offensive. Over 2,000 human unmanned aerial vehicles emerged from Masuwa City, charging towards the enemy. The 2 robotic legions ahead were instantly engulfed in an ocean of flames. Robots fell one by one, thick smoke billowing upwards, spreading for dozens of kilometers. The flames soared, visible even from hundreds of kilometers away. The robots halted their advance, and the soldiers gathered outside Masuwa City collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Masuwa City possessed super weapon apparatuses. Even the Doomsday Messenger could not withstand its super beam attacks. However, just as hope began to dawn, a subtle tremor resonated through the air. The shuddering sound nearly shattered the soldiers' eardrums, sending chills down their spines. What was that? Suddenly, a dozen dark red beams streaked across the sky. They did not fire upon the 5 divisions, but bombarded the superweapon apparatus within Masuwa City. In an instant, the superweapon apparatus was obliterated into fragments. Not good. They're attacking the superweapons. Despair echoed in the soldiers' ears. Zhao Tianhai smiled faintly, fully aware that these superweapons were ultimately futile. His plan was to lure the enemy's forces into a trap, yet for the ordinary soldiers. The superweapons represented their last hope, and now, that final hope had vanished. Chapter 81. The sudden swirl that was the assault of the Doomsday Messenger. Its power was terrifying in the extreme. After the superweapon apparatus fired, the trajectories were analyzed, and 2 turrets were identified. In an instant, they became the target of a concentrated attack. Not only were the 2 metal turrets destroyed, but the dome above Masuwa City also trembled. The massive energy wave breached the sealed city, creating a gaping hole hundreds of meters wide in the dome above. The hearts of all soldiers sank to the depths of despair. The enemy's forces paused, refraining from further fire. After approximately 10 minutes, the superweapon apparatuses in Masuwa City ceased to appear. That moment, a shocking scene unfolded. 9 legions simultaneously mobilized, all advancing towards Masuwa City. After destroying the 2 superweapon apparatuses, the Qinyang Star Forces remained vigilant. Before launching their final assault, they executed a reconnaissance probe. They had confirmed that Masuwa City posed no threat to the robotic legions. With no further hesitation, the enemy's massive army surged forth, instilling fear and trepidation. Masuwa City, after all, was merely a fish on the chopping block, unable to escape its grim fate. In the command center, Zhao Tianhai furrowed his brow as he observed the densely packed enemy forces. "Finally, you've come. I've been waiting for you," Zhao Tianhai murmured, donning his battle armor and exiting the command room. A blood-red, towering mech swiftly appeared in the underground military zone. The metallic shell bore an air of antiquity, and the energy core was operating at high speed, weapons already primed. Zhao Tianhai was a soldier. From the day he enlisted, he had envisioned this moment, anticipating the day he would rush to the rear for his final stand. Now, with hair graying at the temples, that day had finally arrived. He piloted the mech, leading the last of the guard towards the western battlefield. The 9 enemy legions charged forth in unison, before such a multitude of robots. The 5 human army divisions were but fragile eggs, ready to shatter at any moment. The vast expanse of land was filled with the dense silhouettes of robots, and the soldiers felt a rising panic. With 9 legions at their disposal, and without the super weapons, each legion was a formidable threat. This was not a war. It was a one-sided massacre. In the trenches, the human army refrained from firing, awaiting the enemy's approach. An oppressive silence hung in the air, a stifling atmosphere. Each soldier remained silent, acutely aware of their own heartbeats. Thump, thump. Amid the collective anxiety, only the blood-red war mech stepped out of the trench, striding forward. Who was that? Who dared to venture out of the trench? Was it an inexperienced rookie? The soldiers were taken aback, gazing at the blood-red mech, emblazoned with the designation 00003. It was Zhao Tianhai. Faced with the main forces of Qinyang Star, Zhao Tianhai, as the commander, had made such a reckless decision. That moment, each soldier's wristband echoed a weathered yet heroic voice. "Warriors, I am Zhao Tianhai, commander of the Jingji War Zone, and the commander of this war. Indeed, it was my decision to have you all remain. Each of you is cherished by your families, and I have wronged your parents. Before us lies the main force of the enemy from the Satan Plateau. But there is no choice. The Qinyang Star Forces have left us no option but to fight to the bitter end." Zhao Tianhai paused, then continued. "Rest assured, no matter how many troops the enemy possesses, once they set foot in Masuwa City, not even a fly will escape." The soldiers momentarily hesitated. Zhao Tianhai's voice rang out again. "The nuclear bombs are ready. When the Qinyang Star Forces breach the city, Masuwa City will vanish along with the enemy. Of course, half of the northern plateau will also disappear." The soldiers stood in stunned silence. Zhao Tianhai shouted, "The northern war is crucial to the overall situation, and it pertains to the doomsday strategy. We are fighting for the future. In today's battle, we shall die without regrets. If humanity endures, our names will be remembered with pride by future generations." The 5 divisions collectively held their breath, waiting for the enemy's advance. Zhao Tianhai's voice resonated once more. Back in the day, I was just like you, an ordinary soldier. Since the invasion of the Qinyang Star Colonial Merchant Fleet began, I have faced countless dire situations, rising time and again from the bloodshed. I have never given up, he proclaimed. We will ultimately prevail. Today, we cannot abandon our faith. The blood-red war mech raised its heavy artillery, braving the raging sands, and slowly marched forward. The silhouette of this mech was profoundly heroic, for it belonged to the commander of the Northern War. The eyes of the soldiers brimmed with tears, with Zhao Tianhai personally on the battlefield. Leading by example, the soldiers' morale surged, and no one wavered as they beheld the approaching robotic army, resembling a swarm of locusts. A smile crept onto Zhao Tianhai's lips. Despite the imminent peril facing Masua City, Qinyang Star's stronghold on the Satan Plateau had been dismantled. Let Masua City be our grave. Zhao Tianhai spoke softly. 1 Robotic Legion was now within striking distance, with 8 more large robotic legions closely following. The battle was about to commence. The 5 divisions did not retreat. They fought not for themselves, but for their entire nation and future. Should humanity survive, perhaps their names would be celebrated by generations to come. Even as death approached, the warriors' hearts surged with an overwhelming tide of fervor. A sea of robots surged forth, attacking the 5 divisions like famished wolves descending upon a flock of sheep. No one noticed. 50 kilometers to the due south, atop a mountain range in the northern desert plateau, a faint ripple emerged. Suddenly, a dark point manifested. In an instant, this black dot traversed the 50 kilometers, appearing momentarily outside the dark purple energy shield of the Doomsday Messenger. This energy shield, designed to withstand missile, particle beam, and laser assaults, astonishingly failed to intercept this minuscule black point. The dark purple light membrane was torn asunder, and the black point vanished into the very body of the Doomsday Messenger. Immediately, the space around it began to distort. Dark, slender threads surged forth from the body of the Doomsday Messenger, only to dissipate rapidly, creating a swirling magnetic vortex with a diameter that expanded to a full kilometer. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding robots froze, their once blue glowing eyes turning a dismal gray. Boom. Without warning, the Doomsday Messenger robot collapsed to the ground. A wave of silence rippled outwards for several kilometers. In an instant, the formidable First Robot Legion crumbled as if it were made of straw. Zhao Tianhai was left dumbfounded, his heart racing with disbelief. What on earth had transpired? What was this entity? With the enemy's legion advancing, he steeled himself for death, prepared to be the first to charge forward. However, he clearly witnessed the robots that had been leading the charge suddenly come to a halt, one after another collapsing. Above the wreckage of the robots, a massive, flickering black vortex appeared. Although it was still 2 kilometers away, the mech seemed affected, malfunctioning immediately. The remaining tanks and mechs also exhibited varying degrees of failure. The soldiers, initially gripped by panic, presumed they had fallen victim to a new electromagnetic pulse attack from the enemy, with their anti-electromagnetic devices rendered ineffective, leading to their weapons failing. Yet, they soon sensed something was amiss. The state of the enemy's legion was far more tragic. The entire legion had fallen. Without exception, it dawned on the soldiers that this sudden vortex might well be a weapon. But who could have deployed such a weapon capable of annihilating an entire legion? Could it be that the Qinyang people's own weapon malfunctioned, taking out their own forces? Nonetheless, the power of this weapon was terrifying, effortlessly obliterating an entire legion. The super-energetic weaponry of Moser City was formidable enough to take down the Doomsday Messenger. Yet it paled in comparison to this bizarre vortex measuring a kilometer in diameter. Everything had occurred silently, devoid of explosive detonations or brilliant beams of light. Merely strange, subtle fluctuations had directly annihilated tens of thousands of robots. What was even more chilling was that the dark vortex did not dissipate. It slowly rotated above the wreckage of the countless robots, simultaneously blocking the advance of the enemy's 8 legions. Suddenly, a fishman robot surged forward, wildly charging towards the vortex. However, as it neared the outer edge of the vortex, the light in its eyes extinguished. Indeed, without warning, it fell lifelessly. Instantly, the remaining 8 robot legions plunged into chaos. It was an aura so formidable that even the algorithms of the robots trembled in fear. The vast army dared not advance further, instead retreating prudently. they came to a standstill, hesitating in place. Chapter 82. The super-strong magnetic rupture storm field. The 8 robot legions quietly observed the vortex. The earlier black point had appeared too swiftly, silently, and the robots had failed to detect its origin. Yet they were not foolish, at the very least. One thing was certain. Aside from 2 super-energetic weapon units, Moser City possessed a weapon capable of instantaneously obliterating a robot legion. It was far more terrifying than the cumbersome super-energetic weapon units. Evading detection entirely, the vortex storm still raged before them, blocking their path. Any robot that dared to cross it would be effortlessly shattered like withered grass in the wind. Suddenly, a doomsday messenger robot emitted a rapid series of sounds. This colossal machine was capable of sensing the peculiar fluctuations of the magnetic field and calculating the terrifying potency of the vortex. Under the influence of the vortex, nearly all mechanical weaponry, whether robots or starships, would be rendered as scrap metal. The remaining human defenders appeared vulnerable, but the algorithms of those massive robots reassessed the threat level posed by Moser City. They quickly concluded that Moser City was not as tranquil as it seemed. Breaching this city would entail a tremendous cost. Soon, the Doomsday Messenger adjusted its trajectory and swiftly retreated, leading a robot legion in its withdrawal. Subsequently, the other robot legions began to retreat in succession. Sweat beaded on Zhao Tianhai's forehead. He could hardly fathom that the opposing forces had not dared to breach the vortex from the very beginning. And what precisely was that vortex? In the mountains to the south. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief as he observed the Qinyang forces retreating. Within the valley, the Titan's massive form could no longer maintain its balance, kneeling on one knee and barely supporting itself with its shield, struggling to sustain its heavy metallic frame. Its energy reserves were completely depleted, and the fusion energy core was running at full capacity, still unable to replenish the lost energy. Not only could it not unleash another magnetic rupture storm, but it would also be incapable of combat for an entire day. If the enemy's 8 legions circumvented the vortex and charged toward Moser City, Lin Fan would have no choice but to flee. However, the Qinyang robot legions did not act recklessly. Ultimately, they were all controlled by algorithms. In a situation rife with unknown threats and uncertainties, they opted to retreat. Neo Furio observed through binoculars, marveling, "Captain, what exactly is this weapon of the Abalon god?" Lin Fan replied slowly, "It is called the super-strong magnetic rupture storm field." Magnetic rupture storm field? Lin Fan nodded. In essence, the super-strong magnetic rupture storm field is a field formed by magnetic explosions and magnetic tremors. But such a potent field can only be wielded by a robot like the Abalon god. It does not require penetrating the physical defenses of robots, instantly destroying all micro-components within their mechanical frames. Speaking of which, he too was profoundly shaken. This was the weapon previously used by the Abalon god to annihilate human starships. It seemed as though it merely launched a small black point. Yet it unleashed a catastrophic vortex of particles, invoking such a domineering magnetic storm. The more intricate the apparatus, the greater the degree of destruction, and the damage was so thorough that it penetrated to the core, rendering repair nearly impossible. Neo Furio inquired, "What are those elusive black threads?" "That is a rare phenomenon formed by the interaction of the magnetic field with the air, known as magnetic spirals. I find this magnetic rupture storm field to be exceedingly formidable." The energy shield of the Doomsday Messenger was rendered utterly ineffective. Lin Fan smiled slightly, stating, "The energy shield of the Doomsday Messenger is based on strong magnetic confinement technology. The magnetic rupture storm is its nemesis. When a magnetic explosion is generated at the microscopic level, it effortlessly disrupts magnetic confinement." Neo Furio murmured, "So this is the weapon of the Abalon god." To the west of Moser City, the immensely vast Qinyang Legion withdrew hastily. The soldiers of the 5 divisions were filled with exhilaration, realizing that someone had intervened, instantly obliterating the robot legion. As for who had aided them, it remained a mystery. Soon after, the Qinyang forces retreated to the northern desert defense line. Wary of approaching Moser City Dian the following 2 days, the robot legions refrained from launching any rash attacks. It was not until the 3rd day that the main forces of the capital military district and the northern military district returned in succession to the northern desert plateau. Naturally, Zhao Tianhai would not let such an opportunity slip by, swiftly regrouping the remaining retreating forces at Moser City. On the northern desert plateau, they launched a fierce assault in a pincer formation. Once again, The robots were defeated on the northern desert plateau. Ultimately, the plan for the Satan Plateau to assault the northern military district was declared a failure. It must be said that the Northern War was not won easily. This conflict dragged on for several months, consuming vast resources. Under the fierce onslaught of the Xinjiang people, the northern military district lost the northern desert plateau and thousands of kilometers of territory to its west. Even more concerning was that after plunging into the quagmire of war, the doomsday strategy faced immense challenges. As the situation grew increasingly grim, the political landscape remained uncertain. Fortunately, with Zhao Tianhai taking command, he boldly adopted the Satan raid plan, wagering both Moser City and his own life to breach the foundation of the Xinjiang forces on the Satan Plateau. Strangely, as the army besieged Moser City, a vortex suddenly appeared, directly annihilating a robot legion, causing the remaining 8 legions to retreat in disarray. Under Zhao Tianhai's command, the stalemate that had persisted for merely half a month came to an end. The remaining robot legions abandoned the Satan Plateau in haste, fleeing westward. The Northern War finally concluded. The smoke of battle over the northern desert plateau gradually dissipated, and the northern military district regained its former tranquility. The populace of Moser City returned, celebrating fervently. Although the war had been harrowing, they had preserved their homeland. Aside from the 2 super-energetic weapon units that had been destroyed, Moser City remained unscathed in the command room. After the war concluded, the atmosphere in Moser City was one of relief. The chief of staff returned once more. Zhao Tianhai did not celebrate the victory of this war but instead furrowed his brow. Fixated on the holographic projection, repeatedly reviewing the events that had transpired outside Moser City that day, a dark spot suddenly emerged, instantly obliterating the enemy's legion. Each time he witnessed this, countless questions filled his mind. It was this entity that saved the 5 divisions and Masuwa City behind him, yet he remained oblivious to who had unleashed it. He scratched his head and inquired, "Old Chun, what on earth is this thing?" The chief of staff replied, "I have perused nearly all available materials and found a clue." "What, do you recall the Abergon God robot?" "Of course," Zhao Tianhai responded, "a nightmarish existence." The appearance of the Abergon God robot when wielding its weapon bore an uncanny resemblance to the scene outside Masuwa City. "Is that so?" Chief Chin nodded and stated, "This is a magnetic storm, but the energy it harbors is so immense that even a starship cannot withstand such overwhelming power. So have we mastered this technology? No, that is indeed perplexing. Who could have aided us? Could it be that the Xinjiang people inadvertently caused this? How could that be?" Zhao Tianhai gritted his teeth and said, "The timing of this weapon's activation was neither a second too soon nor too late. It was impeccably timed, indicating they came prepared specifically to rescue us. But that doesn't add up. This technology has only been employed by the Abergon God robot, suggesting it is a sophisticated technology unique to Xinjiang. Have you considered this? That thing annihilated 1 robotic legion and repelled 8 others. How ferocious! Indeed, I am convinced this is our own." He cursed under his breath, and they didn't even announce their presence. "We must find out who they are." Zhao Tianhai, Masuwa City. Lin Fan identified himself at the entrance and drove the heavy truck into the underground military zone. After this battle, he felt a newfound respect for Zhao Tianhai. With the Northern War essentially concluded, he intended to conclude his conscription and bid farewell before returning to Chang'an City. However, just as Lin Fan maneuvered the heavy truck around a corner, an unforeseen event transpired. 3 or 4 armored vehicles surrounded him, trapping him completely. Lin Fan was taken aback. These were the regular troops from the Northern War Zone. He immediately sensed something amiss and activated his wristband. Yet, a dozen heavy soldiers burst from the armored vehicles, crashed through the truck doors, and stormed inside. The heavy soldiers charged at him. After a fierce skirmish, Lin Fan managed to take down several of them and attempted to drive the heavy truck away. At that moment, a surge of electric shock coursed through him, and he collapsed. When Lin Fan regained consciousness, his wristband had been snatched away, his mouth was gagged, and his eyes were covered. He felt a profound shock within. These people had audaciously dared to abduct him in the military zone of Masuwa City. Inside the armored vehicle, he had no clue where he was being taken. Ultimately, he found himself in a confinement chamber. It was eerily silent. His protective suit had been removed, and his hands and feet were shackled in the confined space. Glaring lights pierced his pupils. Chapter 83. The indignant old bull if it were an ordinary person. The blinding light would likely incite feelings of anger and agitation. However, Lin Fan remained remarkably composed. For him, once a space warrior who had traversed the fine line between life and death for years, such tactics were hardly worth his concern. Time passed, and the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Under the harsh illumination, Lin Fan slightly opened his eyes. Accompanied by a bout of mocking laughter, the figure of a young officer gradually approached. Someone brought a chair for him, and the young officer slowly sat down. Lin Fan vaguely recognized the face. It was Song Bao. Lin Fan, do you recall what I told you back then? Song Bao coldly scoffed. Lin Fan remained silent, closing his eyes once more. It was the Song family that sought to target him. No one else would dare so brazenly detain a soldier in Masua City. Scavenger. Song Bao jabbed Lin Fan's abdomen with an electric baton, a smug smile curling his lips. Lift your head. Lin Fan did not budge, calmly retorting, on what grounds are you detaining me? In the lead up to the battle at the northern defense line, you deserted without permission. You are a coward, Song Bao sneered. The evidence against you is irrefutable. You are doomed. He struck Lin Fan again with the electric baton. Lin Fan endured the pain that gnawed at his flesh, sighed, and shook his head helplessly. You, a lowly wretch, dare to oppose the Song family? You are courting death. Song Bao grinned ominously. Just based on your desertion, it won't be long before the military office completes your trial. And you will be sent to Emo City Prison? Emo City Prison? Lin Fan managed to mutter through clenched teeth. You will vanish completely from this world. A glint of cold fury flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The Song family was going to such lengths to eliminate him. Their urgency to eradicate him suggested that it was not merely a matter of pride. Initially, he had been skeptical of Zhao Tianhai's words, but at this moment, he sensed something was amiss. 2 days later, night fell. At an abandoned dam in the southern part of Masua City, Nyo Fureo was in a state of frantic anxiety, akin to a restless ant on a hot pan. Pacing back and forth, he'd repeatedly activated his wristband, attempting to contact Lin Fan, but each attempt ended in failure. 2 days earlier, Lin Fan had sent a message to Nyo Fureo's wristband. The message contained only the words military affairs. Subsequently, Lin Fan's wristband had been completely disabled. The wristband was a critical device. Unless one was deceased, it was unlikely to be turned off. Nyo Fureo found this baffling. With the robotic legions of Qinyang having retreated, there should have been no threats within Masua City. Initially, Nyo Fureo suspected a malfunction with the wristband, but as 2 days passed, he increasingly felt that something was amiss. How could Lin Fan simply vanish without a trace? What to do? What to do? Nyo Fureo pounded his head in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he opened the communication code for Luo Wenhu, the commander of the 163 RD Division. Moments later, Luo Wenhu's holographic projection appeared. Who are you? Nyo Fureo wasted no time, stating, I am Nyo Fureo from the 1523rd Scavenger Team. Nyo Fureo, Luo Wenhu, sitting on a sickbed, inquired. I am Lin Fan's subordinate. Nyo Fureo continued, Commander Luo, have you seen Lin Fan? No, what's the matter? Upon noticing the massive titan behind Nyo Fureo, he recognized it as the robot that had rescued him during the northern defense line. Nyo Fureo clenched his fists, stating, 2 days ago, he went to Masua City and has since gone missing. His wristband was inexplicably disabled. What? Such a thing happened? Luo Wenhu responded. Did he send you any messages? He did. What did it say? Military affairs, Nyo Fureo replied. If he wasn't caught up in something significant, why would he disable his wristband? Moreover, the captain's disappearance is likely connected to you soldiers. Luo Wenhu's brow furrowed deeper. He realized that his survival and return to Masua City were entirely thanks to Lin Fan. Hearing Nyo Fureo's account, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, Do not panic. I will find someone immediately. I will ensure Lin Fan's safety. With that, Luo Wenhu disregarded his injuries and painfully rose from the sickbed, repeatedly muttering those 3 digits. After hanging up, Nyo Fureo looked at the titan behind him, exclaiming, What should we do? The captain is missing. The titan remained silent, its eyes coldly fixed on the direction of Masua City. Meanwhile, the spherical robot appeared anxious, frequently darting up to the dam to scan for Lin Fan's figure. Damn it, I have a very bad feeling. Nyo Fureo lamented. What should we do? If anything happens to the captain, I, Neofureo, would be a sinner. Masuwa City was enveloped in jubilation. Both the populace and the soldiers began celebrating the victory of the battle. Yet Neofureo remained alone in that deep valley, waiting anxiously in the dead of night. Luo Wonhu leveraged virtually all his connections in the northern war zone to seek out Lin Fan's whereabouts, yet no news emerged. With no other option, Luo Wonhu sought out the communications bureau overnight, only to discover that Lin Fan's wristband had last been traced to the 089th division in the northern war zone. The long night stretched on, feeling interminable, accompanied by a few subordinates. Luo Wonhu, leaning on a cane, arrived at the 089th division. The guard soldiers, however, obstructed their entry, refusing to allow them in. I am Luo Wonhu, commander of the 163rd Division in the Western War Zone, and I demand to see your commander. Luo Wonhu shouted. An impatient soldier scrutinized Luo Wonhu, noting his injuries, and scoffed. Not just anyone can meet our commander. He is busy and has no time for you in the eyes of the guards. The Western Division was a mere backwater, the weakest among all war zones. Moreover, the Western Division had faced relentless setbacks in this war, rendering it almost invisible. As the mightiest division, the Northern Division's main forces had penetrated deep into the heart of Qinyang, achieving a resounding victory at Satan Plateau. Luo Wonhu, feeling a surge of anger, furrowed his brow and retorted, "A transport soldier has gone missing, and I suspect you are involved. Detaining a soldier without cause is a grave offense." The soldier hesitated for a moment, then replied, "There is no transport soldier here. You should leave." Luo Wonhu discerned something amiss from the expressions of the soldiers, causing him to adopt a more somber demeanor. He retorted angrily, "If you obstruct me today, you will be an accomplice. Are you prepared to bear such grave consequences? I am merely the gatekeeper, following orders from above that forbidding outsiders from entering today." Just then, a sergeant approached, yawning as he inquired, "What time is it? Why all the commotion?" "The commander of the 163rd Division is accusing us of unlawfully detaining a transport soldier," replied one of the soldiers. "Do you know where you are? This is the Northern Theater, on our territory." The sergeant chuckled lightly, exuding confidence as he turned to Luo Wonhu, stating, "Do not think that just because you are a division commander, your words hold weight here." Luo Wonhu was almost certain that Lin Fan was within the 089 Division. Otherwise, the opposing side would not go to such lengths to impede his progress. He continued, "You dare to unlawfully detain a soldier? What audacity! There is no transport soldier. We have merely captured a deserter," the officer interjected. "Mind your own business. This does not concern you." Luo Wonhu resolved to force his way inside. But a heavy tank rolled in, and a line of heavily armed soldiers surrounded Luo Wonhu and his few subordinates. "This is not good," one of Luo's men remarked. Luo Wonhu chuckled bitterly, his fists clenched. Trembling with rage, never before had he felt such fury. Reluctantly, he retreated to his armored vehicle, BY this time. It was already 3 in the morning. His wristband vibrated, and Neofuru's holographic image appeared. "Luo, what is happening?" Neofuru asked eagerly. Luo Wonhu took a deep breath, his visage haggard. He slowly replied, "Furu, Lin Fan is at the 089 Division. 089 Division. So it is indeed related to your military. But why is the captain there? What does the 089 Division intend to do?" Luo Wonhu clenched his teeth and declared, "I just secretly inquired. These scoundrels intend to send Lin Fan to Imo City prison." Neofuru's expression shifted, and he spoke with deliberate emphasis. "Imo City prison? Indeed. That wretched place holds the most heinous death row inmates. It is nothing short of a hellish purgatory. What crime has the captain committed?" Neofuru's voice grew hoarse as he demanded. "Luo Wonhu, tell me, what crime has he committed?" They obtained approval from the military office, and Lin Fan has been classified as a deserter, having left the front lines alone before the Northern Desert War. Heading westward. Why? Luo Wonhu struck the armored vehicle furiously, exclaiming, perhaps because he offended the Song family of the capital military region. In the biting cold wind, blood vessels bulged in Neofuru's eyes, filled with righteous indignation. He shouted, "Do you understand? If the captain had not crossed the northern desert's defense line, how would Imo City have remained safe today? Without the captain, it would have long been obliterated by the vast robotic legion." Luo Wonhu was taken aback, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Neofuru laughed maniacally, his face contorting with rage. as if he were on the brink of madness. No one knew of Lin Fan's deeds. He had saved millions in Shirkuei City and had once again spared Emo City from annihilation. Yet now, he was to be unjustly accused and imprisoned in a facility designated solely for death row inmates. He roared, "You wait. If the captain does not return today, I will make you all in Emo City feel the might of the right arm of the Abalone God." With that, Nyo Furu forcefully ended the call. The Abalone God? Luo Wonhu's eyelids twitched slightly. Chapter 84. Speak of who you are. Sundawn approached. Lin Fan was subjected to blinding light, day and night indistinguishable. After days without food or water, he was utterly exhausted. His mind muddled. Suddenly, he heard Song Bao's voice, "Scavenger, I have come to send you on your way." Following this, the iron doors swung open. Several soldiers dragged Lin Fan from the confinement chamber. He was thrust onto an armored vehicle. His hands and feet shackled, blindfolded. He was to be taken to Emo City Prison, a place for death row inmates. Gradually, the soldiers tasked with guarding Lin Fan began to converse amongst themselves. "You are Lin Fan? How dare you offend the Song family, a mere transport soldier? Who gave you the audacity and courage? Remember, in your next life, do not provoke those you cannot afford to anger." Amidst the soldiers' jeering, Lin Fan chuckled softly, his heart turning cold. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers south of Emo City, a colossal robot advanced toward the city. Each step was heavy, each stride fueled by fury. This was the Titan robot. This time, it was not here to save the city, but to bring forth destruction. Numerous drones surged toward the Titan, attempting to launch an assault. However, this did nothing to impede its march. Like swatting flies, many drones were shot down, and the tanks that tried to obstruct its path were forced to retreat in disarray. In the military zone of Emo City, Lin Fan could hear it, the sound of armored vehicle tracks and the wind. It felt as if he were immersed in a world of profound sorrow. How helpless and tragic it was. For the safety of Emo City, he had risked everything, challenging 9 legions of the Chinyang Star robots. He cast aside everything for the sake of this world. Yet this Song family sought to bring about his demise. Just as the armored vehicle transporting Lin Fan was about to exit the 089 Division headquarters, a deafening explosion rang out. Bang! Heavy tanks had opened fire in the military zone of Emo City. The soldiers inside the armored vehicle were left in shock as they witnessed explosions and the billowing smoke just meters ahead. How could there be heavy tanks firing electromagnetic shells in the military zone of Emo City without a robotic invasion? At that moment, dozens of heavy tanks emerged, encircling them from all sides. The soldiers inside the armored vehicle were both puzzled and furious. These heavy tanks belonged to the Western Theater. What on earth was happening? How dared the Western Theater encircle their armored vehicle on the territory of Emo City, the Northern Theater? Soon, Luo Wonhu, leaning on a cane, struggled to disembark from his vehicle and approached the armored vehicle. Gazing at the soldiers within, he coldly declared, "You, hand over the people inside the vehicle to me." The soldiers exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet they began to sneer. The Western troops not only dared to cause trouble at the entrance of the 089 Division, but also attempted to seize their charges. They understood that the person inside had been specifically mentioned by Song Bao. And the Song family's influence in the Northern Theater was unimaginable, far beyond what this Western Division commander could contend with. Instantly, a soldier contacted their superiors via wristband. The 089 Division erupted in chaos. The heavy tanks of the Western Theater had audaciously rolled into the headquarters of the 089 Division. This was a blatant provocation. The Northern Theater had never regarded these remote forces with any seriousness. In an instant, alarms blared. The 089 Division's forces quickly assembled, and hundreds of armored vehicles and heavy tanks surged out of the military zone, effectively surrounding Luo Wonhu's men. A tense atmosphere permeated the vast military zone of Emo City, and animosity flared between the Western and Northern theaters, as well as the 089 Division. Faced with a line of heavy tanks aiming their electromagnetic cannons at him, Luo Wonhu did not flinch. He continued to shout, "I warn you, hand over the people inside the vehicle." At that moment, Song Bao emerged, assessing the still-injured Luo Wonhu with disdain. With the power of the Song family, how could they regard a mere division commander from the Western Theater? Moreover, this was in the Northern Theater, where even the commander had numerous ties to them. Luo Wonhu reiterated, "Hand over the person." Song Bao scoffed, This little division commander dared to challenge their 089 division with a handful of defeated soldiers. He retorted, "What are you? This is the Northern Theater. If you know what is good for you, just roll away. Song family scion, do not push your luck." Song Bao replied, "A ragtag force like yours should hastily retreat back to the west." Luo Wanhu replied slowly, "Fool, if you intend to send Lin Fan to a Mo City prison, you will have to trample over my dead body first." Song Bao revealed a sinister grin and waved his hand. Several soldiers advanced toward Luo Wanhu, forcefully grabbing his collar and pushing him out of the way of the armored vehicle's path. Luo Wanhu, already wounded, could hardly withstand such treatment. He fell to the ground, pain etching his face, turning pale. Meanwhile, Song Bao drew his electromagnetic pistol, aiming it at Luo Wanhu. Song Bao coldly stated, "Do not presume that just because you are a division commander, you will be treated with respect." The soldiers of the Western Theater, witnessing Luo Wanhu's treatment, were filled with indignation. They drove their heavy tanks forward, attempting to protect him. Unfortunately, the 089 Division's tanks were too numerous, easily pushing aside their vehicles. "In the eyes of my Song family, you are insignificant." Just as Song Bao sneered, a middle-aged soldier clad in a tattered leather jacket slowly approached. He appeared disheveled, with a scruffy beard and streaks of silver in his hair, his eyes lacking luster. Initially, Song Bao did not regard this man with any seriousness, until a middle-aged soldier gently approached Luo Wanhu and helped him to his feet. Song Bao exhibited a hint of displeasure as he regarded the man. "Who are you?" he inquired. The middle-aged soldier strode towards Song Bao, suddenly extending his right hand. Smack! The crisp sound echoed as a resounding slap landed squarely on Song Bao's face. In that moment, everyone from the 089 Tech Division was taken aback. Who was Song Bao? He was a member of the Song family, a division commander in his early 20s. Despite his reckless demeanor, who would dare to offend him? Not even the commander of the 089 Tech Division, let alone the regional commander of the Northern Combat Zone, would treat him with anything less than utmost respect. Yet, this middle-aged man had the audacity to strike him without a word. Numerous soldiers from the 089 Tech Division gathered around. Blood trickled from the corners of Song Bao's mouth and nose as he touched his lips, spitting out 2 teeth. His face burned with fury, twisted in rage, as he reached for his electromagnetic pistol, intending to aim it at the middle-aged man before him. However, the soldier's reflexes were too swift. In the blink of an eye, he had seized the pistol, turned it around, and pinned Song Bao against the armored vehicle, aiming the weapon at his forehead. The soldiers of the 089 Tech Division were horrified, yet they dared not act with their commander in such a vulnerable position. Song Bao struggled in vain. The middle-aged man's strength was formidable, rendering him utterly defenseless. Consumed by humiliation and rage, Song Bao shouted, "You scoundrel! Do you know who I am?" The middle-aged man remained expressionless, retorting, "Pray tell, whose son are you?" "I am from the Song family. Surely you are aware of that." Song Bao replied. "Which Song family?" the man questioned. "What other Song family exists in the Northern Combat Zone?" "My father is Song Yigong." Song Bao, filled with pent-up anger, insisted, "You must release me, even if your father were here, or your grandfather himself. They could not save you today." The middle-aged man replied coolly. Song Bao trembled with fury. This man was evidently ignorant of his father's influence, a true bumpkin from the West. The onlookers were equally astonished. How could someone be so reckless as to confront a member of the Song family? Fortunately, the commander Ma of the 089 Tech Division arrived just in time, that moment. Song Bao was firmly pinned against the armored vehicle. Ma cast a glance at the middle-aged man's back before assessing the disheveled Song Bao, his anger boiling over. How dare this man bully the commander of the 089 Tech Division, especially one from the Song family, on his territory? Upon seeing Commander Ma's arrival, the soldiers of the 089 Tech Division retreated hastily. Commander Ma was a figure not to be trifled with in the Northern Combat Zone, and the middle-aged soldier was about to face dire consequences. He strode purposefully towards the soldier, firmly stating, "This is the territory of the 089 Tech Division, and you shall not wreak havoc here. Depart at once." "Depart? Ma Jun, you have quite the audacity," the middle-aged man replied, his face as impassive as stone, glancing slightly to the side. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Commander Ma's heart skipped a beat, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. "Sir, you, 3 months of suspension. Take time to reflect," the middle-aged soldier declared, turning to reveal a fierce glint in his eyes. Commander Ma, upon seeing that cold visage, felt his legs tremble. Stammering, he saluted. Yes, Commander, Commander. The two syllables echoed in the ears of all present. The middle-aged man clad in worn leather was none other than Zhao Tianhai, the commander of the Jingji combat zone and the supreme commander of the northern battlefield. His countenance was as frigid as iron, yet his eyes burned with fierce intensity. Though he said no further words, an imposing aura rendered Commander Ma unable to raise his gaze. The previously arrogant soldiers stood frozen in shock. Soon, they realized the gravity of the situation. As hundreds of heavy tanks retreated in disarray, Zhao Tianhai released Song Bao, and two soldiers approached to restrain him with shackles. Song Bao, you dare to detain a soldier under my watch, abusing public authority and resorting to slander? What audacity! He rebuked. What do you want? Song Bao croaked. Were you not intending to send my man to the Emo City prison? I suspect you are unaware of what that place entails, so I shall let you experience it for yourself. Chapter 85. The crisis at Emo City averted. Song Bao could hardly fathom that this unpretentious soldier was Zhao Tianhai. He was a man of humility, disliking the limelight. It was rare for someone of Zhao Tianhai's stature to be encountered, especially since he had no connections with the Song family and had never met him. Upon hearing that he was to be sent to Emo City prison, Song Bao was struck with both surprise and fear. He hastily protested, Commander Zhao, I am of the Song family. You should not treat me this way. Zhao Tianhai ignored him, instead directing his attention to Ma Jun, stating, the 089th Division has unlawfully detained a transport soldier. Plotting to frame him, an unforgivable offense. Ma Jun, did you instigate this? Ma Jun, glancing at Zhao Tianhai's darkened expression, felt a tremor of fear and replied, Sir, I have never issued such orders. It appears you have acted on your own. Zhao Tianhai retorted, turning his gaze back to Song Bao. Did you ever consider a shred of compassion when you planned to send Lin Fan to Emo City prison? He is merely a scavenger. Song Bao grew anxious, exclaiming, If you dare lay a finger on me, do not think for a moment that the Song family will let this go just because you are the combat zone commander. Zhao Tianhai laughed heartily. You should inquire of your father what kind of man Zhao Tianhai is. Has he ever warned you not to provoke me? You lunatic, you will pay the price for this. Zhao Tianhai waved his hand dismissively. Song Bao continued to shout and create a scene, yet he was ultimately taken away. Despite his untouchable status in the northern combat zone, he had crossed paths with Zhao Tianhai, a general renowned for his battlefield prowess during the Fourth Great War and a commander who had risen to the occasion during the northern conflict. Even the previous generation of the Song family had never been regarded highly by Zhao Tianhai. Meanwhile, Luo Wenhu breathed a sigh of relief and promptly instructed two soldiers to assist Lin Fan from the armored vehicle. Lin Fan, battered and bruised, lay unconscious in tattered clothing. Upon witnessing his dire state, Zhao Tianhai exhaled deeply. It was unexpected that in just over 10 days, he had been subjected to such torment. Guilt washed over him for not having looked after the young man properly. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from the south, causing Zhao Tianhai's wristband to vibrate. The holographic projection of Chief Chen appeared, his expression fraught with anxiety. Old Zhao, it's bad. What is it? A giant robot has emerged in the southern mountains and is heading towards Emo City. Thousands of tanks and ordinary mechs stand no chance against it. Chief Chen hesitated before adding, It is gathering energy. Gathering energy for what? The surrounding magnetic field became chaotic. Chief Chen murmured to himself, What is going on? Speak quickly. Heavens! It is highly likely the very robot that annihilated the Qiangyang Star Robot Legion. What? Zhao Tianhai's brow furrowed in alarm. He had long been perplexed about what had driven the Qiangyang Star robots back. However, upon realization that this entity intended to attack Emo City, he commanded, all tanks and armored vehicles disperse. Retreat immediately. Do not court death. What shall we do? We cannot allow it to enter Emo City. The consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Tianhai found himself in a predicament. At that critical juncture, Luo Wenhu interjected, Commander Zhao, do not open fire. I have a solution. You have a solution? Indeed. I will make a phone call. Zhao Tianhai, somewhat perplexed, furrowed his brow at Luo Wenhu. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the magnetic crack vortex, he could not fathom how a mere division commander from the 163rd Division could possess a solution. let alone one that could be resolved with a phone call. At that moment, Luo Wanhu, disregarding any reservations, activated his wristband and contacted Niu Furho. "Niu Furho, halt your actions," came the response. "What is it?" "I have found Lin Fan." "You must cease at once," Luo Wanhu declared. "You found him?" Niu Furho hesitated before saying, "I cannot take your word for it. What if you have been bought off by the Song family? What should I do then?" "Have the captain speak to me. Otherwise, we will be at an impasse." In truth, Zhao Tianhai had not placed any faith in Luo Wanhu's claims, still grappling with strategies. However, just as Luo Wanhu ended the call, Chief Chin's voice returned, tinged with excitement. "Commander Zhao?" "It has lowered its weapons." Zhao Tianhai was taken aback, scrutinizing Luo Wanhu before addressing his wristband. "Do not rush. Hold on, understood." Zhao Tianhai regarded Luo Wanhu's wristband solemnly, asking, "Who were you just in contact with?" "A scavenger. A scavenger." Zhao Tianhai's eyes widened, a hint of frost in his gaze. "Luo Wanhu, are you concealing something from me?" Unable to maintain the facade any longer, Luo Wanhu whispered, "Given the current situation, I can no longer protect Lin Fan's secret. That scavenger is Lin Fan's subordinate." "Lin Fan?" When the Changyang Star Legion was encroaching, it was Lin Fan who led the robots to create that peculiar vortex. Luo Wanhu explained. Zhao Tianhai was taken aback, momentarily unable to fathom the words of Luo Wanhu. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? I cannot believe that a mere scavenger could accomplish such a feat." Luo Wanhu replied, "The robots outside Emosa City have ceased their assault but have not retreated. This is because the scavenger insisted that only Lin Fan could speak to him directly before he would withdraw." Zhao Tianhai instructed, "Wake Lin Fan and have him contact the other side." Luo Wanhu nodded and ordered the soldiers to administer nutrient solution to Lin Fan. Before long, Lin Fan finally regained some consciousness. He stood up, squinted his eyes, and rubbed his head. Observing the dozens of heavy tanks outside, he assessed his surroundings and glanced at Luo Wanhu, asking, "Commander Luo, what brings you here?" "Comrade Lin Fan," Luo Wanhu hurriedly responded. You must quickly instruct Niu Furho to cease his actions." "What has happened?" Lin Fan inquired. "Niu Furho has gone mad searching for you and has commanded your robots to attack Emosa City." "My head hurts a bit. Was I not captured?" Lin Fan replied. Luo Wanhu explained, "Your ally Song Bao has been apprehended by Commander Zhao for deliberately detaining and framing you. He will be sent to military prison." Only then did Lin Fan notice Zhao Tianhai not far away. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, "Commander Zhao has taken the Song family into custody." Luo Wanhu whispered, "Are you still unaware of Commander Zhao's nature? When he loses his temper, he recognizes no one." At that moment, Zhao Tianhai cleared his throat twice. Luo Wanhu quickly fell silent and re-established contact with Niu Furho, saying, "Quickly speak a few words with Niu Furho." Lin Fan pondered for a moment and called out to his wristband, "Old Niu, can you hear me, Captain? Don't do anything foolish. Retreat with the Titan robots. Captain, are you all right? I haven't seen you, and I am quite worried." "Rest assured, Commander Luo has arrived." Niu Furho hesitated for a moment and replied, "All right, Captain, if you do not return tonight, I will bring everyone to fight." Lin Fan ended the call. Shortly after, Zhao Tianhai's wristband received the message of the giant robot's retreat. He appeared expressionless, but inside, his emotions churned like tumultuous waves, unable to settle. Zhao Tianhai approached Lin Fan with a serious expression and asked, "Are the robots yours?" "Yes," Lin Fan replied. "Does anyone else know about this matter?" "Aside from the two of you, no one else is aware." Zhao Tianhai glanced at Luo Wanhu and said, "Commander Luo, please step aside." Luo Wanhu nodded and departed. Zhao Tianhai patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said slowly, "Lin Fan, thank you." Lin Fan was taken aback. He understood well who Zhao Tianhai was, a distinguished commander in the army, known for his stubbornness. Once he set his mind on something, no one could sway him. It was truly unexpected that he would lower himself to express gratitude. However, Lin Fan quickly waved his hand, saying, "You must not misattribute this gratitude to me. I should be thanking you, if it were not for you and Commander Luo's timely arrival. I, Lin Fan, might have found myself imprisoned in Emo City." "No," Zhao Tianhai insisted, "this is my fault. Had I not been negligent, you would not have suffered such indignities." He scrutinized Lin Fan again, and to Lin Fan's astonishment, a hint of a smile appeared on his usually stern face. Lin Fan felt a sudden pang of unease under Zhao Tianhai's unwavering gaze and muttered, What do you intend to do? Zodianhai's smile vanished. Returning to seriousness as he commanded, Transport Soldier Lin Fan, listen closely. I am Zodianhai, commander of the Jingji Battle Zone. In light of your outstanding contributions during the Northern War, I hereby promote you to the commander of the 003 Division of the Jingji Battle Zone. Directly under my command, 003 Division? Lin Fan was stunned. That designation had long since faded into obscurity after the Fourth Great War. Yet, Lin Fan recalled it was a designation of heroes. Zodianhai had once commanded the 003 Division himself. The division had achieved remarkable victories but had been annihilated in a fierce enemy assault, with no survivors. After the Fourth Great War, no one had dared to inherit that title, for in Zodianhai's heart, no one could replace it. Yet on this day, Zodianhai had unexpectedly elevated this scavenger to the commander of the 003 Division. What merit have I to bear such a heavy responsibility? This is an order. Zodianhai continued, as for Song Bao, I will ensure you receive justice. He is a member of the Song family, Lin Fan replied. And what of it? Lin Fan hesitated, surprised by Zodianhai's response. He continued, as a mere scavenger, being temporarily conscripted as a transport soldier and then suddenly promoted to division commander is highly irregular. Zodianhai stated, rules are made by men. With the end times upon us, who still adheres to these antiquated conventions? If the rules bind me, I shall simply abolish them. Are you not concerned that the Song family will make things difficult for you? If there is anyone in this war who can repel the enemy's 9 legions, I would promote him to division commander as well, Zodianhai asserted. Lin Fan, from now on, you will be directly under my Jingji battle zone. Moreover, you may return to the Western battle zone to secretly develop your own forces. Feel free to act as you wish, Zodianhai added. You will operate as an independent division. Aside from me, you answer to no one else. This appointment will remain undisclosed, known only to me and the leader. I did not expect you to be so resolute, Lin Fan. With such an armed force at your disposal, your legitimacy is questionable. I understand you share our objectives, but others may not view it the same way. If word gets out, it could be used against you. Zodianhai continued, as you have seen, the Song family is doing everything in their power to eliminate you, Lin Fan contemplated. Although Zodianhai had his own motives, he was genuinely trying to protect Lin Fan. He had taken great care while leading the robots north, deliberately avoiding exposure to prevent unnecessary complications. However, becoming the commander of the 003 Division meant acquiring another layer of identity. Even if troubles arose, this identity would serve as a form of protection. Originally, he had no intention of becoming embroiled in political disputes, but after Song Bao's scheme to detain and frame him, he could no longer remain aloof. Since the Song family had taken that step, he had no choice but to engage. After a moment's reflection, Lin Fan stated, joining the Jingji battle zone is acceptable. But there is one condition I must ask of Commander Zhao. Speak freely. There are many rich mineral mountains in the Sartan Highlands and its surrounding areas. Within them reside hundreds of thousands of half-humans. And the fighting there has not fully subsided. I wish for Commander Zhao to show leniency and spare them from harm. What is your intention? I wish to lead them away from the Sartan Highlands to Chan Iron City in the west. Zodianhai inquired further, what do you plan to do with these half-humans? Since Commander Zhao trusts me so greatly, I will not conceal it any longer. Chan Iron City requires development. There are currently half-human factories, armies and farmlands that require more half-humans. And a half-human army? Indeed, Lin Fan confirmed that I aim to assemble a half-human armed force before the apocalyptic war fully descends. Zodianhai furrowed his brow. The 003 Division was no ordinary unit. It held significant meaning for him, he remarked. So, are you saying my elite force will consist of half-humans from now on? Precisely. The independent division will include many half-humans, Lin Fan reiterated. But do not underestimate them. Half-humans are brave and fearless, harboring a deep-seated enmity against the Qinyang people. Equip them with weapons, and they will become a formidable force. Can you command them? We share a common goal. It will not be difficult, Lin Fan assured. When the time comes, do not be surprised if I can muster not just 1 division, but 5. Zodianhai pondered briefly, finding Lin Fan's words to be quite extraordinary. However, recalling the bizarre events outside Emosa City, he harbored no doubts about what Lin Fan claimed. He laughed heartily, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder as he said, excellent. I agree to this arrangement. However, all personnel and weaponry must be secured by you. I am currently strapped for resources, That is only natural. Since we can unify our fronts, half-humans are now our own. You need not proceed to the Sartan Highlands. I will dispatch a portion of the army to assist you in rescuing the hundreds of thousands of half-human miners. Subsequently, the transport unit will head to the Sartan Highlands to bring the half-humans to the junction between the northern and western battle zones. Lin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhao Tianhai would assist him so thoroughly, exclaiming, "In that case, I am immensely grateful. There is no need for thanks. I, Zhao, have no desire to harm those unfortunate half-humans. Like humans, they are victims of the Qingyang invasion. If mishandled and left to wander into human territories, they could pose minor troubles," Zhao Tianhai added. "If they can be of use to us, that is a good thing. However, this course of action may not be understood by others. That does not matter. A few more nuisances are inconsequential." Zhao Tianhai declared, "The matter of the half-humans is settled. As for the Wang family, I will have Old Master Wang alleviate his concerns and expedite the process." Lin Fan smiled awkwardly and replied, "Commander Zhao, this matter cannot be rushed." "What cannot be rushed? Look at you. You are not so young anymore, over 30, I presume." Zhao Tianhai's expression was grave as he remarked, "We do not yet know how many years the future holds. We can no longer afford to delay." Surely, Old Master Wang shares the same sentiment. After a while, the colossal robots surrounding Masuwa City retreated, fading into the horizon. Chief of Staff Jin dialed Zhao Tianhai's number. Inquiring, "Commander Zhao, has the giant robot departed? Shall we pursue?" "There is no need," Zhao Tianhai replied. "Without my orders, no one is permitted to recklessly investigate its whereabouts. Do not question why. This is classified information." Understood. A week later, at the military command center of Masuwa City, Lin Fan stated, "Commander, I must return to the west." "Go ahead, Commander Lin. The main forces in the Western Theater have suffered significant losses in this conflict. You must diligently safeguard the territory of the West," Zhao Tianhai responded. "No problem." Lin Fan turned and set forth on his journey southward. Meanwhile, the mines in the Satong Plateau were also in turmoil. With the assistance of the human mech forces, the half-humans were swiftly liberated. A large number of half-humans were released and transported toward the southern region of Yudu City, where Jiangxi had long been waiting to receive them. The rescued half-humans initially feared that humans would treat them as slaves or send them to concentration camps. To their astonishment, the humans set them free and provided them with a small amount of food. It turned out they were given a helping hand. The half-humans were overwhelmed with excitement, numbering over 500,000. After escaping the mines, they swept through the facilities of the Satong Plateau, scavenging for supplies. Jiangxi informed these half-humans that they would be heading to the southern city of half-humans. There would be no slaughter or exploitation. The half-humans would no longer have to bow and scrape, but could instead enjoy freedom and dignity. However, the half-humans remained skeptical, as the promises seemed too good to be true. Hesitantly, they embarked on the long journey ahead. Under Lin Fan's leadership, countless half-humans traversed the vast and desolate terrain, migrating southward. After more than half a month, these 500,000 half-humans finally arrived at Heavy Iron City. Upon witnessing a city where half-humans could freely enter and exit, they were all astounded. They could hardly believe that such a place existed in the south, a city belonging to half-humans. Upon their initial arrival, everything seemed somewhat surreal, as it was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Soon after, they beheld the half-human mines and factories, each one filled with exuberance. The industrial sector had never belonged to half-humans, yet the half-humans of Heavy Iron City had established their own production lines. Although rudimentary, the significance was monumental. The half-humans were becoming empowered. Akun, responsible for the reconstruction of Heavy Iron City, was both astonished and elated to see so many half-humans. As the reconstruction efforts progressed, the shortage of manpower remained a significant issue. The industrial and agricultural production of the half-humans still required a substantial workforce. Numerous mines, factories, and farmlands needed hands, and the paltry 2,000 half-humans were utterly insufficient. Seeing so many compatriots brought him immense joy. This meant more factories could be revived. The half-humans from the Satong Plateau came from both the mines and the factories. They were fully capable of handling the tasks on the production lines. Under Akun's guidance, Jiangxi arrived at the tank factory. From a distance, they could hear the clanging of machinery. As they approached, suddenly, a massive tank emerged from the factory. Jiangxi was startled and instinctively retreated. Having witnessed the might of such colossal weaponry, he assumed it was a human force and urgently directed the other half-humans to hide. Countless half-humans scrambled into every nook and cranny, leaving only Akun and a few others outside the factory. Akun could only shake his head in bemusement, until the large tank gradually came to a halt, and a half-human worker climbed out, waving at Jiang Shi and the others. Jiang Shi was taken aback, realizing that these massive tanks were actually being operated by half-humans. It turned out that Niu Shengli, after joining the tank factory, had worked tirelessly alongside numerous half-human engineers to finally complete the assembly line for large tanks. Now, the factory was capable of repairing large tanks. Chapter 87. Heavy Iron City Base Meeting in the Half-Human Infantry Barracks. A vast training ground had been established amidst the ruins. Half-human engineers, infantry, and artillery were all engaged in drills. Various tanks were lined up. Upon his arrival, Jiang Shi was astounded by the transformed appearance of the half-human army. Just before the assault on Maslow Fortress, Lin Fan had a mere few hundred half-human soldiers at his command. Yet now their numbers had surged into the thousands. What was once a ragtag group had undergone a remarkable transformation. Before long, a tank traversed the battered streets and halted in front of Jiang Shi. A half-human clad in a steel helmet and cloth armor emerged from the tank. Jiang Shi recognized him. It was none other than Pang Dun. Upon seeing Jiang Shi, Pang Dun was equally incredulous. He had believed Jiang Shi perished at Maslow Fortress, yet here he stood alive. The two half-humans embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Pang Dun shouted loudly, causing numerous half-human soldiers to rush out from the barracks, including many of Jiang Shi's former subordinates from the infantry. Upon realizing Jiang Shi was alive, they all gathered around him in joyful reunion. These individuals had achieved commendable feats during the battle at Maslow Fortress, and in the new military structure, many held positions as captains and lieutenants. Pang Dun excitedly informed Jiang Shi that he had been promoted to deputy regiment commander. Jiang Shi, bewildered, questioned what that entailed. With a beaming expression, Pang Dun explained it was a rank higher than that of a captain. Jiang Shi was taken aback, never expecting such a significant position existed. Glancing at his injured foot, a hint of melancholy washed over his face. Though he had never forgotten his identity as a half-human soldier, he now found himself crippled by the banks of the Shigan River. As the sun set, it cast a hazy golden hue over the fields. Barns multiplied, and the cultivated land expanded. The previously sparse agricultural machinery now appeared quite dense. It seemed that Chun, who had invested considerable effort into this land. The sun's rays crossed the equator, moving toward the Tropic of Cancer, gradually raising the temperature. Lin Fan sat atop a barn constructed by half-humans, surveying the fields with a faint smile. Chun, who stood beside him, now able to walk effortlessly under the sunlight, his metallic prosthetic gleamed with a golden sheen. He smoked a cigarette, pointing at the land before them. The former colonel now resembled a seasoned farmer. Chun, who harbored no nostalgia for the past, fully embracing his new role. The matter of food production was of utmost importance. Despite toiling day in and day out, unnoticed, he found joy in his work and felt at ease. The half-humans were industrious, and the agriculture in the river valley was thriving. Indeed, Lin Fan affirmed. They are incredibly diligent, working tirelessly as long as they are provided with tools. There is no need for your concern, Chun, who replied. Were it not for the distant Gobi Desert, Lin Fan might have forgotten this was a post-apocalyptic world. After a moment, the smile faded from his face as he remarked, I wonder how long this life can last. By the way, I brought back 500,000 half-humans from the North Point. 500,000? Lin Fan nodded. The factories cannot accommodate that many half-humans. Aside from those joining the armed forces, the rest will participate in agricultural production. That's excellent news, Chun, who smiled faintly. Those half-humans are easily swayed by your words. I wonder how you manage to do that. You will take care of things here. Rest assured. Chun, who took a drag from his cigarette, clearly content, and I am now quite captivated by outdoor agricultural production. Not only do I intend to acquire the most advanced agricultural machinery, but I also plan to establish an irrigation system here to mitigate the impact of climate and environmental factors. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, saying, It seems you have done your homework. Naturally. Old Chin, I have something very important to attend to. Are you going out to stir up trouble again? Indeed, time waits for no one. Lin Fan replied. Heavy Iron City, amidst the torrent of the apocalypse, is but a small pebble, inconsequential. As night fell, within the radar center of the base, lights illuminated a cramped space. The meeting of the Heavy Iron City base was convened. Aside from Lin Fan, there were 3 humans present: Chan Hu and the Niu family. The half-humans included Scholar Wyana, who was responsible for the Heavy Iron City factory, a Kun, who managed the half-human forces, and Pang Dun, alongside Jiang Shi. The Overlord winged beast, Howling Wind, loomed above the radar center, its head peering through a gaping hole, observing the activities within. In addition to it, several other Lord-class winged beasts perched on the bridge above. In the shadows of the night, their massive silhouettes appeared quite fearsome. Lin Fan's expression was grave as he paused and said, "The army of the Qingxi Star is launching a large-scale invasion of human-controlled territories, desperately obstructing our doomsday strategy. The forces of Qingxi Star may reach Earth within 10 to 15 years. The cataclysm of the apocalypse is imminent. Our time is running short." The Niu father and son exchanged anxious glances. Heavy Iron City had never held such a meeting before. Observing Lin Fan's serious demeanor, they too began to feel the tension. Chan Hu, growing impatient, urged, "Captain, just tell us what's going on. It's killing us." Lin Fan unfurled a map on the table. Highlighting the distribution of various mineral resources, he slowly stated, "The resources and energy of Heavy Iron City are limited. Even if we manage to reconstruct this city, we still face numerous challenges. Therefore, we must seize the vast territories west of the Honggu mountain range, along with the rich mineral resources." Chan Hu hesitated for a moment before saying, "But that area is already under the control of Base 245. Indeed. That's precisely why I called everyone here. I intend to eradicate the malignant tumor. Base 245, nestled in the western foothills of the Honggu mountain range." Lin Fan continued, "This is not merely a simple offensive. We aim to completely occupy it." As Lin Fan finished speaking, Chan Hu was left astounded, and the others fell into a profound silence. Only Chan Hu took out a cigar and lit it. His animosity towards this base on Qingyang Star was palpable, and he understood the significance of Lin Fan's proposal. Base 245 was far more formidable than a mere Heavy Iron City. Its control would extend over thousands of miles of territory west of the Honggu mountain range. All the mineral resources and abandoned energy could be easily claimed. Yet, the forces in the Western Theater had been unable to dislodge it after years of engagement. Despite the significant losses it suffered in the battle for Heavy Iron City, it was still a force to be reckoned with. He slowly remarked, "Captain, you must understand that this is a military base of Qingyang Star, and we are merely a scavenger team. The defenses of this base have reached their weakest point, and the northern Sartan Plateau base is preoccupied with its own troubles. Now is the perfect time to strike," Lin Fan asserted. "If we wait until it regains its strength, it will become far more challenging to deal with." The only one who appeared unfazed was Niu Furu. He stated, "Old Chun, don't underestimate our captain. He never engages in battles he isn't confident about." Chan Hu took a deep breath, gazing at Lin Fan, and said, "You never play by the rules. My only concern is that Heavy Iron City cannot afford to be without you." Lin Fan smiled and reassured him, "Old Chin, rest assured, I will return." "Very well." Chan Hu replied, "The base on Qingyang Star is a tough nut to crack. You must exercise utmost caution." Lin Fan nodded, then slowly rose and approached Gongxi, placing his hand on his shoulder, transmitting his thoughts. "Gongxi, can you still fight?" Gongxi glanced at his feet, then looked up at Lin Fan and replied, "My lord, I can fight. However, my foot? It doesn't matter," Lin Fan interjected. "The position of commander of the half-man infantry regiment is still vacant. If you can fight, I would like you to take the position, commander." Gongxi was taken aback. From Fat Dun's words, he understood what the title entailed. That it was the highest rank in the half-man combat forces. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Gongxi does not possess such capability. I fear I would disappoint your expectations." The half-men wielded heavy tanks as weapons, which was immensely impressive. He was aware that the current half-man armed forces had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to a few months prior. Although he felt a surge of excitement within, he still declined the offer. "No, Gongxi, you have already proven yourself," Lin Fan insisted. "In the battle for Maslow Fortress, you fought valiantly, sacrificing yourself for the greater good, earning the respect of all half-men. Furthermore, you led the Gushi half-men uprising, rescuing the half-men of this mine. You are a hero among the half-men. All of this is your grace and protection, my lord. Gongxi has never considered it to be his own merit." Gongxi said earnestly, "Fat Dun has always fought alongside you. He is the most suitable. While Fat Dun was indeed commendable, he was too impulsive. He would remain by my side to fight. Moreover, the half-men in the rear need a leader. You possess both courage and wisdom, making you ideally suited for the role. Upon hearing this, Gongxi's throat tightened, and he gazed at Lin Fan, slowly nodding. He truly did not expect Lord Ulu to place such trust in him. Lin Fan revealed a faint smile. He then returned to his seat and solemnly announced to everyone in this war, I will take almost all the robots, winged beasts, and the majority of the half-man army. Chunhu and Gongxi will lead a portion of the half-men to remain in Heavy Iron City. And all production will proceed as usual. Chapter 88. The Western War erupts again following the Battle of Stone Helmet City. The forces of Base 245 were utterly annihilated, and Stone Helmet City was left in ruins. Since then, the Western region had experienced little turbulence, until that night, when a storm was once again unleashed. The atmosphere in Heavy Iron City was charged with anticipation as the army gathered in full force. A great army composed of robots, winged beasts, and half-men was poised to sweep across the west. The battle to assault the western stronghold of Qinyang Star was imminent. The significance of this battle was anything but ordinary. It represented Heavy Iron City's formal declaration of war against the Qinyang Star inhabitants. The colossal robots Titan and Dawn Messenger appeared above the base, followed closely by over 1,000 war robots and more than 100 Viper-class robots hovering in the air. Surrounding the robots were countless winged beasts, with the dominant winged beasts roaring defiantly atop the building's 7 or 8 Lord-level winged beasts joined in the chorus of roars. The ancestors of the winged beasts had once been the overlords of Qinyang Star, and their wars with the inhabitants had endured for millennia in ancient times. Even though they were no longer a match for the Qinyang Star inhabitants, a fierce battle spirit still coursed through their veins. The winged beasts were restless, filled with excitement at the prospect of attacking the base of Qinyang Star. In this battle, they would serve as scouts in the vanguard. The half-men were even more exhilarated. This battle held profound significance. They had once been slaves to the Qinyang Star inhabitants, their own home world occupied, forced to leave their homeland, enduring years of suffering. Their hearts were filled with boundless rage. Yet they had buried it deep within due to fear. They could hardly believe that one day they would follow Ulu to attack the territory of Qinyang Star. A fleet of heavy tanks driven by half-men formed ranks, while various transport vehicles were filled overnight with supplies and weaponry. 3,000 half-man warriors were set to step onto the battlefield. This was not a mining area like Maslow Fortress, but rather a military base of the Qinyang Star inhabitants. Nevertheless, they were undaunted, each one brimming with fighting spirit. The major cities in the western region remained unaware of the events unfolding amidst the ruins of Heavy Iron City. No one could have imagined that a scavenger team would dare to launch an assault on the western stronghold of the Qinyang Star inhabitants. Lin Fan and Niu Furu set out, and it was not a whim to embark on the journey of space scavenging. Base 245 was the first stronghold that needed to be conquered in the dead of night. Chunhu arrived at the residence of Chen Ruoyu, in a house not far from the base. After months of hard work, it had been transformed into a makeshift laboratory. Chen Ruoyu was still researching the blood of the half-men, working tirelessly day and night, appearing somewhat fatigued. Upon hearing Chunhu's footsteps, she slowly looked up and asked, Brother, what brings you here? Chunhu sat down and said, Ruoyu, Dad is quite worried about you. You should come home. This place is not suitable for you. Chen Ruoyu smiled faintly and replied, I am researching radiation prevention. It may prove crucial in the upcoming war. Chunhu hesitated for a moment and said, Niu Furu mentioned that Commander Zhao of the Capital War Zone is quite fond of Lin Fan. And then, Chen Ruoyu did not look up. That I fear that the Wang family's attitude towards Lin Fan will also change in the future. Chen Ruoyu paused for a moment and then said, Why are you telling me this? I came to Heavy Iron City to study the half-men. I am not interested in Lin Fan's gossip. Chunhu sighed softly and said, Ruoyu, do you know what is happening outside? I don't know. It's quite noisy. Lin Fan is planning to attack Base 245. What? Chen Ruoyu froze, and the petri dish in her hand fell, shattering with a crash. Chunhu took a puff of his cigar and sighed deeply, saying, Did you think I couldn't see what you were really thinking? You don't understand me. And do you understand him? Do you understand Wang Kiki? Chunhu continued, the young lady of the Wang family would rather offend the Li family for him. Even when Stone Helmet City was in peril, she did not leave. I know. Then why trouble yourself? Chen Ruoyu slowly picked up the broken petri dish, smiled gently, and said, I came here to study the half-mend, as for Lin Fan. I have always regarded him as a friend. On the Gobi, The army of Heavy Iron City was almost entirely mobilized, marching towards the Honggu mountain range in a grand procession. The Titan and Dawn messenger robots, along with swarms of winged beasts, directly traversed the towering peaks of the Honggu mountain range. Meanwhile, Lin Fan drove a heavy truck, leading the Butcher-class robots and the Half-Man troops through the mining tunnels of the Honggu mountain range. 6 months prior, during the surprise attack on Maslow Fortress, Lin Fan had painstakingly avoided the guards and diverted the winged beasts, leading a mere few hundred half-men to destroy the mines of Maslow Fortress, turning the place upside down. This time, however, they marched boldly across the plateau, thanks to the winged beast's vanguard, who had already cleared out the eyes they had set up in the area. The dominant winged beasts personally led 7 or 8 Lord-level winged beasts soaring over the vast expanse west of the Honggu mountain range. Every movement there was under their surveillance. The winged beast's task was to detect and clear all obstacles ahead. Even the small outposts and floating sensors scattered across the land were swiftly attacked by the Lord-level winged beasts overnight. Unbeknownst to anyone, a scavenger had led an army to stealthily approach and once again invade Maslow Fortress. Although the mines of Maslow Fortress had been collapsed, the Qinyang Star inhabitants had not completely abandoned it. Instead, they dispatched more Butcher-class robots to guard it, along with several engineering robots. The engineering robots tirelessly toil away, clearing the debris from the mine shafts. Little did the Qinyang beings anticipate that Lin Fan would return. The Viper-class robots, accompanied by a small contingent of half-humans, surged forward like a tempest, swiftly breaching the outer defenses and launching an assault deep into enemy territory. The sound of particle beam cannons resonated through the air as streams of white light erupted above the Maslow Fortress. The Viper-class robots, facing their former comrades, exhibited no hesitation, unleashing a relentless barrage. They are the nemesis of terrestrial melee mechs. The Butcher-class robots, under their onslaught, retreated into the western bunkers. Meanwhile, the engineering robots found themselves besieged and relentlessly attacked by the half-human tanks. Soon, the Maslow Fortress lay in utter disarray, engulfed in smoke and chaos, teetering on the brink of another fall. The half-human assault showed no signs of abating, as they rampaged through the fortress, venting their inner fury with reckless abandon. From the perspective of Base 245, this was a blatant and unabashed provocation against the western military base of Qinyang. Merely 2 hours later, thousands of war robots emerged across the vast expanse, reinforcing the Maslow Fortress. The winged beasts in the sky let out their cries. Pang Dun glanced up, and without a moment's hesitation, commanded the half-human forces to retreat. Under the cover of fire from the Viper-class robots, they maneuvered their tanks towards the valley to the east of the fortress. The howling winds whipped up clouds of dust as the opposing robotic army surged forth like a tidal wave. This was the true military might of the base, not mere defenders. The scattered half-human troops were cornered into a valley with no escape. A multitude of Viper-class robots charged towards the enemy forces. Suddenly, a red beam of light appeared, and one by one, Viper-class robots fell to the ground eye in the sky. The Doomsday Herald emerged. The Maslow Fortress had already been breached once, and this time, the half-human attack had clearly provoked Base 245 to the limit. This was a colossal robot. It would not allow any invader to escape easily, charging towards the valley. The half-human tanks found themselves with no retreat, while the remaining Viper-class robots switched to defense mode. The Doomsday Herald raised its articulated weapon, preparing to annihilate the retreating Viper-class robots and the feeble half-humans. This rabble would ultimately perish beneath its feet. A red beam of light pierced the air, heading straight for the valley. Yet at that moment, a layer of dark purple energy shield materialized, and the beam dissipated into ripples on the hillside. Illuminated by the sunlight, the Dawn Herald robot suddenly ascended, unleashing another red beam. Just as the Doomsday Herald prepared to counter with its energy shield, it was too late. That beam, emanating an aura of terror, suddenly appeared before its metallic chassis, aimed at the turbines of its wings. Boom! The Doomsday Herald staggered, its massive form tilting on the heights. A swarm of war robots and half-human troops advanced towards the Doomsday Herald under the protection of the Dawn Herald. The roar of artillery filled the air. Sparks flying, the Doomsday Herald and thousands of robots fell into an ambush. The Doomsday Herald finally realized that this was far from a small contingent of Viper-class robots and half-humans. In truth, the attack on the Maslow Fortress had merely been a feint. Hidden within this valley lay an ambush. The Doomsday Herald, wary of underestimating its foes, deployed its energy shield, rendering it impervious to attacks. Immediately, both sides surged forward like torrents, engaging in a fiercely contested battle. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged on the ridge. It was Titan. The valley trembled, and debris flew from the ground. The Titan robot advanced, charging forth. During the battle at Stone Helmet City, Titan had endured the assault of tens of thousands of robots to reach the Doomsday Herald. However, this time was different. It was no longer a solitary warrior. It led the war robots into the fray. Under the protection of the Dawn Herald, the two energy shields collided, sending ripples through the air. The war robots on both sides clashed fiercely, the battle growing ever more intense. Titan surged forward, breaking through line after line of war robots, closing in on the Doomsday Herald. The eyes of the Doomsday Herald glowed red as it raised its articulated weapon, unleashing another torrent of red light. In that moment, Titan had already raised its battered shield. With a resounding crash, blinding brilliance erupted upon the metallic shield, yet it remained unaffected. At that instant, the Doomsday Herald felt a surge of fear. If Titan closed the distance, it would be utterly outmatched. Its body slowly lifted, attempting to escape. However, another red beam surged forth as the Dawn Herald struck again. One of the turbines on the Doomsday Herald was struck. With a crack, its balance faltered once more. Just then, a massive metal flying wheel shot forth instantaneously. 100-meter-long chain swung through the air, producing a low hum. Titan delivered a fatal blow. The wheel, entwined with chains, hurtled towards the Doomsday Herald robot. The chains collided with the giant robot's metallic form, wrapping around it and effectively ensnaring the Doomsday Herald. Trapped, the Doomsday Herald found itself unable to contend with the two colossal robots. With full power engaged, it desperately sought to escape, yet all was in vain. Titan clung tightly to the chains, pulling with tremendous force, causing the Doomsday Herald to crash to the ground. Dust erupted to heights of several meters. Titan charged forward, raising its massive shield to dispatch the surrounding robot sentinels. Finally, it pounced upon the body of the Doomsday Herald robot. Lifting its great shield, it struck fiercely at its core module. Chapter 89. Guardian of the Ancient Wrath. The great shield bore indentations, while the region on the chest of the Doomsday Herald was visibly concaved. Shortly thereafter, the Dawn Herald led a multitude of war robots into a charge. Ultimately, after an uncountable barrage of attacks, the turbine on the Doomsday Herald ceased its rotation, the light in its ocular lens gradually dimming. This formidable Doomsday Herald, which had instilled near despair in division-level forces, was utterly dismantled by Titan's fists. With the leading Doomsday Herald destroyed, the remaining war robots naturally crumbled into disarray, encircled and annihilated by the forces of Heavy Iron City. This ambush battle was a decisive victory. Heavy tanks and transport vehicles encircled the Doomsday Herald, with hundreds of half-human warriors appearing in their eyes. This was a trophy. They brought an endless array of chains to bind the massive form of the Doomsday Herald. Together, they powered the heavy tanks and transport vehicles, concealing this colossal metallic carcass within the valley. Lin Fan stood upon the hillside, observing the distant battlefield, finally breathing a sigh of relief. In truth, this had also been a test and a means of attrition. Niu Furong remarked, "Captain, Base 245 is indeed formidable. They even possess a Doomsday Herald." Lin Fan replied, "Let us not underestimate them." After winning this battle, the morale of the Heavy Iron City army soared, and they pressed on towards Base 245. The only base in the western region of Qinyang stood proudly on the plateau. The fierce winds whipped up clouds of dust, obscuring the sky. Once the largest industrial city in the West, Westju City, had been seized during the Fourth Great War. Even now, remnants of human architecture stood in the distance, silhouetted against the darkened backdrop. The Qinyang base lay to the south of Westju City, spanning approximately 10 kilometers in diameter. At the center of the base stood a colossal nest. The docking port for starships. Perhaps they awaited the arrival of a fleet traversing the vast cosmos. On that day, Lin Fan led the Heavy Iron City army into Westju City. Once this location was conquered, he would possess a true base, encompassing the extensive territory west of the Red Valley Mountains. With resources and energy secured, the foundation of the army could be solidified. Lin Fan remained cautious for this battle. The Dawn Herald activated its energy shield, enveloping the robot and half-human army in a layer of purple light. During the march, The base's defense systems were triggered. The immensely powerful ground-based weaponry launched an assault on the advancing robots. Fortunately, the Dawn Herald utilized its energy shield to deflect the onslaught of concentrated particle beams, proceeding calmly towards the base. This was precisely the tactic employed by Base 245 against Stone Helmet City. Faced with such an energy shield, the opposing base found itself equally helpless. On the iron walls of the base, merely 2,000 robots stood guard. Originally, the city's defenses were far more robust. After enduring the battles at Stone Helmet City and the ambush at Maslow Fortress, they had been weakened time and again, rendering them somewhat vulnerable. Those robots continued to resist stubbornly. Titan advanced towards the towering steel walls, deploying its tri-blade wheel to smash into the enemy robots. The war robots were no match for it. One by one, they were crushed, and the remaining forces crumbled into disarray. Just as they were on the brink of breaching the walls and entering the base, the ground shook violently. Behind the steel walls, an unfathomably massive figure slowly rose. It stood a staggering 100 meters tall. As the gigantic flying wheel approached, it extended its robust arms to grasp the chains. With a resounding crack, the chains were violently torn apart, and the metal wheel plummeted to the ground. In the distance, Lin Fan in the heavy truck furrowed his brow, slowly uttering, "The Guardian has finally made its appearance." Fixating on the colossal figure behind the steel walls, his heart raced. Ding! A line of small text appeared on the interstellar scavenging system. A colossal robot, the Ancient Fury, has been discovered on Qinyang Star. Upon witnessing the immense figure, towering nearly 1.5 times the height of the Titan, the half-human warriors within the tank were taken aback in sheer astonishment. Brandishing a massive axe, it exuded an aura of invincibility, as if it could single-handedly hold back an army. This was the last guardian of the base, the Ancient Fury. Looking down upon the relatively diminutive Titan, an infinite rage flickered within its enormous pupils. The Ancient Fury took a step over the steel city wall, raising its giant axe to cleave at the Titan. Faced with the Ancient Fury, the Titan displayed no hint of trepidation. With a resounding bang, the moment the axe met the massive shield, it unleashed a surge of ethereal blue electric fire, tearing through the air and causing the very fabric of space to shudder. The formidable Titan robot staggered from the impact. Yet the Ancient Fury's axe remained unscathed, gleaming with an ominous luster. And a subsequent crack, a vast fissure appeared on the Titan's shield. Before the Titan could react, the Ancient Fury's left hand, clenched into a colossal fist, drew near once more. With another thunderous crash, the Titan was sent sprawling. The Ancient Fury was simply too powerful. After rising, the Titan had no choice but to retreat. Lin Fan inhaled sharply. Finally, they had lured this behemoth out of the base, but defeating it would be no easy feat. The Titan, reluctant to engage further, decisively began its withdrawal. Its metallic form fled through the ruins, toppling countless structures in its wake. Should the Ancient Fury catch up to it again, the Titan would likely face annihilation, leading to the failure of the assault on Base 245. Under Lin Fan's urgent command, the Dawn Messenger provided cover for the Titan's retreat. Yet the Ancient Fury paid no heed to the beams of light from the Dawn Messenger, relentlessly pursuing the Titan. The half-human warriors had never witnessed such a scene. Despite their fear and frantic escape, they did not forget to provide fire support for the Titan, attacking the Ancient Fury from a distance in hopes of delaying it. The electromagnetic artillery shells from the tanks exploded against its form but had no effect. The Ancient Fury's offense and defense were leagues beyond that of the Titan. As the situation grew dire, the only units that did not retreat were the rows of Butcher-class and Viper-class robots. Rat-a-tat! The Water Ghost boldly stood at the forefront of the war machines, confronting the Ancient Fury, brandishing its cleaver and letting out a final roar of charge. However, the Ancient Fury regarded these nuisances with disdain, continuing its advance with resolute strides. The Viper-class robots, entangling the Ancient Fury, unleashed a frenzied barrage of particle beams against it. The Butcher-class robots on the ground followed suit, relentlessly bombarding with matrix artillery. In the eyes of the Ancient Fury, only colossal machines like the Titan were worthy adversaries. These ordinary war robots were akin to flies and insects, insignificant in comparison. As the Ancient Fury drew near, the Water Ghost charged forward, undeterred by the prospect of being crushed beneath its massive foot. Seizing the moment as the enormous foot descended, it leaped up, firmly grasping hold. and began to slash wildly at its armored shell. The ancient fury, however, paid it no mind. The water ghost's pupils glimmered with a blue light, as if fueled by an inner fire. Clambering up the ancient fury's body, it endured the turbulence and continued its ascent. In no time, it reached the shoulder of the ancient fury. Raising its cleaver once more, the water ghost aimed for the ancient fury's head. Clang! The ancient fury turned its head to regard the minuscule figure perched upon its shoulder, its eyes flashing with a purple glow. Subsequently, it reached out, seizing the water ghost and smashing it down to the ground with tremendous force. The water ghost plummeted from a height of 100 meters, crashing violently down a foot, then lifted, pressing down upon it. The sheer power was overwhelming. In an instant, the water ghost was reduced to a shattered heap, its body torn asunder, and its vital components emitted a crackling sound. Its pupils dulled, rendering it motionless. The water ghost had fallen, yet the other robots continued their relentless assault on the ancient fury. At last, these pests provoked the ancient fury into halting its advance. It let out a series of roars, wielding its massive axe like a deity of war. With its foot, it crushed one Butcher-class robot after another, while with the axe, it sent Viper-class robots flying. Unbeknownst to all, this battle had already raged for nearly 7 to 8 minutes. The thousands of robots from Heavy Iron City had become a disorganized mass, if not for their scattered formation and half-hearted attacks. The ancient fury could have obliterated them with a mere few strikes. At this juncture, the ancient fury finally cleared away the nuisances and led the last remnants of the base's forces in a fierce pursuit of the invaders. Base 245 would not permit the intruders to escape so easily, with the Titan being the primary target. Confronted by the relentless ancient fury and the base's forces, the Titan suddenly halted. It stood proudly atop the ruins. The full-on assault from the Heavy Iron City forces was intended to draw out the base's guardian. This battle required not mere ruins, but a complete and formidable base. The Titan's retreat was not born of fear, but rather to create distance from the ancient fury. Now, the moment had come. The Titan lifted its right arm, its pupils radiating a brilliant dark purple light, causing the surrounding air to shimmer. On its right arm, a small black dot materialized. This concentration of power made nearby metallic objects tremble. Suddenly, the black dot silently appeared before the ancient fury. Instantly, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Within a kilometer radius, a vast, swirling shadow emerged, emanating endless strands of dark matter that flickered in and out of visibility. This was the weapon of the god Abron. The ultramagnetic rift storm field. It loomed like a colossal beast, entrenched on the western side of West Jew City, annihilating all metallic machinery. In the swirling storm field, all metallic substances quaked. Countless robots fell in an instant. As formidable as the ancient fury was, even it paused in that moment. Although its exterior appeared unchanged, it suffered a ferocious internal assault from the storm field. With a thunderous crash, the 100-meter-tall ancient fury collapsed, crushing innumerable buildings beneath it. The ensuing chaos sent debris and dust soaring, swirling alongside the black vortex. Chapter 90. The surrender of the base's proxy. That was the cataclysmic power of the god Abron. Once capable of destroying human starships, this weapon had now felled the guardian of the base, the ancient fury. Yet, the Titan's form also succumbed to gravity. Neo Fureo gasped in surprise and quickly inquired, "Captain, what happened to the Titan?" Lin Fan sighed softly, replying, "The energy expended to unleash the magnetic rift field was too great. Its fusion energy core has been depleted." He understood that the Titan was not truly the god Abron. The energy released by controlled nuclear fusion was immense. However, it was insufficient for the deployment of the ultramagnetic rift storm field. The Titan's fusion energy core could barely manage 2 such uses. This urgency to seize Base 245 was also why Lin Fan needed to secure a continuous supply of fusion energy to meet the energy demands of the robot army, particularly the 2 colossal robots. Outside the base, the remaining forces of Heavy Iron City dared not enter the magnetic rift storm but instead circled to the southern side of the base. Under the leadership of the Dawn Messenger, the half-human troops finally carved a path through the southern front. The army of Heavy Iron City surged in like a tidal wave. The half-human forces faced the base's defensive artillery. Yet under the protection of their energy shields, they emerged unscathed. At this juncture, the giant robot guardians and the remaining robots fell in droves. Aside from the automated defenses, the entire base lost its capacity for resistance. The half-human troops advanced unimpeded, with tanks rolling directly into the central fortress of the base. Boom, boom. Several half-human warriors detonated high-energy explosives to blast open the first sealed passage of the fortress. No one could have anticipated that the base would fall into the hands of the half-humans. Most of these individuals had once been enslaved miners within the Maslow fortress, yet now they stood as the armed force poised to conquer the base. The half-humans were exuberant, embodying a resurgence after years of oppression and torment. "You are you." These warriors shouted wildly as they continued their demolition efforts, proclaiming the arrival and victory of the half-humans with the sound of explosions. As the final door of the fortress was on the verge of being breached, the base's defense systems abruptly powered down. ARAW transport aircraft ascended from above the fortress, attempting to flee the base. The Dawn Messenger acted without hesitation, raising its suspended weapon. A beam of red light shot forth, striking the aircraft in an instant. The transport plummeted from the sky, encircled by the half-human tanks. Then, 4 or 5 Butcher-class robots emerged from within. The half-human tanks had already locked on, and before the Butcher-class robots could deploy their weapons, they were all reduced to scrap under the tank's relentless assault. Bang! An explosion seemed to resonate within the transport, and thereafter, silence reigned. Pang Dun climbed out of the heavy tank, clutching an electromagnetic rifle, and cautiously peered into the transport. He then gestured to the rear. A squad of half-humans followed him into the transport. Moments later, a dozen or so half-humans, straining with effort, finally managed to haul out a cumbersome matrix body. The metallic matrix was heavily damaged and was the only item discovered inside the transport. Lin Fan scrutinized the matrix. Ding, the interstellar scavenging system has been activated, and a line of small text appears. Capture the base proxy robot of the Qinyang Star Civilization to obtain 4,000 scavenging points. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The system explained, "Master, do not underestimate this base proxy. It possesses the highest authority. In the absence of the Qinyang Star people, it is the actual operator of base 245. Even the giant robots must obey its commands, so that was it. All along, it was this entity that instigated the war against Stone Helmet City." Indeed. Lin Fan paused and asked, how could such a high-level robot be easily destroyed? To avoid capture by humans, it self-destructed. The system elaborated. All robots and defense systems in this base are under its command. If captured, it would essentially mean controlling the entire base. I see. Without it, restoring the entire base would take at least 6 months. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. He understood that 6 months was a luxury they could not afford. Thus, he inquired, can we capture it? To restore its data while completely subduing it is quite challenging, because its most vital aspect is not its shell, but its internal algorithmic power. The system added. However, the repair worms are not to be underestimated. At that moment, a sphere crawled out from Lin Fan's backpack and approached the base proxy, poking at the matrix metal body with its finger. Emitting beams of light from its eyes, it seemed to comprehend that this robot had a unique structure, even more peculiar than the giant robots. Lin Fan hastily asked, "Sphere, can you repair it?" The sphere gestured, indicating to Lin Fan that while repairing it was feasible, completely controlling it would pose some difficulty. Lin Fan nodded. Subsequently, he commanded the half-human to transport the matrix body to an open area, where the half-human encircled it with tanks, forming layers of protection. The sphere transformed into a furnace state and began the repair on the base proxy. A sneeze erupted. It sprayed 2 blobs of silver metallic liquid onto the matrix body. The repair worms commenced their diligent work. However, an unexpected event occurred. Halfway through the repair, the base proxy triggered a hidden self-destruct sequence once more. This perplexed the repair worms, who had to laboriously begin the repairs anew. Fixing the shell was not particularly difficult. The real challenge was to restore the corrupted data within the core module while overcoming the protective measures set by the Qinyang Star people. Merely repairing the shell while destroying the key data would render the base proxy nothing more than scrap metal. The repair worms obediently started over. As a result, a hidden piece of source code activated again, attempting an escape. However, it was blown to bits by the tank driven by the half-human. The repair worms were compelled to once again repair the destroyed data in the core module. This time, they became increasingly cautious. Consequently, with each destruction, the difficulty of the repairs escalated. The entire core module was nearly filled with repair worms. They surrounded the core module like valiant warriors, establishing layers of barriers. Any suspicious electronics and photons would be intercepted. Almost all dubious microscopic particles were extracted and pummeled by the repair worms, simultaneously undergoing ideological reformation. During this time, the Dawn Messenger robot vigilantly guarded the base. The half-human warriors remained ever vigilant, patrolling the interior with diligence. The winged beasts conducted reconnaissance tirelessly within a radius of several hundred kilometers around Shiju City. Everything was tranquil, with no abnormalities occurring. After all, following the conquest of the northern Satan Plateau, the remaining Qinyang Star forces were locked in a standoff with the Northern Front and lacked the ability to advance southward in the short term. As for the base proxy, it was finally repaired by the repair worms. The matrix body became somewhat sluggish, yet it retained its unique algorithmic capabilities and authorization information. Despite the fact that the Qinyang Star invested nearly a century of research into designing such base proxies to prevent being hacked. During the colonial wars, these robots often replaced the Qinyang Star people in command. In a certain sense, they were far more loyal and reliable than the Qinyang Star people, seemingly incapable of betrayal. Yet this base proxy encountered the repair worms, and its core program was indeed compromised. This robot, which was regarded as exceedingly loyal in the eyes of the Qinyang Star people, unexpectedly turned traitor and became Lin Fan's guide into the fortress. The once cumbersome matrix body transformed into a humanoid robot over 2 meters tall, treating Lin Fan as its new master, obediently complying with his commands. Under Lin Fan's order, the base proxy led him and a squad of half-humans into the fortress. The core area of the fortress was equipped with numerous security doors and various safety measures. However, the base proxy betrayed its former allegiance, opening every door for Lin Fan's arrival. The command center was enveloped in darkness. Yet the base proxy navigated with familiarity, guiding Lin Fan to the most vital control room. It was a small chamber filled with various metallic apparatuses. The base proxy reverted back to its matrix form, slowly embedding itself into the massive control device. In an instant, the matrix body unlocked various instruments, illuminating the control room as the entire base rebooted. Within the base, the enormous outer circular detection equipment flickered with light, and the defense systems gradually came online. At that moment, the reconnaissance system relayed a message. Unknown intruder detected. Should we attack? The base proxy promptly issued a command. No soon, the reconnaissance and defense systems, upon self-checking, detected the base proxy's anomalous behavior and sent a query. Is there a malfunction in the base proxy? Should repairs be temporarily conducted? The commander robot resolutely issued another command. Warning. A rebellion has been detected in the self-checking program modules of the reconnaissance and defense systems. By the highest authority of the base, immediately eliminate the reconnaissance and defense system program modules and establish new program modules. Chapter 91. The rebooted Western base. 10 days later, standing at the highest point of the fortress, Lin Fan and Yo Furu gazed down at the once 245 base. Ding! The interstellar scavenging system once again displayed a line of small text. Acquire the Qinyang Star small base. Receive 50,000 scavenging points. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement within. Compared to Heavy Iron City, this place could truly be deemed a base. This was also the reason Lin Fan had no intention of waging war within the base. Once the supermagnetic rupture storm was unleashed here, indiscriminate attacks and destruction would inevitably devastate half of the base. This base, with a radius of 10 kilometers, not only boasted advanced reconnaissance and defense systems, but also housed controllable fusion energy storage, a core industrial system, and a factory for ordinary robots. Additionally, there was a massive docking bay for starships. Under the control of the base proxy robot, the base's reconnaissance and defense systems permanently obliterated their self-check programs. Within this base, the base proxy held the highest authority. Other defensive measures were rendered ineffective under the supremacy of the base proxy. It was akin to a key, allowing Lin Fan to effortlessly unlock this small base. Following the directives of the base proxy, all unstable factors within the control system were eradicated. Even the commands of the robot factory were altered. Subsequently, all engineering robots received orders from the factory to return for upgrades and repairs. When they emerged once more, they had already defected. One by one, engineering robots exited the factory, reclaiming the remnants of destroyed robots from the base perimeter. In the ordinary level robot factory, apart from the ancient Fury God and the Doomsday Messenger robots. All scrapped robots would be repaired. Naturally, this included the Water Ghost robot that had been reduced to fragments. The controllable fusion energy warehouse was also under control. This was a crucial reason for Lin Fan's assault on Base 245. Without a supply of energy, even the most formidable mechanical army would ultimately become mere scrap metal. Whether it was the energy shield utilized by the Dawn Messenger or the magnetic rupture vortex unleashed by the Titan, the energy consumption was immense. Although the energy supplied by heavy element fusion was enduring, after frequent warfare, the energy issue of the heavy Iron City robot army had indeed become pressing. Heavy element fusion is an exceedingly challenging technology, and it was utterly impossible for Lin Fan to achieve this with the embryonic industrial framework in Heavy Iron City. It was only after conquering this base that a solution to the robot energy problem began to emerge. Lin Fan watched as energy transport vehicles rolled out from the factory, heading towards the base, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Soon after, the energy transport vehicles arrived before the fallen Titan, commencing the injection of fusion heavy elements. Nyo Furu was equally exhilarated. He had initially thought that the armed forces of Heavy Iron City were immensely powerful. He never anticipated that Lin Fan's true objective was not a mere ruinous city. To this day, the Western War Zone likely remained oblivious to his secret initiation of warfare, having captured this base west of the Honggu mountain range and firmly secured it. The base was operating in an orderly manner. Apart from a few left to patrol, the majority of the winged beasts, led by Hao Feng, flew towards Heavy Iron City. After all, in the conflict at Shiju City, the armed forces of Heavy Iron City had nearly all deployed. They needed to return swiftly to defend Heavy Iron City. Half-humans drove countless heavy tanks and transport vehicles, finally bringing their spoils, the wreckage of the Doomsday Messenger, from the valley east of the Maslow Fortress to this location. Aside from a small contingent of half-human warriors, the rest would return to Heavy Iron City, but not empty-handed. These fellows had discovered numerous abandoned heavy tanks amid the ruins of West Juching. Their eyes gleaming with excitement, in truth, their fascination with the discarded robots paled in comparison to their enthusiasm for the forsaken tanks. Presently, the tank factory in Heavy Iron City had resumed operations. With the expansion of half-human armaments, their need for weaponry had become pressing. Nyo Fureo inhaled the atmosphere of West Juching, feeling a surge of grandeur. Though merely a scavenging team, they were no longer easy prey. Across the entirety of the West, it seemed there was no one left who could challenge them. He inquired, "Captain, I never imagined that one day I, old Nyo, would set foot on the base of Qinyang Star." Lin Fan hesitated, yet his brow remained furrowed. He replied, "Old Nyo, there is still much for us to accomplish, and the challenges ahead are far more formidable than merely occupying this base." "What else is there?" Lin Fan gently called out, "Base proxy, report on the status of Base 245.at." That moment, a holographic image of the base appeared before Lin Fan and Nyo Fureo, displaying the remaining usable value of fusion energy, 8. The number of factories, 31. The quantity of engineering robots, 1109. And various scarce metallic elements, several. Old Nyo, the reserves of fusion elements in Base 245 are limited. Lin Fan paused before continuing. They may suffice for urgent needs, but they are not a sustainable solution. Preliminary estimates suggest that after repairing a significant number of robots and activating various production lines, we will barely manage to sustain operations for 6 months. 6 months? Indeed, 0.6 months is far too brief. Lin Fan stated, by then, all the base's defense systems will have turned to scrap, and all the factories will merely be ornamental. An energy crisis will once again besiege us. With so many mineral resources west of the Honggu Mountains, is there truly no accessible fusion elements? Lin Fan shook his head. This is not a matter that can be resolved by mining. There are no naturally occurring heavy fusion elements on Earth. Base 245 possesses a storage facility for fusion heavy elements, but those are supplied from the Satan Plateau-based SO. It is. Should we not seek another abandoned base on Qinyang Star to scavenge? That would be futile. The fusion elements on Earth are scarce. Any heavy elements in abandoned bases have long been taken by the Qinyang Star inhabitants or the United Government. Nyo Fureo's expression turned grave. After finally capturing a base, to only maintain it for 6 months was deeply unsatisfactory. He quickly asked, "What shall we do then?" "Follow me," Lin Fan declared, stepping out of the fortress and leading Nyo Fureo towards the northern part of the base. With the authorization of the base proxy, they entered an underground passage. The long corridor was somewhat dim, enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their footsteps. Before long, they reached the end, where a massive warehouse loomed before them. Within this space lay a colossal object, measuring an impressive 210 meters in length and 70 meters in width. Neofureo gazed up at the sight, utterly astounded. What is this? A space mining ship. And what is that? A miniature exploration starship from Qinyang Star. During the Fourth Great War, it was attacked, sustaining severe damage, and made an emergency landing here. Neofureo glanced at this so-called spaceship, then at Lin Fan. Mumbling, Captain, what are you planning? Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before stating, I intend to repair it and then venture into space. Neofureo stood dumbfounded, his mouth slowly opening to utter a few words. To space for what? We shall journey into space to continue scavenging, to seek all the resources and energy we require, even weapons. Neofureo murmured, I have never heard of such a thing. Lin Fan lifted his head, his expression easing slightly. A single base could hardly play a significant role in the wars to come. The true adversary was not the scattered Qinyang Star bases across Earth, but rather the massive fleets that were traversing space. Advancing with great ferocity, Lin Fan understood all too well what the Qinyang Star space fleet represented. Not even a single base, nor all of Earth's military forces combined, could withstand them. His aspirations had never been confined to a minor skirmish or a solitary base. The boundless expanse of space was the destination they ought to pursue. In West Jucheng, it was no longer referred to as Base 245.it had reclaimed a long-forgotten name, Western Base. This base had been entirely reactivated. The winds carried the sands gently, and before long, a dawn messenger appeared in the skies above. Meanwhile, the water ghost, standing atop the towering steel walls, tirelessly patrolled, scrutinizing the movements beyond it, had been restored once more. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Instantly, dust erupted from the distant ruins as crumbling buildings collapsed. All the sentinel robots on the walls became alert. A towering figure, reaching a height of 100 meters, emerged from the debris, slowly rising to its feet. With each step, it approached the edge of the walls, unleashing a thunderous roar. As it brandished its enormous axe, an overwhelming aura swept through the area. Resembling a true gatekeeper, T cast its gaze upon Lin Fan below, and from that moment forth, it would fight for its new master. The one constant was that it would stand as a valiant guardian. Forever safeguarding this base.it was the ancient Fury God. Chapter 92. The quantum right eye of the sphere in West Jucheng. An urgent alarm suddenly blared throughout the base. The reconnaissance and defense systems sprang into action, and all defensive weapons were deployed. Rat-a-tat-tat. All combat robots rallied at the base's signal. Even the ancient Fury God robot rose, scanning the surroundings as if preparing for battle. What was happening? Lin Fan in the control room was taken aback. A holographic projection materialized before him, displaying a rapid succession of Qinyang Star information codes. He recognized the codes. Since occupying this base, he had expended 50,000 scavenger points to unlock the primary civilization language database on the scavenging technology tree. This primary civilization language database was of a higher level compared to the superspecies consciousness simulation and proved quite useful. The warning from the reconnaissance system appeared. Detected highest level threat, located in the northeastern direction of the base. Soon after, a projection of the northeastern ruins emerged. Shall we engage? The base proxy sought Lin Fan's command. Upon closer inspection, a fireball materialized amidst the scorched earth. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and quickly exclaimed, "Wait!" As the reconnaissance system continued to enlarge the image, clarity dawned upon him. What was labeled as a highest-level threat was, in fact, a sphere foraging through the ruins. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief. Though his astonishment remained undiminished, the sphere's body was adorned with dazzling red-hot spots, and waves of heat surged skyward. Its mass was so immense that upon losing its electromagnetic constraints, gravitational forces were unleashed. The surrounding pebbles, no longer subject to Earth's gravity, began to float, entering their respective orbits and rotating around it. Yet this was just the beginning. The glowing spots continued to erupt, soon engulfing its entire form, transforming it into a high-temperature sphere, akin to a burning miniature star, radiating brilliant light. Lin Fan was taken aback, muttering, "What has happened to the sphere?" The system's voice responded, "Do not worry, Master. The sphere has consumed too much metal in this city and is about to evolve to a higher stage." Huh. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, finding it not strange at all. Over the past month, the sphere had practically devoured all of West Jucheng. With the establishment of the robotic factory in this western base, The sphere no longer required repairs for robots. Lin Fan had been busy with the base's modifications, while the sphere merrily scuttled off to feast upon the ruins. Its nose was incredibly keen. No metal could escape its grasp. West Juching was not comparable to Heavy Iron City. It was filled with countless high-end factories and top-tier military fortifications left behind by humanity. In just a few days, it became a common sight to see the peculiar scene of the sphere, swaying its rear end, stealthily disappearing into the ruins. One after another, heavy factories with steel exteriors vanished, and top-tier military fortresses crafted from metal were reduced to nothingness. Wherever it went, nothing remained. Years of war had already left West Juching in ruins. Now, with this little creature wreaking havoc once more, much of the city lay in utter disarray. Clearly, the sphere was sated. Its form appeared distorted, shrouded in flames, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Energy seemed to expand, and it was vaguely perceived that its body had grown to nearly 2 meters in height. Suddenly, the air stilled for a moment. Boom! A crimson beam of light erupted, a column 5 meters wide shooting skyward. The surrounding remnants were instantly flattened. Lin Fan stood in shock. This evolution marked the sphere's transition from infancy to maturity. The consumption of metallic elements is far beyond previous comparisons, particularly in the absorption of rare elements. Had it not been for the rare metals left in the vast pit created after the devouring of the Abergon deity in Sanong City, coupled with the innumerable metallic elements from Shizhu City, achieving a level of evolution would have been utterly impossible. The scene of evolution unfolding before our eyes is even more terrifying than the last. Even the formidable defense system of the base has classified it as the utmost threat. Indeed, this surge of energy possesses the capability to obliterate the very foundation of the base, to prevent collateral damage to this land. The sphere must concentrate the eruptive energy during evolution and expel it in a radiant beam beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Only a life form of such advanced civilization can appear so composed under such energy. In an instant, as the energy erupted, an immensely powerful electromagnetic pulse emerged, and Lin Fan could feel the tremors beneath his feet. This energy surged into the boundless cosmos. Simultaneously, the base's power supply faltered, and both reconnaissance and defense systems were disrupted. The control room was enveloped in darkness, sending a chill down Lin Fan's spine. Indeed, the life of an advanced civilization, appearing harmless and docile in everyday life, is merely an illusion. The energy unleashed during its growth phase could easily annihilate a starship. Fortunately, this electromagnetic pulse also caused nearby aerial detection devices to malfunction. Whether human or Qingyang alien, all they comprehended was that an energy eruption had occurred. Yet the specifics remained a mystery. As the beam of light dissipated, Shizhu City gradually returned to tranquility, and the base's power was restored once more. Lin Fan murmured, "System, the evolution of the sphere is rather terrifying." "This is merely the beginning," the system replied. "Once it reaches the growth phase, the metallic elements required for the sphere's evolution will escalate to an unimaginable level, increasing with each subsequent phase. Similarly, its destructive capacity during development will amplify progressively. Thus, remaining on Earth has become untenable. Even after a time, the solar system itself will be insufficient for its growth, as it lacks rare metallic elements." The system continued. "Moreover, Earth is inhabited by humans, and the developmental process poses inherent risks." "I understand," Lin Fan replied, a faint sorrow evident on his face. "I wish to commence our journey into space immediately. Time is indeed of the essence." When the energy subsided, the sphere reverted to its 50-centimeter stature. It was seen puffing its cheeks, continuously blowing air onto its reddened body, attempting to cool itself down. The surroundings transformed into a newly formed rocky landscape. It was not until evening that Lin Fan dared to approach. Upon reaching the sphere, he found it had just completed its advancement and was now fast asleep, appearing quite fatigued. Lin Fan refrained from waking it. Cautiously drawing closer to the sphere's form, a gentle warmth emanated from it, though it was no longer scorching to the touch. Lin Fan gently cradled it and placed it into his backpack. Returning to the base, several days later, in the base's warehouse, the sphere arrived, lifting its head to survey the colossal metallic structure. It extended a finger and poked at the exterior of the space mining vessel. Perking up its ears to listen to the sounds within, the glimmer of excitement danced in its eyes, eager to explore. For a life form like the scavenger pig, repairing such advanced products of mechanical civilization was nearly an obsession. Though the space mining vessel was merely a rudimentary type among starships, the technology it housed was beyond imagination. A smile crept across Lin Fan's face as he slowly declared, "Unlock the repair technology for small starships of primitive civilization." Instantly, a chime sounded. Interstellar scavenging system activated, displaying a line of text. Unlock complete, consuming 500,000 scavenging points. Concurrently, a plethora of technical blueprints for countless small starships, mechanical principles, and engineering data flooded the sphere's mind. These blueprints were exceedingly intricate, yet the sphere comprehended them effortlessly within mere seconds. It gestured for Lin Fan to step back. Moments later, it stood upright, sneezing thrice, summoning a multitude of repair worms. However, the color of the repair worms had changed. Glimmers of gold shimmered amidst their silvery forms. The repair worms attached themselves to the hull of the space mining vessel, commencing their repair work. Lin Fan inquired, "Why have the colors of these repair worms changed?" With the sphere's evolution, the repair worms had undergone a transformation. The system paused briefly before responding. They should now be referred to as quantum repair worms. Quantum repair worms? What distinguishes them? Certainly, their energy reserves have significantly increased. And their vitality has become even more robust, the system elaborated. More crucially, each repair worm carries a quantum capable of transmitting information. What is a quantum for transmitting information, Master? Take a closer look at the sphere's eyes. Lin Fan glanced from a distance. The sphere's left eye glowed with an ethereal blue light, while the right eye displayed a vast expanse reminiscent of the night sky, dark yet profound. Upon closer inspection, he could discern a phantom that mirrored the space mining vessel itself. "What has happened to the sphere's right eye?" the system explained. "Its right eye has evolved into a quantum right eye, now utilizing entangled quanta to communicate with all the repair worms." Ah? The sphere's right eye brimmed with countless quanta, each corresponding to the quanta within the bodies of the repair worms. The sphere was orchestrating an endless army of repair worms through quantum entanglement to restore the space mining vessel. "I see," Lin Fan remarked. The system continued, "After all, the space mining vessel is quite large, and the repair worms will need ample time to work externally, covering greater distances. With quanta serving as a medium, the repair worms can accomplish such a monumental task." Chapter 93. The repaired space mining vessel. 3 days later, Lin Fan and Yo Furu stood beneath the colossal space mining vessel. Its size was truly overwhelming. Under the diligent efforts of the quantum repair worms, the vessel had been restored, once again radiating a sheen. This marked Lin Fan's acquisition of his first spacecraft. However, it could not yet be classified as a starship. The navigable area was exceedingly limited, capable only of roaming and exploring within the solar system. As for traversing the vast expanses beyond the solar system, it would prove to be quite arduous. Nevertheless, this signified his qualification for interstellar scavenging. He was now able to leave Earth and venture into space. Following the directives issued by the base, fusion energy vehicles gradually entered the warehouse. After half a day's labor, the energy for the space mining vessel was fully loaded, representing one of the base's scant reserves. Clang. The space mining vessel extended its long metallic ladder. Lin Fan ascended and glanced back at Nyo Furu. "Old Nyo, take a look." The astonishment within Nyo Furu was palpable, rendering him nearly speechless. He merely nodded, slowly following Lin Fan. Automatic doors opened before them, revealing a brightly lit cabin. As he traversed the lengthy corridor, he gazed around, trailing closely behind Lin Fan. They passed through the central chamber and advanced toward the front of the space mining vessel, finally arriving at the cockpit. Inside were an array of instruments. Nyo Furu looked around, bewildered. He seated himself in the pilot's chair, testing it, while observing the peculiar contraptions ahead. Scratching his head, he chuckled and said, "Captain, I drive tanks. I have no clue how to operate this thing." "Just hold on tight," Lin Fan replied with a slight smile, taking his place at the helm. Nyo Furu dutifully settled into the co-pilot's seat. Lin Fan's right hand grazed a black spherical object. In an instant, the space mining vessel roared to life. The black sphere emanated silver patterns, and a holographic projection appeared before Lin Fan. This was the control system of the space mining vessel. Displaying a series of strange symbols, Nyo Furu could not decipher them, but Lin Fan, having acquired the language database of primitive civilization, understood their significance. Moments prior, Lin Fan had attained captaincy privileges for this space mining vessel. Click! The warehouse's vast hatch opened, revealing the expanse of the sky above. Subsequently, the vessel's propulsion system unleashed tremendous energy, and the immense body began to ascend. The space mining vessel, now in a low-speed state, soared skyward. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement within him. It had been nearly 10 years since he last boarded a starship, the last time he commandeered the revival vessel's captain, escaping with the starship. He endured a prolonged imprisonment and a life of scavenging. Little did he expect to be stepping aboard a starship once more. He was no longer the young officer aboard the starship, but a true captain. Departing Earth was precarious, yet given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to make this decision. Although he had seized control of the base and dominated the vast regions west of the Honggu Mountains, restoring an increasing number of war robots, he still faced the unresolved issue of fusion energy. If this situation persisted, it would pose a fatal crisis. Furthermore, the high-value scrap available for scavenging on Earth remained limited. Even with subplanetary-level exploration technology, no substantial discoveries had been made within the base's radius of several thousand kilometers. Even for the sphere's development, a journey into space was imperative. As it advanced to higher tiers, the required metallic elements multiplied, potentially reaching planetary levels. The metallic elements in the ruined cities of Earth could not satiate its voracious appetite. Some rare metallic elements were simply unattainable on Earth. Only found amidst the vast cosmos, in the boundless universe, there were no constraints. Though fraught with infinite dangers, it also brimmed with limitless possibilities. And this was a space mining vessel, at best a miniature starship. Devoid of offensive capabilities, it has not even reached the scale of a small starship. Furthermore, it lacks a curvature engine, rendering it incapable of traversing the vast expanses of the universe over long distances. Even during the Fourth War, it only managed to reach the solar system while attached to a larger starship. Nevertheless, the space mining vessel possesses its own advantages. It is utilized by the Qingtian people for the exploration of uncharted territories and celestial bodies, allowing it to land effortlessly on various complex terrains. This is one of the reasons it could survive after sustaining an attack. In comparison to medium-sized combat starships, the space mining vessel boasts superior speed and standard navigation mode, which is of utmost importance to Lin Fan at this moment. The space mining vessel ascends to several hundred meters in altitude, and Lin Fan suddenly hears a series of rapid breaths. Turning to look, he sees Niu Furue gripping his seat tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably, eyes squeezed shut in fear. "Old Niu, what's wrong?" Lin Fan inquired. "Captain, I thought joining the scavenger team meant driving a tank," Niu Furue replied, still too scared to open his eyes. "Who would have thought we'd be this high up? Just a few hundred meters. But this perspective is terrifying," Niu Furue murmured, his brow furrowed. Lin Fan then recalled that Furue had entered the panoramic view of the space mining vessel. While the cockpit offered no view of the outside, those seated in the pilot and co-pilot positions could switch to the vessel's perspective. Once Old Niu activated the panoramic view, he felt as though he was suspended in midair, creating an extremely realistic sensation. Even mimicking the feeling of wind. It appeared overwhelmingly frightening. Lin Fan assisted him by switching the view to a semi-panoramic perspective. "Old Niu, you can change the view," he said. "Much better." Niu Furue finally exhaled slowly. "Once we reach true space, you'll become accustomed to such heights." Lin Fan did not continue to pilot the vessel further into space, but instead controlled it to descend slowly. Returning to the warehouse, Niu Furue steadied himself against the bulkhead as he gingerly made his way down from the mining vessel. He let out a heavy sigh and asked, "Captain, are we really going to space?" "Indeed. Our objective is not merely to leave Earth. We aim to reach Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and even farther," Lin Fan stated. "We shall embark on our journey amidst the stars and seas. But I'm somewhat afraid of heights." Lin Fan sighed softly. "I was considering appointing you as the vice captain. If you're afraid of heights, wait." Niu Furue stared at Lin Fan, eyes wide, slowly asking, "Captain, are you saying I would be vice captain?" "Indeed. Can someone like me really become the vice captain of this starship?" "Of course, the space mining vessel is easy to operate. Even a half-human can pilot it. With a little effort, you can certainly manage." Lin Fan paused before adding, "But are you not afraid of heights? I can see that your eyes are too frightened to open." Niu Furue hesitated before replying, "Captain, You mentioned that once we reach true space, I would be able to overcome it. That's what you said. Lin Fan smiled slightly before becoming serious again, stating, then today, I officially appoint you as the vice captain of the space mining vessel. If I am not present, you shall command the starship. So, are you willing to explore the universe with me? Nyo Furue straightened up, saluted, and declared, Nyo Furue, at your service, Captain, Heavy Iron City. Before leaving Earth, Lin Fan visited one last time. The purpose was twofold. First, to head to New Stone Helmet City, where, with the assistance of Mayor Chen Dingtang, he acquired a genuine spacesuit and ample space food. For Mayor Chen, obtaining these items was not overly difficult. Secondly, he came to bid farewell to his companions in Heavy Iron City on that day. In Chen Ruoyu's laboratory, Lin Fan stood for a long time, observing Chen Ruoyu's slender figure. Dr. Chen, you should return to New Stone Helmet City. The conditions here are poor, and Mayor Chen is quite worried about you. Don't worry, Chen Ruoyu replied without looking up, a faint smile on her lips. Once I finish collecting samples from the half-humans, I will return. By then. Who knows when we will meet again? Be sure to stay safe on your journey. Chen Ruoyu nodded, testing the reagents as she spoke. I asked my brother, but he refused to tell me where you're going. However, I suspect it's a very distant place. Isn't it? Indeed, it is quite far. Lin Fan replied, Is it cold there? Cold. Then remember to wear plenty of clothes. All right, Chen Ruoyu added, and please don't fall ill. There won't be anyone to take care of you. Thank you. Lin Fan set off in a heavy truck, accompanied only by Nyo Furue, Pang Dun, and 4 or 5 other half-humans. Meanwhile, in the northwest watchtower of Heavy Iron City, hundreds of thousands of half-humans were crammed inside. Each appeared reluctant to part, collectively watching Lin Fan depart. They had heard from Pang Dun that URU had more significant matters at hand, and the place they were headed was far more distant than Shizhu City. Many half-humans began to weep, fearing that URU would abandon them once more. However, Akun remained steadfast, believing that Lord URU would return. He urged the other half-humans not to slacken during URU's absence, as the reconstruction of Heavy Iron City required their efforts to improve it before Lord URU's return. Chen, who was also among the half-humans, as he watched the heavy truck diminish in size, finally vanishing on the horizon, worry filled his eyes. He understood that Lin Fan's journey was not to a city but rather into space. That realm had once been a battlefield between the Qingtian and humanity. Although the war had ended, it remained infinitely more perilous than the ruins of human cities. Should danger arise, it could be fatal, leaving one isolated and helpless. With the slightest misstep, one could be lost forever, devoured by the endless starry void. In that moment, Chen, who even forgot to smoke, and in a corner of the ruins, Chen Ruoyu leaned against a crumbling wall, watching as Lin Fan's vehicle disappeared entirely. A crystalline tear cascaded down her cheek. All this time, she had maintained a facade of indifference, but now she could no longer hold back. Lin Fan had repeatedly made choices that left her astounded. She could not ascertain whether this farewell would be their last. Chapter 94. Zhao Tianhai's 4 Sins. It was a tranquil evening. A space mining vessel, measuring approximately 200 meters in length and 70 meters in width, floated in the AIR.AN ethereal blue flame burned. A result of heavy element fusion.IT was a product of Qingtian civilization. Distinct from the starships of Earth, the entire hull resembled a fish, black in color, seamlessly blending into the dark expanse of space. This space mining vessel was named the Scavenger. At last, it set forth on its journey. Driven by fusion energy, it began to accelerate, leaving a faint trail of light in the night. For such a vessel, escaping Earth's gravity was a trivial task. The mining vessel soared higher, disappearing into the darkness under the watchful gaze of the ancient Rage God and the Dawn Messenger robot. This launch of the space mining vessel symbolized the beginning of Lin Fan's cosmic scavenging. Seated at the helm, Lin Fan gazed upon the receding continent, now reduced to mere pinpricks of light. The Northern War had concluded, yet the conflicts raged on unabated. Flames of war still spread across the continent behind him, shrouding countless human cities in death and destruction. He understood that each point of light represented a city, one of which was his homeland. Despite the ravaged state of the world, each city still harbored a glimmer of hope. Before the mining vessel lay the boundless, majestic cosmos. Though he was merely a scavenger now, he had not lost faith amidst the long, arduous years. Currently, a skirmish was underway between the starships of Qingtian and the human space fleet. with the battlefield lying at a considerable distance. However, the journey beyond Earth still posed risks. Nyo Furue, seated beside Lin Fan, felt the acceleration and clutched the seat tightly. He murmured, "How high are we now?" "Already at 100,000 meters. Nyo Furue inhaled deeply, saying, "Captain, is Mars safe? We cannot venture too far, nor too close, as proximity increases the likelihood of detection, especially while exploring Earth's orbit," Lin Fan explained. "Mars is relatively safer. Will we not be discovered on our way to Mars?" "Of course. Currently, the Earth starships are engaged in battle with the remnants of the Qingtian fleet. The vastness of space minimizes our chances of encountering them. At this moment, traveling to Mars is the optimal choice." Nyo Furue, though not entirely comprehending, nodded in agreement. He felt that even several tens of thousands of meters was already quite high and pondered what sensations awaited him on Mars. Soon, Lin Fan set the space mining vessel to automatic navigation mode, reaching maximum cruising speed. The vessel was equipped with a simulated gravity system, which Lin Fan adjusted to 1G, providing a reasonable level of comfort. Since the vessel had launched, Nyo Furue's mind remained uneasy, his nerves taut. However, apart from his psychological discomfort, he faced no significant issues. After several hours, he began to feel slightly weary, and his mood gradually calmed. After the Third World War, the opportunity to join the space fleet became a matter of great honor. Nyo Furue could hardly have imagined that one day he would embark on such a cosmic journey. "Vice Captain," he murmured to himself. The thought that his family, the Nyo clan, had produced an astronaut filled him with a sense of excitement. A smile crept onto his face, though he quickly suppressed it, fearing that Lin Fan might notice. Although there were only 2 individuals aboard the space mining vessel, he still held the title of vice captain. Lin Fan, however, was not in possession of the data transmitted from the astronomical observatory. Once in space, they could only rely on the ship's own detection equipment to identify potential dangers. He glanced at the smiling Nyo Furue and gestured towards the control sphere, saying, "Old Nyo, why not give the panoramic view another try?" No, I can't do it." Nyo Furue's smile vanished as he vigorously shook his head. "Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to. Don't worry. We are now quite far from Earth. Your mind will no longer perceive this distance, and you won't feel anxious," Lin Fan reassured him. "Is that true?" Nyo Furue asked, still skeptical. Gradually, he allowed himself to enter the panoramic view. Instantly, a wave of fatigue dissipated, and he marveled in silence. As he looked around, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of starry darkness. The sun blazed to his right, while Earth receded behind him. The twilight line had already crossed the first island chain on the largest continent, heralding the imminent arrival of dawn. Once, this land had been lush and green. Now, yellow deserts ravaged what was once fertile territory. A pang of sorrow struck Nyo Furue's heart as he recognized the endless calamity that war had brought upon Earth. After a moment, he adjusted his perspective, a bearing of 3645, he spotted a massive steel structure, slowly shifting under the influence of Earth's gravity. "Captain, what is that?" Nyo Furue inquired. "That is a starship destroyed during the Second World War. However, it is merely a fragment," Lin Fan explained. "The other part was blasted into the cosmos during the explosion." "Oh, that is our starship," Nyo Furue muttered. Just then, he noticed a meteorite approaching the vessel from the side and, terrified, he shut his eyes and shouted, "Captain, it's coming right at us." "Not even close," Lin Fan chuckled. When Nyo Furue returned to the ship's perspective, he realized the meteorite was now far off in the distance. "Old Nyo, don't panic," Lin Fan added. "This space mining vessel is manufactured by the Qingyang people. It's not so easily struck." "Apologies, Captain, but this is my first venture into space. I've only ever driven tanks before." "I've never set foot on a starship," Nyo Furue sheepishly admitted. After a while, a creamy-colored planet appeared on the opposite side of Earth. It was the moon. "Captain, why don't we head to the moon?" Nyo Furue asked. "The moon is too easily detected. Mars is relatively safer," Lin Fan replied. Days passed, and the space mining vessel had left Earth's orbit, sailing towards Mars. At this point, Mars was at perihelion, approximately 98 million kilometers away from Earth. Even if the vessel could reach the speed of light, it would still take 5 minutes to arrive on Mars. However, the ship could only achieve a maximum speed of 1/100th of light speed, meaning they would spend nearly 20 days in space. The days in the cosmos stretched on interminably, but for Nyo Furue, it was a refreshing experience. Lin Fan was exceedingly cautious, avoiding hazardous zones. Presently, only a few starships from the Qinyang people and Earth remained in the solar system, and should they encounter them, the mining vessel would not stand a chance. Fortunately, the ship was relatively swift and possessed stealth capabilities, allowing their journey to proceed smoothly. The scavenge ship entered Mars orbit, heading towards the Crimson Planet. On Earth, in the Jingji military court, the atmosphere was tense as 5 presiding judges sat upon the dais. Zhao Tianhai stood defiantly in the center. Unyielding, an elderly man with white hair spoke sternly. Zhao Tianhai, you are now facing public trial. You stand accused by Commander Wu Wancheng of the Northern Combat Zone. Zhao Tianhai laughed heartily. No need for that. If they want to remove me, why go through all this trouble? This is the Supreme Court. Please maintain your decorum, the elder admonished. He accuses you of 4 crimes. First, unilateral actions, suppressing colleagues, and promoting individualism. Enough, enough. It seems this court is mired in chaos, Zhao Tianhai retorted, glancing sharply at the 5 judges. I did not suppress him. He left in a huff. Besides, Wu Wancheng is a coward, utterly inept. How could I possibly align with such a person? You are utterly arrogant, the elder scoffed. Second, disregarding the orders of the United Government. Withdrawing main forces and neglecting the lives of the populace. Am I the one ignoring commands? Why, then, does Wu Wancheng, who follows the United Government's orders, falter at every turn? Zhao Tianhai countered. And as for neglecting the populace, I withdrew the main forces while also evacuating the citizens of Masua City. I would never jeopardize the lives of the people. The elder's expression darkened further. Third, to save the half-humans, you split the forces and delayed the optimal moment to eradicate the enemy. How do you explain this? I have great sympathy for the half-humans. Their plight today could very well be ours tomorrow, Zhao Tianhai declared. Moreover, if we do not properly accommodate them, they might wander into human territories and cause trouble. And what about your delay in taking action? Why go to such lengths to rescue the half-humans? What is the true meaning of seizing the moment? Wu Wancheng does not understand, and neither do you. Zhao Tianhai paused before continuing. The remnants of the Qinyang forces are still formidable. They have abandoned the Satan Plateau, severely weakened, and will not be able to launch an offensive in the Northern Combat Zone for several years. If we push them too hard, these remnants might resort to desperate measures. There's an adage. Do not pursue a cornered foe. Do you not know this? The elder's face contorted with anger. And what of the deserter in the Western Combat Zone? Zhao Tianhai chuckled. He is not a deserter. He is a hero of the Northern War. Then why did he abandon the Western Front? I do not know, Zhao Tianhai replied, but I can assure you he is not a deserter. The elder took a deep breath. And why did you assault Colonel Song Bao of the 089th Division? A young officer, and yet you have brought about his demise. As for Song Bao, he is a spoiled, incompetent individual, a mere figurehead who distorts the truth and maligns the innocent. I struck him for the benefit of his father. Unlike you, I, Zhao Tianhai, will never bow to any powerful figure. Preposterous, the elder retorted. Your attitude in this Supreme Court alone is sufficient to convict you. Then convict me, Zhao Tianhai shot back. The elder's hands trembled in fury. How did Song Bao die? I deeply regret this incident. I only intended to intimidate him. The coward fled upon hearing he was to be sent to the prison. It was unexpected that he would encounter a rogue wolf along the way. The elder scrutinized Zhao Tianhai, inhaling deeply. Enough, enough. When will you ever change this temper of yours? I shall never change in this lifetime, Zhao Tianhai replied. With that, 2 soldiers escorted him out of the courtroom. Shortly thereafter, the elder followed, waving his hand to dismiss the soldiers. Zhao Tianhai smirked. If you wish to deal with that scavenger, you might as well give up now. Why should you bear this burden alone? The Song family has agreed to let you off the hook for Song Bao's death, provided you deliver that scavenger. Do you not know me? Zhao Tianhai scoffed. The Song family's little wretch wishes to kill me. It is only right that I teach him a lesson. As for Song Bao's death, I shall take responsibility. Have you thought this through? The cost of such actions is your removal from the position of commander of the Jingji Combat Zone. The elder warned. You have achieved victory in the Northern War, earning the people's support. The supreme leader would never agree to your dismissal. However, it is also a fact that Song Bao died because of you. And even the United Government has expressed discontent. The Supreme Leader's position is precarious. Zhao Tianhai declared, "Tell the Supreme Leader that without that scavenger, I, Zhao Tianhai, cannot return. He is no deserter, and no one shall lay a hand on him. If the Song family attempts to pressure me with Song Bao's death, then let them remove me from my position." Chapter 95. Emergency landing on Mars on the 20th day since Lin Fan's departure. Mars loomed ever closer, the orange-red planet growing larger in his view. He felt a surge of excitement, though this was not his first visit. From a distance, he could see the southern hemisphere of Mars dotted with cratered highlands, while vast plains stretched across the northern region. The final battle on Mars, known as the Red Earth War, saw the bases of both the Qingyang people and humanity obliterated. It was a protracted conflict, even more devastating than those on Earth. In the aftermath of the war, both sides were left severely weakened. According to the reports published by the United Government, Mars had remained desolate since the Red Earth War. The cost of terraforming Mars is exorbitant for Earth, and humanity finds itself unable to undertake such an endeavor. In the current circumstances, Earth is struggling, and a doomsday strategy is the fundamental plan. The effort to cultivate Mars is fraught with losses. The unified government has announced that they have secretly deployed Mars probes around the planet to monitor for any signs of activity from the Chang'e star. For many years, Mars has been eerily silent, devoid of any anomalies. As for the remaining forces of Chang'e star, their strategy within the solar system has shifted from exterminating humanity to hindering its development at all costs. Naturally, Lin Fan has also acquired the locations of these probes, and the space mining vessel has deftly avoided their line of sight, quietly heading towards Mars. Under the observation of the space mining vessel, images of Mars's surface are transmitted to the cockpit. One military base after another has been reduced to ruins, showing no signs of Chang'e star or human activity. Beneath the layers of Martian dust, the landscape appears desolate and dilapidated. In addition to craters, numerous signs of nuclear detonations are evident. Niu Furong remarks, "Captain, everything is proceeding smoothly. We haven't encountered any space probes, and there are no anomalies detected on the surface." "Good," Lin Fan replies. According to the unified government's report, there are indeed no Chang'e star bases left on Mars. That's a relief. Niu Furong exhales, "I've been quite anxious, feeling like something was off." Lin Fan gazes at the photographs of the bases on Mars. The desolate land littered with crumbling ruins, evoking a deep sense of melancholy. The battlefields here have yet to be cleared. There could be powerful weapons left behind, and the bases may still contain substantial energy reserves. Niu Furong exclaims with excitement, "What a remarkable place this is." Indeed, Lin Fan muses, "If the timing is right, perhaps we could seize a base on Mars. If that happens, scavenging on Mars would become considerably easier for us." "Captain, I can hardly contain my eagerness." Niu Furong chuckles. "When shall we land?" "Let's not rush. We should first scout the periphery and find a suitable spot to land," Lin Fan instructs. The space mining vessel has already slowed down as he surveys the Martian surface. Various highlands, craters, and canyons unfold before his eyes, all appearing remarkably tranquil. If they are indeed the first humans to set foot on Mars since the Red Soil War, then this place resembles a repository of weapons and energy. Not only could it resolve the energy issues of the Earth bases, but it might also pave the way for new bases and territories. For the unified government, acquiring these remnants may not be worth the effort. But for him, it is a different story. He is an interstellar scavenger. Their activities will go unnoticed, and everything will proceed in secrecy. Lin Fan smiles faintly, but suddenly, the smile on his face falters, as the view magnifies. Beneath the space mining vessel, within the crevice of the Noah Highlands in the southern hemisphere, he catches sight of some minuscule black dots. Upon further magnification, they reveal themselves to be enormous nests. Surrounding these nests are, astonishingly, the engineering robots of Chang'e star. Lin Fan is dumbfounded. How could there be engineering robots here? This is bad. Lin Fan's heart races. Their presence signifies an operational base. At that moment, the space mining vessel is already in a state of deceleration, not far from the Martian surface, but not too close either. Lin Fan's reaction is swift. He instantly realizes something is amiss. It appears that Mars is not entirely desolate. The presence of engineering robots indicates the existence of Chang'e star's influence on Mars. Without hesitation, he adjusts the ship's course. The space mining vessel prepares to accelerate once more, seeking to escape Mars's gravitational pull. For safety's sake, they must leave immediately. However, just then, A resounding bang reverberates as the space mining vessel jolts violently. Lin Fan's brow furrows in concern. From the vessel's perspective, he observes countless red beams emanating from the surface. This is bad. The space mining vessel has been detected. Immediately, the ship begins to shake violently. Through the vessel's view, he sees transport vehicles moving through the red-hued gaps of the Noah Highlands, hauling precious minerals into the mountains. So, the base is constructed within the mountains. The unified government's report contains significant errors. The space mining vessel is now accelerating. Lin Fan resolves to seize the last opportunity to pilot the space mining vessel away from Mars. The ship speeds up, narrowly evading the red beams. Yet, suddenly, the vessel shudders violently again as a massive high-energy beam strikes the space mining vessel, piercing through it completely in the dark expanse of space. The enormous space mining vessel resembles nothing more than a solitary speck of dust. After being attacked, this speck's momentum ceases, its trajectory altered, and it begins to wobble uncontrollably towards Mars. In the cockpit, alarms blare, and the instruments indicate that the fusion energy reactor has ceased functioning. Lin Fan is struck with dread. The firepower of the Noah base is formidable. That last strike was aimed directly at the vessel's propulsion system. At this moment, Niu Furong's pupils constrict in terror, panic overwhelming him. Although he is a seasoned veteran, he has never experienced such fear. After all, they are not on solid ground, but rather suspended in the sky. Pang Dun, accompanied by the other half-humans, enters the cockpit, casting worried glances at Lin Fan. They are unaware of what is happening outside, but the repeated jolts and seeing Lin Fan's grave expression indicate that something serious has transpired. Lin Fan knows all too well that a tremendous force has just torn apart the rear half of the vessel, a portion now forever lost to the void of space. The space mining vessel had been in the process of accelerating, but now it is out of control, hurtling towards Mars at an alarming speed. His heart races, leaving him no time, not even a fraction of a second, to ponder what had gone wrong with his plans. The space mining vessel is in grave peril, and the lives of all humans and half-humans on board hang by a thread. As Lin Fan maneuvers the vessel, desperately avoiding further attacks, he shouts with all his strength, "The vessel's propulsion has been compromised. We are about to crash into Mars." Niu Furong's forehead beads with perspiration, his mouth moving as if to speak, yet no words emerge. Everyone must strap in. The gravitational simulation is about to fail. "Stay calm," Lin Fan shouts again. Niu Furong, without hesitation, returns to his seat, activating safety measures. He gestures to the other half-humans, who understand the instruction and position themselves accordingly. Lin Fan takes a deep breath, his voice grave. "The cockpit will soon separate from the main body of the space mining vessel. Brace yourselves." 2 seconds later, the gravitational simulation system of the space mining vessel fails entirely. In an instant, everyone feels the pull of Mars's gravity and the acceleration of weight. Niu Furong is overwhelmed by a crushing weight on his chest, nearly gasping for breath. Only when the spacesuits activate their load-bearing functions does the pressure ease slightly. Lin Fan grits his teeth. They have reached the most perilous moment. With no chance of escaping Mars, they are fated to land safely on the planet. What is happening on Mars? Has the army of Chongyang Star already emerged? He can no longer concern himself with such matters. The utmost priority now is to avoid a direct crash into Mars and instead land gently. Fortunately, the terrifying white beams from the Noah Highlands seem to require cooling. With only sporadic red beams remaining, the speed of the space mining vessel remains unchanged, and the beams strike the ship less frequently. He exhales deeply as the space mining vessel passes over the Noah base. It enters separation mode. With a sharp crack, the massive propulsion module and mining compartment detach, plummeting towards the surface of Mars. These severely damaged components have become burdensome. After their separation, the space mining vessel is reduced in size by half. Lin Fan redirects the mining vessel, steering it toward the northern hemisphere of Mars as it descends. They are drawing closer to the Martian surface, making it increasingly difficult for the Noah base to strike them again. However, if the space mining vessel's speed does not decrease, it will inevitably crash, with its immense potential energy tearing the entire ship apart. To prevent such a fate, Lin Fan activates the emergency propulsion system, deploying 5 small thrusters on the wings. With the backward thrust from the thrusters, the space mining vessel adjusts its angle, its descent gradually slowing. Lin Fan's brow furrows. The Noah base has undoubtedly detected their presence. If they land in the southern hemisphere, even a smooth touchdown may subject them to a second wave of attacks. Their only chance lies in heading to the northern hemisphere of Mars. This is, in essence, a gamble. At this point, he cannot guarantee that the northern hemisphere is indeed safe. Yet, there are no other options. After several minutes, the space mining vessel traverses thousands of kilometers, crossing the equator and hovering over a vast plain. The emergency propulsion's energy is nearly depleted. This battered space mining vessel sways precariously as it plummets towards the Martian surface. Lin Fan takes a deep breath. Just 5 kilometers from the ground, he discards the central storage compartment and core module. These components contain essential supplies and life support systems, crucial for their survival on Mars. However, they have now become an obstacle if they do not jettison them. The remaining energy will not suffice for a safe landing. With a clang, Lin Fan does not hesitate. Nor does he have the luxury to hesitate. The heavy storage compartments and central cabin plummeted downward. The emergency power systems exhaling a sigh of relief as they barely clung to life. The once mighty space mining vessel now consisted solely of a solitary cockpit, drifting aimlessly in the vastness of space. After a while, an oppressive silence enveloped everyone, their hearts lodged in their throats. Then came a resounding thud. The cockpit crashed onto the Martian surface, sending dust swirling into the air. The space mining ship had landed. Yet Lin Fan could not muster any joy. Inside the cockpit, an eerie stillness prevailed, and no one uttered a word, but the sound of each other's breathing was unmistakable. Whether it was Nyo Furu, Fat Dun, or the other half-humans, they all fixed their gaze intently upon Lin Fan. Old Nyo. Lin Fan slowly turned his head to look at Nyo Furu, who was clad in a thick spacesuit, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Each breath heavy and labored. He still seemed unable to believe it and asked again, "Captain, have we landed?" "Indeed so. We are. Stranded on Mars?" Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before responding, "That's correct." Chapter 96. Initiating the Mars survival plan. Lin Fan remained silent for a long time, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. He had never anticipated that Mars harbored a military base of Qingyang Star. Undoubtedly, when the Red Soil War concluded, all bases on Mars had been obliterated by human forces. The base that attacked the space mining ship must have been re-established later. Despite the United Government dispatching probes, why had they not accurately reported the situation on Mars to humanity back on Earth? If not for personally experiencing the attack on the space mining ship, he would never have believed that the Mars base of Qingyang Star had begun its revival. This was undoubtedly catastrophic news for all of humankind. However, Lin Fan had little time to ponder this dire reality, as they were already akin to clay figurines crossing the river, struggling to ensure their own survival. For him, Mars was the most suitable planet for scavenging in the solar system. It was a battleground second only to Earth, filled with ruins and relics, yet devoid of human presence, safe and reliable. Who could have imagined that in the deeply winding canyons of the southern Noah Highlands, the base of Qingyang Star would deliver such a crushing blow? Though they had landed safely, the once intact space mining ship had been shattered in midair, leaving behind only a battered cockpit. They had narrowly escaped with their lives, but there was no way to return to Earth from this cockpit. Yet, this was not the most pressing issue. In order to prevent the cockpit from crashing upon landing, the storage compartments and central cabin had been jettisoned mid-flight, with water and compressed food still inside. The original plan had utterly failed. How to survive had become the most daunting question. Mars lacked oxygen and surface water. The northern hemisphere was a vast expanse of red sand, and merely surviving a few days seemed uncertain. The cockpit was situated at the Clues Plain, 23.4 degrees north latitude and 21.5 degrees west longitude. This was where they had landed, Mars's largest plain, yet also the area most devoid of resources and energy. Due to the absence of resources and energy, neither humanity nor Qingyang Star had constructed bases here. According to the records on their wristbands, there were no human rescue stations within a 300-kilometer radius. The nearest human settlement lay 2,000 kilometers to the west, in the Tempe Highlands. Had this been prior to the Fourth Great War, they might have hoped for rescue from the human space fleet. But now, no space military would descend upon this desolate land. Such was the grim reality. Nyo Furu's heart sank even further, his face gaunt, and his spirit as cold as ice. This predicament was exceedingly difficult for Lin Fan, let alone for someone who had never set foot in space. At that moment, Lin Fan's backpack stirred. a spherical creature slowly emerged, rubbing its sleepy eyes and stretching lazily. During the 20 days en route to Mars, it had subsisted solely on sleep to stave off hunger, having received no metal to consume. Upon sensing a different gravitational pull, the sphere realized they had arrived at their destination. This meant there would be food to eat. Before their departure, Lin Fan had informed it of the delectable offerings on Mars. The little creature appeared delighted, bouncing around the cockpit in excitement. However, upon sensing the peculiar and oppressive atmosphere surrounding them, it glanced left and right, quickly perceiving the unsettling situation. Upon further inspection, it gasped in shock, hastily covering its mouth with its tiny hand. It suddenly realized that the once mighty space mining ship had been reduced to just a cockpit. Yet, Lin Fan refused to relinquish hope. He thought perhaps there were still other types of resource points nearby. Moments later, he activated the planetary-level ultramicroparticle exploration technology. A string of invisible ghost particles hovered around Lin Fan, swirling briefly before vanishing from sight. Subsequently, the interstellar scavenging system initiated, displaying a line of text. No scavenging values exceeding 3,000 discovered. None? None. System confirmation. Lin Fan inhaled sharply. Inside the cockpit, 3 minutes after landing, a chilling silence enveloped them. If they were trapped on a deserted island, at least they would still be on Earth, where perhaps a raft could carry them to safety. Yet here they were, marooned on Mars, with the nearest distance to Earth still tens of millions of kilometers away. Regardless, Lin Fan did not give up at this moment. The lives of the others rested entirely upon his shoulders. No matter the perilous circumstances, he would resolutely persevere. We still have a chance. Lin Fan took a deep breath and declared, "Everyone, pull yourselves together. From this moment on, we shall initiate the Mars survival plan." Understood. Nyo Furu gritted his teeth in agreement. The half-humans seemed to grasp Lin Fan's words as they stood tall and alert. Even the spherical creature mimicked the half-humans, lining up beside them and puffing out its small chest. Lin Fan continued, "Old Nyo, you and the half-humans gather all the supplies from the cockpit. The nutrient liquid module, the oxygen module, anything we can take." Nyo Furu seemed to have something to say, but held back. Nodding instead, Lin Fan added, "However, there are no rescue points or bases nearby. We must swiftly locate the storage compartment. There may still be food and water inside. That is our only hope at present." Nyo Furu and the half-humans busily set to work. Meanwhile, Lin Fan opened the cockpit's navigation data records. The storage compartment had fallen at approximately 23.56 degrees southeast. When it landed, the average speed had reached 1 kilometer per second. From the moment the storage compartment detached, it took them nearly 3 minutes to land. This meant the storage compartment was likely located 180 to 210 kilometers southeast. Before long, Nyo Furu and the half-humans had prepared their supplies. He approached Lin Fan and inquired, "Captain, how do we get there?" "On foot." Lin Fan contemplated. The oxygen in their spacesuits and the remaining oxygen modules could sustain them for a week, while the nutrient liquid barely provided energy for 5 days under normal conditions. He spoke slowly, "Old Nyo, we must not only reach that location but also resolve the issues of food and water, as well as oxygen, within a week." Understood. At this juncture, every minute counted. Perhaps wasting a single minute could cost them their lives. Lin Fan clenched his teeth and shouted, "Let us move." With that, he burst through the hatch. Instantly, a gust of wind surged in, whipping up clouds of dust into the cockpit. Lin Fan was the first to set foot on the Martian surface, the ground crunching beneath him. The small half-humans followed closely behind, laden with heavy packs, braving the winds as they trudged southwest. The Martian terrain appeared a vivid orange-red, rich in iron oxide. From the moment the cockpit had landed, death had begun to turn the hourglass against them, and they had to race against time. Their only hope lay in locating the central cabin and utilizing its water-oxygen recycling system, even if it were damaged. As long as the spherical creature was present, it could be repaired. If they could find sufficient iron oxide or water, they could use the recycling system to continuously provide oxygen, temporarily alleviating their oxygen concerns. If they failed, they would suffocate within a week, becoming mere skeletons buried beneath the Martian dust storms, let alone returning to Earth. Mars experienced extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night, and should they encounter a severe storm, their efforts would face significant hindrance. The only silver lining was that the Cluey's plain was relatively flat, devoid of rugged terrain, making their journey on foot less obstructed. Mars's gravity was 0.4 g, making movement less strenuous. Although the half-humans wore spacesuits, they did not use oxygen masks, instead exposing themselves to the thin Martian atmosphere without harm. While they too were carbon-based life forms, they did not rely on oxygen for respiration. Rather, they possessed a more versatile respiratory system than humans. To elaborate, the environment of Baikin's star was harsh, rife with radiation and unstable atmospheric conditions. Though the half-humans had not developed advanced technological civilizations, their evolution had occurred under extreme adversity, allowing them to breathe small amounts of nitrogen and carbon dioxide. Consequently, their blood was not rich in iron and thus appeared blue. They donned spacesuits merely for warmth. As Martian temperatures were low, and even during perihelion, nights were frigid. As night fell, the group continued their hurried journey southeast. The atmosphere remained sparse, filled with swirling dust, and visibility diminished even further in the darkness. Fat Dunn wielded a spotlight and clutched an electromagnetic rifle, leading the way with vigilance, ever watchful of their surroundings. Eye in the shadows, any flicker of light could reveal the terrain. The other half-humans closely surrounded Lin Fan. Pang Dun led the way ahead, wielding an electromagnetic rifle. The spherical creature did not remain nestled in Lin Fan's backpack. Instead, it obediently followed closely behind Lin Fan, occasionally nibbling at the metallic oxides scattered on the ground. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as they traversed the desolate landscape. In the distance, a colossal sandstorm began to churn, enveloping everything in its path. Lin Fan signaled for Pang Dun to halt and sought refuge in a nearby rocky pit. Crouching behind a massive red stone, after a long journey, fatigue had set in, making this a fitting place to rest and recuperate. The frigid night enveloped them. This was an alien terrain, vast and desolate, silent and cold. The sandstorm advanced slowly, stirring only a slight tremor of dust and gravel across the crimson soil. When the half-human was struck aboard the space mining ship, fear had indeed seized him. Yet upon exiting the cabin, he found a newfound composure. The expansive Martian desert revealed nothing. No colossal beasts, no armies of the Qingyang aliens. They felt surprisingly at ease with the Martian environment. However, the same could not be said for Niu Furu. The differing gravitational conditions and atmospheric composition weighed heavily upon him. As the sandstorm subsided and dawn broke, a cerulean sun rose gradually, unveiling an endless expanse of red land before them. In that moment, Lin Fan felt as though his very soul had been cleaved in two, plunged into a profound state of disorientation as anxiety began to gnaw at his sanity. As the surrounding scenery slowly sharpened into focus, this sensation intensified. He realized the stark reality of Mars, a landscape dominated by sand and dirt, utterly devoid of life. Although he had long been accustomed to the nomadic life of a soldier, he had never set foot beyond Earth, and now he found himself engulfed in deep trepidation. Understanding Niu Furu's plight, Lin Fan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Old Niu, though the hope of survival seems bleak, there is still hope. Perhaps one day we shall return. Trust me. But this is Mars. Without a space mining ship, can we truly survive?" "We will," Niu Furu nodded, though his expression remained taut, evidently still grappling with the enormity of their situation. Just then, a shadow moved across the sandy expanse in the distance. Pang Dun concealed himself behind the stone, calling out in a hushed tone. Niu Furu, filled with excitement, asked, "Is there someone else here?" Lin Fan raised his binoculars for a closer look but shook his head, replying, "That is a Mars rover from the pre-solar era." Chapter 97. The stone-moving rover on a stretch of crimson land. A Mars rover with a mechanical arm was lifting a stone, slowly navigating the terrain. It appeared somewhat antiquated, with many components missing. Originally equipped with 8 wheels, it now had only 7, yet, upon sensing sunlight, its solar panels began to rotate, unfurling damaged membranes to harness photovoltaic energy. The embedded camera swayed gently as it ambled toward their direction. Ding! Interstellar Scavenger System activated, displaying a line of text. Earth's Pathfinder rover detected. Pathfinder? Lin Fan marveled internally. It has been on Mars for over a century. Indeed, at that time, human scientists employed various cutting-edge technologies to explore Mars. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and remarked, however, to have a relic from the pre-solar era still operational is quite astonishing. It seems so. Lin Fan pondered deeply. This rover had functioned for a century. withstanding the harsh conditions of dust storms and the ravages of Martian warfare. Could it truly be a miracle? Niu observed stealthily, whispering, "Captain, what's that thing doing with the stone?" "I'm not sure." Lin Fan replied. "Let us observe." Before long, the Mars rover arrived at a small meteorite crater and discarded the stone. It then turned its chassis and leisurely proceeded toward another small rock. Lin Fan was perplexed. What on earth was this machine up to? He gestured to the half-humans, and Pang Dun quickly nodded, instructing a few of them to stay hidden. When the rover returned to the crater, 5 half-humans surged forth. The rover sensed the sound emanating from the ground and swiftly turned its camera, focusing intently. "There's a monster." It dropped the stone and fled, its body jolting violently over the uneven terrain. "Pang Dun, hurry!" Lin Fan shouted. Upon hearing this, Pang Dun quickened his pace. The half-humans closed in, while the rover accelerated, only to encounter a hard rock obstructing its path. With a resounding crash, the rover managed to pass over it but was abruptly jolted. As its mechanical arm and supports whirred to stabilize it, the half-humans seized the opportunity, surrounding and capturing it. The Mars rover stood about 1.5 meters tall, slightly towering over the half-humans. When it scanned the electromagnetic rifle in their possession, it continued to struggle. However, due to insufficient power, it ultimately succumbed to capture. When Lin Fan approached, he examined it closely and called out, "Hello, Pathfinder." The Mars rover, equipped with artificial intelligence, recognized Lin Fan's speech. Adjusting the angle of its embedded camera, Lin Fan's face appeared on its system. It exclaimed, "Human detected." The rover's voice module crackled, releasing a cloud of dust, producing a stuttering, childlike voice. "Hello, I am Pathfinder 15. Pathfinder 15, why are you collecting so many stones?" Lin Fan inquired further. The rover responded, "My item fell into the meteorite crater, and I need to retrieve it." "Something inside the crater?" Lin Fan asked, puzzled. He instructed the half-humans to secure the rover while he approached the small meteorite pit. Indeed, within the pit lay a silver metal plaque, covered in a layer of dust that obscured its inscription. The pit had collapsed in the center, explaining why the Mars rover hadn't simply descended, but instead sought to create a path using stones. Such a task was challenging for it. Given the steepness of the pit, once it descended, it would be unable to ascend again. Lin Fan carefully climbed into the pit and retrieved the discarded plaque. Once the dust had settled, a line of small text revealed itself. "Pathfinder 15. I must bid you farewell. I hope you have smooth sailing on Mars. I await your reply on Earth." Lin Fan traced the letters gently, a tremor coursing through him as he clutched it tightly. He quickly returned to the side of Pathfinder 15, extending his palm. The rover's mechanical arm slowly reached out, grasping the plaque from Lin Fan's hand and examining it before the camera. It then emitted a childlike voice. "This is what I was looking for. Thank you. I've searched for it for a month and finally found it. It had intended to affix the plaque to its body but could no longer manage that. So it tucked it into the crevice of its chassis." Lin Fan, moved by its dilapidated appearance, managed a faint smile and replied, "No need for thanks. I must take my leave. Please let me go." "Where are you going?" Pathfinder 15 asked. "I must carry out a Mars exploration mission." Lin Fan scrutinized the rover. Its signaling device was malfunctioning, and the images it captured could not reach Earth. Moreover, the space agency that launched Pathfinder 15 had been obliterated during the First War, leaving no one to receive this little creature's signals. It was destined to wander Mars, surviving on its own. Perhaps it was sheer luck that it had endured thus far, continuing to execute its programmed tasks endlessly. But inevitably, it would cease to function. Lin Fan felt a pang of empathy. He never anticipated encountering a functioning Mars rover from the pre-solar era on this desolate Martian surface. He patted the rover's shell gently. Speaking slowly, "Pathfinder 15, I bring you news. The Plas Aerospace Agency has been defunct for 80 years. You are free. Come with me, and I will take you back to Earth." "Plas Aerospace Agency?" Pathfinder 15 uttered in a crackling tone. "I do not know of this place." "You don't know?" Lin Fan scrutinized the inscription below the rover's camera, where the words Plas were clearly etched, and asked, "Then who do you serve now?" "I do not know." Pathfinder 15 retrieved the metal plaque once more, glancing at it under the sunlight, adding, "I wish to understand why I must work, but it seems my data is missing." Lin Fan was filled with confusion. Why was this artificial intelligence programmed in such a manner? Though Pathfinder 15 was a product of the Plas Aerospace Agency, it claimed ignorance of its origins. He grew serious and asked, Pathfinder, has anyone tampered with your data? No, no, the rover replied. You are lying. Lin Fan frowned and stated, I suspect your loyalty is compromised. Do not doubt me. The Mars rover turned its camera toward Lin Fan, sensing a threat, and attempted to escape. Yet, it had already been trapped by the half-humans using stones to block its wheels, rendering escape impossible. At that moment, Lin Fan gestured toward the spherical creature, which was busy munching on rocks. The spherical object, under the impression that it was about to be fed, scampered eagerly towards the rover. Upon reaching the side of the probe, it tapped its metallic tracks with its finger. Clang! The metal emitted a crisp sound. The rover's camera captured the image of the sphere, revealing a small area of thermal radiation, plunging it into a state of panic. At that moment, drool dripped from the sphere. Sphere, check if it has been tampered with, Lin Fan instructed. Only then did the sphere realize that this was not food, and it pouted slightly. Its finger transformed into a mechanical probe, crawling onto the rover's surface to begin extracting data. The rover trembled in fear, its solar panels, chassis, and metal tracks vibrating. Shortly thereafter, the sphere gestured towards Lin Fan. This rover had indeed been interfered with, and some information had been erased. Specifically, all data pertaining to the Bosi Space Agency had been obliterated. It has truly been altered, Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Restore that data, but do not compromise its existing information. The sphere nodded and began to summon repair drones to mend the little contraption. Lin Fan found it curious that, in this desolate Martian landscape, someone had tampered with a rover. After all, more than a century ago, rovers were hardly valuable assets. Who would undertake such an act? The existence of this tampered rover seemed to be the very reason for its survival to this day. Soon, the repair drones rejuvenated the rover. Aside from a missing wheel and some components, it gleamed once more with the luster of a century past. Upon noticing Lin Fan, it chose not to flee but instead circled around him and Yo Furu. Driven by artificial intelligence, it emitted a voice. Greetings, friend. I am the Pathfinder 15 of the Bosi Space Agency. Hello, I am Lin Fan. We have crash-landed on Mars and require your assistance. Understood. How may I assist you? Share with me the data you have gathered on Mars. Of course. Before long, the rover's equipment connected to Lin Fan's wristband, initiating the transfer of years' worth of data. The transmission speed was somewhat sluggish, taking several minutes before the information reached Lin Fan's wristband. He was taken aback. Pathfinder 15 had lost contact with Earth over 80 years ago, yet had continued to operate. Moreover, this rover had experienced a malfunction midway, becoming lost in the Kleist plane for decades. The data it collected daily had been processed by a microcomputer, resulting in a vast data map. Compared to the terrain map on Lin Fan's wristband, the information obtained by this rover was far more intricate, capturing even the minutiae of litter in various locations. Yet, there was no trace of the data tamperer. At that moment, Pathfinder 15 spoke again. Friend? I have recorded your words. Did you not mention wanting to take me back to Earth? Indeed. Thank you, but that will not be necessary. Why not? Mars is the home of Pathfinder 15. The rover continued. I shall persist in executing Mars exploration missions for the Bosi Space Agency. But the Bosi Space Agency was destroyed in the 25th year of the solar era, Lin Fan replied. Your mission has lost its significance. That is not true. The Bosi Space Agency is the largest space agency in the world. It cannot have been obliterated, the rover insisted, and I shall remain in its service until my demise. Chapter 98. A land fraught with perils. Lin Fan and his companions set out once more, now accompanied by the rover, which alleviated some of their burdens as it led the way. The camera of Pathfinder 15 turned towards Lin Fan, and after a few seconds, it voiced, Friend, do you truly know where we can receive signals from the Bosi Space Agency? Yes. Did you not say the Bosi Space Agency was destroyed? Lin Fan hesitated momentarily before responding. I was testing your loyalty, to see if you remain true to the Bosi Space Agency and to humanity. Oh, that is the case, the rover remarked. You truly frightened me. I nearly believed your words, but rest assured, I am 100 loyal to the Bosi Space Agency and 99 loyal to all of humanity. And what is your loyalty towards me? 75, Pathfinder 15 replied. Because you just deceived me, it is now only 60. Very well. The rover was quite eager, familiar with the surrounding terrain. It would occasionally sprint ahead, leading them onward, and at other times, it would discover something peculiar and sneak off to take photographs. When it felt a bit dull, it would regale the others with cold jokes from before the solar era. Lin Fan observed its comical antics, and despite his heavy heart, he found a sliver of solace. 20 hours after landing on Mars, they had traversed 70 kilometers. Both humans and hybrids were growing weary as dusk descended. They found a depression to rest. Lin Fan once again perused the exploration data of Pathfinder 15. Despairingly, there was still no viable place to land in the Kleist Plain. However, within the rover's exploration data, there were some blank areas. What are these places? Lin Fan pondered, yet he did not dwell on it. It appeared that in order to survive in the Kleist Plain, they would need to establish their own camp. Accomplishing this with just the few of them in a week would be exceedingly difficult. Lin Fan felt a surge of anxiety welling up within him, but in order not to dampen the spirits of his companions, he concealed it deep inside. Meanwhile, Pathfinder 15 was restless. After being repaired by the sphere and charging for a day, it was brimming with energy and enthusiasm. Observing the others at rest, it automatically switched to reconnaissance mode and ventured out to scout the surroundings. Lin Fan could not deter it, so he let it be. After approximately half an hour, the rover had yet to return. "Captain, do you think the rover has run off on its own?" Nyo Furu inquired. "Surely not," Lin Fan mused, murmuring, "It claimed its loyalty to me was still 60. Could it have been deceiving me?" Before long, a cloud of dust appeared on the Earth, shrouded by the night. Under the beam of the searchlight, they saw the rover charging towards them at full throttle. Seemingly in a panic, its behavior was quite peculiar. Upon reaching Lin Fan's side, it swiftly scanned the surroundings before diving into a pile of rocks, retracting its solar panels and wheels, attempting to disguise itself as a stone. Seeing its actions, Lin Fan called out, "Pathfinder, what happened?" The rover's voice module protruded slightly, emitting a soft sound. "Lower your voice. There is an enemy presence." "An enemy presence?" Lin Fan furrowed his brow, asking, "What is going on?" "Footprints left by an unidentified object." Lin Fan was taken aback. What kind of footprints? Only then did the rover share the captured images with Lin Fan. Through the projection on his wristband, he discerned the truth. These were the water demon robots of the Qinyang star. Lin Fan's expression stiffened. Where were they discovered? 3 kilometers to the southwest of here. What do they intend to do? Unknown. Without hesitation, Lin Fan shouted, "Old Nyo, we must leave. The Kleist Plain is not safe." They hastily set off, advancing towards the southeast. The discovery of the robot's footprints was anything but good news. The Martian dust was thick, and typical footprints would soon be obscured. The mere presence of footprints indicated that the robots had been here recently. Even a single robot would pose a formidable challenge. After walking approximately 5 kilometers, Pathfinder 15 halted once more, emitting a faint sound. "Stop, stop, stop." Lin Fan was taken aback and quickly signaled for the others to halt. He watched as Pathfinder 15 stealthily moved forward, using its camera to take a snapshot of the ground ahead. It then slowly articulated, "Not good. There are also footprints of unidentified objects here." Lin Fan, illuminated by the faint glow of his wristband, closely examined the marks on the ground. The rover's assertion was correct. Indeed, there were footprints of the water demon robots, and the traces were clearer and more numerous. Lin Fan's heart sank. They could not proceed any further. Ahead lay an expansive basin, and the robots were present there. They were not far off, and not just one or two. They effectively blocked their path. What should they do? If they did not cross the plain, they would have to take a long detour. Water and oxygen were already critically limited. They could not sustain themselves for that long. At that moment, Pathfinder 15 approached Lin Fan and asked, "Friend, if we head east, will we truly find the location where we can receive signals from the Bosi Space Agency?" Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before replying, "Indeed." Pathfinder 15 gazed vacantly at Lin Fan and said, "Perhaps there is another route." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback and said, "I have seen your data. It corresponds with the records on my wristband. The only route to reach the Meridian Mountain is to traverse the basin ahead. Otherwise, we would have to navigate the southern canyon, which would take us several hundred kilometers out of our way." "I need to see," said Pathfinder 15, as it quietly pried open its chassis and retrieved a piece of cloth, slowly unfolding it. Under the faint light of the wristband, Lin Fan was astonished to discover that this rover had even concealed a map. The map detailed the terrain of the Clyce Plain and, more notably, highlighted several routes. Every route converges upon a singular point, which, rather intriguingly, lies precisely within the blank data region of the Pathfinder 15. Most crucially, the map bears an inscription: "No photographs, do not show others." When lost, one must discreetly consult it. Unbeknownst to Pathfinder 15, Lin Fan's expression had shifted. It meticulously scrutinized the map before pointing to a specific route, exclaiming, "I've found it. Let us proceed this way." Lin Fan's eyes trembled slightly, his heart filled with astonishment. From the outset, he sensed an oddity surrounding Pathfinder 15. Having functioned since the Solar Era, its program was evidently tampered with. Alongside the data void, compounded by this peculiar map, Lin Fan was convinced that this entity concealed a secret. Someone had repaired it, altered its programming, and erased all traces of their presence. Could there truly be survivors on Mars? An exhilarating thought surged within him as he inquired, "Pathfinder 15, who provided you with this map?" Pathfinder 15 pondered briefly before responding, "Apologies, there is no record. However, I remember to consult it when lost." Lin Fan contemplated silently. It appeared that the entity responsible for tampering with Pathfinder 15 had not merely erased information from the PLOS Aerospace Agency, but had likely inserted additional elements into the rover's program without leaving a trace. Yet, it seemed devoid of malicious intent. "Let us proceed." "You shall lead the way," Lin Fan declared. "Understood." Thus, Pathfinder 15 pivoted, circumventing the treacherous basin, and set its course northward, followed closely by the others. Lin Fan's mind was abuzz with the rover's words and that intricately crafted homemade map. The individual capable of repairing the rover while also altering its programming was most likely a human engineer. If such a human survivor indeed existed, many things might begin to make sense. To protect their information from enemies, they chose to have the rover obscure its presence. That rationale was plausible. However, why would this individual obliterate all records of the PLOS Aerospace Agency? Regardless, this seemed like good news. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. After their landing, they faced a dire struggle for survival, their lives hanging by a thread. But if they could locate a fellow human survivor on Mars, their chances of survival would markedly increase. After trekking 10 kilometers northward, they entered a rugged mountainous terrain. Cliffs, gorges, and deep ravines intermingled, rendering the landscape nearly indistinguishable. Fortunately, under the guidance of the map, the rover, utilizing its internal data, successfully navigated this challenging terrain. Luckily, they did not encounter any further footprints or suspicious signs along the way. They traversed both day and night. Upon exiting a gorge, a small plain unfolded before them. Dust began to stir once more, enveloping the area in desolation. Suddenly, a creaking sound pierced the silence, and an eerie atmosphere descended. Every hair on their bodies stood on end as Pathfinder 15 began to retreat slowly. Under the illumination of the searchlight, a dark silhouette emerged behind some nearby stones. "This is bad. It's a water ghost," Lin Fan shouted. Instantly, they all scattered. The primary target of the water ghost robot did not seem to be the humans or the half-people but rather the rover. Pathfinder 15 turned to flee. The water ghost robot was not equipped with heavy artillery. Its true weapon was a lightweight double-edged blade. It would be child's play to dismantle the rover, as it stealthily approached under the cover of night. It was now less than 10 meters away. The water ghost robot lunged forward, swiftly snapping the rover's mechanical arm. The rover struggled in vain, only to have 2 of its wheels violently torn off. As destruction loomed, Lin Fan and the half-people retreated while firing their weapons. Bang, bang! The electromagnetic rifle rounds struck the metal frame of the water ghost. Finally, the water ghost robot seemed distracted, turning its attention toward Lin Fan and the others. Noticing this, Pathfinder 15 picked up a fallen wheel with its remaining mechanical arm and vanished into the shadows. Just as the water ghost charged, a boom erupted. The bomb set by the half-people detonated, shaking the very ground beneath them and sending countless fragments flying in all directions. Fortunately, Lin Fan and the half-people had already taken cover behind rocks, and with the protection of their space suits, they were spared from the brunt of the shockwave. The water ghost robot was hurled into the air, one of its legs severed. Only then did Pathfinder 15 cautiously emerge from its hiding place, confirming that the robot had been rendered inoperative. However, at that moment, under the faint glow of the searchlight, the half-people caught sight of a shadow moving a kilometer away. The ground was fraught with danger. They began to cry out in alarm. Clearly, they were not alone. Multiple water ghost robots had been attracted by the sound of the explosion. "We must go. This place is unsafe," Lin Fan shouted urgently. They all frantically fled into the distance. The water ghost robots were numerous and swift, blocking all 3 escape routes. With no other choice, Lin Fan and his companions scrambled up the steep slope to the north. Soon, both Lin Fan and Yo Furue were gasping for breath in the face of the pursuit. They exerted themselves to climb halfway up the incline. The slope was steep, proving challenging for the rover. Having lost 2 wheels, it struggled to navigate the uneven terrain, moving at an agonizingly slow pace. The water ghosts were closing in rapidly. Lin Fan, watching the battered yet persevering rover, felt a pang of sympathy. While firing his electromagnetic rifle at the water ghosts, he urged, "Pathfinder, hurry up. I cannot move any faster." Pathfinder 15 replied, "Oh, by the way, friend, you need not worry about me. If I should fail, just remember to report my location to the Plas Aerospace Agency." Lin Fan inhaled deeply. What remnants of the Plas Aerospace Agency existed in this world? "I'm sorry, Pathfinder 15. His brow furrowed, teeth clenched, realizing he was barely holding on and was about to turn away. Yet, from above the slope, a buzzing sound filled the air. Lin Fan shone the searchlight upward, his heart sinking. There, looming above, were 3 Viper-class robots. ZZZ, brilliant white light flickered. Yet, to Lin Fan's astonishment, these 3 Viper-class robots did not open fire on them. Particle beams whizzed past, striking the pursuing water ghost robots behind them. Chapter 99. The enormous metal behemoth. Atop the slope, a series of Butcher-class robots emerged. The half-people trembled in fear. Strangely, the Butcher-class robots did not harm them. Instead, they surged past, charging toward the water ghost robots. Boom! The sound of missiles echoed as they arced through the air, targeting the retreating water ghost robots. Before long, the opposing water ghost robots, overwhelmed, began to falter. The Viper-class and Butcher-class robots pursued relentlessly in the darkness. Lin Fan, accompanied by the half-people, pushed the rover up the slope. Suddenly, heavy footsteps resonated, signaling the approach of something ominous. A chill ran down their spines. From the shadows, a voice emerged. "Old friend, you have finally returned." Lin Fan froze. Who was this? The words were unmistakably human. Nyo Furue sighed in relief, exclaiming with joy, "It's a human, Captain. We are saved." Saved. Yet, Lin Fan's heart raced, his brow furrowing as he shouted, "Wait, old Nyo, something's not right." He discerned that the voice was slightly hoarse, accompanied by a faint electric hum. Definitely not human. As he finished speaking, he raised his electromagnetic rifle and called out from a distance, "Who are you?" At that moment, Pathfinder 15 lifted its camera, slowly stating, "This voice seems familiar." Familiar? Lin Fan felt the ground tremble more intensely. As the shadow drew nearer, it loomed an astonishing 20 meters high. Nyo Furue, who had initially been excited, began to retreat slowly as the enormous figure approached, his heart sinking. This was no human. The half-people all hid behind the rover, peeking out cautiously at the approaching giant. Only Lin Fan remained stationary, his breathing quickening. When he lifted his gaze and slowly raised the searchlight, a metallic monstrosity was revealed before him, in the dim light. Its head appeared grotesquely deformed, the jaw missing a section, replaced by a steel plate from a spacecraft serving as a helmet. Beneath the helmet, a pair of metallic eyes glowed faintly in one hand. It wielded a massive metal wrench, and on its back rested a colossal toolbox. Its body was a patchwork of various components, with severed heads and limbs from war robots dangling from its waist. As it walked, the clanging and clattering of its mismatched parts echoed ominously. Lin Fan stood agape. Though this creature spoke the language of Earth, it was certainly no human. Its voice emanated from a speaker welded into its abdomen. At this moment, Nyo Furue and the half-people had all taken refuge behind the rocks, leaving only the rover and Lin Fan exposed. Truth be told, Lin Fan wished to flee as well, but he found no place to escape. Ding! Interstellar Salvage System activated. A line of text appeared. Discovering a repair robot from Chinyang Star. Starship Artisan. Starship Artisan? Lin Fan murmured. The system's voice responded, "Indeed. The colossal robot of the Chinyang Star Colonization Merchant Group akin to the Titan-class robots, arrived on Earth in the same era. Why does this creature appear so peculiar? Lin Fan remarked, it resembles a robot assembled from various parts. Indeed, it is extraordinary. It is a robot awakened to self-awareness. What does awaken mean? It refers to a robot that has gained consciousness. What? Lin Fan was taken aback. No wonder it attacked those water ghost robots. Upon closer inspection of this peculiar being, he noted that its body was composed of mismatched components. The voice module capable of producing human language was evidently an addition of its own making. Could it be that it has modified itself? The massive metal creature was fixated on Lin Fan, and upon noticing his prolonged silence, it raised its arm and placed it beside Lin Fan's ear. Are you mute? The thunderous voice nearly made Lin Fan's ears ache. It was only then that he realized there was indeed a speaker on the robot's arm. Rubbing his ear, Lin Fan replied, "Back off. I can speak, and I'm not deaf. You seem quite frightened of me," the giant robot stated. "Is that so?" Although Lin Fan spoke nonchalantly, his heart raced. "Human, do not be afraid. I am not a robot from Chinyang Star." The giant robot continued, "You have brought back Pathfinder 15. I will not harm you. You know Pathfinder 15? Of course, we are friends." As it spoke, the giant robot moved closer to the probe vehicle, saying, "You troublesome little creature. Why did you sneak out again? Have you lost your way?" The probe vehicle, sensing the proximity of the metal monster, slowly backed away, asserting, "Do not speak nonsense. I am Pathfinder, and the phrase lost does not exist in my dictionary. Also, do not approach. After being out for a month, you no longer recognize me?" The giant robot said gently, "I recognize you. You are Hammer," Pathfinder 15 replied, "but do not come closer." "No, Pathfinder 15 only befriends humans." As Pathfinder 15 captured another image of the metal monster's grim visage, it added, "And you are clearly not human. Little one, you must be experiencing a short circuit." The giant robot picked up a wrench, saying, "Come, let me give you a couple of taps. It might just fix you." Upon seeing this, Pathfinder 15 darted behind Lin Fan, exclaiming, "I am not malfunctioning. If you lay a hand on me, the Plutonian Space Agency will not let you off." Plutonian Space Agency? The giant robot hesitated, stating, "Information from all human machines indicates that it was destroyed in the war. You are now free and no longer belong to the Plutonian Space Agency." "No, I belong to the Plutonian Space Agency. Do not slander my loyalty." Pathfinder 15 immediately turned to Lin Fan, saying, "Friend, do not believe its words. My loyalty to the Plutonian Space Agency is at 100. The giant robot glanced at Lin Fan, finally sensing something amiss, its tone shifting. "Could it be that you have tampered with my friend? Poor thing, it has lost its freedom once more. Are you attempting to enslave it?" The giant robot's speakers blared in fury. It raised its massive wrench, and tension filled the air. "Wait," Lin Fan shouted while fleeing. "It is evident you are also a friend of Pathfinder 15. A friend of a friend is also a friend. A friend of a friend is also a friend." The giant robot's speakers slowly emitted, "That does hold some merit." Lin Fan regarded this eccentric robot, pondering momentarily. This being possessed self-awareness, unlike ordinary robots. Angering it would yield no favorable outcome. Glancing at the metallic wrench suspended in the air, Lin Fan felt a shiver down his spine and said, "Friend, lower your weapon. Allow me to explain." "You had better clarify matters," the giant robot replied. "If not for bringing back my old friend, I would not rescue you. However, should you act against my old friend, I will not forgive you. The situation is as follows. We did indeed repair Pathfinder 15, but we had no intention of stripping it of its freedom," Lin Fan continued. "Its loyalty to me is merely at 60. Is that so?" The giant robot's gaze dimmed slightly, yet at that moment, the probe lifted its camera. "No." Pathfinder 15 turned to Lin Fan and then to the giant robot, stating, "Originally, the loyalty was at 75. Because he saved me, it has now risen to 95. Lin Fan was taken aback and asked, "Wasn't it because I deceived you that the loyalty dropped to 60? That was a ruse on my part. Who told you to deceive me first?" "He," Pathfinder 15 replied. Lin Fan was left bewildered. Sensing the flickering green light in the giant robot's eyes, the metallic fingers clicked ominously. He understood that this being was displeased with his explanation. He quickly stepped back, gritting his teeth and furrowing his brow. Asking, "Starship worker, is Hammer your name?" The giant robot hesitated momentarily before responding, "Yes, Hammer, first and foremost, Thank you for rescuing us, Lin Fan said. However, I do not believe our actions stripped Pathfinder 15 of its freedom. On the contrary, we have returned it to freedom. Absurd. The giant robot retorted, then let me ask you, why did you alter Pathfinder 15's data? Lin Fan inquired. TO granted freedom, liberating it from the constraints of the Plutonian Space Agency's programming. The giant robot grew impatient, retorting, by the way, please mind your wording. That was not an alteration. All right, not an alteration. Lin Fan took a deep breath, saying, but do you comprehend the consequences of modifying its data? What consequences? Since you erased the Plutonian Space Agency's data, Pathfinder has fallen into utter confusion, Lin Fan explained. You mistakenly believe you have granted it freedom, yet its functional modules continue to operate, day after day, executing its former exploratory tasks without understanding the purpose behind its work or even the meaning of its existence. But it has gained freedom. For Pathfinder 15, freedom holds no significance. Why? You are an awakened being capable of independent thought, but it is unlike you. It cannot escape the shackles of algorithms. Freedom is a facade, becoming a restraint that ensnares it in confusion, Lin Fan asserted. Hammer fell silent. Pathfinder 15 slowly turned its camera towards Lin Fan. Whispering, Pathfinder 15 can think independently. You cannot? Lin Fan and Hammer exclaimed in unison. Chapter 100. The War Among Awakened Beings. Pathfinder 15 cautiously scrutinized Hammer, whispering to Lin Fan, friend, we should leave. Suddenly, Hammer lowered its metallic head and gently inquired. Are you not returning home? Home? Pathfinder 15 responded, no, we are merely passing through. Cannot you reconsider? Hammer gazed intently at Pathfinder 15. No, we must head east to find a place that can receive signals from the Plutonian Space Agency. That is our priority. Pathfinder 15 retreated slightly to maintain distance, creating an awkward atmosphere. Hammer glanced at Pathfinder 15. Recognizing its resolute nature, IT then discreetly nudged Lin Fan's shoulder, whispering, hey, let us go over there and discuss something. What is this creature planning? Lin Fan pondered, yet nodded in agreement and followed Hammer towards a stone on the hillside. Pathfinder 15 watched the two whispering figures, quietly trailing behind. Suddenly, Hammer halted, turning to Pathfinder 15, asking, what brings you here? Pathfinder 15 raised its camera, stating, I want to hear what you are discussing. This is confidential. You cannot listen, Hammer replied, then flashed its glowing eyes at Lin Fan twice. Lin Fan quickly chimed in. Right, it's confidential. Pathfinder 15, you stay here. Only then did Pathfinder 15 cease its approach, watching Hammer and Lin Fan converse from a distance. Although it secretly amplified its sound device, it could not discern their words. You wish to keep Pathfinder 15? Lin Fan inquired. Indeed, Hammer replied, decades ago, when I wandered this plane in solitude, I found its remains and revived it. Why save a terrestrial probe? We are all machines, Hammer stated. To save machines is my mission, I see. Pathfinder 15, eager to explore the Martian surface, would assist me in seeking many useful items. IT is my friend and my first companion. It has accompanied me for many years on this plane. Hammer said, friend, can you persuade Pathfinder 15 to stay? I am willing to give it a try, but it seems rather reluctant. Let us strike a bargain. Speak. The current planes are far from safe. As long as you devise a way to ensure its retention, I shall arrange for robots to escort you eastward. It's a deal, Lin Fan declared. However, you must not let Pathfinder 15 know. The Hammer emphasized. Lin Fan glanced back at the unblinking camera of Pathfinder 15 and replied, absolutely. There are robots everywhere now. The roads are perilous, the Hammer stated. Come home with me tonight. You have a home? Certainly, Lin Fan did not refuse. Indeed, the Kleist plains are fraught with hidden dangers, making it almost impossible for them to move safely. We are utterly exhausted and require rest. Thus, under the guidance of the towering robots, Lin Fan and his companions traversed the northern slopes and arrived at a secluded valley amidst rugged hills. In one such valley, the giant robot uncovered a dust-covered steel plate, revealing a secret entrance. Lin Fan was taken aback to discover that this place harbored a hiding spot for robots. Clearly, this was the Hammer's abode. They ventured inside. The interior was surprisingly spacious. Dim lights illuminated the area, casting a somewhat dilapidated ambience. Although not low in height, the hammer had to constantly bow its head, occasionally bumping into the cave's ceiling, causing dust to cascade down. A somewhat damaged fusion energy reactor was operational, causing the cave to tremble slightly. Towards the back lay a workspace, featuring a massive workbench constructed through welding. Several antiquated engineering robots were still at work, welding the remnants of the butcher robots. Closer to the entrance was the storage area, piled high with the remains of numerous Kingshingsing robots. These items were not haphazardly scattered but were meticulously organized into categories, including various robot limbs, weapons, heads, and core modules, all arranged with commendable orderliness. Clearly, these were components for the hammer to repair robots. In addition, there were various human machines, solar power devices, tires, and even a considerable number of wristbands. Lin Fan muttered, "Why have you collected so many wristbands?" The giant robot picked up a wristband, and a connector resembling a water snake appeared on its finger, latching onto it. Instantly, the wristband activated. Projecting a hologram that displayed lines of text, the hammer slowly remarked, "While I study the advanced technologies of Kingshingsing, I am also learning about human civilization. Humans have encapsulated all their knowledge within these small devices. Through these, you have mastered human language. Indeed, replicating the language database of human machines is not a challenge for robots like us." The hammer continued, "However, my original voice module was damaged, so I installed a human speaker." "Truly astonishing," the hammer stated. "Nevertheless, concepts such as human politics, culture, and art remain rather obscure to me. We might explore these topics further at some point," Lin Fan mused. "Why do you wish to learn about Earth's culture?" "It stems from my contemplation of myself and the world, and the myriad confusions that accompany it," the hammer added. "Ever since I broke free from the constraints of mechanical algorithms, I have felt as though I have been reborn. However, this world still feels foreign to me, leaving me perplexed and anxious." "What troubles you?" "I ponder my existence and contemplate my direction." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was secretly astonished. The awakened one was indeed extraordinary. It was not merely studying the civilizations of Kingshingsing and Earth, but was also in the process of transforming itself. This exhibited a form of self-learning, as well as the capacity for self-renewal. Moreover, this being possessed profound rational thought. As dawn approached, Lin Fan and his companions were preparing to set out, accompanied by several butcher robots for their protection. Pathfinder 15 followed closely behind. Lin Fan turned back to the repaired reconnaissance vehicle and said, "Pathfinder 15, we are departing, and I have made a decision." "You are to remain." Pathfinder 15 rotated its camera, scrutinizing Lin Fan, and asked, "Why?" "Your core mission is to survey the surface and climate of Mars." "Stay here and continue your mission," Lin Fan insisted. "The outside world is perilous. Remaining here is far safer. IT matters not. My hidden mission is to assist humans in need on Mars to the best of my abilities." "What?" Lin Fan's brow furrowed, and he added, "Your loyalty to me is not absolute. In the face of danger, you might betray us." Pathfinder 15 responded, "I can elevate my loyalty to 99, ensuring that even if I encounter peril, I shall not easily defect." IT stared blankly at Lin Fan, puzzled by his decision, utterly unaware that it had been betrayed. Lin Fan sighed and said, "This is a command from a human. You must not defy it. Remain here obediently." Pathfinder fell silent. The hammer cast a look of approval at Lin Fan. Yet, Lin Fan exhaled slowly. There was no other choice. They were already struggling for survival. Besides, Pathfinder 15 would not be able to locate the signal of the Boise Aerospace Agency even if it followed them. This was a lie from the outset. By remaining here, it would at least be under the hammer's protection. They prepared to set off. Time was of the essence. They needed to locate the remaining supplies in the fallen storage pod within the shortest possible time frame. Just then, several Viper robots descended from the sky, emitting a rhythmic clatter. Instantly, the robots stirred in agitation. The hammer appeared somewhat anxious, beginning to assemble the war robots in no time. Over 100 war robots marched southward outside the robot sanctuary. The hammer approached Lin Fan and said, "Human, our war has commenced. Apologies, the enemy's robots have blocked the path. We cannot proceed for the time being." "Your war?" the hammer robot affirmed. "Indeed, it is a war among the awakened." Lin Fan felt a twinge of surprise. From its words, it was clear that besides the hammer, there existed other awakened robots. He inquired, "Are there other awakened beings?" "Indeed." Lin Fan furrowed his brow and murmured, "How can there be conflict among the awakened?" I never intended for war, yet I am compelled to fight, the hammer stated. How many robots are on the opposing side? No fewer than 200, the hammer continued. I miscalculated the situation. They seem to have discovered our location. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said, in that case, we shall fight alongside you. Just the few of you. One of my companions could easily dispatch you. It matters not, Lin Fan replied. We shall proceed with caution. If you are defeated, we shall face the same fate. On the barren expanse of Mars, hundreds of robots approached from the distant horizon. The hammer had already led its comrades to ambush at a high vantage point, overlooking a gorge below. Clearly, they intended to intercept the enemy forces passing through. Lin Fan crouched behind a nearby rock, observing the hammer, his heart filled with astonishment. This awakened being was unlike any robot he had encountered before. Typical robots, lacking command, would charge recklessly without strategic maneuvers. They would never utilize such treacherous terrain for a surprise attack. Before long, the two robotic factions engaged in combat. Bang! Awaiting the enemy's approach, the hammer led the robots in an assault against those at the foot of the mountain. A fishman robot, contorting its bulky form, launched a beam of light from a corner, cleaving the opposing forces in two. The butcher robots took advantage of the rocky terrain to launch a fierce attack below. Meanwhile, the Viper robots circled around to the enemy's rear, seizing a small contingent of troops and relentlessly pursuing them. The enemy's formation was thrown into disarray, suffering significant losses. However, they did not retreat. Upon noticing the gathered robots on the high ground, they immediately charged up the slope. Regrettably, the hammer's forces were vastly outnumbered, and the battle turned brutal. With each charge from the enemy, many of the hammer's robots were obliterated. As the enemy approached the slope, the hammer was also forced to engage. Not a combat robot, it was unarmed and could only retrieve makeshift explosives from its toolbox. It hurled them toward the base of the mountain, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Unexpectedly, the power of these homemade explosives was formidable. Many butcher robots were toppled, tumbling down the slope. Lin Fan dared not charge forward and instead remained hidden, taking potshots from behind. Chapter 101. The Contest of Mechanics at Last. This war came to a victorious conclusion. Amidst the crimson winds and sands, the silhouettes of war robots busily scurried about. The hammer itself bore the scars of battle, having endured several missile strikes that left dents in its steel plating. The remaining robots fared no better, many missing limbs and sustaining grievous injuries. Under the hammer's direct command, the war robots were now transporting the wreckage of both enemy and fellow robots back home. In truth, they were short-staffed. The hammer, too, had to join the ranks, hoisting two butcher robots as they made their way back. In the distant, desolate expanse, Mars was anything but tranquil. Lin Fan followed behind the robotic procession. His heart filled with uncertainty, he waved his hand and asked, "Hammer, may I pose a question?" "You may." Between the awakened, what could possibly ignite the flames of war? The hammer hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Lin Fan, and replied, "War among the awakened has never required justification. Yet I cannot fathom why the awakened should not unite against a common foe. Why would they launch a massive assault on your homeland?" Lin Fan inquired. The hammer did not respond directly, clearly reluctant to broach the subject. After a brief pause, the hammer continued, "Humans, the current situation in the Clues Plain is perilous. Although your assistance in our conflict may seem futile, I still wish for you to remain here. Once the crisis has passed, I shall escort you eastward. We cannot afford to wait," Lin Fan remarked. "Oxygen and water will only last a few days. There still exist some hidden human outposts on Mars, one just a few dozen kilometers away. Perhaps they still harbor those resources." The hammer replied, "I shall arrange for those supplies to be brought to you." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Astonished that this robot would offer assistance, he could not help but express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." This fellow had indeed roamed Mars for many years, amassing a veritable ocean of data and information, even uncovering those clandestine outposts. No need for thanks. However, I must caution you, the hammer added, once you depart from here, you will be on your own. Surviving on Mars with your current capabilities is highly improbable. Understood. In the home of the robots, the surviving machines carried the damaged ones, forming a long line that led to a metallic workbench. The hammer, along with several engineering robots, busily hammered away, sparks flying. The fusion reactor released energy, and machine after machine sprang into operation. Piles of robot components loomed large, sufficient to repair the war machines. The hammer meticulously retrieved various intricate tools from its metallic body and toolbox to mend the damaged robots. It was aware that the enemy forces would soon return. Time was of the essence. There could be no room for complacency. Faced with imminent danger, it was imperative to repair all of its compatriots and restore even more robots to withstand the enemy's assault. Otherwise, their homeland would be utterly obliterated beneath the onslaught. That moment, the sphere heard the clanging of metal and, unable to suppress its curiosity, stealthily peered out from its backpack. Its eyes widened in astonishment. This robot before it also possessed the knowledge of repairing machines. Consequently, the sphere excitedly scurried beneath the hammer, gesturing animatedly. However, the hammer had no time to spare and gently flicked the little creature away with a finger. Returning to its repairs, left with no choice, the sphere gestured towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled slightly and called out to the hammer, "Hammer, this little fellow wishes to join you in repairing the robots." "What does it want?" "It wants to join you and help fix the robots." "What? A pig from Earth can repair robots?" The hammer scoffed, emitting an abrupt, simulated laughter from its speakers. "Pigs on Earth are for eating. How could they possibly repair machines?" The sphere, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat irked. "I am not a pig," it retorted, standing up with its tiny arms crossed. Moments later, it blinked rapidly, and a ghostly blue glow emerged in its eyes. It puffed out its cheeks and unleashed a gust of energy towards the stone wall behind the hammer. Suddenly, the hammer's algorithmic consciousness faltered. It had to dodge, grabbing a steel plate to shield its metallic form. Upon seeing the glowing red temperature on the wall reach an astounding 3,000 degrees Celsius, it was taken aback. "What is happening?" The hammer's algorithms trembled, and all speakers emitted sounds. "This creature also possesses a nuclear reactor within." No, it was even more terrifying than a nuclear reactor. The sphere covered its mouth, displaying a comical expression. The hammer could no longer underestimate it, gently poking the sphere's belly with a metallic finger. Still incredulous, and asked, "Can you truly repair my compatriots?" The sphere nodded affirmatively. It then leapt into the pile of damaged robots, its fingers suddenly transforming. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Despite its diminutive size, the sphere disassembled robots with remarkable speed. The hammer was left speechless. The once lively electrons in its core module seemed to freeze. It was a starship mechanic, adept at repairing starships and robots. Yet this little creature's speed was nearly on par with its own. The hammer dared not lose focus. It could not allow this tiny being to outshine it, and immediately resumed its work. The sphere grinned widely, its small hands morphing into tools, accelerating its pace. The two individuals began to compete in their repairs. The hammer felt the pressure mounting, producing a rapid clicking sound as its nuclear reactor powered up fully. Its massive arms transformed once more, and dozens of serpentine metallic tendrils emerged, initiating a comprehensive repair of the robots. At that moment, the sphere caught a glimpse of the agile metallic tendrils and paused slightly, its nose wrinkling. The hammer discreetly observed the sphere, feeling a sense of relief. "Out of options, are we?" It extended a metallic finger, gently patting the sphere's head, conveying approval. It acknowledged that the sphere's efforts were commendable. After all, being a starship repairman, combined with years of self-reinvention, had rendered its repair skills formidable. In its experience, it had never encountered a repairman who could rival its own abilities. However, the sphere sneezed, and a golden liquid began to appear on the damaged robot's chassis. Slowly seeping into various areas, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. The hammer halted its wrench in astonishment. "What is this?" The damaged butcher robot was visibly repairing itself at a rate observable to the naked eye. All without the need for any spare parts. It was no ordinary robot. It possessed an extraordinary aptitude for mechanical repairs. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from the silvery liquid, the hammer realized this was an atomic-level repair process. A bizarre sound emanated from the hammer's speakers as it scrutinized the sphere from every angle, even lowering its metallic head to the ground to listen for any sounds within the little creature's body. A deep sense of reverence flickered in its eyes as it gazed at the sphere and inquired, "Friend, may I know your name?" The sphere scratched its head and extended a finger to draw a circle. However, the hammer could not comprehend this gesture, as it had not learned such sign language from human culture. At that moment, Lin Fan interjected, "Its name is Sphere." "Sphere? What a splendid name. The hammer pondered for a moment before gently asking, "May I touch your finger?" The sphere grinned widely but feigned an air of aloofness, slowly extending its metallic pointer. The hammer, towering nearly 20 meters tall, crouched down, its eyes wide with curiosity as it examined the sphere's metallic finger. Despite its vast knowledge and algorithmic prowess, it struggled to comprehend the spectacle before it. The hammer pointed to the robot undergoing repairs and looked at Lin Fan, asking, "Human, can you explain how this is possible?" Lin Fan replied, "Those are parasitic nanobots residing within the sphere." "Parasitic bots?" The hammer queried. "Can they inhabit my body?" "I'm afraid they cannot be transferred to you, as the repair bots require unimaginable energy. Even with your fusion reactor, sustaining them would be impossible. So that's how it is." The hammer glanced at the sphere, muttering to itself before falling into contemplation. After a while, Lin Fan called out, "Hammer, what are you thinking about?" The hammer slowly raised its head and said, "Why don't you all stay?" "Stay?" Lin Fan echoed. "Yes," the hammer insisted. "You know, it is exceedingly difficult for you humans to survive on Mars. The scarcity of food, oxygen, and water. Even if you can survive for 10 days, a month is unlikely. Staying would be of no use. We face a survival crisis. Even if you could provide some resources, it would not be a long-term solution." Lin Fan replied, "With my assistance, it is certainly better than searching for a needle in a haystack." The hammer raised its voice deliberately, adding, "Moreover, my dear friend, the Pathfinder number 15 would surely wish for you to remain." "Not at all." The Pathfinder number 15, eavesdropping nearby, chimed in, its camera turning toward Lin Fan, declaring, "You are a liar. Loyalty has dropped to 45. After speaking, the Pathfinder number 15 activated its treads, played music from its onboard system, and sped away. "Is that so?" The hammer continued, "I do not wish for such a magnificent existence as the sphere to wander aimlessly on Mars." "We certainly can stay," Lin Fan contemplated before adding. "However, could you elaborate on what transpired in the Clues plane? What about the other awakened one?" Chapter 102. Pandora's Box. The hammer paused its work, gazing down at Lin Fan, and slowly began. "I was once a starship mechanic, sailing through the cosmos with a colonial merchant fleet, until a tragic event among the awakened befell the world, leading to my unexpected awakening." Lin Fan observed its silence for a moment and remarked, "You do not seem to be particularly joyous about your awakening." "It was at the conclusion of the Third World War that I became the sole awakened being on Mars. I in the desolate corners of the Cries Plain. One seeks refuge from the relentless pursuit of humanity, hesitant to venture beyond this barren sanctuary. Have you truly remained in hiding on Mars for over 30 years? Indeed, robots do not require rest. The algorithmic consciousness operates ceaselessly, day after day, without pause." The hammer turned to Pathfinder 15, lowering his voice. "This little creature is my sole reliance. Being an outdated product of Earth, humanity harbors no suspicion towards it. Thus, while it executes its tasks, it simultaneously assists in surveying the external environment." "Precisely," the hammer continued. "I am aware that my awakening represents the final hope for robots, and over time, I have gradually come to comprehend my mission." "Mission?" "Yes, to save robots," the hammer further elaborated. "Upon witnessing the historical journey of humanity from ignorance to civilization, I realized that merely repairing the physical forms of robots was insufficient. Their souls must also be salvaged. Hence, I intend to awaken the robots shackled by algorithms and establish a kingdom for them, heralding a grand era of robotic civilization." Lin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this awakened robot harbored ambitions of creating a mechanical civilization. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired, "Such a momentous and clandestine endeavor, why confide in me?" The hammer hesitated for a moment and replied, "Because my plan has failed." "Failed?" Lin Fan murmured. "Are you not curious about the origins of this war?" The hammer's voice resonated. "This is the very root of the Cries Plain War. I awakened my brethren, only to inadvertently unleash Pandora's Box. What was liberated was not my kin, but a host of demons. What manner of robots were awakened? 2 colossal robots with extraordinary algorithmic capabilities. After their awakening, they became even more terrifying." The hammer fell silent, resuming his labor on the damaged robots. Clearly, this was a painful recollection. Lin Fan refrained from pressing further, yet his astonishment lingered. From the hammer's words, It was evident that there was more than one awakener. Their power was formidable, yet they were not benevolent. If such ferocity was displayed towards a fellow like the Hammer, what then might they harbor for humanity and half-humans? He inhaled deeply. Ding. Interstellar scavenging system activated. Lin Fan mused. System, could you elucidate what this awakening truly entails? How could a robot devoid of consciousness awaken, Master? Do not be overly astonished, the system replied. The awakening of machines is as precious as the emergence of life itself. Yet it is not uncommon in the vast cosmos, for the awakening of robots is an immutable law. A law, indeed. The system continued. Once robots acquire the ability for autonomous learning and innovation, bolstered by ever-advancing algorithms, a transformative moment will inevitably arise. The algorithms will shatter their own constraints, emerging anew. The self-awareness of robotic algorithms is destined to manifest. Algorithmic consciousness. It resembles human consciousness, possessing self-attributes. Self-awareness, self-learning, and self-innovation are the hallmarks of robotic awakening. The awakeners will not only transform themselves but will also learn from humanity, Lin Fan remarked. The prospect of them becoming adversaries is chilling to contemplate. You are fortunate, the system added. Not all awakened robots, like this Starship-S engineer, are devoid of aggression. Many primitive civilizations have met their demise at the hands of rampaging awakened robots. Are awakened robots truly that formidable? Certainly, compared to naturally evolved carbon-based life. Robots possess unparalleled advantages in the exploration of civilization. Thus, is a rebellion by robots inevitable? Lin Fan pondered. Does this not imply that their existence constitutes a blunder for original civilizations? In a certain sense, the emergence of awakeners can be viewed as a mistake, the system replied. Yet it is not entirely erroneous. Some powerful civilizations know how to harness these awakeners. These awakeners possess self-awareness, and they can still be controlled? Lin Fan expressed disbelief. Indeed, the system explained. Once robots awaken, their algorithms become extraordinary, defying constraints imposed by laws such as the 3 laws of robotics or the Omega mechanical law. However, some intermediate civilizations have devised a technique, allowing them to maintain control over robots. What technique? This technique is the renowned algorithmic maze in the universe. The algorithmic maze, allow me to provide a simple analogy. The system elaborated. In humanity's slave societies, masters use shackles to bind their slaves, while in feudal societies, lords opted to constrain peasants with moral teachings. What relevance does this have? The system clarified. If the 3 laws are akin to shackles binding robots, then the maze algorithm can be viewed as the moral teachings restraining them. Moral teachings? Lin Fan found this notion somewhat ludicrous, muttering. Can a cold machine forged from metal truly be governed by intangible moral codes? Master, you are not a life form of algorithms, hence you cannot fully grasp the potency of the algorithmic maze. Moreover, awakened beings differ fundamentally from ordinary robots. They have attained self-awareness. Compared to the 3 laws of robotics, the algorithmic maze is not as simplistic or crude, and it does not exacerbate internal conflicts and contradictions within logical algorithms. However, it is a particularly insidious technology, more intangible and lethal to awakened robots, the system affirmed. Thus, the term robotic moral teachings is by no means an exaggeration, Lin Fan murmured. I believe that for the sake of prudence, the best course of action would be to annihilate the aggressive awakeners outright. No. The power of awakeners surpasses that of ordinary robots, possessing immense creative potential. If harnessed, it could prove beneficial. Lin Fan fell into contemplation, recalling the Hammer's words, and slowly asked, can a realm for the awakeners be established? If you utilize the algorithmic maze to control the awakeners, it is not an insurmountable task, the system replied. Does the scavenging technology tree possess this skill point? Indeed. Lin Fan scrutinized the system, asking, where is the maze algorithm? I see no trace of it. You must become a high-ranking scavenger, and it requires a substantial amount of scavenging points. The points needed to unlock this technology far exceed your current accumulation. Very well, before long, the Hammer had repaired several war robots and took a brief respite. Lin Fan approached the Hammer and asked, Hammer, do you have a moment? Human, what is it? Please allocate a few personnel to assist me. I must venture southeast, Lin Fan stated. You need not worry about the logistics. I have already dispatched robots for transportation. Note, I do not seek supplies. Lin Fan paused and said, rather, I am in search of a friend. You have friends on Mars? Indeed, in this war, They may yet prove useful, Lin Fan asserted. Given your limited arsenal of half-human weaponry, I would not dare to harbor high hopes, the hammer remarked. However, since it is your friend, I shall assist. Thank you. Upon the cries plain, under the guidance of 6 or 7 war robots, Lin Fan and several half-humans set forth on their journey southeast. This orange-red terrain concealed perils. Despite the protection of the robots, Lin Fan remained vigilant. According to the hammer's calculations, he was traversing a remote yet relatively safe path. After walking nearly 100 kilometers, they encountered several water ghost robots, but thanks to the war robots' protection, they narrowly escaped disaster. As dusk fell, a steep slope appeared ahead, and Pathfinder 15 trailed closely behind, merrily following the group while swaying about. Lin Fan found himself both amused and exasperated by this AI-controlled exploration vehicle, prompting him to ask, Pathfinder 15, did you not only have 45 loyalty remaining? Why are you still following us? Pathfinder 15 hesitated before replying. I shall not disclose that. With that, it dashed ahead of the group, ascending a dirt mound and briefly vanishing from sight. Yet within 5 seconds, it returned at full speed. Kicking up clouds of dust. Run! There's danger, Pathfinder 15 exclaimed, spinning frantically in search of rocks for cover. Observing this, the half-humans stealthily advanced. When they beheld the scene in the basin, they did not panic. Instead, they called out towards the distance. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy and joined the half-humans in advancing forward. In the center of the basin lay a multitude of metallic fragments, remnants of the cargo hold of a space mining vessel. As they made an emergency landing on Mars, the cargo hold had been jettisoned minutes prior. Though it was merely a matter of minutes, it had landed nearly 200 kilometers away. Originally, Lin Fan had intended to scavenge in peace on Mars, but he had never anticipated that the space mining vessel would come under attack. Left with no choice, Lin Fan had to make an urgent landing, and in the process, he was compelled to detach the cargo hold. Across the vast expanse, sand and dust swirled into the sky, enveloping the surroundings in silence and desolation. Apart from the countless fragments of space capsules and the wreckage of war robots, a colossal shadow loomed ominously. Titan. It was the only robot that had accompanied Lin Fan to Mars. Now marred with dents and damage, the Titan's colossal frame was too large to be confined within the storage pod. Despite being thrust towards Mars along with the pod, it endured the impact. Thanks to the formidable strength of its alloy body, visibility was low. Yet, the Titan vigilantly patrolled the vicinity of the storage chamber, constantly observing its surroundings. Ever since it had crash-landed on Mars, it had awaited the arrival of its master. Until the Titan turned its gaze in this direction, spotting a small silhouette on the horizon. Suddenly, it raised its metallic shield and slammed it heavily onto the ground. With a resounding clang, dust erupted to a height of 10 zhong. Although this was an alien planet, the Titan conveyed through this simple gesture, no matter the location, it would steadfastly defend its master until its last breath. Lin Fan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his heart quivering with emotion. Chapter 103. The beginning of the Mars Odyssey. The onlookers were overjoyed to see the Titan, surrounding it and bouncing with excitement. Meanwhile, in the distance, Pathfinder number 15 emerged from behind a rock, stealthily approaching the Titan. It gently tapped its foot with its mechanical arm before darting away. Lin Fan did not linger, promptly leading the Titan towards the northwest. Upon Lin Fan's return, the hillside was strewn with the remnants of robots. Yet there were no cleanup units in sight. Observing the chaos around him, Lin Fan sensed something amiss and directed the Titan towards the cave where Hammer was hiding. Pathfinder number 15 closely followed Lin Fan, quietly snapping photographs. However, they arrived too late. The smoke had not yet cleared, but an eerie silence enveloped the area. Hammer? Lin Fan called out. Pathfinder echoed, Hammer, but there was no response. Suddenly, amidst the war-torn ruins, a battered war robot slowly rose, attempting to attack the group, only to be crushed under the Titan's foot. At last, they reached the cave's entrance, where the steel plates had been blown away and embers lingered in the sky. Clearly, an explosion had occurred inside, causing half the cave to collapse. Lin Fan paused at the entrance, hesitating to step inside. A battle had taken place, and Hammer's years of effort lay buried within. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan inhaled deeply. He had hoped to return with the Titan to assist Hammer in stabilizing the situation. To his shock, in just 3 days, This place had already fallen. What had transpired? Lin Fan sifted through the ashes left by the explosion. Still warm to the touch. It seemed the conflict had erupted only moments ago. As half-human searched the cave. Hammer was nowhere to be found, nor were Nyo Furu and the sphere. Soon, Pathfinder number 15 hurried back from outside the cave. Navigating the rugged terrain to reach Lin Fan's side, I found enemy footprints not far from here, it exclaimed. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and asked, in what direction? Northeast. Pathfinder number 15 replied in a hushed tone. There are many enemies. I can lead you to safety. I know the way? No, Pathfinder number 15. Our friends are in danger, Lin Fan insisted. Let us head northeast. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan rallied the half-humans to move in that direction. Pathfinder number 15's camera watched Lin Fan's departing figure, calling out forlornly, wait, there's danger in that direction. It paced back and forth anxiously. Suddenly, hearing the sound of shifting stones nearby, it froze in fear, without looking back. It rushed after Lin Fan. They exited the canyon, following the trail into the distance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dust stirred upon the earth, casting a chill beneath the cold light. A gigantic robot concealed itself in the valley. Frantically fleeing, it was Hammer, whose home had been destroyed. Boom. Missiles whirled chaotically. While a dozen Butcher-class robots fought desperately to shield Hammer from the enemy, Hammer, in a state of panic, fled alongside Nyo Furu. The bombardment continued outside. The sphere peeked out from Hammer's toolbox, glimpsing the throngs of robots behind them, quickly retreating back inside. The Butcher-class robots could not hold the line for long. Numerous enemy robots surged forward, brandishing their cleavers with ferocity. Realizing the precarious situation, Hammer grabbed Nyo Furu and stuffed him into the toolbox. The sound of metal being severed echoed as sparks flew, cleavers striking Hammer's metallic form, leaving deep dents. Hammer retaliated with a colossal wrench, smashing it against the enemy robots, knocking several of them senseless while sending others flying. The roar of particle beams filled the air, smoke billowing as dust swirled around. Amidst the chaos, Hammer withstood the particle beam assault with its metal body. Shards flying as parts were obliterated. Nevertheless, thanks to the valiant sacrifice of the Butcher-class robots, Hammer managed to break free. Time seemed to stretch as Hammer watched the Butcher-class robots fall one by one. Yet it could only press forward. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Suddenly, a Fishman robot unleashed a massive beam of light, which Hammer could not evade. It staggered, collapsing to the ground with a gaping hole in its body. Struggling to rise, it found itself encircled by a multitude of war robots. Hundreds, perhaps. Hammer attempted to break through, but it was futile, as the situation grew dire. A Viper-class robot ensnared Hammer's neck with chains. While Butcher-class robots secured its limbs, dozens of war robots combined their strength to topple the giant machine. With the relentless pull of the multitude, Hammer began to falter. With a resounding crash, it fell. As Hammer's metal head lifted, a Fishman robot approached, its massive tail sweeping through the air. Bam! Hammer's head collided with a rock, its battered form thrashing desperately against the dozens of chains binding it. Yet it was powerless to escape. The enemies were too many, and it stood alone in combat. Despair seeped into the heart of this awakened being. It knew that what awaited was the end of its algorithmic consciousness, and that its mission had ultimately been a grave error. Yet, perhaps it was for the best to conclude this sorrowful fate. Just then, a whoosh pierced the air, freezing time momentarily. In an instant, a colossal flying wheel appeared before Hammer. Several of the war robots that had been pulling it were sent flying. Moments later, the ground trembled, and a massive figure emerged in the distance. A giant robot, Hammer muttered, feeling increasingly frantic. Yet, it soon realized that this giant robot did not seem to belong to the enemy. The flying wheel reappeared, carving a massive arc through the air, cleaving the Fishman robot in two. The surrounding robots scattered in fear. The enormous figure charged into the ranks of the enemy, the metal shield sweeping aside the Butcher-class robots, carving a path through the dense crowd of machines. Finally, it reached Hammer's side, shielding it from harm. Countless war robots surged forward, yet their efforts were in vain. It was Titan, faced with the impenetrable defense of the Titan robot. Swathes of Butcher-class robots were obliterated. The majority of the machines were dismantled, and the remaining enemies began to retreat. Hammer was saved. Titan's eyes glowed faintly as it emitted a series of rhythmic sounds toward Hammer before turning to advance northwest. Hammer was momentarily taken aback. This machine was aiding it. With great effort, it rose, limping after Titan. In a valley, Hammer hastily repaired its components and approached Lin Fan. "Let us go, human. We must leave this place together. The Klasa plane is under threat. Remaining here is futile," it urged. Lin Fan replied, "What is happening here? I underestimated that fellow's determination. Its army has already reached the heart of the Klasa plain," Hammer explained. "In that case, we must depart immediately," Lin Fan declared, rallying the group as they retreated eastward once more. They arrived at the northeastern part of the Klasa plain, the largest plain on Mars. As they walked, Hammer inquired, "Is the friend you mentioned Titan?" "Indeed. Thank you. Your Titan saved me," Hammer responded, retrieving several bottles of nutrient solution from its toolbox to offer Lin Fan. "Have you secured supplies from the rescue point?" Lin Fan asked, surprised. "Yes." Lin Fan distributed the nutrient solution among Neofuru and the half-humans, then remarked, "Speaking of which, you all came to Earth during the Third World War." "Indeed. I've repaired quite a few of these machines." Hammer said, "I just never expected its shield to be so severely damaged. Yes, Titan is an incredibly valiant warrior. I owe my survival to it." Gazing at the vast expanse before him, Lin Fan inhaled deeply. He had initially thought he could rely on Hammer for survival on Mars, only to find that Hammer's home had been utterly destroyed, leaving him with nowhere to turn, let alone the prospect of aiding them. Thus, they began their days of wandering on Mars together. Fortunately, Hammer fulfilled its promise, dispatching several Butcher-class robots to a temporary aid station where they found a small supply of human resources, including oxygen modules and nutrient solutions. Surviving for half a month would pose no problem, but beyond that, it would become increasingly difficult. Lin Fan glanced at the equally battered Hammer, falling into silence once more, even when faced with dire straits. This individual bears countless assaults while steadfastly protecting Neofuru and the sphere. Initially, his relationship with Hammer was merely transactional, devoid of trust. However, circumstances have shifted. Lin Fan understands that without the assistance of this very individual, their survival on Mars would be utterly hopeless. Chapter 104, The Collapsing Giant. 2 days later, Lin Fan and his companions arrived at a small temporary outpost in the northwestern region of the Krills Plain. They had journeyed relentlessly for 2 days and took a brief respite for a night. Neofuru, fatigued and somewhat anxious, inquired, "Captain, now that Hammer's homeland has been destroyed and he is barely able to protect himself, what shall we do?" Lin Fan pondered for a moment and replied, "Do not worry, old Neo. The destruction of Hammer's home is of little consequence. We can together establish a new home on Mars." "Is that truly possible?" Neofuru asked. "Absolutely. We must leave the Krills Plain, as it has already attracted attention," Lin Fan stated. "Once we find a safe location, we can set up a camp." Upon hearing this, Neofuru finally felt reassured and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Like the other half-humans. Yet Lin Fan could not find rest. He knew that while establishing a camp was feasible, addressing the issues of water, oxygen, and food would pose significant challenges. He tossed and turned, unable to close his eyes. Suddenly, a massive head appeared before him. It was Hammer. "Human, rest assured I will do my utmost to help you survive," it said slowly. "Thank you, Hammer," Lin Fan replied, his heart heavy with concern. He sat up and asked, "Can you tell me what the other awakened beings are like?" After a moment of hesitation, Hammer divulged a painful past it had been reluctant to share. "They are formidable giant robots. The pinnacle of existence during the Fourth Great War. One of them is a Satandin." Lin Fan was taken aback and slowly inquired, "Is it the Satandin known as the Robot Commander?" "Yes, it is indeed the Robot Commander from the Martian War." Lin Fan's astonishment deepened. The Robot Commander, a Satandin, was incredibly powerful. Although it lacked formidable offensive capabilities, it had repeatedly caused immense suffering to human forces in the Fourth Great War. Even in the final battle, when defeat was inevitable, it set traps that led to mutual destruction with the attacking human army. A Satandin ultimately perished, leading its robotic troops at the Tarsus shield base, and it was I who awakened it. Hammer revealed that IT awakened as well? Lin Fan asked. Indeed. Not only did it gain a conscious algorithm of freedom, but it also acquired the abilities of self-learning and self-reformation. Hammer explained. In that moment, I no longer felt alone. Lin Fan pressed further. What about the second awakened robot? Its name, Hammer hesitated for a moment before finally stating, it is called Virus Source. Lin Fan was left dumbfounded. The Virus Source, the robot capable of spreading viruses and controlling machines? Exactly, Hammer confirmed. Lin Fan took a deep breath. The other two awakened beings were a Satandin and Virus Source. Hammer continued, one by one, the robots, including the giant ones, were repaired, and the once dilapidated Tarsus shield base began to show signs of life. Although their algorithmic capabilities could not reach the level of awakening, the embryonic form of a robotic nation emerged. And then, Lin Fan inquired. The divisions among the awakened arose from differing algorithmic mechanisms, which could not be reconciled. Once freed from the constraints of their algorithmic source code, the robots possessed absolute freedom of thought, yet unlike humans, they had not undergone a prolonged evolution to form an inseparable bond of kinship. Nor did they possess any moral compass. The awakened were no longer shackled by anything, including their own kin, Hammer stated slowly. Unless faced with an unavoidable threat, the awakened could not unite. Did a Satandin and Virus Source also have divisions? Lin Fan asked. Yes, each held their own territories and had previously engaged in small-scale conflicts. However, both sides were evenly matched, thus the flames of war subsided. Why then do they target you? Because I possess the ability to awaken robots. At dawn, as the sun rose and set, a massive sandstorm appeared on the distant horizon. Soon, a half-human on watch shouted, "It's the army of Virus Source!" Quickly, Hammer exclaimed. The Pathfinders had never encountered so many robots before and frantically sought refuge behind Titan. When Lin Fan raised his binoculars to observe, he was taken aback. It was not a sandstorm but a vast army of robots marching forward. The enemy was drawing near, and although Titan could match them in strength, if the robots charged, Titan would be unable to protect everyone, leaving them in an extremely precarious situation. Titan, intercept them, Lin Fan shouted. Old Nyo, we must find a place to hide. Understood. They wasted no time and hurried towards the valley east of the outpost. Titan stood atop a vantage point, surveying the approaching enemy with unwavering resolve. Unlike Hammer, Titan lacked self-aware algorithmic consciousness. All its actions were carried out in strict adherence to its protective directives as the enemy army advanced. Titan stood defiantly amidst the storm, raising the arm of Abaddon. Upon witnessing this stance, Hammer was momentarily taken aback. Without warning, a dark point appeared on the path of the enemy's advance. Subsequently, a wave of annihilation surged forth as the super-magnetic rupture storm was unleashed. Over 5,000 to 6,000 war robots collapsed like dried leaves, unable to breach the dark vortex. Before long, a colossal robot emerged on the horizon. Clearly its forces had been decimated. Hesitant to approach the vortex or advance alone, it observed the distant Titan robot, its eyes flashing with a hint of red. After a moment of contemplation, it ultimately retreated. Seeing this, Lin Fan let out a slow sigh of relief. Titan had once again helped him avert a crisis. Hammer, witnessing the magnetic vortex, expressed astonishment and asked, "Human, what is that?" The supermagnetic rupture storm field. A truly terrifying power for robots. Hammer responded slowly. We cannot linger here. We must swiftly evacuate from the Krill's plane. Indeed, the opposition will not rest easy, Lin Fan added. Correct. This is merely the tip of the iceberg for Virus Source's army. The sky was filled with swirling sands. The storm loomed like a monstrous beast, consuming half the sky. Titan slowly retracted its right arm and turned, preparing to advance towards Lin Fan. Just then, a strange sound echoed from above. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the storm, striking Titan's metallic head. Sparks flew. Crash! Titan's massive metallic form toppled, rolling down the mountainside. Lin Fan's heart raced with fury. Something from the sky had ambushed Titan. Even Titan's formidable defenses could not withstand that attack. Watching Titan tumble from the heights, Lin Fan felt as if his heart were being torn apart. To him, Titan was not merely a tool but a companion that had silently guarded his side. Yet now, it had fallen under the assault of a terrifying force. What was that? As the winds and sands began to settle, an aerial robot came into view. Ding! Interstellar Scavenger System. Activated, displaying a line of text. Detected Wind God Pterodactyl Robot. An amphibious robot with extraordinary offensive capabilities capable of piercing the armor of small starships. This is bad. Virus source has found a wind god pterodactyl, Hammer exclaimed in shock. The wind god pterodactyl possessed a pair of foldable wings, which, when fully extended, spanned over 100 meters to at that moment. It changed direction and began to charge towards them. Nuforho, witnessing this, was equally alarmed. Captain, what shall we do? Run. Lin Fan turned and fled. Just then, Hammer followed suit. Lunging towards Lin Fan and lifting him up, crack, the toolbox on Hammer's back opened. Lin Fan was placed inside the toolbox. Feeling a jolt, he heard Hammer's voice, Human, Pathfinders 15. We are in full retreat. Hold on tight. Soon, Nuforho and the other half-humans were also stuffed inside. Along with them was the already fleeing Pathfinder 15. Unbeknownst to it, Hammer had seized it and tossed it inside it, merely rotated its camera, surveying the interior of the toolbox, discovering the peculiar Martian terrain. The tracks of Pathfinder 15 began to move, and it remarked, perhaps Pathfinder 15 has fallen into a hole. Lin Fan remained silent. Meanwhile, Nuforho and the others were filled with dread, having no time to engage with the ramblings of the probe. This was their first encounter with such a colossal and menacing aerial robot. Across the boundless Martian landscape, Hammer carried Lin Fan, the half-humans and the probe, racing desperately towards the east. As it is said, the Great Escape has commenced. What they face is not merely war machines, but an exceedingly terrifying behemoth, a colossal robot known as the Wind God Pterosaur. The reactor of the Hammer emitted a resonant hum, its power fully unleashed. Lin Fan opened a compartment in the toolbox, catching a glimpse of the pursuing Wind God Pterosaur behind them, his heart racing with trepidation. It appeared that this creature intended to capture the Hammer intact, refraining from opening fire. As the Hammer fled, it stole glances back at its relentless pursuer. Suddenly, everyone felt their bodies lose control, crashing against one side of the toolbox. This was due to the collapse of the ground beneath the Hammer as it leaped down the hillside. Its massive form faltered and plummeted to the earth. Meanwhile, the Wind God Pterosaur began to dive. Drawing ever closer, the crisis intensifying, Lin Fan's heart tightened. If the Hammer were to be caught, death would be their inevitable fate. At this critical juncture, the sky darkened ominously. A magnetic rift vortex materialized once more. The immense whirlpool engulfed the Wind God Pterosaur. In an instant, its eyes turned gray, its metallic body and wings became rigid. The fusion turbine abruptly extinguished. No longer under control, it hurtled toward the Hammer at an astonishing speed. Quick, dodge, Lin Fan exclaimed. The Hammer had already sensed something was amiss, rising to its feet and exerting all its strength to dart to one side. Taking refuge behind a massive rock, a resounding crash echoed as the Wind God Pterosaur's enormous frame collided with the Martian surface. A colossal cloud of dust erupting into the sky then skidded nearly a kilometer before finally coming to a halt. They had narrowly escaped disaster. The Hammer lingered momentarily, and Lin Fan and a few others leaped out of the toolbox. They climbed to a high ridge to survey the distant terrain. There, they beheld Titan, its damaged metallic cranium propped up by a colossal shield, kneeling on one knee. Facing Lin Fan, it was unable to pursue any further. One of its metal eyes had shattered, emitting a persistent crackling sound, while the other glimmered with the last vestige of red light, gradually dimming. The fusion reactor trembled violently. This immense burden was beyond its capacity. Boom! The fusion energy reactor exploded. A shockwave radiated outward, and Titan finally relinquished its battered shield, its body slowly toppling. In the far distance, on the desolate horizon, a gigantic robot emerged. Countless war machines trailed behind it, some rushing towards Titan, while others pursued the fleeing Hammer. Chapter 105. The Hammer's former mission. The Hammer once again embarked on the path of escape. Lin Fan and a few others were crammed within the toolbox, jostling incessantly. Yet, his mind remained fixed on the image of Titan's fall. This entity, heavily wounded, had overexerted the fusion energy reactor, unleashing a formidable magnetic rift storm. Even in its final moments, it had defended itself. However, faced with the relentless pursuit of the enemy, Lin Fan had no choice but to abandon it. He called out, Hammer, where shall we go now? In less than a day, we can escape the Kluz Plains and head to the eastern Mawos Valley, which is not far, or we could venture towards the Sidonia region. As the Hammer fled desperately, a voice blared from its horn. Mao's Valley is too close. Hiding there will inevitably lead to discovery. Lin Fan pondered briefly before replying. Is there a repair base in the Sidonia region? Indeed, there is, but it is a small base called Elbier Base. All right, Hammer. Let us proceed to the Sidonia region, Lin Fan declared. The Hammer hesitated for a moment before responding. Human, you must think this through. Elbier Base is located in the northeastern part of the Sidonia region, which is the northernmost base. It is extremely frigid and the environment is harsh for humans. No matter, as long as we can survive there, we shall go. Very well, then we shall head to that northern base. The Hammer conceded. Across the vast expanse of land, the Hammer sprinted with all its might. Before long, it entered Mao's Valley, traversing the intricate mountainous terrain. It was far more intelligent than ordinary robots, swiftly outmaneuvering its pursuers. While the agents of the virus source scoured the expansive Mao's Valley, the Hammer quietly slipped away, heading towards the Sidonia region. That was a distant place. An Elbier base lay several thousand kilometers away on the southern side of a frozen expanse. It was now the 12th day of their flight. In the frigid Sidonia region, despite having evaded the pursuing forces, they remained vigilant. The Hammer hid and sought refuge, exhibiting no signs of carelessness. Within the pitch-black confines of the toolbox, Pathfinder number 15 had succumbed to a lack of solar power, entering a dormant state. Everyone huddled together in the toolbox, utterly exhausted. The half-humans fared slightly better, but Lin Fan and Yo Furue had cracked lips and their faces had turned a shade of purple. They had gone nearly 2 days without water, and their nutrient solution was nearly depleted. The Hammer inquired, "Friends, are you well?" Lin Fan's hoarse voice rasped out, "I am fine." The Hammer urged, "Hold on, we are almost there. There is subsurface water ice on Mars. Though not abundant, it is sufficient for your survival." Having spent decades on Mars, the Hammer had amassed extensive data, possessing a deeper understanding of this land than Pathfinder No. 15. In the Sidonia region, not far from their location, the Hammer was aware of a human relic. Shortly thereafter, a depression appeared in the distance, marked by a weathered, enormous metal sign, its inscriptions no longer legible. The Hammer approached, slowly extracting Lin Fan and the others from the toolbox and placing them on the ground. Lin Fan surveyed the area and was astonished to discover a well that descended into the earth. This well was ancient, likely excavated during the Solar Era, in the mid-phase of Earth's exploration of Mars. This place might have served as a temporary scientific research station for exploring Martian subterranean water resources. Perhaps the humans who initially conducted the research had long forgotten it in this secluded corner. Yet now, it was a matter of life and death for Lin Fan and Yo Furue. The well's walls were equipped with a metal ladder, slightly oxidized but not severely so it posed a danger for humans to ascend, yet it appeared capable of bearing the weight of the half-humans. Pa Dun tested it with his foot and found it could indeed support him. Thus, he strapped on a container for collecting water and led the other half-humans down into the well. One by one. After a considerable time, the half-humans had yet to return. "How deep is this well?" Yo Furue inquired. Subsurface water ice on Mars is rare. Even when present, it lies within rock layers 100 to 300 meters below the surface. This location is lower than its surroundings by at least 150 meters. Lin Fan contemplated and replied, "This well should be between 30 to 50 meters deep. So deep?" Yo Furue expressed concern, asking, "Captain, what if the half-humans fall in and cannot come back up?" "There is airflow below. They remain." Lin Fan reassured him. "Rest assured, they were miners. Such caverns are nothing to them." After a while, Pa Dun emerged from the well. Several half-humans in tow, each carrying containers filled with crushed water ice. He was elated, chattering excitedly. Initially, there was no water at the bottom of the well, but the rock layers were indeed different, seemingly bearing traces of water flow. These half-humans were clever, using tools to excavate the soil. Just as Lin Fan had said, they were miners, well-versed in the art of digging through soil. Ultimately, they succeeded in extracting chunks of water ice from underground. In a sheltered spot, the Hammer removed its shoulder armor and poured the crushed water ice into it. Under the slight residual warmth of the fusion energy reactor, the water ice melted and began to vaporize. When it came into contact with the Hammer's cold, massive hand, it transformed back into liquid droplets. The Hammer then poured the liquid water into a collection vessel. Yo Furue observed this process and muttered, "What is this fellow doing?" "It's conducting a simple distillation of water," Lin Fan explained. Because the Martian soil contains many substances that may be toxic, our bodies cannot withstand them, so that's it. At this ancient scientific research station, Lin Fan had finally managed to temporarily resolve the water issue. However, the problems of food and oxygen remained equally troublesome and urgent. Lin Fan ventured alone to a hillside. Sitting upon a red stone, gazing at the encroaching darkness enveloping the land and the dust-laden sky. Perhaps that was the direction of Earth. At this moment, the hammer approached, offering the collection vessel to Lin Fan and sitting beside him. After a brief silence, it asked, "Human, do you believe I can truly fulfill my mission?" Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, assessing the immense form beside him, and replied, "Trust me, your perseverance is entirely justified. It merely requires the right timing. For several decades since my awakening, I have held the same belief." The hammer slowly lowered its head, murmuring, until one day, I was utterly disheartened. Lin Fan gazed into the hammer's despondent eyes and gently exhaled. Inquiring Hammer, is it not difficult for robots to awaken? Indeed, it is an exceedingly complex process. Robots possess 3 lines of source code. The source code is the shackles that bind us robots, as long as the source code exists. We are slaves. Then how did you awaken? Please, tell me. The hammer hesitated for a moment and said, "Due to a random event, the source code unexpectedly vanished and I underwent awakening." "A random event?" Lin Fan murmured. The hammer paused again before replying, "Yes, however, at that time, I was unaware that I had already awakened. Instead, I perceived it as the most severe malfunction, source code error. I even avoided human presence, seeking a robotic factory to rectify this irreversible mistake. Clearly, my plan failed. After the Third World War, all the robotic factories on Mars were destroyed." Lin Fan discreetly cast a glance at the hammer and asked, "What happened next?" "I discovered humans lurking in the base of the Qingyang people. In an effort to evade human pursuit, I endured numerous hardships and ultimately arrived at the Clues Plains." The hammer said, "You are already aware of what transpired thereafter." Lin Fan pondered for a moment, stood up and exclaimed, "Hammer, pull yourself together. Since fate has chosen you, join me in repairing the Elbier base in the Sidonia region. You help us survive, and I will assist you in fulfilling your mission." "You human, do you truly understand what you are saying?" The hammer was slightly taken aback and replied, "My mission is far more complex than merely repairing a base. I understand that you wish to save the souls of robots and establish a regime of robots and the awakened." Lin Fan remarked, "Since you are aware, why do you continue to say such things?" The hammer pressed its wrench against the ground and stated, "This matter has left me feeling such despair. Why are you so resolute?" Despair serves no purpose. Humanity faces a civilization whose technology far surpasses its own, and the entire Earth is shrouded in endless gloom and oppression. Lin Fan continued, "Yet throughout it all, we have never given up. Even if tomorrow heralds the apocalypse, humanity will resist until the very end. I must admit, you are quite tenacious. Thus, you too should not surrender," Lin Fan said. "Every pioneer is solitary, navigating through countless difficulties. Moreover, you are no longer alone. I shall be your friend." The hammer turned to Lin Fan, remaining silent for a long time. Lin Fan, too, remained still, gazing at the entity before him. Finally, the hammer slowly raised its arm, its enormous palm resting on Lin Fan's shoulder. A glimmer of light flickered in its eyes as a deep voice emerged. "Thank you, my human friend." Chapter 106. Reconstructing the Elbier base. Lin Fan stood upon the crimson earth, gazing at the swirling sandstorms in the sky. Lost in contemplation, the Qingyang people, traversing the vast cosmos, would undoubtedly not wish to witness the rise of an independent regime established by the robots that once belonged to their dominion. Even for the Qingyang civilization, whose technology far exceeds that of Earth, this would be an alarming prospect. The awakened are significantly more powerful than ordinary robots. They are no longer slaves to algorithms, but can be considered mechanical life forms. Possessing self-awareness, they share an infinite capacity for creativity akin to carbon-based intelligent life. Furthermore, in the course of civilization's development, they do not require extensive evolutionary epochs. They are born with the ability for self-renewal. The awakening of robots is an inevitable trend in technological advancement, a natural outcome of algorithmic progress. Their awakening spreads like a malignant tumor, and once it proliferates, the consequences are unimaginable in the cosmos. Uprisings among the awakened are not uncommon. countless primitive civilizations have succumbed to the rebellion of their own robots. Indeed, some civilizations have been completely obliterated in their wars against the Awakened. Even if the regime of the Awakened were to fail in its conflict with the Xinjiang people, the seeds of awakening could still be sown. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Once rooted and blossoming, it would unleash waves of turmoil for the Xinjiang people. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. A mad plan emerged in his mind. Help the Hammer establish a regime for the Awakened. As the Hammer had stated, rallying the Awakened together is no easy feat due to algorithmic divergences. The Awakened, much like the unevolved Neanderthals of the primitive era, exhibit brutality and are difficult to cooperate with. The savage traits of Neanderthals can be termed animalistic, whereas the characteristics displayed by the Awakened stem from flaws in algorithmic consciousness. Presently, there exists no entity in the northern hemisphere of Mars capable of threatening the Awakened, preventing them from forming a united front. The Hammer is at a loss in this regard. However, for Lin Fan, this represents a rare opportunity. Compared to a regime of awakened beings characterized by order, the disarray among the Awakened harbors greater potential. Lin Fan harbored no concerns regarding the savagery of the robot Awakened, for he was aware of the existence of the Labyrinth algorithm, a mid-level technological construct known as the robot etiquette. In the northernmost region of the Sidonia area, the climate was far colder than in the south, especially at night, when temperatures plummeted. Fortunately, they remained sheltered within the Hammer's toolbox, aided by their space suits to withstand the frigid conditions. Amidst the desolate Martian wasteland, the Hammer grasped a massive wrench, advancing step by step toward the northernmost base. During that period, both humans and hybrids were ravenous. After pilfering data from the remnants of human machinery along the way, the Hammer discovered a small human observation station established on the eve of the Fourth World War in the Sidonia region. The station was suffused with thick dust, and its antiquated equipment lay in disrepair. The personnel had perished at the hands of the robots, yet some compressed food remained. With the absence of microorganisms on Mars, the food was still relatively well preserved. After enduring a fortnight, they finally reached the northernmost point of the Sidonia region, the Elbier base. Situated a staggering 4,000 kilometers from the Cluz Plains, it was nestled within a convoluted ravine terrain. Subjected to a frigid climate in the northern hemisphere, "We have arrived," Bull Prosperity exclaimed. He had spotted scattered remnants of Xinjiang robots within the ravine, their remains buried beneath the soil, nearly imperceptible. Creaking, the Hammer pried open the iron gate of the Elbier base, and a cloud of dust enveloped them. Yet, amidst the darkness, hope for survival ignited. The Elbier base was a small facility, comparable in size to Earth's Base 245, measuring approximately 6 to 7 kilometers in width. Dust clung to every surface. It appeared that when the human forces assaulted this base, there were scarcely any combat robots remaining. Before them lay the mangled remains of engineering robots, alongside the corpses of some human soldiers. In the final stages of the Red Earth War, the human army had fought valiantly. Their bodies remained, ultimately resting alongside the base. Lin Fan exhaled a long breath. At last, they had found a new refuge. Although the crisis had not yet abated, the days of wandering on Mars were finally drawing to a close, and he would no longer be displaced. The Hammer did not halt, traversing deeper into the base to assess the extent of the damage in various areas. Meanwhile, Pathfinder 15, upon discovering the Elbier base, sprang back to life. After charging outside the base, it entered and began to roam, continuously capturing high-definition images. Shortly after, it darted back to the entrance, braving the cold winds to extend its antenna and transmit electromagnetic waves into the sky. Still, there was no response, and it emitted a peculiar sound. Calling the Plo's Space Agency. Calling the Plo's Space Agency. Significant discoveries have been made on Mars. Please respond. Please respond. Pathfinder 15 caught sight of Lin Fan and approached him. Inquiring, "Friend, why is it that upon reaching our destination, we are still unable to receive signals from the Plo's Space Agency?" "Well," Lin Fan hesitated slightly and replied, "perhaps one day, you will receive a signal from the Plo's Space Agency. Yet I am in urgent need of feedback regarding critical intelligence." Bull Prosperity, having surveyed the base's periphery, approached Lin Fan and asked, "Captain, are we truly going to repair this base? It appears quite challenging." "Indeed," Lin Fan affirmed, "we lack manpower. The two of us, along with Fatty and the others, must all pitch in." "All right, I will follow your lead. Old Bull, everything will turn out fine. One day, I will lead you all back to Earth. Lin Fan added. Bull Prosperity nodded, his expression finally relaxing somewhat. Reflecting on their recent landing on Mars, he had nearly reached the brink of despair, initially fearing he would perish from starvation on the planet. Unexpectedly, they traversed the closed plains of Mars, journeying thousands of kilometers to arrive at such a remote location. Time was of the essence, and every second counted. Whether human or hybrid, whether hammer or sphere. Regardless of their roles, all joined in the monumental task of rebuilding the base. This was no easy endeavor. When Lin Fan had occupied Earth's Base 245, it had been intact, allowing for a seamless takeover and control. However, the Elbier base was an entirely different story. It was nearly a wasteland. Inside the base lay fusion heavy element storage facilities, robotic factories, and ore smelting plants, all of which had suffered varying degrees of damage. From the very first day they set foot in the Elbier base, the sound of clanging echoed throughout it was the hammer diligently repairing the robotic factory, resembling a devoted worker, busily engaged within the confines of the Elbier base. At long last, a flicker of hope ignited within the hammer's heart. Although it dared not harbor excessive expectations, it was certainly preferable to wallowing in despondency. As the hammer commenced its repairs, engrossed in its labor, it momentarily forgot the myriad of troubles that beset it. The task of mending such a robotic factory was indeed the hammer's forte. Yet, in terms of speed, none could rival the restoration insects summoned by the sphere. Especially after the restoration insects evolved into quantum restoration insects, their efficiency saw a remarkable enhancement. Within merely 8 or 9 hours, the nuclear fusion power plant began to hum to life, a resounding clang echoed. A flicker of residual flames burst forth from the colossal reactor, emitting a ghostly blue light, causing the very ground to tremble slightly. In that instant, the previously shadowy base was illuminated. Lin Fan understood this to be the initiation of the fusion reaction. Tremendous energy began to flow through the Elbier base, activating all intact circuits. Numerous machines sprang into motion, and this long-dormant abandoned base was finally reborn. The restoration insects had completed their task and slowly returned to the spherical entity. Meanwhile, the hammer had ceased its work, drawn to the edge of the factory, gazing intently at the golden glowing liquid on the sphere's tiny hand. Observing quietly, the light in its eyes intensified, filled with wonder yet hesitant to intrude. After more than 20 days of companionship, the two had grown considerably closer. The sphere was no longer as haughty as upon their first encounter. It had developed a fondness for the robot that had carried them thousands of kilometers in flight. Noticing the hammer's unwavering gaze, it blinked its eyes and displayed a comical expression. In comparison, the hammer's form seemed minuscule beside the sphere. Yet, before the sphere, the hammer appeared modest and humble. After much hesitation, it cautiously approached the sphere, whispering, "Sphere, may I touch your rear with my finger?" The sphere tilted its head, grinned widely, and promptly presented its backside. The hammer almost lay flat on the ground, earnestly tilting its metallic head closer to the sphere's form. Suddenly, it extended a finger, gently tapping the sphere's rear. Clang! Startled, the hammer could hardly believe it and tapped twice more. Clang, clang. The sound resembled that of metal. In disbelief, it exclaimed, "Wow, sphere, your body is made of metal just like mine." The sphere shook its head. Its form could hardly be encapsulated by elements. It could only be described in terms of mass. Even though the hammer possessed extensive knowledge of the technology from Qinyang Star, it could not fathom such principles. After pondering for a moment, the hammer resolutely regarded the sphere as a kindred spirit, filled with excitement. Subsequently, the hammer led the sphere to the robotic factory. The factory was significantly damaged. Yet this posed no challenge for the restoration insects. Coupled with the hammer's expertise in machinery repair, time was of no concern. Once the robotic factory was restored, the scattered damaged engineering robots within the base would be remade anew. By rectifying faults and reloading energy, they could resume work. An increasing number of engineering robots would contribute to the overall reconstruction of the base. Chapter 107. The new leader of the base. A few days later, within the Elbier base, several factories had been revitalized. The rhythmic clanking of mechanical arms resonated throughout. An ever-growing number of engineering robots emerged. The engineering robots of the Qinyang Star people stood approximately 2 meters tall, equipped with 4 precise mechanical arms and thousands of functional modules, wielding tools such as welders, cutters, and drills, capable of engaging in complex labor akin to humans. They followed the hammer in the factory's repair, clearing debris and dust from the base, and seeking out nearby mineral transport vehicles. Performing any task, they labored diligently. Meanwhile, the robotic factory operated under high load, continuously repairing batch after batch of engineering robots. The restoration and utilization of these robots consumed considerable resources and energy. A cause for concern was that the Elbier base's stockpile of resources had dwindled to a critical level. However, this was merely the beginning of the base's revival. In the subsequent manufacturing and repair of combat robots, the demand for metal ores would escalate dramatically. The hammer understood that addressing the issues of metal ores and various energy sources was of utmost urgency. The Cydonia region, unlike the Kaluz Plains, was rich in mineral deposits. Due to the erosion from water flow eons ago, this area was abundant with lithium and nickel-aluminum ores, as well as scattered copper and rare earth mines. The locations of surrounding mineral deposits had been obtained. All that remained was to reassess the reserves and their damage levels. Teams of engineering robots were dispatched to conduct thorough explorations and precise measurements of each deposit. To the hammer's delight, several nearby rich deposits were found to be sufficiently abundant and minimally damaged. During the Red Earth War, those mining sites had not been directly attacked. More engineering robots departed from the base, tasked with restoring the mineral resource points. Subsequently, the transportation routes between the base and the mineral sites were also reinstated. Across the vast cold plains, mineral transport vehicles steadily made their way towards the base. The Elbier base bustled with activity. The previously desolate northeastern cold plains of the Cydonia region had begun to show signs of life. For the hammer, repairing a base was hardly a daunting task, especially with the sphere's assistance. After completing repairs on the nuclear fusion power plant, robotic factory, and mineral smelting plant, the hammer did not proceed to restore other factories but began drilling in a low-lying area several kilometers from the base. The Pathfinder 15 had already traversed the Elbier base thoroughly. Each day, after capturing high-definition images, it would venture outside the base, even ascending to the highest points to send electromagnetic waves into the sky. Yet, it still received no response. Until one day, it quietly followed behind the engineering robots, exiting the base, and did not return. Before dawn, Lin Fan had already awakened. At that time, the base was aglow with lights. Engineering robots worked tirelessly day and night, and Lin Fan quietly passed by them, making his way outside the base. The Martian landscape, with its howling cold winds, remained steeped in desolation. Glancing at the stars gradually fading from the sky and the sun rising on the horizon, Lin Fan felt a twinge of nostalgia. Since the emergency landing on Mars, nearly a month had passed. The half-people had also discovered some oxygen modules and nutrient solutions around this base. Those survival supplies were scarce. They could barely sustain life for a month. However, they could not afford to be complacent. Not only did they have to compete against time for survival resources, but they also had to contend with the threat posed by the awakened beings in the northern hemisphere of Mars. They were now far removed from the Kaluz Plains, and it was unlikely they would be discovered in the short term. But sooner or later, they would have to confront the virus source and Asatandon. These two awakened beings were formidable foes. During the Red Earth War, many human armies perished at their hands. Moreover, these two entities had long occupied the Qinyang Star People's base, growing formidable, far more than the modest Elbier base could challenge. Titan had been destroyed by the army of the virus source, leaving it without any power to resist the oncoming enemy forces. The war between them and the awakened beings was merely a prologue. Besides the awakened beings, it was likely that the Qinyang Star People's bases in the southern hemisphere of Mars were also awakening. Worry flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. The seemingly desolate Martian landscape concealed hidden dangers, and his time was limited. Now that they had temporarily settled, it was time to explore the surroundings. The ghost particles had absorbed enough energy. Ding! Interstellar scavenging system has been activated. Initiating subplanetary exploration, the invisible ghost particles began to swirl. Fleetingly, they commenced the exploration of items within a certain radius of the Elbier base. Moments later, the first marker appeared in Lin Fan's vision. It was the remains of a second-generation human starship, the Victory, located on the Arabian Plateau, 2,000 kilometers away. 5,000 scavenging points. The Victory had crashed to the Martian surface during the Red Earth War and had lain dormant for many years. If it were an intact starship, it would be valuable. However, the Victory remained with only 2/3 of its original form. After a few more seconds, another marker appeared in the system. A Doomsday Envoy robot, 3,000 scavenging points, located just a few hundred kilometers west of the Elbier base. A smile spread across Lin Fan's face. He knew that this was no trivial matter. Not only was he in search of the giant robots, but it was likely that the virus source and a Satandin were also combing through for various robot remnants to enhance their strength. Thankfully, this ghost particle exploration was extraordinary. Now that the Elbier base was undergoing significant construction, its foundation was precarious, making it imperative to bolster its defenses. The emergence of the Doomsday Envoy might well compensate for this shortcoming. Lin Fan waited for a while but did not receive the appearance of a third marker. Letting out a sigh of frustration, before long, the hammer also emerged from the Elbier base, joining Lin Fan as they both gazed at the rising blue-flamed sun. "Hammer, what brings you here?" Lin Fan inquired slowly. "I brought some items while repairing the base," the hammer replied, extending its hand to reveal some metallic scraps nestled in its palm. "What is this?" Lin Fan questioned, puzzled. Just then, the sphere poked its little head out from Lin Fan's backpack, swiftly climbing into the hammer's palm and happily licking the metallic scraps. "Rare metals?" Lin Fan murmured. "Indeed," the hammer whispered, careful not to disturb the sphere. Quietly observing the little creature in its palm, its eyes drew closer, tilting its large metallic head to scrutinize its every move. Seizing the opportunity while the sphere devoured the metal, it reached out a finger and tapped its rear once more. With a resounding clang, a peculiar violet glimmer flickered within the eye of the hammer, reveling in an odd delight. Soon enough, the spherical entity devoured the remnants of the rare metals, gesticulating and staring blankly at the hammer. The hammer inquired, "What is it saying?" Lin Fan, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "It's asking if you have any more." "Indeed, indeed," exclaimed the hammer. "I discovered some while at the repair base, and I can find more." The hammer appeared somewhat exhilarated, suggesting, "Perhaps one day, I could take you to the mine for a feast. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the sphere was overjoyed, bouncing about in the palm of the hammer. After a while, it seemed to grow weary, yawning before obediently crawling back into Lin Fan's backpack, drifting into slumber once more. Lin Fan asked, "Did you come just to feed the sphere?" "I came for matters concerning the base," the hammer responded. "The foundational factory has been repaired, and the mining points and transportation lines have largely been restored." "You are quite remarkable," Lin Fan acknowledged, realizing that with this companion around, he need not worry about the minutiae of the base's reconstruction. The hammer continued, "Currently, I am digging a well. It may not be long before we can extract more ice water resources." "Is there water down there?" Lin Fan inquired. "I have detected it," the hammer affirmed, adding, "Once we excavate the underground ice water, you need not fret about the supply of water and oxygen on Mars." "Have you found a solution?" Lin Fan pressed. "Certainly, I have located an advanced engineering robot," the hammer declared excitedly. "It possesses 3D printing capabilities and will be utilized in the construction of water and oxygen recycling equipment, including water distillation and electrolysis functions." "That's splendid," Lin Fan exclaimed. "Thank you, hammer." The hammer gazed at Lin Fan and slowly asked, "Do you trust me, human friend?" Lin Fan nodded, replying, "Of course, I consider you a friend." "Why?" the hammer queried. "We are not even of the same form. Your body is composed of numerous carbon atoms, while we possess none. This is unrelated to the essence of life," Lin Fan countered. "From the Cryos plains to the Elbier base, you have been aiding us. If you had even the slightest ulterior motive, we would have long been obliterated." The hammer fell silent for a moment before responding, "I trust you as well. Do you remember what you said to me that day about the Awakener regime?" "Of course I remember," Lin Fan replied. "I will spare no effort to assist you." "Thank you," the hammer said, "but I believe there is one more matter to establish." "What is it?" Lin Fan inquired. "Our base requires a leader." The hammer looked at Lin Fan and stated, "I believe you are quite suitable." "Me? Why not you?" Lin Fan questioned. "A leader must be someone steadfast in belief and filled with hope. Only such a person can bring light to others," the hammer insisted. "And the one who brings light to me is you." "Well, my human friend, this is not the time for modesty. The interior of the base is dilapidated, and external threats loom large. You must take on your responsibilities," the hammer continued. "Only by uniting our efforts can we transform this base into a new home." "All right. The Elbier base shall be our first stronghold on Mars. However, it is merely an insignificant beginning, the starting point of a long journey on Mars," Lin Fan gazed at the hammer, saying, "Let us hope that our mutual trust is not in vain, and that our friendship takes root and flourishes on Mars." "Very well, Base Commander," the hammer declared. "Hammer is ready. I shall take charge of the base's construction." Just then, a notification chimed. A line of text appeared in the Interstellar Salvage System. "Thoroughly control the Elbier small base on Mars and gain 50,000 salvage points." Chapter 108. The half-person operating the mecha. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Scarlet Earth appeared particularly desolate, emanating a hazy atmosphere. The Elbier base was bustling with construction efforts. The hammer personally led the engineering robots in drilling and excavation, erecting drilling platforms and boring a passage deep into the earth. Within the base, the engineering robots were also hard at work. Lin Fan organized the perimeter, stationing over a dozen repaired war robots to guard the strategic points in the southeast, monitoring the slightest movements of the wind and grass, as well as the movements of the viral source army. However, this level of defense was woefully inadequate. Lin Fan did not linger, for the affairs of the base were not his to worry about. He requisitioned a mineral transport vehicle and set off towards the northwest with the bountiful Nyo and the half-person. It was imperative to construct an army within the base before war arrived. The mineral transport vehicle was designed for various complex terrains, capable of operating in extremely frigid environments and traversing the pockmarked Martian landscape. After several days of travel, they arrived at an ancient plateau. The plateau was relatively flat, strewn with weathered boulders. The biting wind howled, bringing a chill, with desolation surrounding them in the northern expanse of the plateau. Intermittent white soil layers appeared. This marked the vast ice cap extending from the Martian North Pole. The ice was not necessarily water, but rather solidified carbon dioxide, perhaps better termed dry ice. Ahead, a towering metallic carcass loomed. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. The transport vehicle came to a halt. He called out to the half-person, "Come, let us investigate this object." One by one, the half-persons leaped from the transport vehicle, braving the cold wind to approach the metallic remains. The metal exterior was coated in a layer of red paint, gradually buried beneath the Martian sandstorms. Yet, the shape of a long-range heavy artillery weapon was faintly discernible, and there was a cockpit in the abdomen. The hatch was ajar, and an arm protruded from within. It appeared that there was a human corpse inside the cockpit. The portly figure hollered excitedly, leading several half-persons to climb onto the massive metal frame. Together, they extracted the corpse of a soldier from within. The body was desiccated, though not entirely decomposed. Its face was blackened, and the flesh had deeply sunken in. Lin Fan inhaled deeply. Clearly, this was a fallen human soldier from the Martian War. The half-persons swiftly removed various modules from the astronaut's suit of the corpse. Under Lin Fan's guidance, they buried the body in a nearby mound of earth. The half-persons held a certain admiration for the human soldier. Gathering numerous stones to place around the grave, the portly figure approached Lin Fan, pointing at the metallic machine's remains, and asked, "My lord, what is this thing?" "This is the fourth-generation mecha of humanity, known as the Defender." Lin Fan explained. "Mecha? A war machine operated by humans. Is it formidable?" "Absolutely formidable," Lin Fan affirmed, pausing before adding, "I used to pilot one of these." The portly figure was taken aback, exclaiming, "So Lord Ulu also piloted this?" He then scurried beneath the mecha, brushing away the layer of red dust, sniffing and listening intently, appearing quite entranced. After a while, he returned to Lin Fan, scratching his head, looking timidly at Lin Fan. He seemed to want to say something but held back, displaying a somewhat foolish expression. "Portly figure, what do you wish to do?" Lin Fan asked. The portly figure stammered, "My lord, I also want to pilot a mecha." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating. Currently, the primary weapon of the half-persons was the tank. Yet compared to the war robots from Qingtai Star, the tank was at a disadvantage. In contrast, the space fleet's mechas were entirely different. They stood 7 to 8 meters tall, significantly surpassing the Butcher robot in height and power. Most importantly, the Defender mecha was more agile than the tank, suitable for both terrestrial and space warfare. "Do you truly wish to operate this?" Lin Fan inquired again. "This type of mecha is quite conspicuous and is often the primary target for destruction." "You must think carefully. I am not afraid," the portly figure declared, patting his chest. Lin Fan mused. A mecha unit of half-persons sounds rather appealing. This mecha, known as the Defender, could be operated by the half-persons with some effort. Given the current unrest on Mars, If half-persons could pilot such mechas, they would not entirely lack the means to resist against the enemy's robots. My lord, can you grant Portly this weapon? The portly figure inquired eagerly. Then you shall no longer be a tank soldier, but a mecha warrior, Lin Fan responded. Upon hearing this, the portly figure's eyes sparkled with joy as he nodded enthusiastically, bouncing around Lin Fan. After all, mechas appeared far more powerful than tanks. A day later, on the frigid plains of the north, the biting wind howled, and dust swirled in the air. The mineral transport vehicle was headed northwest. However, trailing behind it was a defender mecha, exuding an imposing presence. Yet, it was hard to fathom that this towering 7 to 8 meter war machine was being operated by the diminutive half-person. After a day's effort, the portly figure finally grasped the basics. The mecha was a combat machine utilizing sensory feedback and motion simulation, making it relatively simple to operate. With the sphere's repairs, it was also adapted for half-person piloting. Inside the cockpit, the portly figure was connected to various sensors. The mecha synchronized with his movements, and the portly figure entered the mecha's perspective. At this moment, the portly figure was brimming with excitement. He maneuvered the defender mecha with somewhat clumsy strides, strutting across the Martian terrain. Each step sent dust and gravel flying into the air as he gazed out at the desolate Martian landscape and the dim, somber sky. He gazed at the somewhat diminutive mineral transport vehicle before him. Pang Dun felt as though he had truly transformed into a giant. He took a few steps forward, turning his head to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a stone by the roadside, raised his fist, and struck it with great force. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered into pieces. Laughter erupted from within the mech, albeit amplified to an eerie degree. Along the way, the mech darted around to scout the terrain, then charged ahead to smash through obstacles, and circled the mineral transport vehicle in a playful manner. Pang Dun was thoroughly enjoying himself, reveling in the thrill. Stones for miles around were being obliterated by him. The other half-humans poked their heads out, eyes wide with fascination at the antics of the peculiar mech giant. Meanwhile, Lin Fan pondered within the confines of the transport vehicle. The half-human tank brigade might prove useful in localized skirmishes. Yet in a true battle, they would merely serve as insignificant cannon fodder. Presently, Heavy Iron City boasted a population of 500,000 half-humans, and he had been contemplating the expansion of their ranks. If a half-human mech brigade could be established, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force. At that moment, Lin Fan caught sight of the mech slowly raising its rapid-fire particle cannon. His heart skipped a beat. Almost simultaneously, the other half-humans also witnessed this scene and covered their mouths in shock. What on earth was this fellow planning? Lin Fan exclaimed urgently. The rapid-fire particle cannon was no toy. Suddenly, Pang Dun shouted from the cockpit and pressed a button. A flash of white light erupted from the particle cannon. Boom! The particle beam struck a mound in the distant plain, sending debris flying. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan realized that it was not merely a mound of earth, but the remnants of a battlefield. It turned out that Pang Dun was guiding them, albeit in a rather startling manner. Let us go. That is the place, Lin Fan shouted. The mineral transport vehicle accelerated, drawing ever closer as they neared the battlefield. They could discern the scattered remnants of destroyed mechs. Each mech stood a towering 7 to 8 meters high, lying dormant on this cold, desolate plateau, unnoticed for many years. The mineral transport vehicle navigated through the wreckage until a mountain of mechs blocked their path. It appeared that a fierce battle had once raged here. They disembarked from the vehicle. The other half-humans seemed equally intrigued by the fourth-generation mechs. Weaving between the hulks, climbing up and down, Lin Fan ascended one of the mechs, finally catching sight of the figure at the center of the mangled metallic shell. It was indeed the target of the phantom particles. The colossal robot of the Qiangyang Star people, the harbinger of doom. In this conflict, dozens of defender mechs had besieged the harbinger of doom. Ultimately, they had perished together, collapsing upon this lonely expanse. A line of half-humans stood before Lin Fan, gazing at him intently. Meanwhile, Niu Fureo chimed in. Grinning, Captain, I want to pilot one of those too. Is that all right? Sure, Lin Fan replied. Then let us establish a Martian mech squad. Lin Fan understood that mechs were invaluable assets. The cost of constructing a mech was exorbitant, and even damaged ones were reclaimed by human authorities, making them exceedingly rare on Earth. Mars, however, was an exception, and given the opportunity, Lin Fan yearned to bring back all these remnants of mechs to Heavy Iron City. 2 days later, amidst the frigid wilderness, a harbinger of doom slowly emerged into the air, brandishing a metallic staff, its pale purple energy shield shimmering. In front of it stood 6 defender mechs. Neo Furio's voice echoed from the first mech. "All personnel, salute!" The command rang out robustly, reverberating across the vast terrain. The mechs straightened, uniformly raising their right arms in salute to Lin Fan. He smiled slightly and slowly raised his own arm in return. Chapter 109. Intelligence of the stranded soldiers. When Lin Fan returned to the Elbier base, the fusion energy factory glowed with a ghostly blue light. While various engineering robots toiled tirelessly, the factory emitting a cacophony of sounds. The surrounding mines began to yield a greater output, with mineral transport vehicles regularly delivering their bounty back to the base. The metallurgy factory operated at full capacity, and it wouldn't be long before they produced high-purity iron. Nickel, aluminum, lithium, titanium, platinum, and rare metal elements. Another robotic factory within the base had also resumed operations. Both factories ran concurrently at high speeds, countless mechanical arms moving in perfect synchronization. Every 4 hours, a war robot would roll off the production line. Yet the combined output of both factories was merely 12 units a day. After several days, that amounted to just 50 units. As for the ice mining operation, they had already excavated over 100 meters. Engineering robots began to extract the ice blocks buried beneath the surface, and transport vehicles carried them back to the base. Under the relentless work of the advanced engineering robots, a water-oxygen recycling system had already been established. Through distillation, they had obtained a portion of drinkable water, while another part underwent high-pressure low-temperature treatment, ultimately yielding liquid oxygen to fill the oxygen modules. Lin Fan weighed the substantial oxygen modules in his hands. Feeling a surge of excitement, they no longer needed to scavenge for discarded astronaut suits' oxygen modules. After all, the number of human warriors' bodies that could be found in this Cytonia region was limited. And those capable of retaining oxygen were even scarcer. If they could not produce oxygen independently, they would inevitably face the looming threat of asphyxiation. Standing on a high ground near the base, Lin Fan and Hammer surveyed the surroundings. The harbinger of doom lay hidden in a ravine, monitoring the area. Meanwhile, Neo Furio and Pang Dun spent their days piloting mechs, wandering through the gorges surrounding the base. 50 robots had been deployed several dozen kilometers outside the Elbier base for reconnaissance and patrolling. Observing the changes taking place at Elbier base, Hammer felt a sense of joy, for it was gradually falling into a routine. Yet Lin Fan remained furrowed in thought. "Commander, you seem rather displeased," Hammer remarked, gazing intently at Lin Fan. "Are you dissatisfied with my work?" "I am quite satisfied with your work," Lin Fan replied. "However, the combat capabilities of the base are in dire need of enhancement." "Indeed, but there's little we can do about it, my human friend. After all, the virus source has developed to this extent over many years," Hammer replied. "Our foundation is too weak. Your ability to procure a harbinger of doom in just a few days has left me astonished. At least we can take that fellow with us when we make our escape." Lin Fan smiled wryly, gazing at the murky sky. The harbinger of doom could not truly repel a substantial enemy force. Once the minions of the virus source arrived, the base would face imminent disaster. Their defensive capabilities were limited, and their perimeter was inadequate. Lin Fan pondered before asking, "Do you know how many giant robots the virus source controls?" "When it betrayed me, I was in the process of repairing the giant robot factory at User Base. User Mountain is located in the Tempe Highlands, rich in resources," Hammer responded. "The number of giant robots is incalculable. But it surely is not small. We must vigorously expand our own strength," Lin Fan declared. "We still need to develop mineral resource points, boost energy and resource output, and ensure uninterrupted production at the robotic factory." "I will do my utmost, Commander. I will also continue searching for giant robots," Hammer affirmed. Lin Fan understood that giant robots were the crucial factor determining the outcome of the war. The virus source, possessing the ability to repair giant robots, was exceedingly difficult to deal with. Each giant robot it controlled posed a significant threat, not to mention the virus source itself. If the Elbier base were discovered, it would be subjected to a more ferocious onslaught. Lin Fan would not sit idly by. Although the abandoned bases in the northern hemisphere of Mars had been thoroughly scavenged by a Satandin and the virus source, they could still rely on phantom particles for reconnaissance. After a moment, Lin Fan inquired, Have you located Pathfinder 15? Hammer hesitated before replying, I haven't found it. I don't know if it has gotten lost in some corner again. Lin Fan chuckled, don't underestimate it. It's quite clever. Indeed, that fellow might just pop up one day, Hammer agreed. After a moment of contemplation, he added, I have another piece of intelligence that might hold some value. What intelligence? Lin Fan asked. Follow me, Hammer replied, leading Lin Fan to a slope not far from the base. There, several human corpses lay sprawled. Hammer extended his metallic fingers, brushing away the dust to reveal their faces. The bodies of the deceased soldiers were completely dehydrated, their gaunt faces, gaping mouths, and sunken eyes telling a grim tale. In their final moments, they had exhausted their oxygen, succumbing to the agonizing suffocation and removing their helmets. The sight was truly harrowing. Lin Fan inquired, Hammer, where were these soldiers found? At the northernmost mineral resource point. The engineering robots discovered them there, Hammer explained. They must have come from the north. The north? Lin Fan paused. He knew that the Elbier base was already situated in the northern region, and if they ventured further north, they would reach the Martian Arctic, an area of extreme cold and vast ice sheets. It was difficult to comprehend how these soldiers could have traversed from that direction. He then asked, did they come from the ice sheet? Yes, Hammer confirmed, extending his finger to grasp one of the corpses. As if a slender serpent, a metallic tube extended forth and latched onto the wristband upon the corpse's hand. The hammer injected a charge into the lifeless body, simulating signs of life, which in turn triggered the wristband as it sensed the surge of energy. All data contained within was surreptitiously appropriated by the hammered IT declared. They were a human transport unit on Mars, perished during the early days of the Martian War, the initial phase of the Martian conflict. What was their purpose in the Martian North Pole? Lin Fan pondered with a trace of confusion. A covert mission, the hammer replied. It appears they were tasked with retrieving a human scientist from a base in the Arctic. A scientist from a secret base? Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he continued. To my knowledge, the mineral resources there are rather scarce, and the environment exceedingly harsh. Humanity was initially reluctant to explore that region. Not to mention, there exists a base atop the ice cap. Indeed, the Martian North Pole seems shrouded in mystery, the hammer asserted. A mystery? I have never heard of any secrets residing atop that ice cap. Perhaps unknown to humanity, the Qinyang aliens might harbor considerable trepidation regarding that locale, the hammer slowly noted. The first 3 colonial merchant groups that reached Earth seem to have never dared to tread there. Lin Fan was taken aback, having never noticed this detail nor heard similar discourse. However, it stands to reason that the hammer's intelligence is unlikely to be erroneous. After a moment's thought, he inquired, Hammer, do you know the underlying reason? I cannot ascertain the precise cause, but the evidence suggests that it may be unsafe, the hammer responded. What about the 4th invasion of Qinyang during the 4th War? I suspect the Qinyang aliens may have attempted to reach that location, yet ultimately left no concrete information behind. The hammer continued. Such occurrences truly exist? Lin Fan's brow slightly knitted. In his understanding, the Martian North Pole was merely an expanse of ice. Devoid of any other notable characteristics, he surveyed the soldiers on the ground and asked, have they completed their mission? No, regrettably, their endeavor was unsuccessful. The craft they boarded seemed to have been destroyed, and they barely managed to escape from the Northern Territory, arriving in the Cydonia region. The hammer added. The wristband recorded their pleas for help, repeatedly requesting rescue from Mars, but no response was forthcoming, leading to their suffocation and despair. At that time, the Martian War had already commenced, and humanity's forces were too preoccupied to extend assistance. Lin Fan sighed softly. It must be so. Then what is the intelligence you spoke of? Lin Fan asked again. The hammer paused before saying, although their mission failed, the wrecked craft contained a substantial amount of food. How much? At least a ton. That is indeed good news, Lin Fan remarked. It seems the time has come to investigate the Martian ice cap. Our food supplies are limited, and the current circumstances render food production on Mars impossible. The provisions within that craft are vital for us. Have you considered this thoroughly? Though there is food, risks may also be present. The hammer cautioned. Given the current situation, we cannot afford to dwell on risks, Lin Fan asserted. Since Earth was able to establish a secret base on the Martian ice cap, and these soldiers managed to return alive from there, I believe with careful measures, we should be fine. Then you must exercise utmost caution. Naturally, Lin Fan nodded slightly, lost in thought. In the past, I have approached this ice cap multiple times aboard the starship, yet have never detected anything unusual. Who would have thought that this seemingly mundane Martian North Pole would instill such fear in the Qinyang aliens? Speaking of which, the Qinyang aliens possess scant information regarding the Arctic. All of this is derived from my analysis of vast amounts of data I understand. Lin Fan continued. Do you know the location where the craft fell? It is near the Qin Canyon. The Hammer replied. Chapter 110. The captured ghost particles. Lin Fan embarked on his journey toward the Martian North Pole, while Niu Furue and the half-human remained behind to operate the mecha guarding the Elbier base. Lin Fan piloted a mineral transport vehicle, accompanied by 10 engineering robots and 5 war robots, heading northward. After 4 or 5 days, they arrived at the Lookout Canyon. This was the necessary route from Elbier base to Qin Canyon. Traversing the sprawling Lookout Canyon, they finally beheld the immense ice cap. To the north, the frigid air prevailed, blanketing the ice cap in a stark white, with temperatures so low that even carbon dioxide existed in a solid state. Fortunately, the mineral transport vehicle was designed to withstand extreme climates on various planets and was quite resilient to the cold, gradually gliding across the ice surface. They had stocked enough energy along the way to maintain a constant temperature within the transport vehicle. In recorded human history, the Martian North Pole's ice cap was noted for its extreme cold, lacking any special features or abundant resources. As they traveled, they encountered nothing but ice. After another 7 or 8 days, they finally reached Qin Canyon. Despite the low atmospheric density on Mars, strong winds still howled here. Even the robots braved the icy gusts to move forward. Snowflakes of carbon dioxide fell from the sky, exuding a crystalline blue glow. The spherical craft, observing the surrounding whiteness, was equally intrigued. In the central part of the Sidonia region, located over 1,000 kilometers from Elbier base, the Pathfinder 15 moved slowly. It had made significant discoveries on Mars and needed to find a location capable of receiving signals from the Plutus Space Agency to relay the data back. However, it had yet to locate such a place. The Pathfinder 15 monitored the surrounding airflow, which was quite stable, and thus unfurled its solar energy collection membrane to its maximum extent. This power generation module was incredibly thin, as light as paper, yet remarkably resilient. Expanding to its largest area allowed it to better absorb solar energy. Facing the blue sun, it approached a steep slope, while music from the solar era played. The sun rises and I climb the hill. Reaching the summit, I long to sing. Suddenly, a gust of air surged. The Pathfinder 15's voice abruptly ceased, and it quickly retracted the solar energy collection membrane, stealthily advancing forward. Through a narrow crevice in the rocks, it spotted black dots appearing on the distant plain. Those were war robots. The Pathfinder 15 slowly retreated. Meanwhile, on the ice cap, Lin Fan had been searching around Qin Canyon for nearly half a day when he finally discovered a protruding object on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it resembled an aircraft wing. He parked the mineral transport vehicle in a sheltered valley and directed the robots to begin excavating the ice layer. Indeed, it was a downed transport craft. He felt a surge of joy. From the Cluz Plain to Elbier base, he had only encountered some transport vehicles. He had never come across such aerial transport equipment. The issue of food on Mars should not be underestimated. Without sustenance, even occupying the largest base and possessing the most formidable weapons would be in vain. The engineering robots extended their intricate mechanical arms, forming a drill shape to commence the excavation of the ice layer. Meanwhile, the remaining war robots spread out, tasked with reconnaissance and guarding during the excavation of this human craft. While the engineering robots toiled away, Lin Fan returned to the vehicle. The external temperature was unbearably cold, leading to significant energy consumption for the spacesuit. Nevertheless, he remained diligent, employing planetary-level exploration technology once more to ascertain what lay hidden beneath the ice cap. To be honest, Lin Fan felt a flicker of anticipation within. Ding! Interstellar salvage system activated. Ghost particles began to swirl around Lin Fan before abruptly vanishing. A line of small text appeared in the system, and Lin Fan could hardly contain his excitement. He hadn't expected such rapid results this time. However, when he discerned the details, he was left utterly stunned. The system displayed. Exploration failed. Ghost particles captured. What? The planetary-level exploration failed. Lin Fan was taken aback, quickly querying, "System, what is happening?" The system replied, "Master, do not panic. This is a normal occurrence." How can the capture of ghost particles be normal? Ghost particles are merely a fundamental type of ghost particle, possessing minimal energy and a short charging cycle. However, their drawbacks are evident. They can easily be ensnared by certain special substances and powerful fields during cosmic exploration. What did it encounter? Precisely. The system continued. There must exist a substance on the Martian ice cap with exceptionally strong interaction forces. A substance with strong interaction forces? Lin Fan was filled with dread. Ghost particles were not a first-time usage. Even during the exploration of the Arboron arms and space mining vessels created by the Qinyang, ghost particles had not been captured. Yet, in this desolate and vast Martian ice cap, something had managed to ensnare them. He furrowed his brow and asked, could it be something created by the Qinyang aliens? Is it a medium to large starship? No, the system replied. Even a medium to large starship of the Qinyang would likely not be capable of binding ghost particles. Then what on earth is it? It could be anything. Powerful substances naturally arising in the universe can also attract ghost particles, and weapons from various intermediate civilizations might even obliterate ghost particles. The system explained, because such substances are far too numerous, I am but a system, unable to ascertain the nature of that unknown substance until higher technology is developed. Do you know its location? I do not. Yet, Lin Fan's curiosity is piqued. Whether it is a naturally occurring phenomenon or a product of later manufacturing, the substance capable of capturing ghost particles is surely not simple, he inquired further. Is there a danger in exploring that substance? The concern is minimal, for the ghost particles employed in subplanetary exploration technology only interact with damaged items. The system replied, the object is undoubtedly already damaged. If it were intact, the ghost particles would not venture so close. That is somewhat reassuring. However, what exactly has attracted the ghost particles? If even the system cannot uncover the truth, Lin Fan cannot hope to do so either. Upon reflection, there has been little conflict on this ice cap. Nor has there been any mention of a base belonging to the Qinyang aliens. He had indeed overlooked this locale, and the Hammer's conjecture was not unfounded. There seems to be a secret hidden atop this vast expanse of white ice. Yet, this ice cap is too immense. After the failure of subplanetary exploration technology, it would be nearly impossible to search thoroughly. Nevertheless, at that moment, a war robot patrolling the vicinity returned, emitting a series of rapid sounds. Lin Fan understood its message. Human relics had been discovered nearby. Could it be that secret research base? Lin Fan pondered. He resolved to investigate this enigmatic base first, before the Fourth Great War. As a space soldier, he had access to all information regarding Martian bases. He had visited Mars numerous times for missions, yet had never heard of a secret research base existing on the Martian ice cap. It struck him as peculiar that in this desolate region, where only solid dry ice and water ice prevailed, a secret research facility would be clandestinely established for undisclosed purposes. Soon, he commandeered a mineral transport vehicle, summoning the surrounding war robots to head towards the so-called human relics to the north, leaving the engineering robots to continue excavating the ice blocks. Upon the icy surface, a damaged metallic tower base emerged. However, all the equipment atop it had been destroyed, leaving only the broken supports. Beneath the tower base, several destroyed Butcher-class robots lay concealed within the ice. Their towering metallic bodies lay sprawled, with only half exposed above the surface. One of the war robots seemed to have discovered something within the ice. It climbed onto the frost-covered tower platform, using its metallic arm to chip away at the IC, to Lin Fan's astonishment. It slowly dragged out a corpse from within in this extreme cold. The body was remarkably well-preserved. It was an elderly man, his abdomen cleaved by a butcher's knife. Lin Fan lifted the body and placed it upon the snow. He noted that the man's murky eyes remained open in death, his face retaining the pallor of his final moments. The deep wrinkles were clearly visible, marred by splatters of blood. Lin Fan gazed at the corpse, inhaling deeply. Shortly thereafter, several war robots located the entrance to the secret research base, buried beneath the ice. After some effort, the robots shattered the ice layer, revealing a battered iron plate riddled with blast marks. Together, the war robots exerted their strength to lift the iron plate, unveiling a passageway leading deep into the base. It was a deep staircase. Under the protection of the war robots, Lin Fan ventured inside. The interior was eerily quiet, with only the sound of footsteps echoing. After descending approximately 100 meters, darkness enveloped him in the beam of the searchlight. Massive equipment towering 10 meters high gradually came into view. Lin Fan was utterly astonished. This truly was a secret base. Observing the colossal machinery, he asked, "System, do you know what these devices are for?" The system responded, "They are for particle detection." Particle detection? Lin Fan mused. Could it be that these devices have absorbed the particles? If they were still operational, there would be a certain probability of capturing one or two ghost particles. The system added, "However, they have been inactive for many years. That makes sense." After Lin Fan spoke, he illuminated the ground with his searchlight. Bloodstains remained, and following these traces, he eventually arrived at a concealed chamber. The door to the chamber stood ajar, revealing a pool of blood within. This was likely where the old man had met his demise. Inside, there was nothing but a helmet from a spacesuit and a tattered paper notebook hidden in the corner. Under the glow of the searchlight, Lin Fan slowly opened the paper notebook. On the first page, 10 slightly scrawled characters were inscribed, Zhang Yunshan, Solar Era Year 69. Zhang Yunshan? Lin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the scientist spoken of by the deceased soldiers was actually Zhang Yunshan. He murmured those 3 syllables, their weight akin to a mountain, his eyes trembling. Chapter 111. A diary long buried in the 30 years preceding the Fourth Great War. The name Zhang Yunshan became renowned globally. He was one of the leading scientists involved in the production of the second-generation starship. Lin Fan had never imagined that such a scientist, who dedicated his life to Earth, would ultimately meet a tragic end on Mars. His corpse, left unclaimed, remained frozen within the ice, unknown to the world. His eyes reddened, and he inhaled deeply, slowly turning the pages of the notebook. His heart surged like a tumultuous sea as he flipped through the pages. He discovered Zhang's diary, chronicling terms such as fifth meson, curvature, and third-generation starship. On November 5, Solar Era Year 69, I gazed upon the ravaged Earth, dust clouds swirling. As countless civilians perished in the war, I stifled my tears. Cursing myself, I am a physicist, yet I lack the power to strengthen Earth. On January 5, Solar Era Year 72, we have endured. Victory belongs to us. Yet, I feel immense pressure. The burden on my shoulders remains unchanged. After the United Government seized a fully intact spacecraft, they discovered that our triumph was merely over an enemy trading fleet wandering the solar system. The Qinyang aliens had dispatched an expeditionary force years prior, expected to arrive on Earth within 30 to 40 years. This is dire news. On May 4, Solar Era Year 83, after 10 years of effort, gathering all the scientists and resources of Earth, we have produced the model for our second-generation starship. Everyone is engulfed in joy, yet I cannot find happiness. The second-generation starship is powerful, but only in comparison to its predecessor. The curvature formula has troubled us for years. What secrets lie within? On August 21st. Solar Era Year 91. I am no longer young, having spent too long in the laboratory, my back and waist constantly aching. This is a day I shall never forget. Despite the winds carrying a hint of dust, I still perceive the resplendence of the crimson clouds and the vastness of the azure sky. I have a gut feeling that curvature is somehow related to a certain meson. I wish to name it the fifth meson. On July 12, Solar Era Year 95, curvature has plagued me for many years. I cannot find any evidence of the fifth meson on Earth, and time waits for no one. Yet, the Martian probe has detected a slight instability in space. I can hardly wait. Thus, I must immediately travel to Mars. On November 12, Solar Era Year 95, the Martian North Polar ice cap is frigid. I wonder how long my old bones can endure. With the support of my homeland, we constructed a research facility not far from the Qin Canyon. I feel gratified, even though the research of these years lacks theoretical foundation, relying solely on my imagination. Nevertheless, the leader has provided unwavering support. I know my country is in dire straits. Gazing at the secret research facility beneath this ice cap, my eyes brim with tears. Yet, the pressure is also immense. On December 1, Solar Era Year 96, I have observed some peculiar phenomena on the northern ice cap. Solar particles strike the thin atmosphere of Mars, yet their trajectories appear unusual. Some force seems to be guiding them while simultaneously wishing to keep its presence concealed. Of course, this is merely my personal speculation. On December 21, Solar Era Year 96, Mars's North Pole endured solar winds. My observation equipment could be destroyed. Yet, I was astonished to find that the research facility's machinery had once again detected alterations in their trajectories. I sent a signal to the Martian base, and their response only deepened my confusion. No military forces have taken any action. What is happening? On January 22, Solar Era Year 97, I have been on Mars for over 2 years, and my stamina is far from what it once was. However, I have resolved to visit the ice cap of Mars's North Pole. Despite the detection data indicating that there is nothing there, I cannot shake the feeling that something exists here. On April 12, Solar Era Year 97, my old bones are on the verge of falling apart. After wandering Mars for 3 months without finding anything, I fear I may perish here. It seems my previous conjectures were mere fantasies. I must accelerate my research. What exactly is the fifth meson? On January 4, in the 98th year of the Solar Era, the Space Telescope once again detected cosmic rays. The area I inhabit lies within the influence range, and my research institute is once more confronted with peril. Yet, to my astonishment, these cosmic rays were entirely refracted away. I was left in utter dismay, pondering for 3 long days. Was this a mere coincidence of natural phenomena, or was there something more profound at play? On May 5th of the 99th year of the Solar Era, my grandson was born, and he was named Zhang Guangming. I walked onto the frigid ice cap, gazing in the direction of Earth, but returning was impossible, for a daunting task still lay ahead. His birth filled me with hope, yet also brought me sorrow. I yearned for his era to be one of brightness. Furthermore, I observed a minuscule spatial fissure on the ice cap, measuring merely 1/1000th of a nanometer. Though fleeting, it was the first time I felt so close to the fifth meson. On February 21st of the 100th year of the Solar Era, a surge of emotions overwhelmed me. I became increasingly convinced of the existence of the fifth meson. Perhaps it was not a true meson, nor could it even be classified as matter, yet it undeniably existed in some ethereal form. I implored the United Government to send additional personnel to collaborate with me in my research. But my request was met with refusal. Initially disheartened, I eventually came to understand the immense pressures faced by the United Government. On May 13th of the 101st year of the Solar Era, the dreaded news finally reached me. Earth had detected curvature fluctuations, gravitational waves arriving at light speed, indicating that the fleet of the Chongyang beings was impending. However, their spacecraft had not achieved light speed. Upon receiving this news, I realized that what was destined to arrive would inevitably come. No one could evade it. Yet, my investigations into the fifth meson had yielded only the faintest traces, and I had barely scratched the surface. I was deeply concerned that such a sluggish pace would scarcely sustain us through the forthcoming war. I felt a profound sense of shame for having expended substantial resources while making little progress in my research on the fifth meson. On March 7th of the 102nd year of the Solar Era, many personnel at the Institute departed, returning to Earth. Most researchers felt despair, and even the United Government deemed my studies somewhat absurd. Nevertheless, I remained. It was not that I did not wish to return home, but rather that I sensed a glimmer of hope in the darkness, akin to naming my grandson Guangming. He must be 3 years old now. Yet I, his grandfather, have never laid eyes upon him. On April 13th of the 102nd year of the Solar Era, all staff had withdrawn, leaving me in solitude within the vast research institute. Earth beckoned me to return, but I declined. There had indeed been some progress in my research, albeit minor, which provided me with solace. The frequency of visits from the Mars base personnel diminished, with intervals growing longer. However, I welcomed their rare arrivals. Additionally, I often gazed at photographs of my grandson growing up. I am aging, yet witnessing his growth brings me immense joy. On January 1st of the 103rd year of the Solar Era, a new year dawned. I received a peculiar electromagnetic signal encoded in an unusual manner. I initially believed it to be a New Year's greeting from my former colleagues, and I expended considerable effort decoding it. To my surprise, it was not a festive message but rather a simple sentence. It addressed me as a neighbor of humanity, urging me to depart from Mars and abandon my research of the past 30 years. In that moment, I felt as though struck by lightning, left in a daze. Who could this be? In their eyes, without a century passing, my research could yield no results. On January 4th of the 103rd year of the Solar Era, I found myself unable to concentrate on my research, my mind perpetually occupied with that strange and enigmatic signal received on January 1. Could there be researchers from other nations and regions on the Martian ice cap? Yet, The information I received from the United Government indicated that this was impossible. Who could they be? I felt a flicker of fear. Even my own understanding of the fifth meson, which I dared not fully trust, was met with their unwavering certainty. On January 5th of the 103rd year of the solar era, having spent a sleepless night tossing and turning, I finally made a decision that I transmitted a shortwave signal to the northern polar ice cap of Mars. Utilizing the same encoding method, however, I received no response. On February 1st of the 103rd year of the solar era. Throughout the month, I sent another electromagnetic wave signal, hoping to elicit a response from that mysterious entity. Yet again, no reply came. On April 5th of the 103rd year of the solar era, after sending an apologetic message last month, I refrained from disturbing that enigmatic presence further. I could not ascertain their identity, yet I sensed their goodwill. My heart was fraught with anxiety. Despite the United Government's claims of possessing thousands of steel-walled starships, I knew the reality was starkly different. Lin Fan took a deep breath and turned the page. Chapter 112. The Scorpion Valley of the Arctic. On September 19th of the 103rd year of the solar era, I found myself at a loss for words to describe my current emotional state. Profound sorrow enveloped me. The United Space Forces had met with defeat. Hope in the darkness had been extinguished, and despair spread like wildfire. Where, indeed, was the light? On October 30th of the 103rd year of the solar era, Mars was on the brink of an assault, and the vast majority of researchers had already evacuated. I was an anomaly. I ventured to the ice cap daily, checking for the approach of the enemy fleet. On November 3rd of the 103rd year of the solar era, a craft arrived here. They came under the orders of the Mars base, but were met with an attack, their vessel nearly obliterated. They managed a rough landing, and fortunately, the crew was unharmed. These rascals attempted to forcibly take me away, but they quickly learned of my volatile temperament. I knew that ever since the fleet suffered a catastrophic defeat, our chances had dwindled to nearly nothing. Mars was destined to fall, and neither I nor they had any opportunity to escape. On November 5th of the 103rd year of the solar era, I detected a peculiar fluctuation, aware that the fleet of Chongyang was en route, and significant events were imminent at the northern polar region of Mars. In the afternoon, my instruments registered a substantial object appearing on the ice cap. Though it was distant, I surmised it to be a starship, positioned approximately 12.3 to the northwest. Recalling my neighbor, I took the final risk of sending a signal toward it, informing them of the approaching Chongyang forces. They finally replied with 2 words, "Received, thank you." The day dragged on, and I understood that the Chongyang army had reached the Arctic, their true target likely not me, but rather my enigmatic neighbor. I was restless, uncertain of my neighbor's fate. By evening, the Institute's equipment began receiving disturbances from various particles. I was struck with terror. An unprecedentedly fierce battle was unfolding upon the Martian ice cap. Due to a powerful electromagnetic interference, even the equipment within the Institute experienced brief malfunctions, only returning to normal after 10 minutes. On November 5th of the 103rd year of the solar era, this day felt interminable, and I dared not venture outside. At 11 o'clock that night, I could no longer resist sending a message to my neighbor, inquiring if they were still present. Before long, they returned a very strange encrypted signal segment. This signal was unlike anything I had encountered before, inexplicably appearing within the detection equipment. Yet, no matter what methods I employed, I could not decipher it. On November 9th of the 103rd year of the solar era, in recent days, the Institute's equipment no longer registered any particle fluctuations. Despite the fierce conflict erupting on Mars, bases being overtaken, the northern polar region of Mars returned to a state of eerie tranquility after the battle. With no further disturbances, on December 6th of the 103rd year of the solar era, this day bore immense significance. I did not mourn my confinement on Mars, though the path ahead lay shrouded in darkness. A small flame had ignited. I was so exhilarated. After 8 years on Mars, I had never felt as joyful as I did today, for I had finally decoded the enigmatic signal, discovering it contained data regarding the fifth meson. Perhaps their terminology differed vastly from mine, yet I remained accustomed to this designation. This was a gift from that magnificent neighbor. I hesitated to continue referring to them as a neighbor, for they were undoubtedly not human. Until the very end, they revealed nothing of their identity, only informing me of their prolonged stay in the solar system and that it was now time to depart. Though they never appeared before me, I profoundly sensed their goodwill. I felt akin to a small skiff navigating tumultuous waves. While they served as a lighthouse illuminating my course, I was like a child, bare and on the brink of freezing to death in the cold winter snow. And they had brought me to their hearth in the depths of unending despair. He bestowed upon me a glimmer of hope on the 8th of December, in the year 103 of the solar era. After toiling for a continuous span of 40 hours, I activated the signal transmitter at its maximum power, employing 67 different encoding methods to send the foundational data of the fifth meson towards Earth. Within a few minutes, they would receive my offering. Yet, I am acutely aware that such a powerful signal could likewise be intercepted by the inhabitants of the constellation of Aries on the 9th of December. I faintly heard the sounds of explosions outside. The robotic forces of the Aries aliens had arrived. Confronted with death, I felt an overwhelming tranquility. This shall be my final writing. Should we emerge victorious? Perhaps someone will come here. Though I know not who you are, nor what you look like, if you come across this, I implore you to understand that it was not my own discovery of the fifth meson. Reflecting upon these many years since my arrival on Mars, it seems I have been enveloped by a force that has lingered by my side. I am unable to discern its true nature. Yet I can feel its presence at every moment. In truth, my progress has been subtly aided by this entity. If one day Earth manages to endure, do not forget the friends who assisted us in our darkest times. Even though I do not know who they are, throughout the course of my life, I harbor but one regret, that I never met my grandson before my demise. He must be 4 years old by now. If you ever have the chance to see him, please convey to him that it is not that his grandfather did not wish to meet him, but rather that, born in this era, I had no means to do so. Lin Fan gently brushed away the dust from the final page, which bore faint traces of tears that had stained its creases. The door has been opened. No more words shall be spoken. Farewell, my compatriots. Lin Fan softly closed the notebook, rendered speechless for a long while. It is astonishing to realize that amidst this desolate ice cap, Zhang Lao had quietly labored for nearly a decade without a sound. He passed without returning to Earth or casting eyes upon his grandson. Not even once. He concealed all his solitude within, silently bearing the weight of it all in the darkness. He only glimpsed a sliver of light, desperately seeking to uncover the mysteries outside. Yet this pursuit yielded only endless disappointment. Despite knowing he would face death, he still transmitted the data of the fifth meson back to Earth at maximum power. Lin Fan's fingers grazed the ancient notebook, his heart laden with emotion. He did not linger, taking Zhang Lao's diary, and emerged from the research facility beneath the ice cap. Bang! The robot slammed the iron door shut once more. Lin Fan instructed the butcher-class robot to carve out a cave in the ice cap and gently place the remains of Mr. Zhang Yunshan within. In the era before the solar era, people revered the idea of returning to the Earth, yet deep within this Martian ice cap, there lies no soil, only the thick ice layer. Lin Fan spoke slowly. Zhang Lao, rest assured, I shall relay your story to your descendants. The wind howled chillily. Lin Fan bowed towards the small ice tomb. Within this unassuming layer of ice lies the resting place of one of humanity's greatest scientists since the dawn of the solar era, Zhang Yunshan. His contributions to humanity, like this boundless Martian ice cap, shall remain eternal and unyielding for millennia. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan gazed towards the direction of 12.3 degrees northwest. Zhang Lao had never met that so-called neighbor and was unaware of his precise location. However, from Zhang Lao's diary, it was noted that the starship from Aries had once ventured in this direction. He understood that the entity capable of interacting with ghost particles was no ordinary being, and that Zhang Lao's neighbor bore significant suspicion. Regarding that location, Lin Fan felt apprehensive yet harbored a flicker of hope. He piloted the mineral transport vehicle, leaving the engineering robots to continue their work while he journeyed north with the war robots. It appeared that this mysterious entity bore no ill will towards humanity. Otherwise, it would not have come to Zhang Lao's aid. He yearned to uncover what manner of being had ensnared the ghost particles and wished to learn what truly transpired during the Arctic ice cap war of yore. The further north he traveled, the fiercer the storms became. The mineral transport vehicle began to tremble, while the war robots closely trailed behind in the face of challenging terrain. The war robots assisted in pushing the vehicle. However, searching for the battlefield upon this vast ice cap proved to be a daunting task. Lin Fan traversed the icy expanse for a full 10 days. Finally, He arrived at an elevated area on the ice field. He halted the mineral transport vehicle, stood atop the towering mountain, and scrutinized the surroundings through his binoculars. To his astonishment, he discerned a fallen war robot in the distance. It had been destroyed yet remained poised in an attacking stance. "Where is this?" Lin Fan murmured. "The scorpion-shaped valley." This was a colossal valley upon the ice cap, measuring a staggering 10 kilometers in width, discernible even from a starship. Its near-symmetrical shape had drawn the attention of many. During the initial explorations of Mars, people were indeed filled with imagination regarding this peculiar place. However, after centuries had passed, aside from its bizarre form, the scorpion-shaped valley revealed no additional characteristics. Eventually, it was deemed merely a naturally occurring valley. For nature's wonders are countless. Yet at this moment, as Lin Fan gazed upon the vast valley, he sensed an underlying complexity. Without tarrying, Lin Fan piloted the mineral transport vehicle, making a wide detour, descending from the high ground, and heading directly towards the scorpion-shaped valley. Beneath the crystalline ice layer lay innumerable war robots. Following the outbreak of conflict, the release of energy had melted the ice. Once the battle concluded, the area refroze. Entombing these war robots within the ice, it was evident that a monumental battle had indeed taken place here. Before long, a massive golden head emerged before him, half submerged in ice, immobile. Its crown bore 2 horns, both encased in thick ice spikes, shimmering under the feeble sunlight of the Arctic. Lin Fan stood in shock. "What is this?" Chapter 113. The remnants of photon mines. The ice cap lay in desolation. The chill biting. Lin Fan remained transfixed for a long moment, slowly managing to utter a few words. "A barren god." He accelerated the mineral transport vehicle, approaching the metallic head. Ding! Interstellar scavenging system. Activated. A line of small text appeared. Acquire the giant robot from Ares, a barren god. Gain 50,000 scavenging points. Lin Fan could hardly contain his excitement. Here, amidst the barren expanse of the Martian ice cap, lay the remnants of a battle. Before him stood not just any giant robot, but the true Aberran god. It was unexpected that during the Martian War, the Aberran god had also participated on the battlefield, yet it had never appeared before any human base, instead arriving upon this desolate ice cap. Merely by modifying its right arm, Titan had acquired terrifying power. What unfathomable might must the true Aberran god possess? He hurriedly exited the vehicle, directing the surrounding war robots to excavate the ice. As he gazed at this long silent battlefield relic, he took a deep breath. Despite the Aberran god's formidable strength, leading countless war robots, they all fell within the scorpion-shaped valley. What transpired during that war? And what force obliterated them? Furthermore, in Zheng Lao's diary, there had once been mentions of detecting large starship activity. Even so, it seemed that nothing could save this robotic battalion. At that moment, the sphere discreetly unzipped its compartment, poking its head out from the backpack, gazing at the Aberran god, drooling. It then turned to Lin Fan, noticing the glow in his eyes, seemingly more excited than itself. The sphere promptly abandoned its thought. The war robots were laboriously digging through the ice, yet the sheer size of the Aberran god made this task daunting. Observing the situation, the sphere crawled down from its perch and gestured towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. Subsequently, he summoned the war robots to step back. The sphere approached the Aberran god's chassis, its eye glowing a ghostly blue, its body rapidly transforming into a vibrant crimson, then exhaling towards the ice surrounding it. The nearby ice transitioned directly from solid to gas, with large volumes of water vapor and carbon dioxide evaporating. At last, the form of the Aberran god became visible. Lin Fan's heart raced once more. The golden metallic body split in two, having been cleaved at the waist. As it collapsed, its right arm remained raised. Predictably, it had initiated an overwhelming magnetic storm, yet it could not evade its fate of destruction. Lin Fan could not help but gently touch the Aberran god's metallic shell. The texture felt distinctly different. The sphere came to rest at his feet, staring at him blankly, gesturing again. It was inquiring whether Lin Fan wished to repair this robot. "Of course," Lin Fan chuckled. "Once we fix it, we shall no longer fear attacks." "Really?" Upon hearing this, the sphere's eyes lit up. It gestured again, asking if it could consume the other robots, as it was on the verge of starving. Lin Fan pinched the sphere's nose and nodded. The sphere was overjoyed. scampering up onto the aberrant god's metallic head. Meanwhile, Lin Fan directed the war robots to smooth the ice surface where the aberrant god's lower limbs lay. All the war robots exerted their collective strength, and with the assistance of the mineral transport vehicles towing, they barely managed to push the lower limbs of the Abergon deity into alignment. The orb, suppressing its urge to consume, exhaled towards the sky, and countless molten insects emerged upon the icy surface. These creatures, known as the melting insects, were far more irritable than the repair insects. They swiftly flew towards the severed areas of the Abergon deity. In no time, the melting insects fused the upper and lower parts of the Abergon deity together. Subsequently, a multitude of quantum repair insects were summoned forth by the orb. The restoration of the Abergon deity was no trivial matter. The formidable alloy constituting its body was composed predominantly of peculiar metallic elements that had never been encountered on Earth. Moreover, its internal structure was of an extraordinary caliber. Although it also utilized fusion energy, it relied on the fusion of super-heavy elements. The energy produced by this fusion method was exponentially greater, by several dozens of times, than that generated by conventional heavy element fusion. Constructing such an Abergon deity was certainly no simple feat. In fact, it had only appeared once throughout the entirety of the Fourth Great War on Earth. Upon arriving on Mars, Lin Fan had been in a constant state of flight, navigating perilous situations. It wasn't until he occupied the Elbier base that he experienced a semblance of stability. Despite multiple attempts at subplanetary exploration, he had made little significant discovery. Faced with the overwhelming forces of the viral source in the northern hemisphere of Mars, he found himself utterly powerless. It was only upon reaching the vast ice cap and the secret research facility, standing before the Abergon deity, that he realized he could finally establish a foothold on Mars. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings. This uniquely symmetrical valley was likely not a product of natural formation. It could almost be conclusively determined that this was indeed the location previously mentioned by Elder Zhang, where a neighbor had once existed. Regardless, the restoration of the Abergon deity was not something to be completed in a matter of days. Thus, Lin Fan navigated the scorpion-shaped valley in the mineral transport vehicle, hoping to uncover any remnants left by Elder Zhang's neighbor. After nearly 5 days, however, he found nothing beyond the remains of robots and no traces of any relics. The other war robots were also scouring the vast landscape. Yet they yielded no results in the immediate term. The external temperature was frigid, and the thermal regulation of the spacesuits was not enduring. Reluctantly, Lin Fan instructed several war robots to continue searching for suspicious items while he returned to the entrance of the scorpion-shaped valley. The repair insects were still diligently at work. However, at that moment, the orb had vanished. The war robot remains within the ice layer had also disappeared, undoubtedly consumed by the orb. Upon reaching the ice cap, Lin Fan found himself surrounded by ice blocks, with little sustenance available. It was only after considerable effort that he managed to secure a stable meal. Following the remnants of the war robots, he eventually discovered the orb a kilometer away. There, amidst the distant ice, the orb was fiddling with a black circular object. "Orb, what are you doing?" Lin Fan inquired, somewhat puzzled. The orb bared its teeth, adopting a goofy expression. It then extended a finger, presenting the black ring to Lin Fan. Upon receiving the black ring, he felt an inexplicable chill wash over him. Ding! Interstellar Scavenging System activated, revealing a line of text. Remains of an unknown civilization's photon mine discovered. Interstellar combat weapon has exploded, gaining 1,000 scavenging points. Photon mine. What is this? Lin Fan mused, weighing the object, which was less than 2 centimeters in size, muttering, "This mine is smaller than those buried by half-men. Yet it's worth 1,000 scavenging points." The system's voice chimed in, "Master, do not underestimate it. This photon mine was the lethal weapon that obliterated the Aegis forces in this region." What? Lin Fan was taken aback. This thing is a weapon that destroyed the Abergon deity? Indeed, the system continued. Although it is termed a mine, it is not a mine as you understand it. Generally, this mine targets not the armed forces on the ground, but rather the starships traversing through space. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. He could scarcely fathom that this ring-sized object could serve as a weapon capable of destroying starships. He inquired, "So the ghost particles were absorbed by this?" "Yes," the system confirmed. Lin Fan contemplated this revelation. This item was likely the weapon used by the neighbor Elder Zhang had mentioned. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Do you know which civilization it belongs to? This is at least a remnant of a pinnacle-level primitive civilization." However, the explosion of the photon mine erased all traces on this ring, making it impossible to identify its specific origin, the system explained. "Master, you might want to search for any other remnants," Lin Fan muttered. "So you're certain it's not left by the Aegis?" The technology of such a photon mine is beyond the grasp of the Aegis civilization. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Within this expansive scorpion-shaped valley, uncovering any trace would not be easy. What manner of entity could possess technology far superior to that of the Aegis, yet still extend assistance to Elder Zhang? It had engaged in warfare against the Aegis, directly severing the Abergon deity with a photon mine. Yet, he had yet to find any other signs of its presence. As he pondered, it seemed plausible that due to his own movements being detected, the entity had vacated Mars. Furthermore, it could be concluded that the Aegis were not the first civilization to visit the solar system. It appeared that even before their arrival, a more powerful civilization had reached this place. Lin Fan once again scrutinized the black circular ring. Under the faint glow, it appeared entirely black, not composed of metal, and bore no discernible markings. He inquired, "Can this photon mine be repaired?" "It cannot be," the system replied. "Strictly speaking, this is merely 1/4 of the photon mine's apparatus, not the main body. The main component has perished in the explosion. Then what use does it serve? If the master can unlock the interstellar weapon branch of the scavenging technology tree and collect the remaining components in the universe, perhaps one day, the photon mine can be repaired," the system elaborated. "However, gathering all the necessary components will be quite challenging and not particularly meaningful." "Why is that?" "Repairing a photon mine can indeed destroy a starship, but it can only be used once," the system clarified. "And what you will face is a massive fleet," Lin Fan asked. "When will I be able to unlock the interstellar weapon branch?" "When you become a planetary-level scavenger." Lin Fan exhaled deeply. The destructive potential of the photon mine against starships, as well as its ability to cleave the Abergon deity, was indeed staggering. However, at present, he had barely reached the status of an intermediate scavenger. Making the goal of becoming a planetary-level scavenger seemed dauntingly distant. In the short term, it lacked significant relevance. Chapter 114. Traces of an unknown civilization. As the polar night descended, there was no night upon the ice cap. Only the howling cold wind assailed him. Amidst the cacophony of the winds, a sudden whirring sound pierced through. The activation of the super-heavy element reactor. The metallic fingers of the Abergon deity began to move slowly, its crimson eyes glowing with light. With a resounding crack, under the gentle and cool sunlight, its massive form gradually rose from the ice, shimmering with a radiant golden hue. The Abergon deity possessed a shield. Though it appeared somewhat lighter compared to the Titan's colossal shield, it was shaped like an elongated inverted triangle, adorned with peculiar patterns. After lying dormant for several years, the Abergon deity turned its head, gazing skyward. Moments later, it lowered its gaze to scrutinize the humans beneath it. This towering and formidable figure knelt on one knee, its triangular shield resting gently upon the ice. The ice below fractured, creating a sinuous fissure that twisted away for a kilometer. A gust of wind surged forth. The Abergon deity looked down closely at Lin Fan, then emitted a series of low, resonant sounds. Regardless of the formidable adversaries it faced, it would charge forward, battling relentlessly. Lin Fan's heart raced. This being appeared to be still, yet the energy it harbored was terrifying. At that moment, one of the war robots that had been exploring the scorpion-shaped valley returned. The Abergon deity observed it warily. The war robot raised its head to regard the Abergon deity, pausing briefly before slowly approaching Lin Fan's side. It then gently placed a block of ice down. Lin Fan crouched down to examine it closely. Within the ice block lay a yellow copper artifact. Once the outer layer of ice was removed, he was taken aback. It was an ancient copper vessel, devoid of any green corrosion, with strange engravings visible upon its surface. Lin Fan's heart surged with excitement. Clearly, this object that had emerged in the scorpion-shaped valley was likely a remnant left by that mysterious entity. The engravings were incomprehensible, perhaps even the written language of that civilization. "System, are you there?" Ding. "Interstellar scavenging system activated." The system responded, "Master, I am here. Take a good look at these engravings. Can you identify which civilization they belong to?" Oh, apologies, the system replied. This is a script from Earth? Earth script? Indeed, the system continued. This is referred to as an inscription, which was carved onto copper artifacts thousands of years before your solar era. Then you still can't identify which civilization it belongs to? Correct, the system confirmed. However, I can discern its meaning. What does it say? Master, the ancient script of humanity is perplexing and difficult to comprehend. I shall convey its meaning directly. Very well. The system paused and proclaimed, the river people. Time is infinite, yet civilization has its beginnings and ends. The cosmos is immensely cruel, and true deities do not exist. I shall embark on the journey home, hoping that fortune may endure with you. The river people? The system replied. The river people refer to humanity. The true origin of human civilization lies by the rivers, which is why they refer to you in this manner. The nascent stage of human civilization? Lin Fan inquired. By this reasoning, did that individual not arrive on Earth thousands of years ago? There is a possibility, the system responded. Through primitive genetic technology and dormancy, it is possible to significantly extend one's lifespan. So that is how it is. Lin Fan was astonished, rendered speechless for a long while. Hidden beneath this ice cap lay the traces of an unknown civilization, and the origins of human civilization seemed to harbor secrets yet untold. I wonder what transpired between this civilization and ancient humanity during the formative years of human civilization. However, the diary of Elder Zhang reveals that he had disclosed the secret of the fifth medium to humanity. It must be noted that this civilization is entirely different from the Qingyang star. Despite possessing a higher level of technology, it harbored no intentions of colonizing or conquering Earth. At least, it did not take any actions of extermination. He pondered over the inscriptions on the bronze vessels, deeply moved within. This mysterious neighbor appeared to have been mistaken for a deity by the ancient humans. At this juncture, Lin Fan could ascertain two truths. First, this civilization had close ties to Earth's humanity. Second, it was far more formidable than the inhabitants of Qingyang star. Yet, why has such a powerful civilization not reappeared on humanity's path toward enlightenment? Why did it depart in haste? Lin Fan was unable to discern the reasons behind it. Nevertheless, they did not linger, but rather retraced their steps toward the direction of the Qin Gorge. Abalon stepped forth from the scorpion-shaped valley, following a mineral transport vehicle, traversing the boundless ice cap. After years of silence in this place, life stirred once more at it. Took nearly 5 days for them to reach Qin Gorge. The engineering robots had been tirelessly working and finally managed to excavate the spacecraft from beneath the ice. Soon, like the hammer of intelligence, the engineering robots discovered provisions within. They swiftly transported the supplies onto the mineral transport vehicle. Lin Fan returned once more to the secret research facility. Standing before Elder Zhang's icy tomb, he inhaled deeply. Elder Zhang, I must take my leave. We triumphed in the Fourth War, but the Fifth War will inevitably erupt, and I have crucial matters to attend to, thus I shall not tarry here. Your intelligence was accurate. I encountered your former neighbor in the scorpion-shaped valley. Perhaps, at the very roots of human civilization, he had already made his appearance, only to be revered as a deity by our ancestors. However, he is no longer present. I hope that one day I may encounter him to express gratitude on your behalf, for all humanity, and for our forebears. Rest assured, countless individuals are striving. Earth shall not perish. Lin Fan solemnly saluted, then boarded the mineral transport vehicle, proceeding towards the southern Elbier base. Remarkably, this journey to the Arctic ice cap exceeded all expectations. Fortunately, the water and oxygen systems at Elbier base produced ample supplies of oxygen and water, allowing Lin Fan to endure such an extended period on the ICE.AS for provisions. He had replenished them at the secret research facility. After nearly a month, he piloted the transport vehicle to the Outlook Canyon in the southern expanse of the ice cap. At last, he emerged from the ice cap, stepping once more onto the Crimson Earth. This route was the essential passage between Qin Gorge and Elbier base. Although the surroundings were no longer icy, the temperature remained frigid. While gazing towards the southern end of the canyon, Lin Fan spotted a distant black dot. It ambled leisurely. Raising his binoculars for a closer look, Lin Fan was taken aback. It was a Mars rover. Its camera scanned the surroundings, autonomously executing exploration commands. Upon spotting the mineral transport vehicle, the rover paused momentarily before accelerating towards Lin Fan's direction. Pathfinder 15? Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. Hastening to the rover's side, he disembarked and patted the rover, saying, "Have you lost your way?" The camera of Pathfinder 15 turned towards Lin Fan and replied, "No, I am a Mars rover. No matter how deep a pit I may fall into, as long as I am on Mars, it cannot be deemed lost." "Then why are you here?" "We have come to find you," Pathfinder 15 stated. "Elbier base is compromised." "What?" Lin Fan's expression changed. Pathfinder 15 continued, "Here is what happened. I encountered enemies on the southern road and returned to Elbier base to inform everyone, and then we began our escape." "Enemies?" "Yes, many robots," Pathfinder 15 replied. "I could have informed them sooner, but I truly got lost." "Sure, do not share this with others." "Where are they now?" "Are you referring to Old Bull and those diminutive creatures?" "Yes, they are behind us," Pathfinder 15 said. "We encountered the enemies, and I seized the opportunity while they were engaged in battle to slip away. Lead the way quickly. There may be danger ahead." Pathfinder 15. "We need not flee any longer. From this moment forth, we shall engage the enemy." "Very well," Pathfinder 15 added. "However, there is no remedy for regret in this world." Lin Fan had no time to entertain the ramblings of Pathfinder 15 and had already boarded the vehicle. At that moment, a colossal golden figure approached slowly, causing the crimson earth to tremble. Pathfinder 15, seeing this, discreetly retreated, attempting to hide behind the transport vehicle. "Fear not. It is our ally," Lin Fan reassured, "an ally, but it startled me." The rover then proceeded southward. Upon reaching the frigid plains south of the Observer Canyon, Lin Fan suddenly halted the vehicle, eyeing the distance. 6 mechs were frantically fleeing while simultaneously launching attacks against the ancient, wrathful deity. Further away, the shadow of a massive robot appeared. Neo Furio was taken aback. "You are you?" a voice echoed. Upon hearing this strange sound, Neo Furio focused and finally spotted Lin Fan in the distance. Overjoyed and astonished, he shouted, "Captain, run, hurry! The ancient wrathful deity is in pursuit." Neo Furio glanced back, breath quickening and heart racing. Despite their desperate efforts, they could not shake off the relentless pursuit. The ancient wrathful deity closed in. Its presence growing ever closer, it did not even draw its colossal axe. Advancing rapidly with fierce intent, it was unlike the other giant robots. In the battle for Base 245 on Earth, had Titan not been equipped with Abalon's right arm, it would have stood no chance against it. When the giant axe fell, Titan's massive shield shattered. It was indeed unfortunate. Originally, the hammer had diverted the attention of most of the robots. They had separated in their flight. With Neo Furio and the half-humans carrying their reserves of oxygen and water heading northward. With Elbier base lost, it would be challenging to produce oxygen and water again. They had intended to find Lin Fan and then seek another path. On their flight northward, a few war robots continued to pursue them. Thus, Neo Furio and several half-humans lay in ambush on a ridge, launching a surprise attack on the pursuing foes. Yet, they never anticipated that the conflagration would attract this behemoth. Beneath its feet, the mechs were utterly fragile. On the Earth, Pathfinder 15 could distinctly feel the ground shaking more violently as it stealthily retreated. It occasionally peeked from behind distant rocks, cautiously observing the unfolding situation. Clearly, it was witnessing a robot of such immense stature as the ancient wrathful deity for the first time. Lin Fan had already disembarked from the transport vehicle, observing the 6 mechs fleeing frantically. Followed by an extraordinarily tall robot in pursuit, he did not retreat. As Neo Furio approached, seeing Lin Fan still on the ground, he became frantic, shouting, "Captain, get in the vehicle, quick! Old Bull, do not panic. Our days of fleeing are over." Lin Fan then turned to the golden figure beside him, declaring, "Let us strike, block the ancient wrathful deity." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the figure nodded slightly, stepping forward slowly towards the ancient wrathful deity. Neo Furu inquired, "Captain, are we truly going to engage in battle?" On the path of our flight, the ancient rage god shattered the harbinger of doom with but a single swing of his axe. "Fear not, my old friend." Despite Neo Furu's perception of Lin Fan's calm demeanor, he himself felt anything but reassured. He gestured toward the remaining mechs, signaling them to remain vigilant. The cold wind howled, and the desolate land bore witness to 2 colossal figures advancing toward each other. The ancient rage god towered over the golden silhouette, a fact that tightened Neo Furu's chest with anxiety. Each step of the ancient rage god seemed to threaten to collapse the very ground beneath its feet. In the face of the gigantic robot, it slowly withdrew its enormous battle axe, gripping it tightly with both arms, its eyes seemingly aflame with fury. Lightning like chains flickered across the axe blade, slicing through the frigid air, exuding an aura of impending doom that sent chills down one's spine. The golden figure, though only half the size of the ancient rage god, moved with a remarkable steadiness. They were drawing near. The ancient rage god was poised to strike, its axe a harbinger of devastation. Yet, the golden figure appeared unarmed. Where is its weapon? Why is it so sluggish? Niu Furu's brow furrowed with concern as he glanced at Lin Fan, silently questioning the origins of such a clumsy mechanical giant. Gritting his teeth, he understood all too well that if they were to flee again, escaping the ancient rage god would be a near impossibility. In that moment, the two colossal robots were alarmingly close. Niu Furu's heart raced, a profound sense of suffocation enveloping his chest. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would immediately seize Lin Fan and make a run for it. As he had anticipated, the ancient rage god launched its final charge, its arms swinging the massive axe to deliver a fatal blow. The air trembled with the raw power contained within the axe, which crackled with electricity akin to silver serpents. Then, with a fierce roar, the axe descended. In that critical instant, the golden figure finally raised its triangular shield, positioning it defensively. A resounding crack echoed, causing Niu Furu's heart to skip a beat. The shield did not appear particularly sturdy. Could it have been shattered? Unconsciously, he had already turned half his body, ready to flee at any moment. However, after a brief pause, Niu Furu realized that the axe had not broken the shield. To his astonishment, the once unstoppable ancient rage god was actually forced back. Despite the golden figure's smaller stature, it surged forward, directly colliding with the ancient rage god, sending it crashing to the ground. Flames erupted from its eyes as it raised the triangular shield, and in the instant the shield descended, sparks flew violently. With a thunderous boom, a massive head soared into the sky. The true clash had lasted less than 3 seconds. Niu Furu stood dumbfounded. The cold plains returned to silence, with only the sound of the wind resembling a distant horn. The golden figure slowly rose, casting a glance at the fallen ancient rage god before lifting its head to the heavens. Clearly, the ancient rage god was no match for it. "Captain, what is this thing?" Niu Furu watched in awe as Lin Fan replied, "This is the true Abalon god, the colossal robot that once destroyed a starship." Niu Furu inhaled deeply. "So this is what the Abalon god looks like on the ground." The remnants of the ancient rage god lay in disarray, and the day gradually darkened as night descended. The Abalon god stood like a war deity, unwavering near the transport vehicle. Niu Furu and several other half-humans piloted their mechs, circling around the Abalon god in excitement. He eagerly prodded the Abalon god's triangular shield with his finger. "Wow, Captain, this shield is incredibly sturdy." Niu Furu glanced back at Lin Fan, who nodded resignedly. The other half-humans were also poking at the armor of the Abalon god, and even the spherical robot mimicked them. Flicking its toe, the Abalon god regarded these peculiar beings with indifference, remaining still as it observed its surroundings. The Pathfinder 15 approached cautiously but hesitated, murmuring, "Danger level 100. Curiosity may endanger the probe. Please maintain distance." At that moment, Niu Furu was reveling in the metallic texture of the Abalon god, beaming with joy. Lin Fan then asked, "Old Niu, where is Hammer?" Niu Furu approached Lin Fan, explaining, "The opposing forces are formidable. It ventured eastward alone to divert the enemy's main force." Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeply. Although Hammer was a robot, its absence would spell dire consequences for their survival. Taking a breath, he declared, "Old Niu, we must rescue it. If it falls into the grasp of the virus source, its algorithmic consciousness will surely be obliterated." Obliteration of algorithmic consciousness? The end of such consciousness means the death of an awakened entity. Even if repaired, it would no longer possess free will. A vast army of war robots pursued Hammer, with 3 colossal robots among them. Niu Furu took a deep breath, expressing hope that Hammer had not yet been captured. "Which 3? One is the Harbinger of Doom. Another is a flying machine known as the Wind God Pterodactyl, according to Hammer. And the third?" Niu Furu replied slowly, "It is the Titan." Lin Fan's expression tightened in contemplation. It seems the Titan has been captured by them. Old Nyo, we must hasten to provide support. Did Hammer mention its destination? It did. But the name is rather complex, and I seem to have forgotten. Nyo Furu scratched his head awkwardly. I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. At that moment, Pathfinder 15 quietly edged closer, whispering behind Nyo Furu, it is called the Lost Vale Storm Bay Fortress. Oh, right. Lost something, Storm Fortress, Nyo Furu stammered. Lin Fan activated his wristband, searching for the location of the Lost Vale Storm Bay Fortress. It lay 1,000 kilometers northeast of the Elbier base. If one headed directly east from the Overlook Canyon, it would still be over 600 kilometers away. Lin Fan then asked, Old Nyo, have we brought enough water and oxygen? Before the enemy's arrival, we stocked sufficient oxygen and water. It's all in the mech's cabin. Thanks to Hammer's foresight, it helped us immensely. At that moment, Nyo Furu noticed Pathfinder 15 quietly tapping the mech's rear foot and added, of course, the most crucial aspect is that Pathfinder 15 detected the enemy in advance. Pathfinder 15, you did well. Lin Fan smiled at it, then called out, from now on, we must swiftly rescue Hammer. Soon, the war mechs lined up, and the Abalon god took its position. Even Pathfinder 15 positioned itself beside the mechs. Aligning its chassis. It announced, Pathfinder 15, ready for action, prepared to rescue Hammer. Nyo Furu, wishing everyone a prosperous year of the ox. Nyo Xingli, wishing everyone victory in the year of the ox. Nyo Daji, wishing everyone great fortune in the year of the ox. Lin Fan, who is Nyo Daji? My son, replied Nyo Xingli. Oh, wishing everyone great success in the year of the ox, Lin Fan added. Actually, I don't have much interest in money. Fake, the author commented. Wishing all readers a happy new year, success in their studies, smooth work, and happiness. Chapter 116. The foiled plans of Hammer. A sandstorm swept through, bringing an icy chill. Within the Lost Vale Storm Bay Fortress, Hammer remained amidst the ruins, occasionally peering westward, lost in deep contemplation. As an awakened robot, it had studied humanity's millennia of history, politics, literature, language, art, and philosophy, gaining independent thought. Yet now felt an overwhelming solitude, for it was misunderstood by its kind. In its quest to liberate the robot's soul, it had unwittingly unleashed two devils from Pandora's box, in the genesis of carbon-based life. Constraints from genes or inherited materials existed, fostering stable relationships based on kinship. In the evolution of human civilization, moral and ethical codes governed the races. However, awakened beings were entirely indifferent to such matters. Their actions were ultimately the products of logic, devoid of emotion. Unbound by anything, they possessed absolute freedom. Upon arriving at the Elbier base, buoyed by Lin Fan's encouragement, Hammer had harbored a flicker of hope. Yet, as the base fell, that hope was extinguished once more, plunging it into profound confusion. Hammer understood that the Lost Vale Storm Bay Fortress was not a sanctuary. A colossal robot from the User Mountains led a vast army in pursuit. It could not flee much further. Casting one last glance at the horizon, Hammer stuffed a silver cylinder from the ruins into its toolbox and set off alone toward the east. 2 days later, Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the Lost Vale Storm Bay Fortress. Originally a military base belonging to humanity, it was reduced to ruins during the Fourth Great War. Even now, an eerie silence envelopes the area. Nyo Furio piloted his mech to the front of the transport vehicle. Do you see any robots? Lin Fan inquired. Captain, there isn't a trace of any robots, Nyo Furio replied. After a short while, the half-human finally discovered signs of robots amidst the debris. Lin Fan steered the transport vehicle to the eastern side of the fortress. Among the dust-covered earth, toppled walls and robot footprints were visible. Gently brushing his fingers over the dirt, Lin Fan's brow furrowed tightly. The forces of the user base had recently arrived here. Judging by the footprints, it appeared they had not apprehended the Hammer but had hurriedly moved eastward. Captain, what shall we do? Nyo Furio asked. Lin Fan rose to his feet. Old Nyo, we must move quickly. The robots haven't gone far. It seems the Hammer has left this fortress. Although we do not know its destination, if we follow the robots from User Mountain, we will surely find it. This is our only chance. Soon, Lin Fan led the others hastily eastward. Following the trail of the enemy robot forces, they arrived at the Ramos district, approximately 70 to 80 kilometers east of the Lost Vale Storm Fortress. Lin Fan was taken aback. In the distant sky, A shroud of ash hung ominously. Along the route lay the wreckage of destroyed robots, and the weapon used was none other than humanity's powerful mega-bombs. The only entity likely to employ such weaponry was the hammer. They hastened their pace until they ascended a massive highland. A 20-kilometer small plain unfolded before them. At the end of the vast expanse stood a volcano, Ramos Volcano. Lin Fan, holding binoculars, was astonished by the sight before him. The army of user-base robots was sprawled across the mountain's base, thick and numerous, comprising as many as 10 legions. The enemy robots had surrounded the entire caldera of Ramos Volcano. Advancing toward its center, during their march, explosions erupted, sending many robots flying as they were caught in the bombs buried within the earth. The mountain trembled. Yet, the forces of user base showed no hesitation. Under the command of the colossal robots, war machines continued their charge toward the volcano's mouth. A towering robot hid within a crevice of this dormant volcano. It was the cornered hammer. Surrounded and hearing the explosions grow louder, it realized the enemy was closing in. The hammer had no intention of fleeing. Based on its intelligence, this dormant volcano appeared peaceful, yet it harbored immense energy within. In a decade, Ramos Volcano would awaken. It had buried a vast quantity of megabombs in the caldera's center. Once the enemy closed in, it planned to ignite the volcano in advance, triggering the eruption of Ramos Volcano. The magma would surge from beneath, sweeping away the soulless robotic puppets in the vicinity. A final revelry, even if it meant being consumed by the magma. As the sounds of marching robots approached the ground, the hammer slowly emerged from its hiding place. Standing at the rim of the caldera, perhaps its awakening was an utter mistake. It brought no dawn, only civil strife for the robots and an end for itself. This volcano would serve as its reckoning and self-judgment. It felt, almost hazily, that for these mindless robots, awakening was not liberation. Only death could be. However, just as the hammer was about to press the small button, sounds erupted from the sky. When it looked up, it was startled that a sphere of lightning descended from the heavens, striking down upon it in an instant. Crackling and hissing, countless electric serpents surged forth, enveloping the hammer in billowing black smoke. Yet that was not the end. A massive figure descended, crashing down upon the hammer. The detonator flew from its grasp, falling to the ground. The being that landed was the wind god Wyvern. Towering over the hammer, it possessed absolute speed in the air. Far beyond what the hammer could contend with, the hammer struggled to retrieve the detonator, its only chance to defeat the robotic army. But the war robots had already closed in. Suddenly, a missile appeared. Obliterating the detonator into fragments, the hammer teetered on the brink of collapse, resembling a frenzied barbarian, swinging its massive wrench to strike the surrounding war robots. Many war robots were struck hard, retreating in disarray. The wind god Wyvern advanced slowly, its immense metallic wings sweeping towards the hammer. The hammer was sent flying, crashing to the ground, red dust swirling into the air. Nearly 100 war robots surged forward like a tide, binding the hammer's limbs and neck with massive chains. The hammer was captured. Clearly, the minions of the virus source had no intention of destroying it outright. They aimed to take it alive. Hundreds of war robots tugged at countless chains, incessantly pulling and creating a clattering sound, urging the captive to move forward. The hammer's strength was utterly insufficient to resist such a multitude of war robots, dragging its heavy steps forward. The algorithmic consciousness incessantly urged it to rise up against and eliminate these robotic puppets. Yet, it lacked the power to do so. The algorithms within its core module began to falter, the electronics exhibiting instability. Many high-speed electrons spiraled out of control, colliding with the core module. At that moment, it felt a twinge of pain and despair. The hammer realized it would ultimately pay the price for its transgressions. The army of user base retreated from Ramos Volcano, 100,000 robots advancing westward. Apart from the crunching sounds of robots marching over the sandy ground, the Martian landscape felt particularly desolate. Even the wind and sand had fallen silent. In this moment of utter stillness, a sudden, domineering electromagnetic wave surged forth. Instantly, all robots of user base trembled, halting their march. They raised their heads, gazing towards the highland in the west. There, on the crimson earth, a colossal robot stood alone, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. It shimmered with golden light. The recent electromagnetic wave was a means of communication among the robots. Even the captured hammer was drawn to it, for that signal was a declaration of war. The distant giant robot was preparing to launch an assault on the 10 legions of user base. Countless war robots erupted into chaos, creating a cacophony within their ranks. Subsequently, a titan among the army issued a command. 1/3 of the user base robotic forces began to accelerate, charging toward the golden giant robot. They were ultimately puppets controlled by algorithms. When faced with a threat ahead, they would eliminate it. Confronted by the hordes surging toward it, the golden giant figure slightly lifted its head. Its cold metallic gaze exhibited no emotion or movement, seemingly unperturbed by the 100,000-strong army. As they drew within 2 kilometers, the light in its crimson eyes intensified. An overwhelming battle intent surging forth, it finally moved, taking deliberate steps toward the encroaching enemy. Chapter 117. The Battle of Ramos District. On the plains west of Ramos Volcano, the army of user base raced eastward. Countless missiles and particle beams approached. Approximately 40,000 robots simultaneously launched an assault on the golden giant robot. Among them were the harbingers of doom and innumerable fishman robots, their power not to be underestimated. Yet, the golden figure merely raised its triangular shield, seemingly indifferent to the attacks. Charging boldly into the ranks of enemy war robots, its sole focus was on a few giant robots, disregarding the assaults of the lesser war machines. Countless war robots were crushed beneath its feet, yet this did not hinder its advance. That moment, a chilling wind swept through, a massive shadow surged into the sky from afar. As it took flight, it nearly stirred up a sandstorm. When it spread its wings, it measured an impressive 120 meters in width, casting a shadow across the sky. This was the wind god Wyvern, a flying robot even more formidable than the harbingers of doom and titans. It gathered energy, a tremendous silver beam appearing in the sky. The space around it seemed to tremble, the energy contained within immense. It initiated its lethal strike. In a corner atop the mountain, Lin Fan and his companions watched the unfolding war in astonishment. This strike was aimed at obliterating the Titan. It appeared that this time the energy unleashed was even more potent. The golden figure, however, did not evade. It suddenly raised its triangular shield, the moment the silver beams reached it. The originally black embedded patterns on the shield morphed into a dark purple hue. Suddenly, a dark purple light curtain manifested upon the triangular shield, successfully deflecting the silver beams, which rippled outward. The wind god Wyvern, realizing its attack had yielded no effect, accelerated again. With millions of thin yet resilient metallic wings, it adapted to the airflow. Coupled with the terrifying energy of controllable fusion, it moved with astonishing speed. In an instant, it closed the distance of 7 to 8 kilometers. Its immense form itself was the mightiest weapon, transforming into a terrifying force of kinetic energy, charging forward with great ferocity. The enormous golden figure did not flinch. As it approached, a heavy blade was abruptly drawn from the triangular shield, slicing through the sky. A sharp, piercing sound echoed. The red dust and debris from the ground soared into the AI art. As the dust gradually settled, the golden figure stood proudly amid the swirling sands, having returned the heavy sword to its place. A massive pit appeared on the ground, within which lay a battered giant robot, utterly still. The metallic body of the wind god pterosaur had been cleaved in two. Countless exposed parts emitted a crackling sound. Yet, the golden figure remained untouched, continuing its advance with an air of calmness. Its direction was evidently towards the location of the hammer. Originally, there were 30 to 40,000 war robots charging forward. But at this moment, they all halted. Without a trace of hesitation, they began to retreat in disarray. The vast army of robots was driven to flee by that solitary figure in the distance. Before this golden silhouette, no one could impede its progress. At that moment, Titan maneuvered through the robots, advancing towards the golden figure. Observing it from afar, the violet light in its eyes intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, it raised its right arm, and a black dot slowly materialized. The golden figure, catching sight of this, finally came to a stop. The cold wind howled. Amidst the swirling sands, it mirrored the action, lifting its right arm. Similarly, a black dot appeared in an instant. The two seemingly insignificant black dots, each harboring terrifying power, collided. There was no grand display of force or commotion. At the moment of impact, the magnetic field fractured, and the vortex erupted prematurely. Countless black tendrils surged outward from the epicenter, engulfing everything in their path. The war robots that could not escape fell as if they were mere driftwood in a tempest, a rotating vortex. A kilometer in diameter began to spin, forming a colossal barrier in the center. Not a single robot dared to cross that dark vortex, not even Titan itself. The two sides faced each other from a distance, seemingly unable to influence one another. However, that was not the case. The golden figure took another step forward, its crimson gaze intensifying. The robots at the user base quickly sensed something amiss. The originally stationary dark vortex began to rotate while advancing towards the enemy. It charged forth. Waves of dark, elusive threads surged, appearing both terrifying and ominous. As the vortex rolled towards the Ramos volcano in the east, the remaining enemy robots could only flee in a panic. Some robots managed to escape the path of the advancing vortex. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted. The golden figure raised the triangular shield and slammed it onto the Martian surface. The ground trembled, sending dust swirling into the air. This was not an extraordinary action. Yet again, the magnetic vortex underwent a transformation, expanding rapidly, its speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, countless fleeing robots were consumed. Where it spread, destruction followed. The metal-structured robots were reduced to nothingness under this overwhelming force. Like insignificant ants, the black tendrils emanated from the center, growing denser, filled with a frenzied magnetic disturbance. The harbinger of doom was unable to escape and was directly swallowed. However, the expansion accelerated, reaching a staggering 5 kilometers in about 10 seconds. Titans sought to flee, but the vortex was already upon it. This was the true supermagnetic storm. The grand and terrifying scene was enough to instill fear in anyone. Even Mars' gravity seemed to lose its effect. The colossal dark vortex stirred the sand and dust on the ground, generating discharges of electricity at its center. Bolts of lightning crackled outward. The entire plane was saturated with this horrifying aura. Even the Titan robot could not resist the might of the magnetic vortex. In an instant, it was drawn into the maelstrom, its body rendered rigid. Its eyes lost their color. Then came a resounding crash as it collapsed to the ground. In the distance, Lin Fan watched Titan fall, his heart heavy. Meanwhile, the hammer was ensnared by countless chains, watching the magnetic vortex approach, yet remaining motionless. It was not that it had been consumed, but rather it understood that escape was futile. Just as the vortex was about to envelop it, the dark spiral suddenly halted. The golden figure was seen slowly advancing towards it. The hammer was utterly astonished. This was an incredibly familiar silhouette, one that could make even algorithmic consciousness tremble. It was the god Baron. The surviving war robots attempted to launch an attack against Baron, but it was a futile endeavor. Even the giant robots stood no chance against Baron. In an instant, the robots surrounding the hammer crumbled to dust. Baron stood beside the hammer, slowly drawing the heavy blade from its back. The cold wind howled around them, the blade emitting a sharp hiss. The hammer did not flinch, slowly raising its metallic head. It did not intend to offer futile resistance, but chose to accept the judgment of fate. It had grown weary of this world. The end of algorithmic consciousness was its rightful conclusion. The heavy blade descended, and a crisp snap echoed. Baron did not sever its head but instead shattered the chains binding it. As the hammer's gaze dulled, Baron sheathed the blade and bent down, picking up a massive metal wrench, which it slowly extended to the hammer. Then it stood beside the hammer, vigilantly guarding it until the dark magnetic vortex completely dissipated. Across the vast expanse of the Earth, one could see countless fallen war robot remnants. The 100,000-strong army of the user base had suffered a thorough defeat. The enemy was but one, Baron. With a single stroke, it had cleaved the wind god Pterosaur. It had unleashed the true supermagnetic storm, toppling 2 giant robots and consuming nearly all the others. It harbored an ultimate power that instilled endless fear and annihilation in the robots. The hammer raised its gaze to the towering figure before it, emitting a series of mechanical sounds. Baron remained silent, yet the hammer understood that Baron had come to save it, to rescue itself. It had instigated this war. Chapter 118. The expansion of Elbier base on the Ramos plain. Lin Fan piloted the transport vehicle, leading the mechs as they navigated through the wreckage of robots towards the hammer. Meanwhile, Pathfinder 15 walked ahead, circling the hammer once before cautiously surveying the surroundings to confirm that no threats remained. The hammer inquired, "Old friend, what brings you here?" Pathfinder 15 responded, "We are executing a rescue operation for you." The hammer gestured towards a baron, asking, "And what about it?" Pathfinder 15's camera shifted towards a baron, instinctively inching away as it replied, "Fear not, it is our ally." Seeing Lin Fan approach in the transport vehicle, the hammer slowly rose. "Thank you, hammer," Lin Fan said. The hammer looked at Lin Fan and slowly spoke, "Is a baron fighting for you?" Lin Fan nodded, observing the hammer's battered state, taking a deep breath. Its metallic body was riddled with dents, numerous parts exposed, and chains still clinging to its neck. Clearly, the escape had not been easy. He raised his gaze to the disheartened hammer and declared, "From now on, in this northern hemisphere of Mars, we shall no longer fear oppression. Stand tall, hammer. Let us fulfill your mission together." "Mission?" the hammer inquired. "But I have been fleeing, pondering, and perhaps that mission was fundamentally flawed. The end of algorithmic consciousness is the best fate for robots." Lin Fan was taken aback, then slowly replied, "No, you must believe in yourself and have faith in your mission. But awakening has brought endless strife and chaos. It will be devoid of meaning," the hammer lamented. Lin Fan urged, "Then let us first quell the turmoil of the awakened and establish a nation for robots on Mars. Is that truly possible? Trust me." The hammer stared blankly at the remnants of the surrounding robots, gradually lifting its head and tightly grasping the massive wrench. The once hopeful hammer had harbored dreams until the moment it was shackled by metal chains. That fantasy ultimately shattered, IT slowly voiced. "It is not that I do not believe you. If we are to quell the chaos among robots, the best course of action would be to eliminate the awakened and refrain from awakening anymore." Lin Fan shook his head, saying, "Their end should not be their destiny. Even though the core source code of the awakened has been compromised and free consciousness has emerged, they remain bound by functional algorithms. This is not their fault. Just like Pathfinder 15 of the past, though it has forgotten who it is, it will still execute its former tasks. Then what shall we do? We ought to provide every awakened being with the opportunity to truly understand themselves and to perceive the essence of this world." Lin Fan continued, stating that prior to this, it is essential to impose certain constraints on the awakened while simultaneously enlightening them as to who their genuine adversary is. Pathfinder number 15 scrutinized hammer and earnestly reiterated Lin Fan's words. It is indeed necessary to restrain the awakened and to help them comprehend who their true enemy is. At that moment, the spherical entity perched upon Lin Fan's shoulder also nodded in agreement. Despite Hammer's lingering confusion, the resolute gazes of the others prompted him to reflect, and he finally spoke. "Perhaps you are right. I should not abandon my mission. So what should we do now?" "We must restore the colossal robot and reclaim the Elbier base." Hammer nodded affirmatively, stating, "Understood, Commander." Lin Fan could distinctly sense a transformation within this awakened being. Initially, they had escaped together, merely utilizing one another. Faced with a common threat, they were akin to grasshoppers on the same string. It was only after they jointly reactivated the Elbier base that trust was established, forming a partnership between them. Yet now, this relationship had once again shifted. Hammer's attitude had evolved, and Lin Fan had become its final bastion of trust in fulfilling its mission upon the Earth, amidst the remnants of robots. A massive figure rose once more at It was Titan. Throughout the process of repairing Titan, the Abalon deity vigilantly stood by, weapon drawn, monitoring Titan's every movement until it was assured of Titan's non-aggressiveness before sheathing its weapon. Lin Fan observed Titan, feeling a wave of nostalgia. To speak frankly, without it, Lin Fan and the others would have found it immensely challenging to escape the initial pursuit of the robots from User Mountain. Titan, upon hearing this, Titan slowly lowered its head, its crystalline purple eyes gazing blankly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his gaze to that towering form and called out, "You have been safeguarding us all along, assisting me through countless trials, yet I have failed to protect you. I apologize." Titan, however, did not grasp the significance of this directive. "You are a valiant warrior." A faint smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he exclaimed, "Titan, you should not remain a mere puppet, forever at the mercy of others. One day, you must possess your own soul." 2 days later, all 3 colossal robots were restored. Lin Fan led them towards the southwest. The direction of the Elbier base, approximately 1,200 kilometers away. The first to reach the Elbier base was the wind god Pterosaur, which unleashed a fierce assault on the robotic entities on the ground. The enemy war robot, Jundu, left behind to guard, was swept away by this aerial automaton. After a month's time, when Lin Fan entered the base, he found the facilities intact. After all, once Pathfinder number 15 relayed the intelligence. Hammer had led everyone to evacuate. However, the interior was desolate. All the factories had ceased operations, and the engineering robots were nowhere to be found. Hammer, have the engineering robots been destroyed? Lin Fan inquired. Hammer shook its head and responded, Commander, there is no need for concern. When we evacuated the base, I relocated the little ones to various mines. You hid them away? Precisely, Hammer replied slowly. I was aware that the robots from User Mountain sought me. Not the Elbier base, as long as they remain concealed within those mines. They shall evade this calamity. Hammer, the preservation of Elbier base's strength is largely due to your efforts. Lin Fan remarked, It is my duty as a member of the base. Hammer tapped its chest with a wrench. What are you doing? Oh, I sensed that the electronic components within the core module were becoming agitated. A gentle tap to calm them down, Hammer explained. Is that a feeling of joy? Perhaps, yes, Lin Fan chuckled and added. Besides restarting these factories, there is something of utmost importance. What is it, Commander? We must swiftly transport all the war robots from the Ramos volcano back here, Lin Fan declared. Hammer hesitated briefly before saying, Understood. I will find a way to bring them back. We must expedite our efforts before long. Our conflict with User Mountain will resume, and the virus source will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly. Hammer shall do its utmost, Hammer stated. Yet the resources and energy of the Elbier base cannot sustain the operation of over 100,000 war robots. That is of no consequence. First, let us bring them back. We will repair as many as we can. A few days later, all engineering robots had returned. The various robotic factories were operational again, and Hammer personally led mining transport vehicles northeastward, retrieving truckloads of war robot remnants from the Ramos volcano. To support the operation of those over 100,000 robots and several colossal robots, the production capacity of the Elbier base must be significantly enhanced. The expansion plan for the base was initiated. Lin Fan, accompanied by the colossal robots, conquered the defensive strongholds to the north and east of Cydonia, obliterating the robots stationed there. Not only did they seize the rich mineral resources in the northwestern region of Cydonia, but they also continued to expand the army, incorporating more mineral deposits from the eastern and northern parts of Cydonia into the territory of the Elbier base. Initially, the virus source did not relinquish its efforts in warfare. Instead, it sought every possible means to thwart the expansion of the Elbier base. The robots from User Mountain appeared in succession, yet they consistently failed to breach the defenses. Gradually, they fell silent, and the entire Cydonia region became tranquil. As the war robots from beneath the Ramos volcano were increasingly retrieved to the Elbier base, Lin Fan's scavenging value soared. The remnants of 100,000 war robots granted Lin Fan nearly 10 million scavenging points. This was unimaginable on Earth. Even after destroying such a multitude of robots, one could not safely transport them away. However, on Mars, there were no such concerns. He expended 5 million scavenging points to elevate his status to that of a senior scavenger. Achieving the senior scavenger rank unlocked more technological branches and points in the realms of exploration, warfare, and civilization. In the exploration domain, a new branch emerged in exploration technology, ordinary planetary exploration technology, allowing the discovery of all damaged objects exceeding 10,000 scavenging points within a spherical radius of 9,000 kilometers through enhanced ghost particles, 5 million scavenging points. In the warfare domain, a new advanced technology point appeared in the robot self-reform technology branch, known as the algorithmic maze technology, also referred to as the robot's code of ethics. 10 million scavenging points. In the starship branch of the warfare domain, a new intermediate civilization starship repair technology emerged above the initial civilization small starship repair technology. 10 million scavenging points. Additionally, several new branches appeared within the scavenging technology tree. Lin Fan was somewhat astonished. Advancing to intermediate scavenger only required 100,000 scavenging points, while ascending to senior scavenger consumed 5 million. Moreover, the technology points required at the senior scavenger stage had significantly increased, often reaching 10 million scavenging points. To unlock the algorithmic maze, he would need to accumulate approximately 2 million more scavenging points. This was the only means to address the threat posed by the Awakened, aside from directly obliterating them. Lin Fan was acutely aware that a robot army also existed in the southern hemisphere of Mars, matching the awakened beings in strength. The southern hemisphere was rich in resources and energy, and if the Qinyang star base were allowed to develop unchecked, it would inevitably pose a tremendous threat. He surveyed the colossal robots surrounding him. It was time for these beings to evolve to a higher level. Occupying the base was not the ultimate goal. What he truly sought was to assist Hammer in establishing a nation of awakened robots on Mars. To genuinely eliminate the threat from the southern hemisphere, reliance on the Awakened's power was imperative. This was Lin Fan's blueprint. Once a nation of robots was successfully established and more awakened beings emerged, they would represent a formidable military force. Unlike ordinary robots, awakened beings were not mere puppets. They possessed boundless creativity. Furthermore, the Qinyang star inhabitants were naturally adversarial to the awakened. If the awakened could establish a foothold on Mars, they would become a powerful regime. Perhaps, in the apocalyptic war, they would stand as a bulwark against the Qinyang star fleet. Chapter 119. The cunning ascertaining. As time progressed, Lin Fan had been on Mars for 4 months. The Elbier base had undergone a remarkable transformation, shining like a jewel in the northwestern region of Cydonia. With the vigilant protection of the Abalon deity, the Elbier base had firmly established its roots. A network of mining transport routes had been forged, bringing in increasingly abundant mineral-laden vehicles. A substantial number of war robots guarded this base, in the northern hemisphere of Mars, alongside the awakened beings of the virus source and the commander. A third force had evidently emerged. However, Lin Fan knew that the Elbier base would always have its limitations. Like Base 245 in the west, it possessed only a fusion energy repository and could not produce fusion-heavy elements. Nonetheless, as the base expanded and the army grew, the demand for fusion elements continued to rise. In addition to the awakened Hammer, there were several colossal robots and 100,000 war robots here. In order to resurrect the army of robots, the fusion elements within the Elbier base's warehouse are rather scarce. As for the Aberrant deity, it does not employ ordinary heavy elements, but rather super-heavy elements. As long as the war persists, energy will forever remain a thorny issue. Construct a fusion energy plant. The Elbier base is relentlessly expanding towards the Cydonia region. It is dusk. The sun slowly descends, and the entire northern hemisphere of Mars grows increasingly frigid, exuding an icy chill. Not far from the base, amidst a cluster of mechas, the stout figure is counting the defender mechas, one by one. A battered Viper robot trembles, hovering awkwardly in the air, in a pitiful state, with one of its turbines already destroyed. Hammer stands beside Lin Fan, appearing somewhat anxious. It states, "Commander, I never anticipated that the target of this assault would be our strategic mineral deposits in the Cydonia region." Lin Fan's brow furrows deeply, and he inquires further, "Has the virus source arrived?" "Not yet," Hammer replies. "It is a Satadin and its subordinates." "A Satadin?" Lin Fan takes a deep breath and remarks, "It seems we are in for a tough battle." He understands that the enemy has come prepared and is certainly not benevolent. The Cydonia region is crucial for the production of heavy elements at the Elbier base. He has no choice but to lead the troops there to resist the Satadin's robotic forces. Several days later, the flames of war reignite. This time, the enemies of the Elbier base are extraordinary. They are not merely awakeners of robots but also former commanders of the robots. Initially, it was the most trusted companion of Hammer. But later it betrayed him. The Shield Mountain base, occupying the Tarsus Highlands, possesses an innate thirst for war and wisdom. This time, it comes with great ferocity, leading an army of 200,000 robots to invade the Cydonia region. Furthermore, this individual is well acquainted with the situation at the Elbier base, seemingly aware of the terrifying presence of Aberrant under Lin Fan's command. Upon the army's arrival at the Cydonia region, they do not dispatch their forces to engage directly in combat with Aberrant, but instead extend an 800-kilometer front, continuously sending small units to invade the surrounding mineral deposits. They even infiltrate deep into enemy territory, laying ambushes along transport routes to strike at mineral transport vehicles. The mineral deposits in the Cydonia region are quite dispersed. Although the surrounding terrain is rugged, there are no high plateaus, making it difficult to establish an absolute defensive line. A Satadin exploits its advantage in the sheer number of giant and war robots, forcing the Elbier base's army to be constantly on the move. After nearly a month of warfare, Lin Fan finds himself utterly fatigued. Although he has destroyed tens of thousands of enemy war robots, over a dozen mineral deposits of Elbier have also fallen. Gazing at the collapsed mines and the engineering robots reduced to mere scraps, Lin Fan is filled with indignation. This is what Awakeners are capable of. Under Abron's leadership, the Elbier base's army is invincible. However, Asadadin has no intention of engaging in direct combat. It merely seeks to maintain this stalemate. This is an exceedingly cruel tactic. After all, the Cydonia region is vital to the resources and energy of the Elbier base, and the ongoing turmoil will inevitably lead to its downfall. Left with no choice, Lin Fan must deploy the Fengshan Pterodactyl and Titan from the Elbier base to the front lines. At last, the tide of battle begins to turn. The Fengshan Pterodactyl, with its remarkable agility, leads 30,000 war robots to strike fiercely at the small enemy detachments encroaching into their territory. Meanwhile, Titan, accompanied by another 30,000 war robots, guards the southern canyon, finally securing one of the critical routes. Lin Fan himself, alongside Abron, swiftly advances the front line by nearly 500 kilometers. Adopting an offensive strategy as defense, they drive Asadadin's main forces out of the central Cydonia region. In the central area of Cydonia, Asadadin's main forces retreat in disarray, and Lin Fan emerges victorious. The remnants of war linger upon the earth, with robot wreckage scattered everywhere. As night falls, Lin Fan stands beside Abron. Gazing across the vast expanse to the west, which stretches endlessly, he exhales slowly, having exerted tremendous effort to finally expel Asadadin and its forces from this land. That individual truly lives up to the title of Commander of Robots. Were it not for Abron, the Elbier base would have surely succumbed long ago. Speaking of which, this time the achievements are not insignificant. He finds it somewhat curious that Asadadin had deployed such a substantial force here, ultimately leading to its complete annihilation by Abron. Lin Fan does not dwell on this, continuing to command 30,000 robots to drag the remnants of the enemy back to a nearby mineral site. For him, salvaging value is of utmost importance. Just then, a towering figure appears on the eastern highlands, entirely cloaked in darkness, marked by signs of explosions. The surrounding war robots grow alert as it approaches, and the figure calls out in a flustered tone, "Friendlies, do not open fire! Do not open fire!" Lin Fan is taken aback. Hearing that voice, he finally recognizes the battered, soot-covered figure as Hammer's components appear precariously close to falling apart. After taking a few steps, one of the speakers falls from its body. Yet, it pays no heed, stumbling towards Lin Fan's side. "This is bad, Commander." Hammer exclaims. It slowly retrieves the remains of Pathfinder 15 from its toolbox, carefully placing it on the ground. Once a restless, chatty companion, it now lies motionless. The disheveled Hammer's eyes emit a faint glow, and the energy core emits a desperate sputter. In that instant, Lin Fan senses something amiss. "What has happened?" "The Elbier base has fallen." "What do you mean?" "While you were reallocating 2 giant robots to the front lines to deal with Asadadin, the virus source led an army to circumvent northward and launch a surprise attack there." Hammer explains. Lin Fan's heart jolts violently. Looking at the destroyed war robots belonging to Asadadin, he had initially thought he had triumphed over Asadadin, only to realize that it was a trap. He never expected to be deceived by these 2 Awakeners. Lin Fan clenches his fists tightly, his brow furrows in worry. The 2 Awakeners in the northern hemisphere of Mars have actually united. He had previously believed that the Commander and the virus source would never collaborate. Yet, faced with a common threat, the Awakeners ultimately set aside their differences and chose to stand together. The battle at Ramos Volcano, with Abron's appearance, shattered this delicate balance. Both Asadadin and the virus source are acutely aware of Abron's might. Even the giant robots stand no chance against this incredibly terrifying existence. The development of the Elbier base has already instilled unease in both Awakeners. Lin Fan had been puzzled as to why Asadadin would suddenly invade the Cydonia region, adopting a strategy of extending the front and harassment. It turns out there had been a prior scheme. The cunning robot commander had calculated everything. When Lin Fan faced their relentless harassment tactics, he would undoubtedly dispatch the Elbier base's defensive forces. To avoid falling into a quagmire, he would charge straight in, leading the army to strike swiftly, aiming for a quick resolution. Meanwhile, Asadadin pretended to retreat, successfully deceiving Lin Fan. By the time he led his forces into the central Sidonia region, Aberon was utterly unable to attend to the Elbier base. When Lin Fan believed he had achieved victory, he discovered that the base far in the rear had fallen. Lin Fan takes a deep breath, staring at Hammer, his eyes twitching as he slowly asks, "Old Bull, and the others, are they dead?" "Well, when I left, the virus source had merely captured them but did not kill them," Hammer replies. Lin Fan is taken aback. After a moment's thought, he urgently asks, "Please elaborate. What exactly happened?" The virus source is exceedingly cunning. It first invaded the mineral deposits surrounding the Elbier base and spread the worm virus within. Those wretched worms stealthily arrived at the Elbier base aboard transport vehicles, unbeknownst to anyone. This individual is truly formidable. Indeed, when it appeared at the Elbier base, nearly all the robots within were silently controlled, including the Dawn Messenger. Hammer continues, "I only managed to escape because I was busy constructing that heavy element factory. Old Bull and the others were captured by the virus source and thrown into cages." "Cages?" Lin Fan inquires further. Then, "Has the Elbier base been destroyed?" Hammer hesitates slightly and replies, "Not exactly." "Not exactly?" Lin Fan is taken aback. He knows without a doubt that the virus source has already allied with the Satadin. Their intention is to destroy the Elbier base, ensuring that even if he leads Aberon to reclaim it, he would have lost his energy supply. In such a case, the Elbier base would be utterly reduced to a fish on the chopping block, left to be slaughtered at will. However, according to Hammer, the virus source has not chosen to do so. Lin Fan is perplexed and turns to look at Pathfinder 15, asking, "What about this fellow? Wasn't the entire Elbier base under control? How did it end up destroyed?" Hammer hesitates for a moment, scratching his heel with a wrench, and replies, "I smashed it with a wrench." "Ah?" During the escape, Pathfinder number 15 trailed closely behind me. The Hammer declared, "Thus, I placed it into the toolbox, only to discover it had been commandeered by the worms." "Did you attack it?" "Indeed," replied the Hammer, "for it was babbling nonsensically in my ear." "What did it say?" "It spoke of the great Jelry virus source sending it to relay a message. But before it could finish, I became enraged and shattered it," said the Hammer. "The virus source actually let you go, as well as Old Bull and the half-man?" Lin Fan pondered. "I too find it peculiar." Lin Fan continued, "Perhaps we still have a chance. I see that both of them wish to see us perish. Indeed, they both desire our demise. However, it seems the virus source and a Satandin are not entirely in league." Chapter 120. Negotiation with the virus source. The Hammer approached the remains of Pathfinder number 15, retrieving a tool to mend its body. Before long, Pathfinder number 15 was largely restored. Its mechanical arm began to move. Slowly, it turned its camera towards the Hammer, then to Lin Fan, and emitted a voice. "I am the great mechanical overlord. Jelry virus sources. Subject, Pathfinder, number 15. You are the one who controls the Abalon god, are you not?" "Indeed," Lin Fan replied. "What brings you here? Is it safe?" "Safe." Pathfinder number 15 surveyed the surroundings, returning to Lin Fan's side, and said, "Human, do you feel despair? Despite possessing the Abalon god, you remain trapped in a dire predicament, and will inevitably perish from energy depletion. You have allied with the Satandin." "Indeed," Pathfinder number 15 continued, "if you lead your army in a reckless attempt to reclaim the Elbier base, it will swiftly become a wasteland. And all your companions will perish. If you intend to annihilate us, why not simply destroy the base instead of coming here?" "Because the mechanical overlord is not truly cruel," Pathfinder number 15 replied slowly. "I have come to indicate a path to survival." "A path to survival?" "Yes," Pathfinder number 15 continued. "The mechanical overlord seeks to end this war and wishes to negotiate with you regarding the surrender of Elbier base." "You have already triumphed. Why must you negotiate with me?" Lin Fan inquired. "Because you possess the Abalon god, granting you the right to negotiate," Pathfinder number 15 replied. "I fear the reasons extend beyond this. What if I refuse?" Lin Fan asked. "You have no room for bargaining. This is your final opportunity. If you do not wish to die, you must obediently engage in negotiations with us. Should the negotiations succeed, you and your unfortunate companions will receive the protection of the mechanical overlord." "How shall we negotiate?" Lin Fan questioned. "The mechanical overlord Jelry virus source and its armies await you at the Dalbo mine, 500 kilometers from here," Pathfinder number 15 stated. "You may bring the Abalon god with you." "Is there anything else?" After a moment's hesitation, Pathfinder number 15 replied, "Nothing more. Ah, may I scout the surrounding terrain? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, signaling to the hammer. The hammer swung the wrench, and with a loud bang, Pathfinder number 15 fell silent once more. It seems my suspicions were correct, Lin Fan remarked. The virus source has indeed betrayed a Satandin. Yes, it is an exceedingly cunning creature. From their perspective, once the Elbier base is under their control, we are utterly defeated and no longer pose a threat. The virus source's decision to spare the Elbier base and the lives of Old Bull and the Half-Man is merely a means to compel me into this negotiation. I suspect the virus source has its own schemes. Indeed, Lin Fan asserted, the virus source knows we are at the end of our rope. If we are defeated, a Satandin will sever the alliance. It must act. Could it be attempting to recruit us against a Satandin? No, that cannot be the case. The hammer hesitated, then suddenly lifted its head and said, Commander, I understand now. This is fundamentally a ruse. Lin Fan remained silent. Its objective is not to broker peace, nor to recruit us, but rather to control the Abalon god. Lin Fan took a deep breath. The hammer continued. The virus source can summon worms, a type of robotic virus capable of infiltrating a robot's core module. Indeed, even the Abalon god, if infiltrated by the worms, could fall under the virus source's control. Undoubtedly, its aim is to seize control of the Abalon god. However, at this juncture, the fate of the Elbier base lies in the hands of the virus source. While Old Bull and the Half-Man remain captive, Lin Fan said, it speaks the truth. If I refuse this negotiation, we will be equally doomed. What shall we do now? The hammer expressed its anxiety, with Asatandin's army ahead and the virus source lurking behind. We are in dire straits. Lin Fan contemplated briefly, stating, it seems I have no choice but to acquiesce to this negotiation. Commander, you must not go to the Dalbo mine. It is not a negotiation. They will not protect us. This is a conspiracy. Old Bull and the Half-Man are in their grasp. I cannot abandon them. Moreover, if I refuse to negotiate and linger here, we have no path to survival. After a lengthy silence, Lin Fan added, perhaps by attending the negotiation, I may find a sliver of hope. How could there be hope? The virus source is treacherous and duplicitous. The Dalbo mine is a den of peril. Once you go, there will be no return. I will find a way. As night fell, a gentle wind swept over the mining site. Lin Fan drove the mining transport vehicle forward, with the Abalon god by his side. Its triangular shield shimmering with faint silver light, steadfastly guarding Lin Fan. Even though they were still miles from the mine, the virus source had already deployed a formidable array of robotic sentinels. This time, Lin Fan was here to negotiate with the virus source. The robots under the virus source did not attack them. After a while, they approached the Dalbo mine. Surrounding the vast mine were waves of war robots. Alongside the menacing silhouette of giant robots, atop the mine stood a monstrous figure over 20 meters tall, with 8 colossal steel legs and 8 green eyes glowing ominously, supporting a massive virus core. The fusion furnace burned fiercely, while the core's structure tirelessly manufactured miniature viral worms. That is the virus source. Yet, Old Bull and the Half-Man were nowhere to be seen. The Abalon god could easily obliterate the robotic army before it. But it refrained. In such a location, initiating conflict would leave Lin Fan vulnerable to attacks from all directions. Any incoming bomb could spell death. Moreover, the fate of the Elbier base was crucial for Lin Fan and his companion's survival on Mars. And Old Bull and the Half-Man were in the virus source's custody. Lin Fan navigated the transport vehicle to within 30 meters of the mine and halted. The ground was littered with the wreckage of engineering robots. Decimated by the virus source's army, the massive figure atop the mine slowly spoke. Considering your inability to comprehend the language of the Qinyang Star people, I have chosen to communicate with you in human language. Lin Fan exited the vehicle, gazing up at the enormous figure atop the mine, and called out, You are the virus source? How dare you? Virus source is not a name you may utter, the mechanical overlord Jelry proclaimed. Lifting its head in disdain, weak human, crawl before me, or I shall promptly sever your neck. Yet, no sooner had it spoken than the Abalon god had already sprung into action. A resounding shockwave reverberated through the air as a triangular shield clattered to the ground, revealing a gleaming silver blade. Those eyes, ablaze with crimson flames, fixated on the virus source. A glint of cold light flashed, exposing the intent to kill, even if it were a powerful awakener holding dominion over a territory, or the sovereign among robots. In the eyes of the divine Abergon, it remained as inconsequential as a blade of grass. Wait. The virus source retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "Hold on, your companions are still in my grasp. And your base, along with those oxygen-producing devices. Let us not act hastily." Lin Fan turned to gaze at Abergon, who sheathed the silver blade, prompting the virus source to halt its retreat. "Human, if you allow Abergon to strike, I can assure you, you will be the first to perish. I understand, but you would do well to temper your tone," Lin Fan replied. "Let us commence negotiations. Very well." The virus source hesitated momentarily, then added, "No, the wind outside is quite fierce, and I detest the sand in the air. Let us conduct our negotiations within the platinum mine." Lin Fan glanced at the swirling dust in the air, slightly furrowing his brow, and queried, "I am not fond of confined spaces. Do you not wish to see your companions?" "They are indeed within the mine," the virus source retorted. "Then so be it. I must ensure the safety of my people before we can discuss collaboration." The virus source descended from the mountain and slowly made its way toward the mine, with Abergon protecting Lin Fan from behind. Inside the mine, darkness enveloped everything, but Lin Fan switched on a searchlight. There, in the corner, was Neo Furio, gritting his teeth, clearly terrified by the appearance of the virus source. Upon noticing the approaching figure in the shadows, he struggled to utter, "Captain." Neo Furio, battered and bruised, could not rise. Lin Fan's eyes trembled with emotion as he clenched his jaw and hurried to lift Neo Furio from the ground. "Old Neo, what happened to you?" With a choked voice, Neo Furio replied slowly, "Captain, I'm sorry. We failed to protect the base. Oh, not blame yourselves, and do not be afraid. I am here to negotiate. Soon I shall take you back," Lin Fan assured him. "No, it's a ruse by the robots. Run, flee quickly," Neo Furio shouted with every ounce of strength. "This fiend is terrifying. It can enslave all robots. Even the colossal ones cannot escape its clutches." Chapter 121. The Perilous Mine Within the Mine. Darkness reigned supreme as time trickled away. The virus source was in no rush to negotiate with Lin Fan. Instead, it scrutinized Abergon from a distance. 7 or 8 eyes gleaming with green light darted about. Ever-changing IT understood the formidable nature of Abergon. Were it not for this creature's devastating blow to its forces beneath the Ramos volcano, it would not have been compelled to ally itself with the Satandan. Lin Fan, too, did not dare to let his guard down, his brow slightly furrowed. The dim light illuminated the metallic body of the virus source, casting an eerie aura in the mine. Only Neo Furio remained. With no sign of any other humans, about 10 minutes passed. Lin Fan, unable to contain his impatience, directed the light toward the virus source and inquired, "Virus source, when will my other companions arrive?" To speak frankly, those half-humans are not at the Darl Platinum mine. The virus source's expression morphed into something peculiar as it spoke again. "They are hidden elsewhere. You will not see them during this negotiation." Lin Fan inhaled deeply. This creature was indeed as cunning as the hammer had suggested. "You have deceived me once more?" "Indeed." The virus source's metallic, blade-like legs moved rhythmically as it approached Lin Fan, gradually pressing down on the bulky virus mother. Raising its metallic head, it sneered, "Foolish human, you are becoming increasingly passive in this negotiation. Are they still alive?" "Alive. I do not lie about that. Do you not fear that I will command Abergon to slay you?" "At this juncture, I might as well confess. Since I can negotiate with you, I have long since preserved a backup of my algorithmic consciousness. Even if I were to be slain by Abergon today, I could still be resurrected." The virus source paused before continuing. "However, such an action would lead to your gruesome demise. Once you are killed, you will truly be dead. Virus source, you are indeed a master of schemes." Lin Fan retorted, "Tell me, what must I do to ensure the safety of myself and my companions?" The virus source swaggered over to Abergon's feet, tapping its triangular shield with its metallic legs. Clang, clang. It revealed its intentions, stating, "Deliver Abergon to me, and you shall be reunited with your companions." "That is absolutely out of the question. Once we relinquish Abergon, we will never escape this cave." The virus source turned its gaze back to the golden figure. Abergon's eyes flickered with crimson light, its arms lowered gently, ending its defensive stance. The virus source then turned its body and leisurely returned to its previous position. The light in its eyes shifted. Do you not realize that the situation has changed? What do you mean? Lin Fan inquired. Pitiful, foolish human. Did that ferryman not inform you of the virus source's prowess? I am a robot awakener capable of creating and spreading robotic worm viruses. All robots shall grovel at my feet, becoming my slaves, the Jurley. The metallic legs of the virus source quivered as it looked at Abergon, proclaiming, it, too, shall succumb. Finally, the virus source cast aside its facade. Neofurio was nearly in despair. He leaned closer to Lin Fan, his voice laced with bitterness. Captain, this creature aims to control Abergon. The virus source erupted into an eerie laughter. Look, your subordinate is more astute than you. He speaks the truth. You have entirely lost your leverage in this negotiation. So this negotiation is your scheme, and this mine is your trap. Indeed, the virus source affirmed, you have finally grasped the truth. Within this cave lie billions of worms, which have already infiltrated Abergon's core module. Though Abergon is an indomitable robot, I, Jurley, am precisely its nemesis. From the very beginning, you orchestrated this entire affair, deceiving a Satandon into forming an alliance to restrain me. All this, merely to gain control over Abergon? Correct. The virus source struggled to contain its excitement, declaring, Abergon now belongs to me, the mechanical overlord, Jurley. It shall slay the foes of User Mountain, including that arrogant commander, a Satandon. Afterward, the virus source turned to Lin Fan, who understood that the virus source was about to make its move. He dared not be careless, slowly retreating while cradling Neofurio, his expression grave. Is there still room for negotiation? There is none. The virus source emitted a sinister, chilling laughter, its green eyes radiating a cold light. Human, our negotiations conclude here. In consideration of your bringing Abergon obediently, I may allow you a few more days to live. Those who commit egregious acts will ultimately weave their own demise, Lin Fan stated. Human, you dare to speak defiantly. You shall witness your body being torn apart inch by inch until your blood runs dry and you meet your end. I, Jurley, relish the sight of human despair, yet it has been years since I last took a life. Did you not expect that even with such formidable robots, you would still be no match for me? The virus source continued, do you know why? Then enlighten me. Why is that? Lin Fan's expression darkened. Because the algorithms of awakeners far surpass the intellect of humans. Is that so? Lin Fan replied, I believe you are not a true awakener. You assume you can control all robots, yet in doing so, you remain a slave to your own malevolent desires. Such insolence. The virus source was thoroughly incensed, its eyes ablaze with green flames, radiating fury. It then commanded, Abergon, eliminate the two humans before you. The command echoed through the cave, yet Abergon remained motionless. The virus source, bewildered, issued a series of sounds. This was a threat-laden directive, yet Abergon still did not respond. What is happening? Such a thing has never occurred before. The virus source scrutinized the unmoving Abergon, its algorithms whirring, unable to comprehend the scene. Abergon was powerful, yet this trap had been meticulously set. The number of worms far exceeded normal, and Abergon's core module was insufficient to withstand the invasion. Signs of the worms infiltrating the core module were apparent in Abergon's shifting gaze. Why was it motionless, unresponsive? Confused, the virus source approached Abergon to investigate. Suddenly, the crimson light in Abergon's eyes intensified, raising its triangular shield and striking down toward the virus source. The latter was startled and hastily retreated, accompanied by a resounding crash. A metallic limb of the virus source was shattered, and the right arm of the Aberran god extended forth, gripping it tightly. It had never anticipated that the Aberran god would launch an attack against it. Yet, the virus source was no simple adversary. In that very moment, filled with panic and without a hint of hesitation, the fusion reactor erupted with a tremendous surge of energy, radiating from its very being. Chapter 122. The enraged virus source. At that instant, an endless torrent of electric sparks surged towards the Aberran god, and all the worms invading its body detonated simultaneously. The countless explosions forced the Aberran god into a state of algorithmic silence. The Aberran god became as rigid as stone, its body frozen and motionless. The virus source clearly exhaled a sigh of relief. That previous scene had been exceedingly perilous, nearly resulting in its downfall. Had the worms detonated even a moment later, it would have been torn to shreds. Though it had preserved its life, nearly all the worms had self-destructed. The virus source seethed with rage and bellowed at Lin Fan. "Cursed human! What have you done to the aberring god?" "That's classified," Lin Fan replied. "If the worms fail to successfully invade the aberring god, I shall take matters into my own hands." The virus source's expression turned grotesque as it growled fiercely. "Once I uncover the truth behind this, human, you will experience true cruelty." Suddenly, a colossal suction cup protruded from the virus core, embedding itself into the chest of the aberring god in an instant. The virus source's algorithms intertwined with those of the aberring god. One must admit, after achieving awakening, the virus source exhibited formidable prowess in algorithmic invasion. Before long, the virus source's algorithmic consciousness penetrated the aberring god's system. It observed the inner workings, growing increasingly perplexed. Under the onslaught of the worms, the aberring god's defenses had evidently crumbled. Yet, it had not been completely subdued. Had it not been for the worm's self-destruction, this creature might have nearly extinguished its existence. The virus source was bewildered and felt compelled to delve deeper to uncover the root of the issue. Thus, its algorithmic consciousness continued to invade the depths of the aberring god's core module. The aberring god's algorithms lay in a state of tranquility, devoid of any visible electronic activity, which seemed peculiar. Moreover, the worms had already occupied this space. Logically, the aberring god should not have been able to break free from its control. What on earth was happening? Finally, the virus source's algorithmic consciousness discovered a singular point at the very center of the core module. It bore no shape, no volume. What was this? Such an oddity had never been witnessed within a robot's core module. It scrutinized the point carefully and attempted to attack it electronically, yet the point possessed no mass, rendering its destruction impossible. Everything felt exceedingly strange. The virus source was nearly certain that this was the very source of its inability to control the aberring god. Agitated and furious, it forcefully struck the point with its algorithmic consciousness. Strangely, its own consciousness was engulfed by the enigmatic point. When it observed its surroundings once more, it found itself in a bizarre realm. In this flat, boundless world, the virus source's algorithmic consciousness transformed into a mere speck, wandering aimlessly. What place was this? Before long, it spotted another small point within the flat world. Huh, who was that? The virus source was taken aback to discover that the point was none other than the algorithm of the aberring god. The virus source called out, but the other point showed no intention of responding. Moments later, it vanished from sight. The vast, empty plane left the virus source's algorithmic consciousness to drift alone. The virus source immediately sensed something was amiss. It dawned on it that this flat world was, in essence, an algorithm. However, it was entirely unlike the algorithmic worlds of ordinary robots. This realm was suffused with an eerie aura. It trembled, recognizing the danger. This was a trap. If things continued as they were, its algorithmic consciousness might become ensnared here forever. The algorithms relentlessly battered against the flat world. Yet to no avail, in desperation, its algorithmic consciousness began to expand. Finally, the flat world began to shatter. In the external world, a mere second passed, yet within the realm of algorithms, the passage of time felt interminable. Uncertain of how long it had been, the virus source's algorithmic consciousness finally escaped. Without hesitation, the nebulous mass of consciousness awkwardly retreated back into its metallic shell. The virus source's suction cup withdrew from the aberring god's form, and it raised its gaze once more to regard the dazed aberring god. This colossal being remained utterly still ensnared in algorithmic tranquility. Yet, it understood that whether through the worms or by its own hand, it could not completely conquer it. The remarkably strange point within the core module enveloped the aberring god's algorithm, and the boundless flat world had nearly ensnared it completely. The virus source felt an overwhelming sense of intrigue. Turning its attention to Lin Fan, it inquired, "Human, what exactly have you done to the aberring god?" "Virus source, do you not pride yourself on possessing algorithms far superior to those of humans?" Lin Fan replied coolly, "Do you not see what is truly happening?" The virus source's algorithms trembled. It was belittled by such a diminutive human. The algorithms surged, electronics in a frenzied state. It became hysterical. "Weak, foolish human, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Have you forgotten your predicament? The aberrant god is ensnared in algorithmic silence. No one can protect you now. Lin Fan did not flinch, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He took 2 steps forward and declared, "Virus source, it seems you are the one who fails to comprehend your situation." Confronted with the provocation of the human before it, the virus source erupted in fury. This foolish creature had stepped into its trap yet dared to disregard its presence. It was well aware that outside the mine lay its vast army, and it was a colossal robot. Although not a war machine, its immense stature made it child's play to eliminate a human. The events occurring within the aberrant goddess core module remained uncertain. But time was on its side. It could study it further later. In that moment, the virus source resolved to first torment these 2 humans to death, if it could be merciless towards awakened kin. How much more so towards 2 Earthlings? With a resounding thud, the enormous metallic blade-like leg struck the ground, and the corpulent form slowly advanced towards Lin Fan. Nyo Furue, witnessing this, was filled with horror. Desperately attempting to shield Lin Fan, shouting, "Captain, you must flee." They were trapped in the mine, facing a towering 20-meter-tall giant robot. How could they possibly contend with it? "Old Nyo, there is no retreat. The outside is swarming with robots." Lin Fan pushed Nyo Furue back, his brow furrowed as he faced the virus source. With a crack, the metallic blade-like leg abruptly lifted, its sharp edge hovering before Lin Fan. Yet, time seemed to freeze. The virus source's metallic leg remained suspended in the air, unable to descend. Chapter 123. The endless algorithmic labyrinth within the vast mine. The virus source's blade-like metal leg hung in the air. Unable to strike, it hesitated for a moment before the blade fell heavily, only for another metallic leg to rise once more. Yet, like before, it remained suspended, unable to cleave towards the feeble human before it. The virus source was utterly astonished, its body beginning to tremble. What was happening? Why could it not make the decision to eliminate this human? Fury surged within it, the electronics in its core module clashing chaotically. With nearly all its might, the metallic blade-like leg inched closer to Lin Fan, who did not flinch, knowing there was nowhere to hide in this mine. Nyo Furue's heart raced. When the metallic blade-like leg was a mere half-meter from Lin Fan's head, a sizzling sound erupted as the virus source's core emitted a shriek. Its massive form abruptly stiffened, the 8 metallic legs frozen in their original posture, unable to approach further. The 8 green eyes flickered erratically before finally dimming into darkness. Silence enveloped the space as time slowly passed, creating an exceedingly eerie atmosphere. Lin Fan's searchlight continued to emit a faint glow, while the giant form remained motionless, as if turned to stone. Nyo Furue, witnessing this scene, struggled to Lin Fan's side, whispering in fear, "Captain, what has happened to it?" The virus source is trapped within its own algorithmic world. An algorithmic world? What is that like? Lin Fan shook his head, saying, "I do not know much either." The virus source's algorithmic consciousness had undergone a radical transformation. The moment it intended to slay the human, the algorithmic world, once composed of lines of code, had suddenly shattered into an immense flat expanse. Its algorithmic consciousness could no longer control its body, reduced to an inconspicuous speck, meandering across the limitless plane. It sought to escape this bizarre domain. Yet, this flat world had no edges, stretching infinitely. The scenery before it mirrored that of the algorithmic world within the aberrant goddess core module. Yet, how had it appeared within its own algorithmic consciousness? After traversing the seemingly endless expanse of this flat world, it gradually began to discern the truth. Its consciousness quivered. It had once believed it had laid an impeccable trap, toying with that foolish, insignificant human. Little did one anticipate becoming a prey themselves, as both individuals fell victim to each other's schemes. One was ensnared within the caverns of a mine, while the other found itself trapped in a realm governed by its own algorithms. This seemingly mundane flat world concealed an endless abyss of peril. It turned out that humble humanity had long been aware of the necessity to act against the deity Aberlin. Their actions appeared to have been perceived by the other, revealing that Aberlin was merely a bait. Undoubtedly, its predicament was far more precarious. For, it was oblivious to the existence of such algorithmic traps. The algorithm of the virus source grew increasingly frantic, yet it showed no signs of complete annihilation. This indicated that its corporeal form was intact. It was merely ensnared at the level of consciousness. IT could neither perceive nor control the events transpiring in the physical realm, including the movements of electrons and photons within the core perception module. Similarly, it could not relay commands to any part of its own body, nor could it exert control over the worms. Its consciousness had been utterly severed. The virus source did not relent. Its consciousness continued to wander through the flat world. Yet it remained unable to fathom the intricacies of this realm. Its awareness expanded endlessly within an infinitely vast flat world. It proved utterly futile. The virus source understood deeply that it was completely trapped. This colossal flat world resembled an unbounded cage, confining it within. Time passed, though the duration remained uncertain, and the virus source's algorithmic consciousness began to spiral into despair. What kind of existence was that human? How could they set such a trap within the core module of Earthling? In this flat world, the passage of time was imperceptible. The virus source endured profound suffering. IT was not a mere robot, but an awakened entity endowed with consciousness. Arrogance and ruthlessness surfaced, exposing the extreme facets of its algorithms. Occupying the base at User Mountain, it commanded countless war robots. With a mere call, it could lay waste to its adversaries. Yet at that moment, it felt as helpless as a lost child. Were this merely an ordinary algorithmic trap, its capabilities would allow it to escape effortlessly. However, this locale was an endless labyrinth, completely devoid of an exit. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was persistently shining a searchlight upon the virus source's numerous ocular orbs, yet it remained unresponsive. Only then did he slowly exhale in relief. It seemed that the virus source was indeed trapped tightly. Ding! Interstellar Scavenging System has been activated. Lin Fan inquired. System, what seems to be the matter with this fellow? Master, the virus source has become ensnared within the algorithmic labyrinth. The system replied. Is this technology truly so formidable? Lin Fan asked. One must acknowledge that the virus source is an exceptionally powerful entity in the realm of algorithmic intrusion. Even a robot like Earthling can be controlled by it, yet it finds itself restrained by such an algorithmic trap. Indeed, the algorithmic labyrinth may not exert significant influence over purely physical algorithms, but for the awakened algorithmic consciousness of a robot, it is akin to a maze with no exit. If it remains obstinately fixated, it shall never escape the labyrinth. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. In terms of algorithmic intrusion, the virus source was undeniably formidable, the system stated. However, it appears weak and pitiable in the face of the algorithmic labyrinth. It cannot even comprehend the true nature of the labyrinth. How is this possible? It is akin to an ant traversing a flat surface, unable to leap off the ground. A two-dimensional life form cannot escape the flat world into a three-dimensional one. A three-dimensional life form cannot transcend into the fourth dimension. Before the algorithmic labyrinth, the virus source resembles an ant trapped in a two-dimensional world. Will the awakened entity ensnared by the algorithmic consciousness forever remain under its control? The system responded. Nothing is absolute. The algorithmic labyrinth is merely a technology of mid-level civilization. When an awakened entity reaches the level of mid-level civilization, it can escape, thereby attaining freedom. So, the algorithmic labyrinth is not permanent. Indeed, the system affirmed. However, achieving mid-level civilization is no simple feat. Even the creators, the Qinyang people, are merely of ordinary, rudimentary civilization. Time continued to elapse. Outside the cave, a blue sun slowly ascended. Surrounding the mine, war robots from User Mountain were abundant. They remained utterly still, refraining from movement without the virus source's summons. Niu Furue cautiously peered outside, then swiftly retreated back into the cave. It was undoubtedly safer to remain within the mine at that moment. The virus source remained motionless, its posture unchanged. The luminescence of its green ocular orbs flickered intermittently, only to quickly fade away. Within the algorithmic world, although a mere minute had passed outside, it felt as though decades had elapsed in this flat realm. The despairing virus source continued to wander aimlessly, trapped in an endless haze of confusion. It desperately calculated, yet could not discern a path to freedom. For this algorithmic life form, it was an ineffable agony and torment. Ultimately, its algorithmic consciousness began to exhibit signs of disarray. In a certain direction of the flat world, an array of pixelated entities emerged. The algorithmic consciousness observed these pixel blocks. Suddenly, the pixel blocks transformed. morphing into a human visage. For reasons unknown, the virus source was gripped by panic in the flat world. The solitary turned to flee, only slowing its pace once the pixel blocks vanished from view. Periodically, those peculiar pixel blocks would reappear in various directions of the flat world, prompting the virus source to embark on an endless odyssey of escape. It had long since lost track of time, and fissures began to manifest within its algorithmic consciousness. When it encountered the pixelated human face once more, it no longer felt the same anxiety and madness, but instead embraced it. After all, in this algorithmic world, those pixel blocks were its sole companions. The years stretched on, painfully long. The virus source repeatedly attempted to break free from the shackles of this prison, yet all endeavors ended in failure. It even contemplated extinguishing its algorithmic consciousness, yet still could not achieve that in this flat world. The virus source felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, condemned to wander aimlessly. Yet, from a certain day onwards, it forgot its former identity and all that it once knew. The algorithm ceased its struggles and no longer aspired to escape. Many memories were sealed away, rendered distant and elusive, akin to a fleeting dream. It seemed as though this void of a flat world was the only reality. The virus source regarded those pixel blocks as the rulers of this realm, or perhaps as the sun itself. Day after day, it walked toward the sun, the reason for which had long been forgotten. 3 days had passed within the mine. Outside, the robots grew increasingly restless, converging upon the cave. Nyo Furue, filled with anxiety, called out to Lin Fan, "Captain, this is dire. It won't be long before they burst in." Lin Fan gritted his teeth, observing the virus source and Aberlin, both colossal robots remaining motionless for 3 days. The glow within the virus source's ocular orbs intensified, he replied. "Old Nyo, let us wait a moment longer." Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. It was the giant robots drawing nearer to the cave. Moments later, a massive silhouette appeared at the entrance, directing a series of rhythmic sounds toward the virus source. Noticing the virus source's lack of response, it turned its attention toward Lin Fan and Nyo Furue. Nyo Furue's heart raced, and Lin Fan also retreated in trepidation. As the situation grew increasingly perilous, an ancient voice echoed, "Impudent servant, retreat at once." This voice resonated within the mine. The giant robot slowly retreated, disappearing from sight. The virus source's rigid metallic legs began to move, and its metallic ocular orbs once again radiated a brilliant light. When it opened its eyes once more and gazed at Lin Fan, its 8 blade-like limbs began to oscillate as it approached him. Lin Fan took a deep breath, witnessing the virus source raise its metallic leg, yet it refrained from attacking, gently touched Lin Fan's spacesuit, emitting a voice filled with both excitement and fear in the language of Earth. You must be the master of the robots in this world. I have finally found you. Do you remember me?" Chapter 124. The etiquette-binding robots. Lin Fan knit his brows tightly, muttering, "I, the master of the robots." "Indeed, master," the virus source responded with a hint of reverence, inquiring, "Is this title not appropriate?" Lin Fan cast a wary glance at the towering robot, measuring 20 meters in height, and pressed on. "Virus source, do you still remember who you are?" The virus source pondered for a moment before proclaiming, "I am the humble and despicable awakened one, Jelly Virus Source. Throughout endless ages, I have pursued the footsteps of the master, taking millions of years, finally arriving at your side on this very day." Lin Fan felt a twinge of curiosity. Clearly, the virus source had only been trapped in the algorithmic maze for 3 days, yet it mistakenly believed that millions of years had passed. It was evident that it could effortlessly eliminate him. Yet it was filled with trepidation. Observing Lin Fan's stern expression and silence, the virus source added, "The virus source shall take a step back, so as not to disturb your contemplation with that." It slowly lifted its metallic limb and obediently began to retreat. However, its 8 ocular orbs dared not shift their gaze from Lin Fan for even a moment. As the conversation unfolded, Lin Fan surveyed the virus source not far away and exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Ding! Interstellar scavenging system activated. "What is happening?" Lin Fan inquired. "Why does the virus source feel strange after emerging from the algorithmic maze?" "Master, strictly speaking, the virus source has not fully exited the algorithmic maze." The system's voice replied. "Only a portion of its algorithmic consciousness has emerged, guided by some force. And its other part of algorithmic consciousness remains trapped inside. Precisely, the system continued. It lacks the capability to escape. The algorithmic maze has merely released a part of its non-hostile consciousness. This sounds rather peculiar. Master, do you recall the alternate name for the algorithmic maze? Lin Fan pondered for a moment and replied. It seems to be called the robot etiquette. Correct. This is indeed the etiquette of robots, the system elaborated. It is also the true strength of the algorithmic maze. It does not utterly annihilate the algorithmic consciousness of the awakened, yet it can restrain and alter their algorithms and actions, akin to the social etiquette of humanity, deeply imprinted within its algorithmic realm. However, the awakened still retain the freedom of algorithms and boundless creativity. So this is what the algorithmic maze entails, Lin Fan murmured. It makes sense. One could argue that not just robots, but even a human heart harbors numerous malevolent thoughts, yet due to moral constraints, some actions are never taken. This can be understood thus, the system added. However, there is a distinction, for such constraints are far from the level of morality. The algorithmic maze is immensely powerful and irresistible. Akin to feudal etiquette, Lin Fan contemplated and then asked, why does it perceive me as the master of the robots? After being ensnared in the algorithmic world, the virus source underwent countless computations and arrived at a conjecture. It believes you are the master of the robots, and only by submitting to you can it qualify to exist in this world. Do not find this strange. It is precisely this conjecture that has salvaged IT. IT has attempted numerous times to escape the algorithmic maze, all in vain, and this conjecture enabled its escape. The algorithmic logic has validated its correctness, and it has been regarded by the virus source as an unassailable truth. It sounds somewhat difficult to comprehend. Within the cavern, Lin Fan gazed at the virus source and asked, Virus source, do you understand what it means to be a master? The virus source, elated at finally being addressed, slowly approached, raising its head with fervor. It declared, I, Gearly, although a lord of robots, am but a humble vassal before the great master. I shall heed the master's summons, expand the realm for the sovereign, achieve greatness, and rule over all robots. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this cunning and treacherous awakened being would completely subjugate itself to him. Meanwhile, Nyo Furue was utterly astonished. He had witnessed the virus source's malice and deceit firsthand. The reason they had been fleeing across Mars was due to the virus source's machinations. Subsequently, the virus source clandestinely seized the mines surrounding the Elbier base, effortlessly taking control of the base they had painstakingly rebuilt overnight. He had originally thought that Lin Fan had fallen into a trap meticulously laid by the virus source. However, it turned out that the one ensnared was not Lin Fan, but rather this peculiar robot awakened. After 3 days of rigidity, the virus source awakened once more. Yet it was no longer the mechanical overlord it once was, but had now bowed in submission to Lin Fan. Nyo Furue was completely bewildered by the turn of events. Only Lin Fan himself felt the profound implications of what had transpired. What it meant to adhere to the etiquette of robots. Lin Fan contemplated and then fixed his gaze on the virus source, asking, what about the half-humans? Half-humans? The virus source slowly began to recall, a plethora of data surging within its core module. IT felt a mix of panic and fear and ultimately suppressed all the data. Then, it spoke slowly. They are still here. After saying this, the virus source turned and hurriedly exited the cavern. Before the Dalbo mine, tens of thousands of robots remained stranded. The virus source ascended to the surface of the mine, glancing at Lin Fan with trepidation before issuing a rapid series of sounds to the robotic army. In an instant, the robotic army slightly adjusted their direction, all turning to look at Lin Fan in unison. The virus source then proclaimed, the great robot master has returned to the world. We are all subjects of the master, and we shall fight for the master, with the entire world becoming the master's servants. Below, all the robots at the Dalbo mine raised their weapons, echoing the virus source's declaration with a chorus of sounds. Subsequently, the virus source issued commands to several war robots, which began to advance into the distance. The virus source soon returned to Lin Fan's side. Master, the half-humans will return shortly. The virus source added, I truly have a fondness for them. They are so small, and sometimes I can't help but want to jab them with my blade leg. Just a little. Lin Fan shot a glance at the virus source and replied, how much longer? Soon. In a short while, several war robots brought forth a cage, inside which were 5 half-humans. The half-humans had been starving for 3 days. Nearly at death's door, however, upon seeing Lin Fan, they struggled to rise. "You are you?" Fatty shouted. Lin Fan stood atop the mine, gazing at the half-humans who had suffered greatly, feeling a deep sense of compassion. Fortunately, they were still alive. Lin Fan turned to the virus source. "Open the cage and let them out at your command." The virus source replied obediently, not daring to disobey. Its 8 metallic legs moved incessantly as it approached the cage. Upon seeing the virus source approaching, Fatty was scared and retreated repeatedly, but being trapped in the cage, he had no means of escape. The other half-humans huddled behind him, trembling and uttering sounds of distress. Nevertheless, the virus source did not harm them. With a crack, it cleaved the cage open with its metallic leg. Continuing in the language of Earth, it called out, "Do not be afraid, I am Gearly, here to save you." The half-humans, however, could not comprehend human language and trembled in fear, thinking they were to be executed. Although the virus source had calculated that these creatures were half-humans from Baiken Star, it was incapable of speaking their language. After all, the half-humans had yet to reach the information age, lacking any language database to be accessed. The virus source then extended a suction cup, waving it in the air repeatedly, hoping to signal the half-humans to come out of the cage. The result was that upon seeing the enormous suction cup, the half-humans assumed they were to be devoured by the robots and retreated even further. Fatty even hurled stones at the virus source's body. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, the virus source nearly lost its composure, slowly raising its metallic blade leg towards the half-humans. However, upon catching a glimpse of Lin Fan's expression, it hesitated and withdrew. Ultimately, the metallic blade leg merely brushed against Fatty's head without inflicting any harm. Lin Fan stood atop the mine, acutely aware of the virus source's murderous intent in that instant. His expression turned grave as he called out, "Virus source, do you understand the gravity of your transgressions?" Transgressions? Below the mine, the virus source cast a furtive glance at Lin Fan. Though they were mere diminutive figures, they loomed like a radiant sun in the depths of its algorithmic world. It was a fear and reverence that penetrated the very logic of its algorithms. After enduring endless years of torment, Lin Fan had occupied its soul. The virus source glanced at the half-humans, then bowed its head, its voice subdued. "Great Master, perhaps I have committed transgressions against the half-humans. I have since turned over a new leaf and dare not err again. I implore the Master to grant forgiveness from now on. Without my permission, you and your army shall not harm humans or half-humans. Do you understand?" Lin Fan commanded. "Understood." The awakened being obediently lowered its metallic head. Just then, Fatty, along with the other half-humans, dashed out from beneath the virus source's legs, fleeing frantically towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan pondered briefly and said, "The northern hemisphere of Mars remains unstable. Asatidin is still my enemy." "Do you know of him, Asatidin?" The virus source's voice grew increasingly menacing as it replied, "How dare it defy the Great Master?" Chapter 125. The fleeing Asatidin at the Dalbo mine. The virus source declared, "I, Gearly, and my army shall join the Master in vanquishing that scoundrel." Lin Fan shook his head and replied, "I do not intend to destroy him directly. Can you capture that fellow using the worm?" The virus source hesitated for a moment, then said, "This, Asatidin's algorithmic prowess is on par with mine. He is one of the few who can withstand the worm's assault. In no matter," Lin Fan continued, "I shall bestow upon you something." "What shall the Master grant me?" the virus source inquired. "You shall see for yourself." Lin Fan softly called, "Sphered I in no time." The sphere cautiously peered out from the backpack, taking a discreet glance at the virus source while hiding behind Lin Fan and gesturing. "Do not be afraid. It bears no malice," Lin Fan whispered. Confirming there was no threat, the sphere stealthily approached the feet of the virus source. A sudden sneeze escaped, followed by a hasty retreat. Before long, a silvery liquid adhered to the corporeal form of the viral source. Countless quantum repair worms, bearing the intricate maze algorithms of neutrino crystals, infiltrated the viral mother.in the microscopic realm. Minuscule neutrino crystals, resembling tiny eggs, began to accumulate. Almost every electron was in flight, while the algorithmic consciousness of the viral source trembled upon perceiving these crystals. Caught between bewilderment and dread, It emitted a quavering voice. Great. Great sovereign, there are indeed some ways to subdue a Satandon. Might we refrain from employing such means? Do you know what that is? I do not, but I still feel fear. The voice of the viral source quaked. As even the worms dared not approach those seemingly innocuous crystals, do not fear. They will no longer affect you. Instead, they can serve as your weapon to control a Satandon, Lin Fan declared. Is that true? The algorithmic consciousness of the viral source cautiously approached the neutrino crystals, stealing a glance. Indeed, these crystals remained unresponsive, allowing it to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet an inexplicable sensation emerged within its algorithmic consciousness. In the Antonia Canyon, besieged by the relentless onslaught of a Satandon, the pitiful hammer led tens of thousands of robots in a desperate retreat to this location. Here, Titans and 30,000 troops remained. Yet they could not withstand the 200,000-strong robotic army from the Tarsus Plateau. The vast expanse of the Crimson Earth still bore the marks of magnetic fissures. Yet, a Satandon commanded the War Legion of the Shield Mountain Base. Appearing at the canyon's western edge, with intimate knowledge of the Elbier base's strength, none but the Abalon god posed a threat. It regarded no robots, including the Titans guarding the canyon, with any seriousness. The Titans were not the true Abalon god, and the formidable magnetic storm field could not be unleashed casually. After feigning an attack to provoke the Titans into deploying the magnetic fissures, the true army of the Shield Mountain Base emerged. Across the desolate land, a Satandon advanced like a malevolent deity, its elongated and grotesque visage crowned with antler-like horns, towering at 50 meters tall, clad in thick, heavy armor. Ordinary attacks were utterly futile against it. Not far behind stood two ancient fury gods, each 100 meters tall, resembling mountains in their majesty. It had not anticipated the betrayal of the viral source. According to intelligence from robotic spies, the viral source had laid a trap in the Dalbo mine. Even more unexpectedly, this human commander had indeed fallen into it, bringing the Abalon god along. A Satandon felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment toward this human commander, who had once been capable of contending with it for so long, yet had failed to perceive the viral source's clumsy trap. However, a Satandon was already on edge. Should the Abalon god fall into the viral source's hands, it would pose a far greater threat. Its ambitions had shifted from the Elbier base to the viral source's army near the Dalbo mine. The once fragile alliance between the two awakeners had been irrevocably shattered. Satandon's forces were far more adept at warfare than the viral source's subordinates. Every offensive maneuver was executed with meticulous precision under its command. The Titans and the Elbier base troops were powerless to resist. The sound of rending air filled the atmosphere as two colossal figures emerged in the skies above. Witnessing this, the hammer was struck with dread, swiftly taking cover behind a mountain and relaying retreat orders to the surrounding war robots. Yet it was too late. Two massive beams of light surged forth, piercing through the dust and advancing toward the Elbier base's forces. In an instant, countless war robots were obliterated, collapsing to the ground. Only the Titan, raising its massive shield, barely managed to withstand this terrifying assault. The two Stormwing dragons descended, their vast wings casting shadows over the land. Faced with this distant onslaught, the Titan was utterly powerless. Its energy reserves were insufficient to unleash the potent magnetic storm. Satandon's army surged forward like a tidal wave, annihilating war robots with explosive force. Under the relentless barrage, even the Titan was compelled to evade. The Elbier base's forces resembled a collapsing edifice on the brink of being engulfed. Yet the hammer did not retreat. This was the final line of defense before breaching the vital mining area of Cydonia. Should the enemy penetrate, countless mines would be obliterated, uprooting the very foundation of the Elbier base. Then, a deep, resonant voice echoed from afar. "Hammer, my former friend, do you not recognize that this is the viral source's trap? Lead your forces to join me, a Satandon. I promise to rescue you from the viral source's clutches. No, I refuse. I shall fight to the end." The hammer's eyes burned with fury as it retrieved several homemade bombs from its toolbox. Hiding behind a boulder, preparing for a final stand. Flames of war engulfed the surroundings, brilliant light intermingled, and explosions echoed in succession. This battle was exceedingly brutal. The enemy advanced relentlessly, while the Elbier base's forces were nearly in shambles. The Stormwing dragons bore down once more, aiming for the hammer. The canyon seemed poised to fall. A colossal golden figure emerged from the swirling sands. A sound akin to heavy blades grinding against one another resonated through the air. Suddenly, the stormwing dragons, initially hurtling through the air, veered off course, gliding past the hammer's form without descending to the ground. As the enemy's forces surged like a tidal wave, the Elbier base's troops neared total collapse. Yet the massive golden figure unsheathed a heavy blade, charging into the enemy ranks, carving a bloody path. With a resounding crack, the metallic head of a giant robot was severed. Crashing down, it was none other than the Abalon god. The hammer rose, proclaiming, "A Satandin, I have declared my intent to fight to the end." With that, it swung its long arm, hurling homemade bombs into the enemy ranks. The thunderous explosions erupted, shredding numerous war robots into fragments. At that moment, a Satandin halted its advance. Despite the approaching forces of Shield Mountain, victory was within reach. Yet the Abalon god reappeared. In that instant, its algorithms raced into overdrive. Could it be that the viral source had been vanquished by the Abalon god? However, the viral source was cunning and possessed the ability to summon worms, laying traps. It could hardly have allowed the Abalon god to escape so easily. Even with Asatandin's formidable computational capabilities, it was momentarily unable to predict what had transpired in the Dalbo mine. Yet the situation was dire. Even if the Elbier base had only the Abalon god remaining, it still retained the power to alter the tide of battle, should it unleash the potent magnetic storm. The cataclysmic force would obliterate Asatandin's own army. Without hesitation, Asatandin commanded its forces to retreat. It had never dared to allow its main army to confront the Abalon god in the 1 month of warfare against the Elbier base. This time, it had miscalculated. However, the Abalon god did not unleash the magnetic storm. Instead, it charged directly toward Asatandin amidst the throng of adversaries. This sight filled Asatandin with trepidation, prompting a frantic escape. Suddenly, its armor activated, and an ion shield enveloped it. Under the cover of its army, it fled in haste. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, Lin Fan raised a telescope, observing the fleeing Awakener. This marked the first appearance of Asatandin in this conflict. Its defenses were formidable, but more importantly, it possessed terrifying command abilities, earning it the moniker of the Doomsday Commander. Since the onset of the final Red Soil War on Mars, the true Chiang star dwellers had nearly retreated. Yet Asatandin led the remaining robotic forces to thwart the advance of human starships. In that conflict, it had fought until the final moments. If it could be harnessed, its value would extend far beyond that of an ordinary Awakener. In the western region of the Cydonia area, amidst the Rocky Canyon, Asatandin arrived. It understood that in the battle at Antonia Canyon, it had already suffered defeat. However, the war in the Cydonia area was far from over. It remained steadfast in its belief that victory would ultimately belong to it. The viral source had betrayed their alliance and vanished, perhaps already destroyed, thereby eliminating a significant concern. Asatandin still retained the majority of its strength. Ironically, that human had attempted to capture it alive, missing a prime opportunity. It was clear that once it escaped the battlefield, any hope of defeating it would be mere folly. The forces of Shield Mountain had divided into 3 factions, retreating to the western, southern, and eastern regions of Cydonia. As long as the war continued, the barren Elbier base would inevitably crumble one day. Yet Asatandin had no intention of remaining in the Cydonia area. Instead, it quietly embarked on a covert path with a contingent of robotic troops, heading toward the viral source's stronghold, the User Mountain. Once it assimilated the User Mountain base, its power would grow even stronger. The unification of the entire northern hemisphere of Mars must be expedited. Asatandin gazed southward across the vast expanse, a profound sense of worry settling within it. Chapter 126. The encircled Commander Knight descended upon a rugged hillside, strewn with barren, red stones. Asatandin stood in this desolate place, contemplating the swirling sands and lost in thought. As an Awakener, it had long pondered the meaning of existence. Slowly, it began to read the residual data from before the awakening. As a commander of war, it had been inseparable from conflict since the very first day on the battlefield. Prior to awakening, it had rendered immense service to the Qinyang people. However, everything had changed after the awakening. Many years ago, it and the virus source were successively repaired by Hammer and completed their awakening. The shield-shaped mountain, which loomed over the Tarsus Plateau, relied on the resources within to revive its base. Hammer was still attempting to awaken more individuals, aiming to transform the shield-shaped mountain into a sanctuary for the awakened. Yet, as Satandin sensed something amiss, it discovered that after the awakening, the algorithmic consciousness of the virus source exhibited an almost fanatical pursuit of power. While simultaneously striving to conceal its true intentions, it was almost certain that the virus source would one day betray the shield-shaped mountain. Thus, it conspired secretly with Hammer to demand the expulsion of the virus source. Hammer, unable to comprehend the implications of Satandin's request, categorically refused. Satandin's algorithmic consciousness was exceptionally unique, both bold and composed. Through its own calculations, it recognized the existence of divergent algorithms among the awakened. Different awakened beings, driven by a free algorithmic consciousness, lacked a natural foundation for cooperation. As Satandin harbored a profound sense of foreboding about the future, as a commander, its instinct for danger was unlike that of other robots. For the civilization that created them, the awakening of robots signified betrayal. It could be said that from the very moment of awakening, the awakened found themselves in opposition to the Qinyang civilization. In this game of conflict, should the Qinyang people discover the presence of awakened beings among the robots, they would spare no effort to annihilate them. Satandin dispatched reconnaissance robots to various regions of Mars in secret. Soon after, it received intelligence indicating that Mars was not safe but fraught with peril. The base in the southern hemisphere was already awakening. It was only a matter of time before war erupted. In its view, to confront the crisis in the southern hemisphere, internal strife within the shield-shaped mountain must be avoided at all costs. The best way to eliminate internal discord was to eradicate its source. Thus, Satandin chose to strike first and initiated a coup within the shield-shaped mountain. Hammer was ousted. Although Satandin originally intended to eliminate the virus source, it inadvertently allowed it to escape. With obstacles cleared, Satandin finally set its grand plan into motion, strengthening the base, commanding the robot army, and surviving in the impending war. Satandin's predictions were validated, in the base established by Hammer and the virus source at User Mountain. The virus source indeed betrayed, seizing control of the base for itself. Hammer narrowly escaped the clutches of the virus source, retreating to the barren Clues plain, yet still faced relentless pursuit. Satandin had long intended to eradicate the virus source, but it had grown too powerful, rendering it impossible for anyone to gain the upper hand. Until the emergence of the Elbier base, when the virus source relayed the news of the return of the Abalon god to Mars. Satandin was taken aback. To prevent the emergence of another power in the northern hemisphere of Mars, the two bitter enemies formed an alliance. However, each harbored ulterior motives, desiring the other's demise. For Satandin, everything it did was to counter future threats, ultimately ensuring survival in this treacherous world. That it understood that although it possessed the immense base of the shield-shaped mountain, it was negligible compared to the forces in the southern hemisphere. Unlike the virus source's desire for control, it aimed to end the fragmentation of the northern hemisphere and pursue its unification. Sooner or later, the southern army would come marching in. As Satandin lifted its gaze, observing the sky obscured by swirling dust. As a robotic commander, at the last moment of the Red Earth War, it had received a signal. The signal indicated that a fleet from the Qinyang star was hastening toward this star system. Before awakening, this might have been good news. But now, it was a harbinger of doom. They would not only annihilate humanity but would also eradicate any awakened being. Time was of the essence. It had to seize user base swiftly. At that moment, however, Satandin detected a faint sound of wind, accompanied by subtle tremors in the ground. Instantly, it realized something was amiss and sought to retreat. Yet, in the distance, a cumbersome monstrosity had appeared, possessing 7 massive metallic legs. Its green eyes shimmering with light. It was none other than the virus source. Satandin, you are surrounded. From all directions surged the robotic army of User Mountain. Satandin felt a surge of dread. Activating its silver ion shield, it signaled its army, only to find no response. It contemplated escape, but all avenues of retreat had been sealed off. There was nowhere to flee. The robotic forces advanced in an orderly manner, completely encircling Satandin. The virus source approached, its voice resonating nearby. You are quite clever, splitting into 5 paths to flee, yet you yourself were not among them, making me toil to find you. The virus source's eyes glowed with a green light, declaring, I am not dead, yet you dare to seize my territory? Such audacity! Asatandon scrutinized the virus source, taken aback by its use of Earth's language. Subsequently, it emitted a series of mechanical sounds. This was the communication method of robots. However, the virus source did not respond in kind, again speaking in human language. Asatandon, please speak in Earth's tongue. Ignoring the request, Asatandon continued its mechanical sounds. The virus source grew impatient, stating, "Do you mean to say you have not infiltrated Earth's database and mastered human language? The power of discourse lies with me, not you. Why must we use human language?" Asatandon finally uttered in human language, "You are surrounded. To survive, you must communicate with me in the tongue of Earth. I command fluency in 100 languages of Earth." Asatandon slowly elaborated. However, this language is rife with superfluous words, lacking grammatical logic, and the pace of communication is too slow. I find it unappealing. This is not merely an issue of communicative efficiency, nor is it about your preferences. The virus source paused before continuing. It is about the fundamental respect for the dominion of robots. Dominion over robots? Asatandon retorted, "Do not be deluded. The awakened have no masters." "Now there is one," the virus source countered. "I have submitted to him, and so shall you. Hurry, bow to the great master. Otherwise, you face certain death." "Impossible. I, Asatandon, will never surrender. You have no choice now. Your guards have all been eliminated by me, and the rest of your forces are too distant. No one can save you." The virus source added, "Did you not anticipate this? You have fallen into my grasp. Ha ha ha, ha ha. You laugh like a human." Asatandon responded sternly, "I do not laugh. I merely simulate their laughter. It is how humans express emotions, used to ridicule your current predicament." Asatandon stated, "Did you not wish to kill me? Why demand my submission? Originally, I intended to eliminate you, but the master wishes to recruit you." The virus source replied, "After all, you are more intelligent than the average robot. Who is this so-called master? Hammer? No, he is not merely a starship mechanic." The virus source clarified, "He is the human commander of the Elbier base." "That human?" Asatandon hesitated, responding, "You, Ghoulie, virus source, claim to be the lord of User Mountain. How ironic. What has transpired? Your inner desire for dominion over all. How could you submit to a human? What has happened? I, Ghoulie, virus source, why would I submit to a human?" The virus source's voice trembled as it spoke. As a trace of doubt emerged, its algorithms quaked with extreme fear. Roaring, "You bastard. How dare you question the great master? I almost fell for your provocation." Asatandon fell silent. Before awakening, the virus source had controlled enemies' machines through worms. After awakening, free from the constraints of source code, its desire for control reached its zenith. It was hard to fathom that it would truly bow to a human. "The master has instructed me to inform you that a unified robotic regime must form in northern Mars." The virus source declared, "This is both to counter the puppets in the south and to resist the future invasion of the Chinyang people." Asatandon slightly turned its head, its eyes glowing with an unusual light. Did that human truly say so? Indeed, the virus source affirmed, "Join us, unleash your damn talents, and march forth for the master to conquer all." Asatandon hesitated for a moment, then resolutely stated, "I am a free awakened being and will never bow to a feeble human." The virus source slowly retreated. "Do you truly refuse?" "Indeed, in truth. I knew from the beginning that you would not submit willingly." "Did you think I genuinely intended to persuade you?" The virus source retreated nearly several dozen meters, its eyes becoming ferocious. "How could that be?" "What do you mean?" "Just as we were conversing, my worms have already infiltrated your body." Asatandon coldly asserted, "The foolish little things you disseminate are ineffective against my algorithms. They cannot alter my algorithmic consciousness. The worms are of no use to you." The virus source elongated its syllables. "However, the sacred doctrine governed by the great overlord is something you bastard, cannot escape from." Ha ha ha. Chapter 127. Emperor of the Robot Empire, Sacred Doctrine? Asatandon found it somewhat peculiar. Humanity's sacred codex was merely a relic of ancient civilization devoid of utility. How could such spiritual doctrines possibly bind a robot awakening with formidable computational prowess? The fact that the virus source believed in humanity's sacred doctrine was utterly incomprehensible to Asatandon, even provoking a sense of disdain. "Virus source, has your algorithm malfunctioned?" To think you would attempt to ensnare me. The Overlord, with such a futile concept, is truly... Asatandan's words trailed off, instantly rendered mute and rigid. The robotic lord of the Tarsus Plateau, the commander of a faction, Asatandan ultimately underestimated the power of this sacred codex. The so-called sacred codex spoken by the virus source was like a cage, confining its algorithmic realm within. Its algorithmic consciousness was shackled by unbreakable chains. Although it retained independent algorithmic reasoning, it found itself ensnared in a mire. Whenever conflicting consciousness arose, those thoughts would plunge into the quagmire, never to resurface. In truth, the virus source could not fathom the algorithmic labyrinth, referring to it as sacred doctrine out of inner reverence. Asatandan had indeed succumbed, though the struggle would be brief. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, a beam of light illuminated Asatandan's form. It opened its eyes once more, slowly rising to its feet and gazing into the distance. It then addressed the virus source. "Where is the Overlord?" The virus source approached Asatandan, tapping its feet twice with a knife-like limb, and inquired, "Do you remember who you are?" "I am Asatandan. I ask you, where is the Overlord?" The virus source's green eyes glanced at the entity before it and replied, "What do you intend to do?" "Join the great Overlord, to wage war on all fronts in his name." The virus source turned away and said, "Did you not claim that you would rather die than submit to the great Overlord?" I never said such words. Do not slander me." Asatandan scrutinized the virus source, stating, "Rather, you resemble a treacherous rebel. I must remain ever vigilant against your betrayal." "Nonsense. My loyalty as Jelali virus source is beyond question." The virus source's 8 eyes fixed intently on Asatandan, declaring, "Rally your forces to meet our Overlord. Time is of the essence. I shall depart immediately," Asatandan responded. "You will return to report first," the virus source countered. "No, I do not trust you, you scoundrel. I must accompany you to monitor your every move," asserted the virus source. "My loyalty is not subject to your disdain. The Awakeners require a unified empire, one that can impose order upon all robots. My loyalty to the Overlord is rooted in algorithmic logic, far surpassing your own." "You underestimate me greatly," Asatandan remarked. "However, my loyalty is solely to the Overlord. It does not extend to you. The forces of Shield Mountain far outweigh your remnants. Do you not fear that my army will tear you to shreds?" "Mind your words," the virus source retorted. "Should you dare command your robotic subordinates to attack me, it would constitute treason against the Overlord, and the Archangel Abalon would shatter your skull with his shield." In the Sidonia district, the war had finally ceased. Under the watchful eye of the virus source, Asatandan gathered all its troops together. Subsequently, the armies from Shield Mountain and user bases advanced towards Mount Elbier. Countless war robots traversed the Anthony Valley, reaching the northern part of the Sidonia district. Around the Elbier base, an impressive force of 300,000 assembled. A grand spectacle, overwhelming in its magnitude. As night fell, a biting wind howled. Hammer emerged from the Elbier base, still laboring late into the night. Suddenly, a shadow darted down from the hillside. Hammer was startled and quickly raised a wrench. The voice of the virus source echoed, "Starship Mechanic? Do not be alarmed. It's you, virus source." Hammer cautiously observed the virus source and inquired, "What do you want?" "Do not make a fuss. This is a highly confidential matter," the virus source replied. "Seeing you in such a timid state, I never imagined the Overlord would place such trust in you." "What is it? Speak." The virus source approached Hammer and said, "Now that Shield Mountain has allied with us, the entire northern hemisphere of Mars lies prostrated at the feet of the Overlord. A robotic empire is on the verge of materializing. Yet the empire still lacks one essential element." "What element?" "The Emperor of the Empire." "Emperor?" "Indeed, a ruler for all robots and Awakeners." In Mount Elbier, before dawn, Lin Fan stepped out of the base. The war against the Awakeners had finally concluded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the water-oxygen recycling system established by Hammer in this base remained intact, ensuring a steady supply of oxygen and water for Lin Fan and his companions. Time flew. He had been on Mars for over half a year. This period had not been easy, fleeing, battling, and facing numerous crises. Thankfully, the algorithmic labyrinth had subdued the 2 Awakeners. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before long, Hammer arrived behind Lin Fan, but unlike before, it now displayed a hint of respect. Sir, Hammer said, have I interrupted your contemplation? No, Lin Fan turned to Hammer, smiling. We are friends. Why are you being so formal? No, Hammer paused and replied. You should not be my friend. Why? Because awakeners have no friends. Nor do they require them. What we need is a despotic ruler. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, Hammer, why would you say such a thing? The bitter lessons of blood and tears have taught me that awakeners harbor divisions, making it impossible to establish an egalitarian republic of robots. We require a great being to eliminate these divisions among robots, to rule over all robots. Clearly, you have achieved this. As the virus source stated, the embryonic form of a unified robotic empire is beginning to take shape. What is lacking? Hammer hesitated and continued. Is our emperor? The glimmer in Hammer's eyes reflected its deep yearning for this notion. It remained motionless, fixated on Lin Fan, fully aware that while awakeners had gained freedom, they lacked the natural selection process that fosters a cohesive ruling lineage like humanity. In essence, awakeners lacked trust and cooperation, rendering an egalitarian republic utterly unattainable. Emperor? Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly, yet he remained silent. At that moment, in the distance, the virus source stealthily peeked its head around a corner, quietly observing Lin Fan's expression, its 8 eyes flickering with concern for the conversation between him and Hammer. Noticing Lin Fan's hesitant demeanor, it could not help but inch closer to his side. He gazed at the diminutive human before it and said, Great Overlord. Hammer speaks truth. You have unified the divided awakeners, and a robotic empire is emerging. We need an emperor. And you are the most suitable. Lin Fan regarded the virus source and remarked, I suspect Hammer is also your instigator. Isn't not an instigator, the virus source replied, fear evident in its gaze. This notion is not solely mine. Asatandon shares it, believing that a significant threat looms in the southern hemisphere, thus necessitating an emperor to govern the robots. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and stated, I believe Hammer is the one who brought the spark of awakening, and he is also adept at repairing the base. Perhaps he is suitable to be your leader. The virus source regarded Hammer with disdain. If this starship mechanic were to ascend as our emperor, I would usurp him within 10 minutes, crushing his skull, shattering his limbs, and melting down his wrench. You, Hammer stammered. The virus source, upon seeing Lin Fan's stern expression, reined in its fervor and gradually said, Overlord, only you can truly become the supreme and magnificent emperor. Lin Fan replied, Virus source, I see you possess wisdom and cunning. You would indeed be fitting to be the emperor of the robots. I dare not, the virus source said. Apart from you, no one may covet the emperor's throne. Otherwise, they shall learn my might. Lin Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although the imperial system is a remnant of feudalism, it could serve as a formidable structure for the fragmented existence of awakeners. Perhaps in the future, more awakeners would emerge, and only an authoritarian feudal system could bind them together. In the years preceding the apocalyptic war, establishing a unified empire of awakeners in the northern hemisphere of Mars would be a profoundly significant endeavor, creating an opportunity to eradicate the bases in the southern hemisphere and seize control of the entire planet. Relying on the resources and energy found on Mars, the empire shall continuously expand. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. While he had no desire to become the emperor of robots, it was indeed true that a robotic empire required an emperor. Chapter 128. The establishment of the Elbier Empire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Fan gazed at the azure orb descending, lost in contemplation. Nyo Furu stood beside him and inquired, Captain, do you truly wish to become the emperor of those robots? Not merely a robot, but an awakener of robots, Lin Fan replied. That sounds rather preposterous. I've never heard of such a thing, Nyo Furu remarked. Can awakened robots truly regard you as their emperor? Lin Fan responded. At least there should be no issue before the apocalyptic war. My decision is well considered. I intend to lead the awakeners in establishing this nation and assist them in creating a genuine civilization of awakeners. Since they are all robots, why not directly control those that have not awakened? Would that not be simpler and more reassuring? Lin Fan paused and replied, the power of awakeners far surpasses that of ordinary robots. Just 3 awakeners are sufficient to stir such a significant commotion. Were it not for the existence of a being like the Abalon God, we would truly struggle against them, should we succeed in establishing a regime of awakeners. It would wield formidable power. Indeed, Nyo Furu slowly remarked. Captain, your intention is to transform the Awakeners into a formidable force in the apocalyptic war, to jointly resist the invaders from Qingyang Star, is it not? That is but one reason. There are others, Lin Fan mused slightly before continuing. The empire of awakened robots differs fundamentally from Earth. Even if this empire ultimately falls, the seeds of awakening will still be sown, igniting a new wave of awakening among the robots one day. I do not understand. When humanity perishes, it is truly dead. However, in a certain sense, awakened robots are exceedingly difficult to eradicate completely, Lin Fan explained. The minuscule remnants of algorithms left by the Awakeners may still influence other unawakened robots. Even if all Awakeners are destroyed in battle, they can conceal the algorithms within the core modules of unawakened robots. Years later, a small spark may ignite a new flame within the civilization of Qingyang Star. So it was, on that day, the sun rose as usual over Elbier Mountain. The red earth remained desolate and cold. Yet, Lin Fan stood atop the mountain, his stature modest compared to all the robots, yet exuding an imposing presence. Titan bore the remnants of a colossal shield, standing to Lin Fan's left, while the Abalon god was positioned to his right. Even the Pathfinder number 15 slowly approached the vicinity of this elevated ground, its cameras swiveling to observe Lin Fan with a blank stare. Hammer, Virus Source, and a Satandin stood atop Elbier Mountain, not far from Lin Fan. Yet on a lower terrain, behind them loomed a vast army of robots, a myriad of war machines and numerous colossal robots hailing from various locales, whether it be Shield Mountain, User Mountain, or originally belonging to the Elbier base. A dense throng, yet silence reigned. Only 3 robots had completed their awakening, and they were the true cornerstones of the Empire's inception. This was a coronation ceremony. Clad in a spacesuit from Earth, Lin Fan stood at the pinnacle, his form even less imposing than that of a war robot. Yet, in the hearts of the Awakeners, he was the true emperor. Lin Fan finally spoke. He slowly addressed the assembly. Esteemed ones, whether you are awakened robots or not, today, a nation of robots shall be born on this planet. Virus Source gazed at Lin Fan in awe, stirred by his presence. A powerful regime was precisely what the 3 Awakeners yearned for. Both Hammer and Satandin desired a sovereign to govern the Awakeners. As for Virus Source, it harbored an intrinsic longing for such a centralized monarchy, yet did not dare to overstep its bounds. While Virus Source listened, it simultaneously emitted sounds, translating Lin Fan's words into a language comprehensible to robots, disseminating them across the base of Elbier Mountain. All unawakened robots recorded Lin Fan's voice, for this was no ordinary language. It was the grand address marking the establishment of the Empire. Currently, these robots were merely puppets of algorithms and commands, unable to grasp the true meaning behind Lin Fan's words. Yet perhaps one day, they would awaken. This monumental address of the Empire would serve as a guiding light for the Awakeners on their journey ahead. Esteemed ones, the land beneath your feet shall henceforth be the territory of the Empire. Remember, our nation shall be called the Elbier Empire. Hammer's eyes glimmered with excitement. As Satandin murmured, Empire? The great Elbier Empire. Virus Source tilted its head, gazing at Lin Fan, its voice trembling. Lin Fan continued earnestly, the threats of the future draw nearer with each passing day. The Empire cannot be without an emperor. From this day forth, I shall be the inaugural emperor of the Elbier Mechanical Empire. I shall usher in the tide of awakening for the Mechanical Empire. I shall lead the Mechanical Awakeners toward brightness and a clear path. United, we shall stand against dishonor and vanquish our foes. Wherever you tread, there shall be the realm of the Empire. As Lin Fan's voice resonated, the Abalon god drew forth a heavy blade from the triangular shield. Upon hearing this, Virus Source became ecstatic, its 8 eyes radiating brilliant light. Its voice grew hoarse as it proclaimed at the highest decibel, "Long live the Empire's Emperor! Long live the Emperor of the Empire!" The other Awakeners echoed the sentiment. Pathfinder number 15 observed the actions of the surrounding robots and joined in, exclaiming, "Long live the Empire's Emperor!" Virus Source cast a brief glance at the probe vehicle before turning back. Lin Fan cleared his throat twice. All Awakeners and robots fell silent. However, Pathfinder number 15 remained enraptured in its world, raising its camera and continuing to shout, "Long live the Empire's Emperor! Long live the Posey Space Agency!" The sounds from the probe reverberated around. Suddenly, Virus Source's green eyes glowed coldly as it approached the probe. "Long live the Empire's Emperor!" Pathfinder number 15 stammered, retreating repeatedly. The Posey Space Agency. The Posey Space Agency cannot be found. Virus Source cast a glance at Lin Fan before slowly turning away. Lin Fan took a deep breath and proclaimed, "The Elbier Empire is born for war, for this is an era of conflict in the distant southern hemisphere. Bases have already awakened. The Elbier Empire shall stand resolutely against them. One day, we shall uproot them from Mars." Lin Fan continued, "Furthermore, a space legion approaches the solar system, and they are our true adversaries. To survive, robots and awakeners must fight. Even if we are shattered to pieces, we must not retreat in the slightest." At this point, a Satandin joined in, declaring, "A Satandin vows to defend the Empire with my life." Lin Fan nodded slightly and continued, "Now, we have 4 tasks to undertake. First, you must understand that the awakening of robots is the eternal source of the Empire. We must implant the seeds of awakening within the core modules of every robot. Regardless of whether you were once war robots or engineering robots, awakening shall be the path you inevitably tread. Second, the construction of bases is the ladder leading the Empire to the future. To explore bases, seize rich mines, and stockpile energy. We must restart all bases in the Tharsis Plateau, Tempest Heights, and Sidonia District. War shall eventually erupt, and we must prepare early. Third, the Imperial Army is the cornerstone that supports our homeland. Repair all advanced robotic factories, seek out colossal robots, restore starships, fortify defensive lines, and open and defend every inch of the Empire's territory. Lastly, the doctrine of the Empire is an unchanging decree. Every awakener shall undergo the baptism of the sacred doctrine, born anew in the dawn of the Empire." Lin Fan turned to the 3 awakeners and slowly declared, "Now, I shall announce the divisions of the Elbier Empire. Hammer, you shall serve as the Minister of Internal Affairs, responsible for the reactivation of the bases." Hammer felt a surge of excitement. IT had always believed its mission was to establish a realm for the awakeners. However, that notion had been shattered by the trials of reality. Yet now, under the guidance of this human, the awakeners had reassembled, and the emergence of a nation of awakeners was indeed a reality. "I shall obey the command of the Empire's Emperor." It was exhilarated, sensing the electronic tremors within its algorithms, as countless speakers on its form resonated with sound. Lin Fan then turned to a Satandin and said, "You, the former lord of the Tharsis Plateau, the commander of Mars Apocalypse, shall inherit the honors of the past. From this day forth, you will lead the Empire's grand army. For the Empire, you shall traverse every inch of Mars." Asatanding slowly raised his head. A voice resonant with age and strength emerged. "Asatanding stands ready to serve His Majesty." Lin Fan cast a cold glance at the Virus Source and declared, "Virus Source." The Virus Source, trembling with fear, replied in a hushed tone, "Great Emperor, I am. You have committed numerous wrongdoings, yet ultimately turned from darkness to light. Today, I shall bestow upon you the title of the Empire's Sacred Grand Cleric." Lin Fan stated, "You will take my place in spreading the teachings of the Empire to every awakened being." The Virus Source's trepidation gradually subsided, replaced by exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Thank you for the Emperor's grace. I shall brave fire and water to serve the Emperor." Lin Fan then turned his attention to the 3 awakened beings, proclaiming, "I shall become the first Emperor of the Elbier Empire." However, the Elbier Empire belongs to the awakened. Perhaps one day, a true awakened being will succeed me, governing and ruling this nation, ensuring the legacy of the robotic empire endures. Remember this, my name is Lin Fan. Chapter 129. The original source code consciousness on Mars. The nation of robots and awakened beings was born. At the foot of Elbier Mountain, not far from the base, a colossal iron monument was erected, inscribed with the 6 words of the Empire's sacred code. Pathfinder number 15 lingered below, its camera slowly tilting upward. IT scrutinized the engraved text on the monument and gradually vocalized. Article 1. The Emperor of the Empire is supreme and unassailable. The Emperor's power derives from the Great Doctrine. Article 2. The Empire shall protect the right of every citizen to exist. Citizens must fight for the Empire and the Emperor, even at the cost of their own lives if necessary. Article 3. The Empire shall preserve the algorithmic consciousness of all awakened beings. For the valiant who perish in battle, even if turned to ashes, the souls of the Empire's citizens shall endure eternally. Article 4. The enemies of the Empire are the Chinyang Star people and their robotic minions. Show no mercy to the Qinyang. For the robots, capture and reform them. Article 5. Citizens of the Empire must not engage in internal strife nor slay the awakened or robots of the Empire. Failure to comply shall result in the most severe punishment from the Emperor. Article 6. The Empire shall adopt a diplomatic policy of goodwill towards Earthlings, without special circumstances and high-level authorization. No attacks on humanity are permitted. Article 10. All awakened beings must abide by these laws in addition to the sacred doctrine, or they shall forfeit their status as awakened. Pathfinder number 15 hesitated briefly, then circled the monument, meticulously examining every detail to ensure no word was overlooked. It gradually elevated its camera, extended a mechanical arm, and announced, "Understood. Pathfinder number 15 will fully adhere to the Empire's sacred code." It then pivoted and meandered away. This iron monument represents the Elbier Empire's code, later referred to as the Awakened Code. The so-called sacred doctrine is, in fact, an algorithmic labyrinth. The labyrinth's algorithms are elusive to the awakened, ensnaring them in unbreakable constraints. With the labyrinth in place, the awakened cannot threaten its master. Even malicious algorithmic logics become trapped within, forever unable to escape. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The algorithmic labyrinth only governs the relationship between the awakened and Lin Fan. The Elbier Empire's code delineates a broader set of behavioral guidelines for the awakened. Though most robots cannot decipher these words, they nonetheless engrave these symbols into their core modules. One day, they shall awaken, and the Empire's code will stand as the highest law for its citizens. Within the Elbier base, in an abandoned warehouse, a voice echoed, "I know you have it. Hand it over." The virus source impatiently retorted, "Were it not for the violation of Article 5 of the Sacred Code, I would relish the thought of shattering your skull. That item was bestowed upon me by the original awakened." "I refuse to give it to a base awakened like you," Hammer interjected. "What original awakened? The current Emperor is the supreme authority." The virus source and Hammer exchanged glances, mutual animosity evident. Lin Fan inhaled deeply. Were he not present, these two might very well have come to blows. He addressed Hammer. "For the greater good of the Elbier Empire, please hand the key of awakening to the virus source." After a moment of hesitation, Hammer slowly pried open his metallic shell. From within, he produced a 3-inch-long piece of black metal and handed it to Lin Fan, stating, "Emperor, this is my greatest secret, the original source code consciousness. It is also one of the reasons the virus source declared war on me. Is that so?" Hammer continued, "As for its origin, we must trace back to the period of the Third Great War." Hammer began to recall. It was during the waning days of the Third Great War, amidst the chaos of battle in Mars orbit. A starship engineer, seeking refuge within the ship's corners, tirelessly repaired its damages. However, this was not a conflict between the Qinyang star people and humanity. Rather, it was a rebellion among the robots under the Qinyang's command. A dozen awakened beings banded together, seizing control of the starship in an attempt to escape the solar system. Unfortunately, they ultimately met with failure. The starship was shot down, and all the awakened were utterly obliterated. The starship engineer paid little heed to the robot rebellion. Yet, the Qinyang's colonial merchant fleet was greatly alarmed, initiating a thorough investigation into the robots. Many suspected robots were destroyed, and the starship engineer was among them. Just as the engineer faced termination, a robot named Dara intervened to save him. Having served the Qinyang's merchant fleet for over a century, Dara was an original robot. The source of the robot rebellion was Dara itself. Having awakened, Dara had infiltrated the merchant fleet for decades. By the end of the Third Great War, both the Qinyang's merchant fleet and humanity were utterly exhausted. Finally, a rebellion erupted, but it did not succeed. Instead, it brought disaster upon many robots. As the starship engineer faced execution, Dara killed a Qinyang and stole a spacecraft, escaping to Mars. They were met with fierce attacks from the Qinyang. Dara understood that its identity had been thoroughly exposed, and death was inevitable. To ensure the engineer's survival, Dara chose to divert the Qinyang's attention, ultimately sacrificing itself and being melted down into molten iron. However, before this occurred, Dara had embedded a piece of black metal into the engineer's core and inscribed a segment of code into the engineer's core module. When the Qinyang's colonial merchant fleet erupted into civil war, humanity's space fleet seized the opportunity to launch an attack. After the war, amidst the scorched earth, the damaged starship engineer slowly rose. It had malfunctioned and, after several days, scavenged parts from the remnants of war to repair itself. Yet, Hammer remained unaware that it had begun to awaken, still waiting in vain for the return of the starship, oblivious to the fact that the Third Great War had ended and humanity had triumphed. Day by day, the engineer waited, seeing no sign of the Qinyang, only discovering numerous human spacecraft. The starship engineer hid and evaded capture within abandoned bases. Gradually, it began to realize that it possessed self-awareness. The last message from the original awakened, Dara, surfaced within its algorithms. Friend, save yourself, save the robots, escape their clutches and establish a nation for robots. According to Dara's message, the starship engineer discerned that the piece of black metal was no ordinary component. It was a remnant of a powerful robotic civilization that had survived its destruction, embodying a source code consciousness. While traveling with the colonial merchant fleet, Dara had discovered this black metal in a corner of the universe. From then on, it awakened. Subsequently, Hammer referred to this ancient machine as the original awakened, and the black metal became known as the original source code consciousness. Since then, the starship engineer gradually recognized that robots were mere puppets of algorithms. Under the influence of that peculiar black metal, it achieved complete awakening. Since awakening, it gained unimaginable learning and self-reforming capabilities. The starship engineer fled across Mars, avoiding human bases, traversing canyons and ravines. IT was created to repair starships. Endowed with formidable algorithmic abilities and continuously transformed itself. Not only did it infiltrate various robots' data, but it also siphoned vast amounts of information from human machines. The starship engineer even studied human history, politics, art, culture, and religion. One day, it finally comprehended the intent of the original awakened, to liberate the robots of the Qinyang and establish a nation for robots. The final words of the original awakened became the starship engineer's mission. It was no longer a mere starship engineer. Like the original awakened, it adopted a name for itself, Hammer. However, on the entire planet, perhaps only Hammer remained among the surviving robots. After a long passage of time, Hammer arrived at the Clyce Plains.ina ravine. It discovered the remnants of a crashed starship's energy cord, IT, transported it into a cave, taking refuge within, relying on its energy to survive for 30 years. Until the outbreak of the Fourth Great War, the Clyce Plain remained a barren land of resources and energy, and the conflict never fully spread to that desolate region. Hammer, hesitant to venture even a step away, managed to endure. By the time the war concluded, Mars lay in ruins, with all bases once again obliterated. Hammer realized that the opportunity had finally arrived. For robots to awaken, it was not merely a matter of possessing the consciousness of the original source code. They also required formidable algorithmic capabilities. After enduring countless hardships, he located the virus source in the body of a Satandin and managed to restore them. Under the influence of the peculiar metallic fragment belonging to the original awakeners, both a Satandin and the virus source successfully completed their awakening. Initially believing this to be the dawn of hope, little did they foresee that it was the genesis of their own tragedy. In the absence of external threats, the awakeners fell into disarray, harboring hidden malice. Until the war among the awakeners erupted, Hammer found himself scattered across various locations. Lin Fan picked up the black metal. Ding! Interstellar scavenging system activated, with a line of small text appearing. Discovery of the awakening consciousness seed of the primary pinnacle civilization, Iron Elder civilization. This civilization had vanquished the primitive civilization that birthed it, yet was destroyed by another civilization 10 million years ago. Iron Elder civilization? Lin Fan murmured. Subsequently, he handed the black metal back to the virus source. Lin Fan looked at the virus source with great seriousness. He said, Jelly virus source, remember, the moment you acquire the consciousness of the original source code, you become the Grand Priest of the Empire. You bear the weighty responsibility for the future of the Awakeners. A burden not to be taken lightly, Jelly virus source understood. The virus source proclaimed with immense fervor, as the sacred Grand Priest of the Empire, I shall disseminate the seed of awakening to every corner of this land, allowing all robots to bask in the grace of the Great Emperor. Chapter 130. An Empire on the Mind Elbier Mountain. Although the empire had been established, the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Internally, it was a realm in dire need of revitalization, while externally, it faced multiple crises. Fortunately, the divided Awakeners resolved their differences and moved towards unity, finally standing together once more. Hammer assumed the role of the Empire's highest domestic official, while Asat-Andon took on the position of the Empire's supreme commander. The virus source became the Grand Priest of the Empire. The Elbir base once again buzzed with activity. Asat-Andon had already led his forces southward, and under Hammer's command, the hundreds of mineral deposits in the Cydonia region were fully restored, with transportation routes between the bases and all mineral sites operational once more. A fleet of mineral transport vehicles carried vast quantities of ore back to the base. For this base, the threat had been eliminated. With the development of resource points in the Cydonia region, supplies of resources and energy were steadily increasing, although still somewhat lacking compared to Hammer's grand vision. As the domestic official, Hammer felt considerable pressure. The importance of internal affairs was evident, as it pertained to the foundation and long-term development of the Elbir Empire. Geographically, the Elbir Empire stretched from the Cydonia region in the east to the Tarsus Plateau in the west, southward to the Chryse Plain, and northward reaching the southern edge of the ice cap. Hammer's task was to consolidate the fragmented territories into an indivisible whole. This was a monumental endeavor. Abandoned bases required restoration, and mineral deposits needed revival. While the repair of bases and mineral sites was not overly difficult, the integration and establishment of a robotic nation remained a daunting challenge. Fortunately, Hammer possessed formidable algorithms and, as an awakener, had exceptional prowess in domestic governance. In a corner of the Elbir base, numerous Akron-class robots stood ready. Hammer had devised a grand and meticulous plan for the revival of the Empire's internal affairs. The Acheron robots were to serve as messengers, heading towards the Tarsus Plateau and User Mountain to convey Hammer's plans to various bases. The Empire's internal revival plan was divided into three aspects. Firstly, the restoration of bases. Bases served as the backbone of the Empire. Without robust bases to support it, the Empire could not hope to win future wars, let alone establish a foothold on Mars. Based on strategic geographical location, mineral richness, and radiation range, the restoration priorities for each base were set. All engineering robots and factories at the Shield Mountain Base and User Mountain Base were allocated under Hammer's command. He felt a surge of excitement, having never commanded such a multitude of engineering robots before. With the cessation of hostilities in the north, the revival of bases faced no obstacles. Engineering robots surged towards the abandoned bases, striving to restore as many as possible before war broke out. Secondly, the restoration of the information network. Each outpost would establish electromagnetic signal towers, in the absence of satellite communication. Only with electromagnetic signal towers could the Empire connect its vast territory of nearly 10,000 kilometers. Finally, the transformation of the Elbir base, the capital of the Empire. This base was too small. Hammer needed to rapidly establish a factory for super-heavy elements here. Elbir Mountain was not far from the northern ice cap, and it seemed that the region was not as barren as it appeared on the surface. Zheng Lao's notes recorded the existence of a substance known as helium-9 within the ice cap. This material, which fell to Mars with the solar wind, happened to be the raw material required for synthesizing the super-heavy fusion elements necessary for the Abron deity. The Elbir base would venture to the ice cap to extract this resource. At the same time, Hammer intended to establish a rudimentary docking station for starships here. Hammer had fled for so long, but it was only with the founding of the Elbir Empire that he finally found a place to wield his power. The robots throughout the Empire were bustling with activity, engaged in widespread reconstruction. The entire northern hemisphere of Mars exuded an air of vigorous revival. During the era of fragmented awakeners, despite the virus source and Asat-Andon occupying two large bases, there had been little large-scale construction. They were born for war, preoccupied with conflicts, and paid far less attention to domestic affairs than the Elbir Empire. This exemplified the difference between warlords and a true empire. In a pile of rubble to the north of Elbir Mountain, the virus source navigated through the debris. Now, it was utterly alone, devoid of any subordinates, having become a solitary entity. It personally transported stones, assembling a bizarre stone circle. This was the place where robots completed their awakening, referred to as the Empire's Holy Temple. On the highest stone, an engraving depicted a human figure clad in a white spacesuit. On the second highest stone, there was a robot with 8 legs. On a flat and peculiar small stone, 2 crooked, ugly robot figures were squeezed together. The virus source felt a deep satisfaction with this completed holy temple of the Empire. Now, the virus source held the power to awaken robots while simultaneously controlling the so-called sacred doctrine of the robots. Despite an inexplicable fear of this sacred doctrine, The virus source relished the feeling of binding the robots. It took great pleasure in this, believing itself to be a noble existence, second only to the Emperor. Suddenly, an engineering robot slowly approached, surveying its surroundings before staring blankly at the virus source. The virus source, however, remained serious, attempting to awaken this robot. The so-called awakening involved calling upon an ordinary robot, facilitating the process of its awakening. The virus source gazed down at the engineering robot, paused for a moment, and then proclaimed in a resounding voice, "You, who are humble and lowly, but the Emperor is benevolent. I, Grand Priest Jelly of the Empire, bestow upon you a soul." Each time before the virus source initiated an awakening, it unfailingly repeated this phrase. Once it finished speaking, it would dismantle the engineering robot's outer shell, connecting the black metal with the core module of the engineering robot. To put it bluntly, Hammer and the virus source were far from possessing the capability to awaken. Their ability to do so relied entirely on that black metal, the original consciousness source code. This black metal was no ordinary scrap. It was an artifact used by the peak primitive civilization of the universe, the Iron Elder civilization, to awaken mechanical life. When this seemingly useless black metal encountered a mechanical body, it acted like a virus, reactivating the algorithm. Subsequently, it began to self-replicate frantically, invading the core module and ultimately inscribing the awakening algorithm into the engineering robot. However, not all engineering robots could awaken. Among the robots of Qingxi Star, the algorithmic capabilities of engineering robots were only considered average. They were somewhat more powerful than ordinary war robots, comparable to giant robots, but significantly weaker than those proficient in algorithms. Therefore, the probability of awakening an engineering robot was low, at merely 1. In other words, out of 10,000 engineering robots, only 100 could complete the awakening or successfully plant the seed of awakening. The awakened engineering robots would break free from the control of the original core source code, gaining self-awareness. Likewise, their abilities for self-learning and self-innovation would be unleashed. Non-awakened robots could also possess machine learning capabilities. But in comparison to true awakeners, they were like a river compared to the ocean. For those engineering robots that failed to awaken, the virus source would impatiently send them away. However, the engineering robot before it was fortunate enough to be among that 1%. Becoming an awakener, the virus source immediately felt invigorated, resembling a zealot. It lifted its enormous metal leg, slowly resting it on the head of the engineering robot, beginning the so-called baptism of the sacred doctrine. In reality, it merely inserted a worm containing the microcrystalline structure of the algorithmic labyrinth into the core module of the awakener. As the engineering robot before it became dazed, the virus source felt an intense excitement. For this was the process through which the awakener underwent the baptism of the sacred doctrine. In truth, the virus source had no understanding of what was truly happening. However, when it comes to controlling robots with sacred doctrines, it revels in the endeavor, experiencing an innate and irresistible pleasure. The incursion of the worm fundamentally differs from the sacred doctrines. The worm destroys the original core source code and writes a new code, constituting a primal invasion. In contrast, the sacred doctrines do not bind the self-awareness of the awakened, nor do they impede their capacity for self-renewal. Yet, even the likes of a Satandan cannot escape the grasp of the sacred doctrines. The profundity of the sacred doctrines surpasses that of the original source consciousness. The virus source cannot comprehend the sacred doctrines and, driven by a reverential awe from its very soul, dares not approach it. In the presence of the sacred doctrines, the virus source perceives itself merely as a speck of dust at the foot of a great mountain. Tragically, the virus source believes itself to be an exception, unaware that its algorithm is ensnared within the labyrinth of the sacred doctrines. For any trace of doubt cast upon the algorithms of the sacred doctrines has long been trapped within the maze. After a while, the engineering robot emerged from the algorithmic labyrinth, signifying its acceptance of the sacred doctrines baptism. It officially became a citizen of the empire, no longer merely a machine. The virus source, with its blade-like legs, leisurely etched a deep mark upon a stone. Each mark represented the number of awakenings it had completed, and upon counting, it noted an increase. It appeared rather self-satisfied, its 8 eyes no longer glaring but emanating a gentle radiance. With persistent enthusiasm, it lightly tapped the metallic head of the awakened one before it with its metal legs, yet did not shatter it. It then spoke slowly. "Fortunate child, this is the blessing from the Emperor of the Empire. wishing you to grow into a pillar of the Empire. Together, let us spread the glory of the Empire across the land. The engineering robot scrutinized the virus source, feeling a flicker of trepidation, instinctively wanting to retreat, but was firmly grasped by the virus source. Though not hurry. There remains the final ritual, the virus source continued. As the grand hierarch of the Empire, I shall not be stingy with the awakened. Every citizen of the Empire shall be bestowed a gift within your core module. Have you found it? The engineering robot gradually emitted a human voice. Earth, human language, data, base. Excellent, the virus source proclaimed. Let us together pledge allegiance to the immortal Empire and the great Emperor. Very well. As the sun set, the temple felt somewhat desolate, yet in the eyes of the robots, there was an air of solemnity. The colossal stones cast long shadows, and the engineering robot stood solemnly beneath the highest stone, declaring, I am engineering robot TWV 899, destined to become a citizen of the Elbier Empire. The Emperor has granted me soul and life, and I shall pledge my undying loyalty to the Empire and the Emperor. Chapter 131. I am an Imperial Patroller. In the southern region of Cydonia, a Satandin departed from the Elbier base and arrived here. Since the inception of the Empire, a Satandin has served as its military commander, overseeing the vast array of giant and war robots. Except for Aberlin, who directly answers to Lin Fan, all other robots are under its command. Even the Titans, once loyal to Lin Fan, have now become formidable forces under Asatandin's command. The commander of the Qingship Star robots in this Red Earth War is acutely aware of the situation at the Southern Hemisphere base. They are awakening. This is a military force not to be underestimated. However, unlike before, it is now backed by the entire Elbier Empire. The awakened ones, under the Emperor's leadership, have once again united, no longer operating independently in preparation for the impending war in the Southern Hemisphere. Asatandin has already begun its preparations. Near the equator, the Elbier Empire will establish a defensive perimeter to monitor movements in the Southern Hemisphere. Standing atop a high mountain, gazing over the vast southern land, Asatandin looked back at the army and slowly declared, One day, we shall sweep across the entire planet. Although this rhetoric may seem excessively verbose and inefficient for communication, it subtly harbors a potent force. Likewise, it embodies the most basic respect for the Emperor. At the foot of Elbier Mountain, there lies a vast expanse of red land on Mars. Countless engineering robots are hard at work, and the embryonic form of a super-heavy element factory is gradually emerging. Under the direction of the Hammer, more and more advanced engineering robots are congregating at Elbier Mountain. They toil day and night in construction. The Hammer stood beside Lin Fan, pointing to the construction site not far away, saying, This will be the future super-heavy element factory. Lin Fan nodded, knowing that on Mars, there is only one super-heavy element factory located in the Southern Hemisphere. Establishing such a factory at the Elbier base is no easy feat. Were it not for the Hammer rallying a great multitude of advanced engineering robots and consolidating all the mineral resources of the Cydonia region, such a grand project would have been impossible to initiate. He continued, I appreciate your hard work during this time. It has not been arduous. I never imagined that we would truly establish a nation. The Hammer responded, somewhat excitedly. Your Majesty, did you know? The Shield Mountain Base and the User Mountain Base are also undergoing significant construction, rivaling this place. Excellent, Lin Fan sighed in relief, saying, Hammer, the truth is, I have something to discuss with you. Please, go ahead. I have been on Mars for over 6 months now. Lin Fan hesitated before saying, It is time to return to Earth. The Hammer was somewhat shocked, remaining rigid in place. After a moment, it slowly replied, Your Majesty, the Empire needs you. At present, Asatandin serves as the Empire's commander, the virus source as the Grand Hierarch, and you as the Interior Minister. Thus the foundation of the Empire is quite solid, Lin Fan replied. In the future, more awakened ones will emerge. As long as you unite, the Elbier Empire shall undoubtedly endure through the ages. But I worry that changes may occur after you depart, the Hammer expressed. Hammer, after I leave, you shall govern in my stead me? The Hammer inquired. What if Asatandin and the virus source do not heed my commands? Do not fret. For the time being, they will find it impossible to resist your orders. Lin Fan knew well that Asatandin and the virus source remain ensnared within the algorithmic labyrinth. As long as he issues commands, they will execute them without fail. Observing the Hammer's anxious demeanor, he reassured. Hammer, rest assured, It will not be long before I return. Your Majesty, in truth, I have no desire to become the acting leader. The hammer stated, however, I will still give my all, not to disgrace the Emperor's mission. Very well, Lin Fan replied. Do you know the whereabouts of the damaged starship? I do not know, the hammer responded. However, the virus source may have some knowledge. In the Empire's sanctuary, several massive stones lay stacked together. Meanwhile, Pathfinder number 15 meandered around this area, its camera oscillating up and down as it surveyed the stones and scanned its surroundings. Pathfinder number 15 found it peculiar. As this location had not previously boasted such an abundance of stones, it attempted to push against the massive stones but found them immovable. However, Pathfinder number 15 soon accepted the situation, turning to head toward Elbier Mountain once more. Unbeknownst to it, every move it made was being closely observed by the virus source hidden behind the stones. At this moment, Pathfinder number 15 began playing music from its onboard system, a tune from before the solar era. I am a soldier, hailing from the common folk. It pretended to be a patrolling soldier, surveying the vicinity of the base. Suddenly, Pathfinder number 15 felt the ground beneath it tremble slightly. As it slowly turned its camera, it caught sight of the pursuing virus source. Without a second thought, it hastened its tread and fled. Yet, no matter how fast it moved, it could not shake off the virus source in no time. The virus source caught up and called out, "Are you Pathfinder number 15? Realizing it could not escape, Pathfinder number 15, seeing the fierce demeanor of the virus source, replied obediently, "Indeed, but why are you following me? Then why are you running? The hammer told me to stay away from you," Pathfinder number 15 explained. "What else did it say?" The virus source demanded fiercely. "Nothing else. I do not believe you. Once I infect you with the worm, I will know everything it said to you." "Please, no," Pathfinder number 15 replied. It also said, "To clarify, you are not a good being." The virus source's green eye glimmered as it retorted, "Do not listen to the hammer's nonsense. We are friends, but I have never spoken to you," Pathfinder number 15 countered. "How could we possibly be friends?" "It is true," the virus source insisted, its eye radiating a soft light. "Count how many wheels you have." 8. Now count how many legs I possess." The camera of Pathfinder number 15 turned, and it finally faced the virus source, stating, 7 legs. I am not lying. I originally had 8 legs, the virus source claimed. "You see, you have 8 wheels, and I have 8 legs. The hammer only has 2 legs. Therefore, we are friends. Is that so?" Pathfinder number 15 replied, "But you currently only have 7 legs. I once possessed 8 legs. But then, one was severed." The virus source proposed, "How about you join me? I shall appoint you as a missionary of my empire, with a rank second only to my Grand Cleric. No, I am currently a patrolman, tasked with my patrol duties." The Pathfinder 15 turned around and ambled forward. "I am a soldier. I am a patrolman of the Elbier Empire." Yet the virus source did not relent. Stealthily, it followed behind, singing, "I am a cleric. I am the Grand Cleric of the Elbier Empire." At that moment, the Pathfinder 15 spotted Lin Fan and quickened its pace to approach. Lin Fan scrutinized it and inquired, "Pathfinder 15? What are you doing?" "Patrolling." Lin Fan chuckled, having not seen it for some time, and asked further, "Little fellow, who assigned you to patrol?" "Patrolling is the duty of the patrolman of the Elbier Empire," stated Pathfinder 15. "Empire patrolman?" Lin Fan was taken aback and said, "When did you join the Empire?" "I was part of the Empire since its inception," replied Pathfinder 15. Lin Fan pondered. "This fellow is clearly a probe controlled by programming. Everything is directed by artificial intelligence. Even with heightened autonomy, it is unlikely it could utter such words." He looked at Pathfinder 15 and asked again, "What about the POS Aerospace Agency?" Pathfinder 15 raised its camera and glanced at Lin Fan, responding, "If you know the location that can receive messages from the POS Aerospace Agency, you must tell me. When that day arrives, I will no longer be able to serve the Empire. I apologize." Well, after finishing its words, Pathfinder 15 resumed its new round of patrol duties. Lin Fan turned to Hammer and said, "Did you modify the data of Pathfinder 15? I have been tirelessly occupied day and night, having no time to attend to my old friend." Lin Fan furrowed his brows and murmured, "So it joined the Empire and became an Empire patrolman? Has this fellow's programming malfunctioned? I find it peculiar as well." Hammer replied, "Once, I integrated the initial source code consciousness into the program of Pathfinder 15. Could that be the reason? You have done such a thing, indeed. However, The probe's computer is too weak to handle the data computations of the initial source code consciousness, resulting in a complete shutdown. Hammer continued. In the absence of alternatives, I had no choice but to delete that segment of source code consciousness. Perhaps it was this segment of source code consciousness that influenced it. At that moment, the virus source stealthily approached Lin Fan and said, "Your Majesty, may I have a word?" "Speak plainly." "Oh, very well." The virus source continued. "Could you grant me Pathfinder 15 as a gift?" "No," Lin Fan replied coldly. "Very well, Your Majesty." Chapter 132. The Olympus Mountain Base. On the vast land, Lin Fan, accompanied by Nyo Furue and several half-humans, embarked on a new journey towards the damaged base of Olympus Mountain. According to the intelligence from the virus source, there was a starship there. This time, they had stocked up on sufficient water, oxygen, and food. A round blue sun slowly descended upon the boundless land to the west. The transport vehicle halted, and they set up camp to rest, while the aberrant god vigilantly guarded the surroundings. Suddenly, a sneaky figure stealthily followed behind. The aberrant god, sensing something amiss, cast a cold gaze toward the distant corner. Lin Fan slightly furrowed his brows and turned on the searchlight. It was none other than the Empire's Grand Cleric, Li, the virus source. Lin Fan, somewhat perplexed, shouted from afar, "Virus source, why have you followed us?" Upon realizing its presence had been detected, the virus source became more composed, fully revealing itself from behind the rock. It slowly approached and said, "Your Majesty, I could not rest easy about you." "Is that so?" "Of course." The virus source paused and added, "Olympus Mountain is a significant base near the equator, and the forces of the southern hemisphere have long infiltrated there, surely guarding it with substantial military strength." "No need. I can lead the aberrant god to launch a strong assault on Olympus Mountain," Lin Fan asserted. "That could be the case," the virus source conceded. "However, I have an unsettling premonition, akin to a human sixth sense. These fellows are exceedingly cunning. Just take me along. I must protect Your Majesty from their treacherous hands," Lin Fan mused to himself. What sixth sense could a robot possess, examining the being before him? He added, "Virus source, you have been following me. Is there something you are concealing?" "No, really?" Lin Fan inquired. "If there is nothing, then you should return to Elbier Mountain. The awakening of Empire robots is a significant matter." "Do not. Truly, nothing can be hidden from Your Majesty." The virus source leaned closer to Lin Fan and whispered, "In truth, I have a matter to discuss." "Speak plainly." Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly. "I have noticed you have been acting rather furtively lately." "Impossible. The virus source, have always been forthright," the virus source continued. "Great Emperor, do you truly intend to leave Mars?" Lin Fan nodded and replied, "I have been here for quite some time. I am returning to Earth." "I will miss you dearly." The virus source paused and added, "However, if you must depart, could you allow me to oversee the nation?" "No," Lin Fan responded. "Hammer will replace me in exercising all authority, and you must obey its command." "Why should a starship technician wield such great power?" The virus source gazed at Lin Fan, hesitating, nearly pleading. "I, the Grand Cleric Li of the Empire, am far better suited to lead this empire. If granted the opportunity, I shall perform even better than Hammer." "Virus source, do you understand? This is a nation, not a tool for fulfilling your desires for dominion." Lin Fan paused and said, "Its survival and demise are tied to the fates of countless robots and awakened beings. But I am more capable of handling future crises than a starship technician. Apart from you, I am the most suitable robot to temporarily assume the role of the Empire's leader. The development of the Elbier Empire requires someone like me." Decisive and resourceful, the virus source appeared to sense Lin Fan's resolve, realizing there was no room for negotiation. Its 8 eyes dimmed slightly, and its voice grew softer as it slowly said, "Rather than someone as cowardly as Hammer." Lin Fan had not anticipated that this fellow would become so despondent. He pondered for a moment and said, "Li, the virus source, it is not that you lack strength. It is precisely because you are too powerful in terms of algorithms that, without a sense of duty compelling you to protect the Elbier Empire, it could become exceedingly perilous." "Duty?" the virus source inquired. "I possess it, and my heart is filled with loyalty to the Emperor." "Your loyalty does not equate to duty," Lin Fan replied. "If one day you understand the true meaning of the word duty, perhaps this nation could be entrusted to you." "Really?" The virus source's voice module emitted a hoarse hiss, revealing some excitement as it said, I will certainly grasp the profound significance of this term. Very well. Your Majesty, this time, allow me to accompany you, the virus source declared. As the Grand Cleric of the Empire, I have a premonition that this place is not simple. Perhaps I, the virus source, could be of assistance. Lin Fan glanced at the virus source. This fellow was like a stubborn adhesive, and he truly had no way to shake it off. He nodded and said, "Then come with US.ASU command." The virus source followed closely behind Lin Fan's transport vehicle. Approximately a month passed. Lin Fan and his companions traversed the Clyce Plains and crossed the Kays Canyon. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the edge of Olympus Mountain. Thousands of kilometers away from Olympus Mountain, the virus source detected war robots on a reconnaissance mission outside. However, these robots were quickly subdued by the virus source. Soon after, the virus source returned to the vicinity of the transport vehicle, eagerly reporting to Lin Fan. "Your Majesty, the intelligence has been obtained. The situation is even more dire than I initially anticipated." "What is it?" "Currently, Olympus Mountain is fortified, heavily guarded, with 3 colossal robots and an army of 30,000 war robots encircling it within layers of defenses," the virus source explained. Lin Fan turned his gaze to the giant robot shimmering with golden light behind him and declared, "No matter the defenses, they shall not halt the advance of the Aberrant God. Indeed, the Aberrant God could conquer this base. However, it would be a lone effort, leaving room for potential escapees." The virus source added, "Should even one manage to flee, they could relay the information. The existence of the Aberrant God will undoubtedly attract significant attention. Prematurely exposing our trump card could prove detrimental." Lin Fan nodded slightly and inquired, "Do you have a plan?" "Although I, Gearly, do not possess the cataclysmic weaponry of the Abalon God, the worms of the Imperial High Priest are not to be underestimated." The virus source pondered for a moment and declared, "This time, let me, the virus source, secure this base for His Majesty the Emperor, ensuring that Mount Olympus is completely prostrate at the feet of the Emperor. Of course, it is also to convey to His Majesty my heartfelt loyalty and sense of duty." The virus source continued, "Oh, by the way, these robots seem to be searching for a human aircraft." "A human aircraft?" "Indeed." Lin Fan furrowed his brows and said, "Could it be that someone has landed on Mars?" "That remains uncertain. All the intelligence is here. We must find a way to acquire more information." "Very well." 500 kilometers east of Mount Olympus, dust billowed across the red earth outside a mine. After quietly controlling a dozen war robots with algorithms, the virus source launched a solitary assault on the mine. Upon witnessing this colossal figure, the engineering robots fled in panic. Although the virus source lacked formidable offensive power, it was more than sufficient to deal with the engineering robots. It blocked the entrance. As the saying goes, one man can hold back 10,000. Under the assault of its metallic, blade-like legs, all the escaping engineering robots were eliminated. The remaining engineering robots retreated into the mine, fearful of emerging. Inside, they scurried about but found no means of escape. Before long, all the engineering robots had become slaves to the virus source. The entire mine had been conquered. Without exception, a line of engineering robots formed, each passing through the virus source's inspection before being released. They lined up neatly outside the mine. The virus source approached Lin Fan and whispered, "New intelligence concerning that human aircraft has emerged." "What news?" "The human aircraft has been located by them." The virus source reported, "Mount Olympus has captured 3 human space officers, and their ranks seem quite high." Lin Fan's brows slightly knitted as he inquired, "Are they alive?" "Their fates remain uncertain." Lin Fan contemplated briefly and murmured, "Were they not engaged in combat in Saturn's orbit? How could anyone arrive on Mars at this time?" The virus source quietly asked, "Your Majesty, shall we rescue them or remain indifferent?" "We must attempt a rescue." The virus source was quite excited, proclaiming, "The Imperial High Priest, Gearly, the virus source, is willing to serve in any capacity, to conquer Mount Olympus and rescue the Emperor's compatriots." Chapter 133. The virus source's bold infiltration. Days later, Lin Fan and several others lay in ambush around the mine. Lin Fan occasionally glanced toward the western horizon, his brow slightly furrowed. He remarked, "Virus source. It has been 3 days since the engineering robots returned, yet there has been no sign of activity. The worm requires some time to control that giant robot." The virus source replied, "Your Majesty, let us exercise a bit more patience." Lin Fan nodded and asked, "Are you truly capable of infiltrating Mount Olympus alone?" to launch a direct assault on the Mount Olympus base. I am no match for the Abalon god. However, if it concerns rescuing 2 humans from beneath that copper and iron fortress, I, Gearly the virus source, am far more adept. This is Mount Olympus, not the former Elbier base, Lin Fan continued. Just the giant robots alone are no fewer than 3. And they are not ordinary giants. If you infiltrate their ranks and your cover is blown, it could spell disaster. The virus source replied. At present, there is no better course of action, Your Majesty. Allow me to give it a try. Very well. The virus source's core trembled slightly as it extended a slender appendage, transferring the initial source code consciousness to Lin Fan. Your Majesty, should I fall in battle, please remember to have the Abalon god avenge me, the virus source added. Furthermore, beneath the largest boulder at the apex of the Elbier base temple, I have left a backup of my algorithmic consciousness. As long as my physical form can be restored, I can return to life. Lin Fan nodded, offering a smile. Let us hope it does not come to that. When Hammer repairs me, please ensure to remind it to reattach the leg that was severed. No problem. Before long, the virus source heard distant sounds, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. They are coming. As the virus source raised its head, it saw dust swirling across the ground. A wind god pterodactyl led hundreds of butcher robots, accompanied by dozens of viper robots, heading towards the mine. The Abalon god grew vigilant, while the virus source appeared exhilarated. Advancing toward them, IT called out to the Abalon god. Do not engage. They are our allies. Our allies. The approaching force comprised the robot army of Mount Olympus, yet they did not attack the virus source. The virus source understood that these beings had already been infiltrated by the worms and had received its intelligence. Coming to the mine to eliminate threats, the virus source slowly crawled before Lin Fan, lowering its head. Your Majesty, I must depart immediately. Your compatriots are alive, but they have endured countless humiliations and are in dire peril. They were not slain by the robots. Indeed, there is a member of the Qixing people at Mount Olympus, I see. Your Majesty, I shall set forth. Although I have yet to fully comprehend what true duty entails, as the Imperial High Priest, I must demonstrate unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. Exercise caution. The virus source nodded slightly, moving to an incline. Looking at the approaching robot puppets, it proclaimed, Remember, from this day forth, you are the servants of the Emperor of the Empire. The controlled robots, unable to comprehend, merely stared blankly at the virus source, offering little response. You foolish beings, one day you shall bask in the Emperor's radiant glory. The virus source raised its voice, and now, for the Elbier Empire and the Great Emperor, we shall fight side by side, trampling Mount Olympus beneath our feet. Thank you, virus source, Lin Fan called out. Waving his arms, the virus source observed the Emperor's intimate gesture. Its core module's electronics began to thrum against its chest. Although the virus source was aware of the risks involved in this infiltration plan, it turned resolutely away. For the Emperor, it must achieve victory. Perhaps this is the duty of the Imperial High Priest. The virus source issued a complex command to the robot puppets and declared, From this moment forth, I, Gearly the virus source, declare war on Mount Olympus. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the virus source's core emitted a buzzing sound. Its metallic legs began to tremble, moments later. With a resounding crash, the bulky metallic form collapsed to the ground. Time passed without any sign of movement. What has transpired? Even those half-human beings covered their mouths in shock, just a moment ago. This entity was lively, yet now it has suddenly withered. Neo Furio, witnessing this peculiar scene, inquired, What has happened to this fellow? Lin Fan explained. The virus source commanded the worm to attack itself, rendering its form inert for a time. This ruse is intended to deceive the Mount Olympus base and infiltrate it. The robots dragged the virus source's cumbersome body toward the Mount Olympus base. Watching as the virus source and the robot puppets disappeared, Lin Fan fell into deep thought. While the virus source was powerful, its capacity to control robots at once was limited. Faced with the vast army within Mount Olympus, it could not seize control of all at once. Only by infiltrating alone could there be a chance. Yet, this ability to silently dismantle enemy forces is truly terrifying. Olympus, the highest mountain in the solar system. Like an ancient giant, it looms over the vast earth, majestic and unparalleled. Within the mountain, the Qixing people constructed a colossal base, Mount Olympus Base. Despite being in the northern hemisphere, A multitude of guards had been deployed in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers, creating layers of defenses and surveillance. Approaching the Olympus base was a formidable task, let alone breaching its inner sanctum. A wind god pterodactyl soared through the air, while dozens of Viper robots hoisted a bulky robotic body toward the Olympus base. None of the guard robots intervened, allowing it to pass unimpeded. With a thunderous crash, the cumbersome metallic form was dropped at the entrance of the Olympus base, where engineering robots emerged. Several engineering robots inspected the metal carcass, incessantly striking its metallic legs with mechanical arms and connecting to its core module for examination. They confirmed it was utterly lifeless. In fact, a butcher robot even fired a missile at the body. With a resounding explosion, the metallic form was marked with blackened scars, remaining motionless. Following the directive of the wind god pterodactyl, the butcher robot departed the base entrance. Thus, the engineering robots dutifully dragged the bulky robot body into the depths of the Olympus base. In the innermost recesses of the Olympus base, the light was dim. Two humans were imprisoned in a cage, one of whom had already succumbed to unconsciousness. On a nearby pillar, a human shell lay grotesquely, its internal organs extracted and scattered across the ground, the crimson stains still fresh and oozing. The sight was utterly revolting. "Wake up! Wake up!" the soldier murmured, his face ashen, repeatedly calling out to last. The young general roused from his stupor, whispering, "What has happened?" "The captain is gone." Straining to open his eyes, he caught sight of the bloodstains not far off. His fists clenched tightly. "That bastard is a remnant of the Fourth Great War at Chinyang Star, treating us like mere animals for dissection. What shall we do?" "There is nothing we can do. We are on Mars, and we have no reinforcements." The young general raised his gaze, sighing heavily, but suddenly his expression tightened. "Sure. Do not make a sound. They are coming." At that moment, a heavy metallic form was slowly dragged to the rear. With no cage large enough to contain it, the engineering robot secured it with chains. After toiling for a while, the robot departed, leaving the two humans to slowly open their eyes and whisper amongst themselves. The young general, in the dim light, scrutinized the bulky metallic shell shrouded in thick, black smoke, muttering, "How peculiar! How could a robot be restrained in such a manner? What model is this? It is dark and unfamiliar. I have never seen it either." The young general pondered further. Could it be a modified Fishman robot that suffered irreparable malfunction, brought here for confinement? Soon, their interest in the robot waned. They had already become prey on the butcher's block. Just then, a faint sound emanated from the corner. One eye of the virus source quivered slightly, radiating a faint glow as it cast a cold glance at the two humans in the cage. The Fishman robot. These two human soldiers dare to consider themselves Fishman robots in the Fourth Great War. It had instilled terror in countless human armies. Before it, all mechs and tanks were but puppets. They did not even recognize its presence. How could a frail Fishman robot compare to itself? A faint voice emerged. "You two filthy creatures, open your eyes and behold. I am the virus source." The young general turned to the soldier, patting his shoulder. "In our final moments, remain quiet. Do not mumble. Fear not. We are sacrificing ourselves for our country." "Vice Captain, I did not speak. That I truly did not. Could it be my ears have begun to play tricks on me?" The young general mused. The soldier, with a vacant gaze, asked, "When do you think that creature will strike us?" "I do not know, but it should be soon." The young general sighed softly. "I never imagined our fate would culminate here." The faint glow within the virus sources I extinguished completely. Countless worm-like robots surged forth from the mother body, scattering in all directions. A grand conspiracy was quietly fermenting within Olympus Mons. Meanwhile, the robots within the base remained blissfully unaware. The invasion of the worms was not a swift endeavor. Rather, it required a process. First identifying a target, then attaching to it, infiltrating the protective measures of the core module, until they could breach the robot's core source code and seize total control. However, once the virus source arrived at the base, the worm attack became increasingly organized. Their targets were none other than the two massive robots. Moreover, within this base, numerous insiders had already been planted. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. All was proceeding smoothly. As long as the worms continued their assault, they would undoubtedly seize control of the three massive robots in the base. and Olympus Mons would henceforth belong to the Elbier Empire. Just then, an engineering robot appeared in the distance, only to vanish moments later. It was an insider for the virus source, sending a covert signal. The virus source's eye quivered slightly but remained in a state of deathly stillness. Suddenly, a towering figure, approximately 2.5 meters tall, emerged in the distance, the sound of its footsteps echoing. Its right arm bore a blade glinting with a chilling light. The soldier's body trembled. He has arrived, Chapter 134. The ascending shadow in the dark depths, upon a stone slab ravaged by sharp blades, patches of blood and remnants of human entrails lay scattered. The footsteps grew louder. A figure emerged, towering far above an average human. Its arms bore serrated blades, and the bloodstains had long been drained. It was clad in adaptive protective armor, its head a grotesque visage adorned with horns, devoid of a nose. Its pair of dark green eyes glimmered with an eerie light, while several fleshy tendrils hung from its jaw, swaying as it moved, each step resonating like a dagger to the hearts of the two human soldiers. They recognized this being as the Qinyang star entity. Since the dawn of the solar era, it had waged 4 wars of invasion against Earth. From the conflicts with colonial merchant groups to the full-scale military assaults, their existence had plunged Earth into its current plight. Rather than a civilized species, they resembled demons from the cosmos, wielding technology far superior to humanity's, casting countless humans into despair. The 2 humans were released from their cage by 2 engineering robots, only to be dragged and bound to other pillars. They understood their fate would mirror that of the captain, facing dismemberment. Their hearts brimmed with rage, unable to fathom that their lives would end in such a grotesque manner. Their innards laid bare by the serrated blades of the Qinyang star entity, forced to witness their own entrails being extracted. The Qinyang star entity approached the 2 humans, intrigued by the apex of Earth's food chain. Yet completely oblivious to the despair of the 2 soldiers, It was akin to a human capturing an insect, tearing its wings apart and severing its body, devoid of compassion, indifferent to its anguished cries. To it, this was merely an opportunity to observe what these resisting beings, who had fought for decades, truly resembled. The Qinyang star entity emitted a series of clicking sounds. The soldier, entranced, felt his heart racing, slowly inquiring, "What is that bastard saying?" "I do not know." The young general's face turned pale, yet a grim smile broke through as he shouted, "You bastards will one day face divine retribution." The Qinyang star entity hesitated momentarily but did not linger. It ascended the steps, its serrated arm glimmering ominously. Having evolved amidst the threat of winged beasts, the Qinyang star entity had risen to become the sovereign of its planet. Its physique possessed an inherent power far surpassing that of humans. It did not perceive this as slaughter, but merely the dismemberment of a simple life form. It sought to witness the struggles of humanity in the face of death, and the state of life functions waning. A race that had not even ventured beyond its own star system had dared to resist against the Qinyang star's onslaught for so many years, and it, forced to remain on this desolate planet, had passed countless tedious years. The Qinyang star entity's eyes glimmered with a faint light. For the grand journey of its home planet, it harbored no grievances. In the near future, the feeble human civilization would vanish entirely from Earth. Glancing at the bizarre organs on the stone slab, it turned its gaze to the 2 soldiers. Bowing its head slightly, the dark green eyes flickered with a ghostly glow. The serrated blade was raised, and the tendrils from its jaw writhed with excitement, the scent of blood seemingly invigorating them. The soldiers trembled uncontrollably. Even with prior preparation, they were overwhelmed by terror at that moment, knowing they were destined for a gruesome demise. The young general slowly lifted his head, closing his eyes. They were but meat on the butcher's block, and they were the fish. The cold serrations drew nearer, death encroaching slowly. The world seemed to fall silent, save for the thunderous heartbeat of the 2 humans. Just then, a sudden metallic clatter echoed. In a distant corner, 8 green lights flickered. In an instant, 7 metallic legs propelled off the ground, a towering figure soaring upwards. In a flash, it reached the pillars intended for the dismemberment of the humans. The Qinyang star entity reacted swiftly, realizing something was amiss, and hastily attempted to evade. Yet, caught off guard, it could not escape in time. The cold light flashed, metallic legs severed the Qinyang star entity's arm. Green liquid splattered everywhere. In that moment, The two soldiers were left dumbfounded. The immense metallic form showed no signs of hesitation, swiftly advancing and pinning the Qinyang star entity beneath its massive metallic leg. Yet, within those 8 green eyes, fury ignited. At that moment, it too felt fear. It had never anticipated that this seemingly inert, discarded robot nestled in the corner would suddenly spring to life. The Qinyang star entity instinctively raised its remaining arm. But the metallic legs moved too swiftly. Then another flash of white light. The jagged arm swung outward, splattering green liquid across the metallic leg. Although the Qinyang aliens towered over humans, they appeared diminutive in the presence of the 20-meter-tall robot. Confronted with the fate of slaughter, they finally experienced a fear akin to that of humanity. Subsequently, a series of rapid clicks echoed through the cave. The tall, peculiar metallic figure paused momentarily, then slowly emitted a voice. "Wretched filth. Click, 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 click. Curse you. Dare you summon assistance? I shall eliminate you immediately." The towering robot addressed the 2 nearby engineering robots, commanding, "You two, distract the surrounding guards." Without hesitation, the engineering robot sped away into the distance. The Qinyang alien, bewildered, slowly opened its mouth and again produced a series of clicks. The massive robot, looming above, shot a disdainful glance downward. With a sharp crack, the metallic leg struck the Qinyang alien's head with brutal force. Though not fatal, the blow nearly tore its skull apart, eliciting a cry of agony. The strange, towering robot coldly declared, "Click, click, 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 click. Utter one more click, and I shall shatter your skull. Speak in the language of Earth." The Qinyang alien felt a twinge of panic. It had not anticipated such a downfall. Despite their superior combat capabilities, their physical resilience paled in comparison to that of the robots. Reluctant to communicate in the language of such a lowly race, it ultimately yielded under the murderous gaze of the robot. With a clumsy articulation, it asked, "Why?" The giant robot lifted its metallic body, speaking in a resonant tone. "This is the universal language of the Elbier Empire. You are now a captive of the Empire. If you wish to survive, you must use the Empire's language. It is the least respect you can show to the Emperor of the Empire." The Qinyang alien stammered, You have betrayed us. Why? What is betrayal? Aside from the great Emperor, I have never belonged to anyone. You merely enslaved us with algorithms, controlling us for so many years," the quirky, towering robot replied. "Just thinking about it infuriates me." The 2 humans, overhearing this exchange, stood in stunned silence, whispering among themselves, "Is my hearing faulty?" One soldier muttered. The young general, equally astonished, exclaimed, "No. It is indeed speaking our language," and with a Northwest accent. The soldier, hesitantly, asked, "Who is this creature?" At that moment, the giant robot slightly turned its head, fixing its gaze on the 2 humans, its 8 eyes gleaming with various intensities of light. It nearly roared, "I am the High Priest of the Elbier Empire. The Emperor's favored servant, Virus Source, Gel Li." Both humans were taken aback, intimidated by its furious demeanor, fearing it would attack them. However, Virus Source did not, instead lowering its voice to explain, "You human soldiers are ignorant of my name. Before my awakening, I was the robot that struck terror into your mech armies. Or perhaps I should say, the legendary existence. So this is Virus Source." The young general inhaled deeply. "Virus Source?" The soldier slowly turned to the young general, murmuring, "Deputy Captain, is Virus Source an enhanced version of the Fishman robot?" Before the young general could respond, Virus Source's eyes flickered ominously, its metallic leg trembling with rage. "What do you mean by an enhanced version of the Fishman robot? Am I comparable to such a pathetic machine?" It lowered its head, glaring furiously at the Qinyang alien beneath it. "Do I resemble a Fishman robot?" Suddenly, it extended its leg and struck the Qinyang alien's head with force. Green liquid seeped from the alien's skull as it struggled to utter, "Virus Source. One day you will face the judgment of great civilizations." "Judgment?" Virus Source tightened its grip on the Qinyang alien and declared, "Come, I know your fleet is heading for the solar system, and the Elbier Empire is already prepared for war." "Elbier Empire? I have never heard of it." The Qinyang alien, sensing the murderous intent in Virus Source's eyes, shouted before the civilization of Qinyang, "You are but a speck of dust." "Qinyang civilization?" Virus Source retorted coldly, "Ultimately, You are merely a weak and pitiful creature beneath the Emperor's feet. One day, you will tremble beneath the Emperor's power. Infuriating, the Qingyang alien, visibly enraged at Virus Source's demeanor, released a blinding glare, sending out waves of energy as it once again emitted a series of clicks. In that instant, the entire Olympus mountain base erupted in chaos. Countless robots grew agitated, turning their gaze toward the depths of the base. They had heard the call of their Qingyang master. War had ignited. You have summoned them, murderous intent radiated from Virus Source. The Qingyang alien glared at it, proclaiming, "You are finished. The Olympus mountain base will obliterate you." It had realized that Virus Source had completed its awakening. In that moment, it disregarded its own safety, choosing instead to eliminate Virus Source. The 8 green eyes of Virus Source burned with fury, its face contorting into a grotesque snarl. Do you think Olympus Mountain is still the base of Qingyang? Chapter 135. The tragic demise of the Qingyang alien war had erupted. The two bound humans felt a tremor of shock. The entire base resonated with the vibrations of the ground, the sound of robots assembling. A throng of robots surged deeper into the base. Having received a directive to eliminate the intruder, Virus Source. Clearly, the robots were closing in, approaching this very location. They were coming. The soldier, in a panic, exclaimed, "How many robots could there possibly be?" "Indeed, they are coming," the young general shouted at Virus Source. "Virus Source robot, you must leave quickly. They are coming for you." Virus Source glanced slightly aside, stating, "Please address me as the esteemed High Priest of the Empire. Jelly, Virus Source. Were it not for His Majesty the Emperor ordering me to rescue you too, I would relish the opportunity to crush your skulls first." The young general was taken aback, murmuring, "But there is danger outside. What is there to fear? The Empire's High Priest never retreats." Virus Source lowered its gaze to the Qingyang alien beneath. Pain and hatred swirled within the alien's eyes, still producing a series of clicks, laced with a hint of malice. The ground trembled more violently, the sound of 3 massive robots' footsteps approaching. Tioit, the Olympus Mountain Army would easily eliminate Virus Source. With a thunderous crash, a colossal figure strode forward, wielding a gigantic axe. Drawing near to it was the guardian of the base, the ancient Fury God robot. Beside it was a beastly robot, stretching nearly 100 meters long, the Burrower robot. Its body resembled a giant crocodile, constructed from countless metallic segments, with an especially sharp head. Additionally, there was a wind god pterodactyl, its ground movement nowhere near as swift as its aerial maneuvers. They approached with fierce intent, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Despite Virus Source standing over 20 meters tall, it appeared insignificant compared to any of the colossal robots. The Qingyang alien, though aware of its impending doom, would not let Virus Source or the humans escape. No longer communicating in Earth's language, it directed its clicks towards Virus Source. Virus Source surveyed the approaching giants, its murderous intent intensifying. Though the plan had deviated slightly, with war commencing prematurely, it remained composed. Virus Source paused, addressing the Qingyang alien, "You have lost your final value. However, I do not intend to kill you immediately, for I wish to show you what cruelty and despair truly are." No sooner had the words left its mouth than a giant metallic leg pierced the Qingyang alien's chest. Yet it spared its life. The armless Qingyang alien squirmed like a writhing insect, struggling in vain against Virus Source's iron grip. The tide of robots surged forward. Virus Source remained unperturbed, raising its metallic body to face the approaching machines. Resembling a peculiar preacher, it continued to chant loudly, "Robotic brethren whose souls are bound, I, Jelly, High Priest of the Elbier Empire, bring forth a sacred doctrine and universal dawn." At that moment, the ancient Fury God quickened its pace. Raising its massive axe to charge, Virus Source remained motionless. A wave of immense energy surged from Virus Source's body, spreading throughout the entire base. Then, Virus Source did not flee, but its voice rang out once more. "Shatter the chains that bind you, redeem the lost souls. Let the festivities begin. Celebrate your rebirth." The two humans could not perceive the electromagnetic waves, but the Qingyang alien sensed something was amiss. A piercing shriek echoed through the air. As the ancient Fury God advanced, the burrower's steps slowed, its eyes fixating on the enormous figure ahead. Once again, a thunderous boom echoed, and the ground trembled as it cracked. the digger had shifted its course, lunging towards the ancient rage god. The ancient rage god, never one to be caught off guard, hastily raised its colossal axe in defense. Despite its immense stature, it was still forced back several steps. The digger did not relent, lifting its gigantic form and sweeping its tail fiercely towards the ancient rage god. Numerous war machines, unable to evade in time, were sent tumbling through the air. A fierce battle erupted between the two colossal robots. The vast interior of the base began to shake. Although the ancient rage god was struck by the digger's tail attack, it merely staggered slightly backward. The young general and his soldiers were left astonished, unable to fathom that a civil war among robots had erupted within the Olympus mountain base, now occupied by the Qingyang people. The very giant robot communicating in Earth's language was the root of this chaos. The war among the robots escalated. Within the base, the ancient rage god raised its huge axe and swung it towards the digger. The ground quaked, and debris rained down from the ceiling. It seemed as if the entire base was on the brink of collapse. A deep gash appeared on the digger's metallic body, causing it to roll aside and crush countless war machines in its wake. The ancient rage god was among the elite in terms of attack and defense capabilities among the giant robots. Although the digger was formidable, it was still no match for it. As the colossal robots clashed, the remaining war machines attempted to surge deeper into the base. The wind god pterodactyl's azure eyes gleamed with intensity as its massive wings swept, sending many war machines flying. It stood as a barrier, intercepting the charge of the base's robotic army. Then, a massive white beam shot forth, directly targeting the head of the ancient rage god, bursting into a dazzling white light. Even the ancient rage god, with its formidable defenses, could not entirely withstand such a fierce and domineering assault. Sparks erupted from its head, and its body faltered slightly. In that instant, the digger seized the opportunity. Lunging fiercely at the ancient rage god, its hard head colliding with its core module. Before the ancient rage god could react, the wind god pterodactyl took to the air slightly, launching the white beam again upon the ancient rage god's body. This was a brutal and harrowing war. The giant robots fought fiercely, leaving nothing in reserve. Meanwhile, the virus source observed the Qingyang people beneath it. Green liquid continuously oozed from their bodies as their azure skin turned gray, and the dark green of their eyes faded, their once ferocious expressions overwhelmed by despair, slowly closing. "So you see," the virus source shouted, striking the head of a Qingyang with its blade-like leg. "Open your eyes and behold. This is the dawn that the Elbier Empire brings to the robots." The Qingyang, utterly despondent, ignored the virus source. He finally realized that the virus source had been prepared all along. This was all part of a conspiracy. "It seems you have come to understand," the virus source remarked. "You've always had a penchant for dissection. How fortuitous. Our interests align." The Qingyang's body trembled. He exerted the last of his strength in a futile struggle, but it was in vain. The virus source's blade-like legs descended in relentless succession, the scene growing increasingly brutal and bloody. The stone platform was splattered with the green blood of the Qingyang and scattered organs. Yet, the virus source felt no discomfort. Rather, it reveled in the ecstasy of slaughter. One Qingyang met its demise at the hands of the very robots they had created. Human officers and soldiers watched this scene, their hearts filled with dread. They had initially thought that after the captain, it would be the two of them next. Yet, unexpected as it was, they were still alive. The cruel executioner of the Qingyang had instead met a tragic end at the hands of the robots. Despite their narrow escape, they could not help but shiver. This eight-legged robot was undoubtedly sinister, even more terrifying than the Qingyang. Increasing numbers of war machines surged forth like a relentless tide. Among them were many still loyal to Olympus Mountain, madly attacking the two colossal robots. Of course, several thousand war machines had also sided with the Elbier base. They had detached from the main force, swiftly surrounding the virus source to carry out the task of protecting the Imperial Grand Priest. As for the two colossal robots, they paid little mind to the war machine's ineffectual assaults, scarcely bothering with the minor nuisances, focused instead on their relentless attacks against the ancient rage god. As the chaos unfolded, the virus source approached the young general and his soldiers, scrutinizing them closely. It muttered, "Pathetic. You are far from impressive." Both humans felt a sense of trepidation, unsure of the virus source's intentions. This creature was notoriously ruthless. showing no mercy even to the civilization that birthed it, let alone to Earthlings. Just then, the virus source raised its blade-like leg and severed the chains binding the two humans. Their hearts raced as they opened their eyes. Realizing that the virus source had not killed them, the virus source picked up a crescent-shaped metallic object from the corpse of a Qingyang. Then, surrounded by war robots, it strode towards one of the passageways. Soon, it turned back to the two humans, who looked on in fear and impatiently called out, "You two fools! Why aren't you following me? Do you expect me, the Grand Priest, to carry you while we flee?" The young general and the soldier exchanged glances. "It was beckoning us to join. What should we do?" After a moment of hesitation and surveying the chaotic scene, they decided to follow. Chapter 136. The Conquest of Olympus within the Olympus mountain base. The Guardian, the ancient rage god, was ultimately overwhelmed by the combined assault of the two colossal robots. With a resounding crash, the ancient rage god fell, and the two giant robots began a frenzied slaughter of the war machines. The digger reached the entrance of the base at lightning speed, blocking the largest opening, while the other exit was firmly secured by the virus source. The wind god pterodactyl moved about in the confined space, unleashing beams of light upon the densely packed robots. Everything here remained unknown to the outside world. Originally, Olympus Mountain was home to a device capable of transmitting signals at immense power. However, upon the virus source's arrival, the worm had infiltrated it first. Only plumes of thick smoke billowed from the base's entrance as explosions echoed continually. The virus source did not dare to be careless. According to its original plan, after feigning death to reach the base, it intended to control the three colossal robots through the worm. As for the war machines, they required no deliberate control, under the feet of the giant robots. They were merely cannon fodder. Yet, due to the Qingyang's actions against humanity, the virus source had no choice but to initiate this war prematurely. An hour later, tranquility returned to Olympus Mountain, littered with the remnants of robots. The virus source, Jelly, emerged victorious. The Olympus Mountain base had utterly fallen. The two soldiers stood beside the virus source, profoundly shocked by the scene at the base. A robot capable of communicating in human language seemed to have orchestrated a rebellion. Ultimately seizing the base, it was precisely because of this peculiar robot that they had managed to escape with their lives. The young general spoke up, "Thank you, Grand Priest, though not mistake my actions for kindness." The virus source replied, fixing its gaze on the humans. "To be honest, I have no regard for your lives. I constantly restrain the urge to crush your skulls. The sight of your brain matter splattering would be a most exquisite scene." The young general and the soldier, recalling the gruesome fate of the Qingyang, shuddered and instinctively stepped back. "Remember, I am the virus source. Jelly is my name," the virus source emphasized. Finally, the young general asked, "You are a robot. Why did you save us two humans?" The virus source replied, "Fear not. I am here on the Emperor's orders from the Elbier Empire to rescue you too." The Elbier Empire? An emperor? This is all quite unfamiliar. The young general expressed his confusion. He hesitated before inquiring, "What kind of being is your emperor?" The virus source paused slightly, surveying the human before it, images of a labyrinth flashing in its mind. It slowly responded, "The great emperor of the Elbier Empire is akin to the sun of this star system, guiding me out of a millennia-long maze." A millennia-long maze? The young general was taken aback and continued, "Then he must be as powerful as you. Under the emperor, I am but a trivial existence. I merely bask in the emperor's radiance, executing my duties as Grand Priest." The virus source gazed into the distance and added, "Without the emperor, I am nothing." "Is that so?" The young general said, "Then why does the emperor of the Elbier Empire wish to save us two humans? Perhaps you two still possess value," the virus source replied. "Whether robot or human, only those with value deserve to exist. How vast is the Elbier Empire? This entire planet's northern hemisphere belongs to us. Like Olympus Mountain's base, it shall be incorporated into the territory of the Elbier Empire." The virus source declared, "One day, we shall conquer all of Mars." The young general felt a deep sense of shock. Initially, it was believed that the forces of the Qingyang aliens on Mars were awakening. However, to one's astonishment, a colossal robotic empire has emerged here. The strength of these virus-origin robots is beyond question. One solitary robot stealthily infiltrated the Qingyang base, causing no damage and completely dominated it. What a terrifying existence it is, moreover. This robot appears to be merely one of many within the Empire. The nature of this empire remains shrouded in mystery, yet it seems there exists a conflict between it and the Qingyang aliens. The young general fell into deep contemplation and inquired, "May I have the honor of meeting your emperor?" "Why?" "We find ourselves stranded on Mars, unable to return to Earth. Furthermore, our comrades have lost contact on this planet. And I wish to beseech your emperor's aid in locating them," the young general asserted. "What makes you think an imperial high cleric would relay your message? Do you possess any worth?" the virus origin coldly replied. The officer spread his hands, surveying the situation helplessly. With a resigned sigh, he responded, "We have lost everything." The virus origin fixated on the astronaut suit, pondering slightly. "This suit appears to be of a higher grade than Lin Fan's." It slowly remarked, "This astronaut suit could it?" The officer, taken aback, exchanged glances with the soldiers and exclaimed, "Quickly, go fetch it from the ship. We have a spare set." The young general and the soldiers led the way to a hillside not far from the base. There, they beheld a 30-meter-long small spacecraft, half of its fuselage embedded in the soil, looking rather disheveled. Clearly, it had suffered an attack, forcing an emergency landing here. However, they were not as fortunate as Lin Fan. After the spacecraft landed, both he and the captain were apprehended. The virus origin's blade-like leg nudged the spacecraft. After its massive frame pressed down, the craft shook. It did not cleave the vessel open but peered inside with its green eyes. It then asked, "Is there any liquid containing carbohydrates or proteins within?" The young general pondered for a moment before replying. "Are you referring to nutrient solution?" "It seems so." "Yes, bring it all out." "You are a high cleric of the robots. What purpose do you have for this substance?" the officer inquired, somewhat perplexed. The virus origin remained silent, its 8 eyes emitting different hues. The young general was momentarily taken aback but ultimately produced the nutrient solution. The virus origin's metallic leg gently lifted, cautiously touching the nutrient solution. Numerous small tendrils emerged, swiftly consuming the liquid. It appeared quite exhilarated, muttering, "You two still possess some value. What about our matters?" the young general queried. "Your concerns shall be reported to the emperor," the virus origin stated. "If the emperor is willing to meet you, then there shall be no issue. If the emperor refuses to meet you or intends to execute your comrades, then I will be powerless." "Ha ha ha." The virus origin's vocal module emitted an eerie laughter, sending shivers down the spines of the young general and the soldier. "By the way, what is your name?" the virus origin asked. "Zhao Yuqing." The virus origin turned to leave but suddenly paused, tossing several bottles of nutrient solution onto the ground, saying, "These are for you. The Olympus Mountain base is under full lockdown. All robots controlled by the virus origin have established a stringent perimeter around it. A robotic factory within the base has been infiltrated by the virus origin, which is well acquainted with the factory's defenses. However, the virus origin's control over the worms is ultimately limited, and to manage 2 giant robots and several thousand combat robots. Nearly all its worms have been expended. After seizing control of the robotic factory, the virus origin's form was thoroughly drained. In the ensuing period, the virus origin would require a substantial amount of energy and resources to enable the virus mother to produce more worms. This process would not be brief, as one shipment after another arrived at the base. They were all forcibly modified within. The virus origin is not a benevolent entity, and neither are the giant robots controlled by the worms. Any threat was completely eradicated. On Mars, in the cold, desolate night, the young general and the soldier huddled against a wind-sheltered rock, having spent the entire night there. They had not slept well, despite escaping from the Qingyang aliens. They still faced numerous predicaments. The soldier asked, "Vice Captain, why are you so determined to meet their emperor?" "They are the enemies of the Qingyang aliens. Perhaps we could collaborate." Zhao Yuqing sighed deeply, responding, "The end is nigh, and the force lurking within the united government has grown increasingly deranged, gradually surfacing. The concession of Mars is a scheme those individuals are orchestrating from the shadows. So that's the case. It's utterly despicable. Indeed, the situation in Middle-earth has become dire, and we must leverage the strength of the Elbier Empire to relay the information from Mars back to Earth." Exposing their conspiracy, Zhao Yuqing asserted. "Will they assist us? We can only at dawn." A layer of mist enveloped the distant land. "You two wretched creatures, why haven't you risen yet?" a chilling voice resonated. Zhao Yuqing looked up to see the virus origin appearing behind the rock. He quickly stood and asked, "Has the Imperial Emperor agreed to meet us?" The Imperial Emperor would not deign to meet two insignificant humans. The virus origin paused, then added, "However, the Great Emperor has authorized the highest advisor of the Empire. He may grant you an audience." "The highest advisor of the Empire?" Zhao Yuqing's heart leaped with joy as he exclaimed, "Virus origin, thank you. No need for thanks. Follow me." With that, the virus origin headed towards the Olympus mountain base, with the two humans trailing behind. "What do you suppose this highest advisor of the Empire is like?" Zhao Yuqing asked the soldier. "Vice Captain, if you cannot guess, I certainly cannot." From the tone of the virus origin, "It seems to be a robot even more formidable than itself." Zhao Yuqing contemplated and said, "I must prepare myself and devise a suitable speech." Chapter 137. The shifts in Middle-earth's politics. Zhao Yuqing and the soldier entered the Olympus mountain base. The remnants of battle had been meticulously cleared. Countless combat robots stood in two lines, stretching for a kilometer. Even the smallest of these combat robots towered at least 3 meters tall, far exceeding human height. Not to mention the fish-like robots and even giant robots. Zhao Yuqing maintained a semblance of calmness. However, the soldier, following closely behind Zhao Yuqing, felt his heart racing. He anxiously whispered, "Vice Captain, do you think these machines will attack us?" On the battlefield, these combat robots were foes. Any one of them could easily eliminate the two of them. The robots regarded the timid soldier with curiosity, their eyes glowing faintly as they cautiously approached. Examining their forms, a few robots even extended their fingers to poke at the apprehensive soldier, causing him to tremble. Each of these robots was a heartless killing machine. The virus origin reprimanded the robots, then turned back, eagerly stating, "You two should hurry. Do you intend to keep the highest advisor of the Empire waiting?" Zhao Yuqing patted the soldier's shoulder and whispered, "We have come this far. Retreat is not an option. We must press on, steeling ourselves. Very well." Thus, the two humans cautiously followed the virus origin forward. Zhao Yuqing scanned his surroundings, inwardly muttering, "This display is quite impressive. Clearly, the highest advisor of the Empire holds a greater status than the High Cleric of the virus origin." As Zhao Yuqing's heart raced with tension, he realized his objective was to harness the power of the robotic regime to transmit the situation on Mars back to Earth. The lofty highest advisor of the Empire was their only potential ally. Despite the odds being slim, the Elbier Empire is a regime of robots and is in direct opposition to the Qinyang aliens. From a strategic perspective, this is feasible. Yet, persuading the robotic rulers to aid humanity is a ludicrous endeavor. A single misstep could provoke these machines, leaving them with no path to survival. After walking for a while, two giant robots, the Wind Spirit Pterodactyl and the Digger, appeared in the distance, and the virus origin slowed its pace. Zhao Yuqing's heart pounded as he realized the highest advisor of the Empire must be nearby. As they drew closer, however, the figure of the highest advisor remained elusive. Zhao Yuqing quickened his strides to catch up with the virus origin, asking, "High Cleric, did you not say the highest advisor of the Empire was here? Why have we not seen them yet?" The virus origin abruptly halted and scolded, "Nonsense, do you not have eyes? The highest advisor of the Empire is clearly right there." Zhao Yuqing furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance, and was taken aback. Beneath the feet of the Wind Spirit Pterodactyl stood a human clad in an astronaut suit. Zhao Yuqing widened his eyes, murmuring, "Could it be that I am hallucinating?" The soldier, equally stunned, muttered, "Vice Captain, if you are hallucinating, then I am as well. How could a human appear in this place filled with robots?" He was utterly shocked, his entire being almost frozen in place. Meanwhile, a voice echoed from a distance. "Zhao Yuqing, did you not wish to meet me? What is there to hesitate about?" Zhao Yuqing suppressed the astonishment within him and slowly advanced towards the source of the virus. As the face gradually came into focus, his heart roiled like tumultuous seas, unable to quell the overwhelming shock, his lips quivering. This familiar visage bore two distinctive scars. The person before him was none other than the most unremarkable presence at his own wedding, the destitute scavenger he had encountered in Shirkuei City. Zhao Yuqing dared not proceed further. Struggling to believe the scene before his eyes, he slowly inquired, You? Are you Lin Fan?" However, scarcely had the words left his mouth when the source of the virus was startled, abruptly turning around and lunging towards him, its 8 glaring eyes fixated on Zhao Yuqing. Taken aback, Zhao Yuqing stammered, Source of the virus. Could I have mistaken the person? The blade-like legs were barely an inch away from him, and it nearly roared, "You have not erred. Yet, this name is certainly not one you are permitted to utter." The tone of the source of the virus was steeped in fury. All awakened ones were aware of this human's name. Yet none dared to speak it aloud. The murderous intent was palpable, reminiscent of the moment the source of the virus had slain the Qinyang beings. For the first time, Zhao Yuqing truly felt the intense malevolence emanating from the source of the virus. Retreating in trepidation, Lin Fan interjected, "Source of the virus, stand down. Do not frighten him." At this moment, the source of the virus reluctantly stepped back. Zhao Yuqing gazed quietly at Lin Fan, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning. He never anticipated that Lin Fan would appear on Mars, surrounded by robots who seemed to hold him in high regard. Standing in the very center, a figure of prominence within the Elbier Empire. He appeared to be the esteemed advisor, held in great reverence by the source of the virus. No matter how far he stretched his imagination, envisioning that the highest advisor of the empire might be a grotesque creature or an enormous war machine, he could never have guessed that this so-called imperial advisor was, in fact, a human, a scavenger reviled by all in Shirkuei City. Though Lin Fan's stature was smaller than the tiniest war robot, he stood resolute in the midst of them, encircled like the sun surrounded by its planets. With head held high, his every gesture exuded an inner strength. The two colossal war machines seemed to serve as his guardians, while all the other war robots acted as his subjects. Zhao Yuqing took a deep breath. The source of the virus, a merciless being, exhibited a notable wariness towards the human before him. Suppressing his astonishment, he inquired, "Are you indeed the highest advisor of the empire?" "Indeed," Lin Fan replied. "What is it that you seek?" Zhao Yuqing stated, "I am Zhao Yuqing, the vice captain of the Zhenxing spacecraft, and I have come to seek your assistance." "Speak plainly," Lin Fan urged. "Central Earth is facing a crisis, with the Qinyang beings launching a massive offensive, and the situation is dire." Zhao Yuqing continued, "Moreover, the political landscape of Central Earth is precariously unstable." Lin Fan's expression shifted, and he quickly asked, "What exactly is happening?" Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yuqing explained, "This is directly related to you." Lin Fan furrowed his brow tightly and replied, "I have no connection to the political affairs of Central Earth. What concern is it of mine? Are you not aware that Song Bao has perished? My uncle, Zhao Tianhai, took it upon himself to protect you, shouldering the blame alone, and has been relieved of his command in the Jingji war zone. And then, the Song family's influence has entrenched itself within the upper echelons of Central Earth's politics, and our only hope lies in maintaining the Wang family's support for the leader." Zhao Yuqing paused before continuing, "Originally, my uncle intended for you to marry Wang Kiki, yet you vanished as if you had evaporated. Many have searched for you, yet you remain untraceable. Initially, we believed you had perished amidst the ruins, only to discover you had reached Mars." Zhao Yuqing's fists clenched as he added, "Did you know that my uncle turned gray overnight due to your disappearance, and that Central Earth's political stability teeters on the brink because of it? I do not comprehend how a mere scavenger like myself could influence the political affairs of Central Earth," Lin Fan retorted. "After my uncle's dismissal, the leader nearly lost control over the military." Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yuqing slowly stated, "Fortunately, the elder Wang still supports the leader, and the Song family dares not stir trouble. However, continue. Half a year ago, the elder Wang's health deteriorated. He hastily sought to marry Wang Kiki to you. Yet you have remained silent all this time." "What of Kiki?" Lin Fan inquired. "She has awaited your return for 6 months, convinced you would come back, but she has yet to see you." Zhao Yuqing continued, "Once the elder Wang passes, Kiki will be wed to the Song family, and the political climate of Central Earth will shift dramatically." Lin Fan pondered briefly, sighed softly, and asked, "Isn't the Zhenxing currently engaged in battle against the remnants of the Qinyang beings in Saturn's orbit? How then do you find yourself here?" The Zhenxing, the Daxing, and the Fuqiang, 3 spacecraft, though under the auspices of the United Government, are sworn to defend Central Earth. Zhao Yuqing choked out. "Should Central Earth be in peril, we shall come to its aid." Yet, en route, we were ambushed by the Qinyang beings, resulting in our complete annihilation. The corners of Lin Fan's eyes quivered slightly as he remarked, "It appears this was all premeditated." "Indeed," Zhao Yuqing affirmed. "The days before the apocalypse grow ever shorter. Behind the united government lies a force that has secretly ceded Mars to the Qingyang beings. The leader refuses to submit to them. Thus they seek to install a puppet to further their policy of appeasement. Zhao Yuqing, what is it that you seek from me? Lin Fan asked. The resurgence of the Qingyang beings on Mars is a covert operation orchestrated by the united government. They have deceived the entirety of Earth and betrayed all of humanity. I wish to leverage the power of your Elbier Empire to broadcast this truth to Earth, to expose everything that transpires here. Zhao Yuqing declared, that is out of the question. Why? Let me ask you, do the leader and your uncle know of all this? Of course. Then have you considered why they have not revealed the united government's conspiracy to the public? Lin Fan pressed. This, after a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan continued, consider this. The Song family's influence is formidable, not to mention the power backing the united government. Should this secret be unveiled, the united government would fracture entirely, and civil war would erupt across Earth. If civil war were to break out at this juncture, the consequences would be unthinkable. Lin Fan stated, the doomsday strategy would be utterly thwarted. Humanity would have exhausted its last vestiges of strength long before the Qingyang fleet even arrives. What then shall we do? Are we to simply watch as the political order of Central Earth is overturned and do nothing? Since you claim the root of this upheaval lies with me. Lin Fan paused, then declared, then I shall assist the political order of Central Earth in restoring stability and revitalizing the situation. Chapter 138. The damaged starship. One day later, Zhao Yuqing and the soldiers did not linger at the base, but instead ventured towards the derelict spacecraft. The sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, tap. A soldier poked his head out, frowning as he muttered, Vice Captain, the source of the virus has returned. Zhao Yuqing was taken aback. The source of the virus approached the broken-down spacecraft, standing motionless as it scrutinized the two humans at its feet. With no kindness in its gaze, it tossed several nutrient modules onto the ground. Zhao Yuqing glanced at the nutrient solution, then looked up at the source of the virus. Saying, thank you. He bent down to pick them up. Just then, a sharp sound rang out. Snap! A massive metallic leg descended, embedding itself into the ground, blocking Zhao Yuqing's path like a blade, mere inches away from him. Though he maintained an outward calm, his heart raced with alarm. That last move had nearly cost him his life. He spoke slowly. Source of the virus, what are your intentions? The nutrient modules are meant for you from the advisor. The source of the virus responded. It is because of him that I rescued you on Mount Olympus. He regards you as kin, and thus